Chapter 1. Dewey, Lishui County, Chun Family Village. Chun Yin was tense, his weary eyes bloodshot and weary. Bathed in the dim light filtering through the window, he carefully etched designs onto a piece of jujube wood in his hands. In the distance, waves of rancid odors wafted through the air, the stench of decay, which would make an ordinary person retch uncontrollably, had long ceased to faze Chun Yin, not even slightly disturbing his meticulous work. All his thoughts and hopes were invested in the wood before him. His hands were steady, so steady that, were it not for the blood seeping from the cloth strips that bound them, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for a master woodcarver. The jujube wood was Chun Yin's final struggle point. One wrong stroke would render all his efforts in vain. He could not possibly endure for another 12 days. By the time the next high day arrived, he feared he would be no different from the decomposing corpses of maggots beyond the courtyard walls. Reciting the Tianpeng incantation for protection while forging the decree of Fengdu's 9 springs, I doubt there exists another soul in all the realms like me, Chun Yin mused bitterly, yet his hands never faltered. Ever since he had awakened in the body of this debauched second son, who could not resist the allure of women, his nerves had been perpetually on edge. 6 days prior, this young master, who controlled a small head with a larger one, disregarded the warnings of his sycophants and brazenly brought home a strange woman he found on the road. The consequence was dire. The next day, the vast Chun family estate, along with over 800 kin and tenants, perished in a mysteriously convened wedding feast. Chun family village was shrouded in a thick fog, completely isolated from the outside world. Even the summer sunlight that penetrated was tinged with a chill. Flexing his wrist, Chun Yin carefully brushed away the wood shavings from the jujube wood with his blood-stained, bandaged hand, fearful that the blood would mar the nascent form of the talisman he was crafting. What lay ahead was a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Regardless of the consequences, even if I were to be executed on the spot or imprisoned in Iron Mountain by law, it would be preferable to being devoured by malevolent spirits, forever denied rebirth. With this thought, Chun Yin lifted his gaze to the window, a glint of resolve igniting in his eyes. 5 days, sleepless and relentless. He had painstakingly transformed from a mere cog in the machine of society, ignorant of the art of carving, into a skilled craftsman, using fragments of memory and tools as rudimentary as an axe and a kitchen knife to carve several spirit tablets, and this intricate talisman, it was all a gamble, a wager on his own life, a gamble on the fate of his soul after death. 5 days prior, upon awakening in the body of the youth who had been frightened to death at the wedding feast, he had held onto a glimmer of hope that someone from the outside world might come to his rescue as he absorbed fragments of memories. But when he lifted himself from the ground and beheld the scene of the banquet, that hope extinguished. From a main hall to the village entrance, the flowing feast revealed a grotesque tableau. All living beings voraciously devoured their own entrails from the banquet table. The bloody and bizarre spectacle had him retching uncontrollably, and amidst his heaving, he reached a grim conclusion. In a single night, over 800 lives were extinguished by a malevolent force, a calamity far beyond the capacity of a small place like Lishui County to resolve. As for external assistance, by the time it arrives, it is likely to be too late. Too late? The sudden drop in temperature startled Chun Yin, who instinctively clutched the talisman close to his chest and began to chant fervently, Tianpeng, Tianpeng, Jiu Yuan Sha Tong. A series of incantations flowed from his lips almost involuntarily. My lord, do you still refuse to share the bridal chamber with me? A sultry voice echoed from afar. As he looked up, he saw 2 figures emerging from the mist, drawing closer. The most loyal henchman of his former self supported a figure clad in bridal attire, advancing towards him. The speaker, her face obscured by a bright red veil, remained indistinct. Yet, the enchanting voice paired with her graceful silhouette stirred one's heart and mind. As the 2 figures approached, Chun Yin dared not respond, his incantations growing more fervent. It has been 5 days. You heartless traitor. How I have suffered in waiting. The figures slowly closed the distance, finally halting at the threshold. 9 steps. Damn it, they are even closer. Chun Yin's eyes twitched as he continued his incantations, completely disregarding the 2 approaching figures. Seeing his silence, the henchman urged, Young master, why subject yourself to this torment? If you consummate the marriage tonight, Chun family manor will be restored to its former glory, and both the elder and matriarch will come back to life, sharing in eternal bliss. Why complicate matters and ruin a good opportunity? A good opportunity. At this moment, Chun Yin completed the incantation, his expression shifting as he retorted bitterly, is the survival of over 800 souls, including my Chun clan and the tenants of this manor. Merely a trivial matter. Master, what are you saying? If you comply with the young mistress, won't everyone be revived? Just look at me, I am as lively as ever. With that, the henchman leapt about playfully. Chun Yin dismissed him, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the figure in her it is easy to deceive others, but hard to deceive oneself. Even if my life is a tapestry of folly, I still possess a shred of humanity. The entirety of Chun family manor has suffered because of me, meeting a tragic end before my eyes. Unable even to collect their remains for burial, I may deceive others. But how can I deceive myself? A soft, melancholic sigh escaped from beneath the veil. You are nearly spent. Why do you persist in this anguish? The protection of this incantation may sustain you for a moment, but it cannot shield you for eternity. Chun Yin tightened his grip on the woodcutter's knife, a grim smile curling at the corner of his lips. All calamities arise from my actions. This trial is my just retribution. I never sought to survive. I only wished to erect a memorial for my family before my demise. Were it not for your relentless pressure, I would not have to forego sleep and rest, reciting this incantation day and night. Do you not realize that if I were to use force now, this incantation alone would be insufficient to hinder me? Upon hearing the words, Chun Yin's entire being trembled as he exclaimed, "Force! For days, Madam has been probing, merely seeking to entice me into your bedchamber. It seems this matter is of utmost importance to you." Having spoken, he gritted his teeth, a frenzied expression overtaking his visage. "If you dare to gamble, let us see. Be it your mastery over this incantation or my blade that strikes faster. In but a fleeting moment, I could sever the root of this calamity. Should I fail to achieve my intent, you shall not prosper either." At this proclamation, the figure clad in red was suddenly engulfed by a chilling wind. As if to validate something, she boldly stepped forward. "Very well. Who would have thought you possessed such spirit? Do not presume. I am unaware of your intentions. If you seek to delay in hopes of rescue, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. You shall not endure beyond tonight." Her voice, once alluring, now turned sharp and piercing, akin to a steel blade scraping porcelain, sending shivers down Chun Yin's spine. His complexion paled, and raising the crude knife in his hand, he snarled with a fierce countenance, "Tonight? You may certainly test that. Let's see if this weary body can withstand your trials. Witness if I possess the resolve to sever this root." Observing Chun Yin's actions, the figure draped in red momentarily stiffened. Her voice laced with resentment, an otherworldly allure echoed in his mind. "Very well, I shall await you tonight, and I fervently hope you do not close your eyes." With that, the red figure dissipated into a dark crimson mist, taking her minion with her, vanishing from sight. As he gazed at the space once occupied by the crimson figure, Chun Yin slowly lowered the knife, yet his taut nerves remained unrelaxed. Tonight? What?Ist. This cursed domain has become her very essence aside from the confines of this Tianpong curse. She is ubiquitous. The moment he allows himself to falter, he would undoubtedly become part of this sinister realm. Retrieving the freshly carved talisman from his pocket, Chun Yin sighed deeply. Were it not for necessity, he would have preferred to avoid crafting such a thing. "Oh, Emperor, may you demonstrate the same vigor as the true monarch of Tianpong, and perhaps be a touch more wary. Otherwise, this night, I may truly be compelled to desecrate your altar." A crucial reminder before consumption. The Black Law is indeed strict, yet it is still a doctrine of the Taoist sect, governed by its own protocols. The path of immortality values life. The Taoist school cultivates those of virtue, not mindless slaughterers of the six realms. The legal text state, "If a spirit begets mischief, the adjudicator shall enact wrath upon the violator of the Black Law, reducing their lifespan by 1 year. Yet the spirit shall not escape unscathed, for the adjudicator bears the consequence." Completing the final stroke of the talisman, Chun Yin hastily consumed a few bites of slightly spoiled rice to replenish his strength. He then took a bed sheet, wrapping the cluster of talismans within it, and with the last vestiges of daylight, recited the incantation as he stepped out towards the ancestral hall of the Chun family. The jujube wood-carved talismans felt exceptionally heavy, causing his already frail body to stoop under their weight. This was Chun Yin's first venture beyond the confines of the Chun family estate since his arrival, and as he glanced around, he saw no sign of life. Neither the living nor the dead. The flowing feast that once meandered from the main hall to the street corner had vanished entirely. The entire Chun family village lay in eerie silence, save for the raspy incantation that escaped his lips, with not a whisper of any other sound. Tianpong. Tianpong, his parched and hoarse voice, coupled with his hunched form, rendered the invocation of the Tianpong divine spell, belonging to the Northern Emperor's malevolent ghost technique. particularly sinister amidst the desolation. Each step Chen Yin took felt laborious, burdened by his heavy shell of a body. Redclad had spoken wisely. 5 days without rest had left him nearing exhaustion, despite the spirited vitality that his transmigration had bestowed upon him. Even if Redclad did not impede him, this frail body would scarcely endure the night. The Tianpeng divine spell warned mortals against reckless actions, for dire retribution awaited the foolish, a truth not to be dismissed lightly. He had neither received a talisman nor possessed the strength. The scant scriptures and spells he had perused prior to his transmigration proved ineffective. The golden light charm could not shield him, and the Ming charm failed to illuminate the Buddha's radiance. The only hope for the efficacy of the Tianpeng spell lay in the thin thread of karmic retribution woven into the incantation itself. Thus, it summoned forth the divine majesty of the Grand Marshal Tianpeng, the foremost of the four saints of the north, to counter this malevolent entity clad in red. The Tianpeng divine spell consumes blue, but lacks red. I am nearly devoid of red at this point, he mused, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. With a creak, the doors of the ancestral hall swung open at Chen Yin's push, revealing an interior that momentarily eased his trepidation. The hall remained untouched. Incense, offering tables, and altars were all intact. He closed the doors behind him and, exhausted, climbed onto the offering table, sweeping aside the ancestral tablets of the Chun family to place his own simplified tablet in its stead. Once the tablets were arranged according to their proper positions, Chen Yin reverently produced a token and a stack of talismans from his pocket, placing them upon the altar. Beneath the offering table, 2 red candles flickered, casting their glow upon Chen Yin's face. The dark circles under his eyes and the bloodshot scara rendered him an unsettling sight. After lighting 3 incense sticks, he pressed his forehead against the offering table and bowed 3 times before inserting them into the incense burner. At the moment the incense was placed, a chilling gust of wind burst through the doors of the ancestral hall behind him. This is not the tablet of the Chun family. What are you doing? The voice, laden with resentment and anguish, struck Chen Yin like a thunderclap, causing his head to throb painfully and nearly sending him tumbling. He steadied himself against the altar, turning to reveal a sinister grin. Guess. With that, Chen Yin seized the talismans from the altar and knelt before the tablet, reciting loudly. As he performed this act, the red-clad malevolent spirit began to writhe with agitation. Though the incomprehensible text bore no supernatural power, its vocalization echoed the previous incantation precisely. A profound sense of crisis surged from the depths of her being. She had traversed the land, employing secret arts to establish 8 ghostly villages, nurturing specters to sustain herself, encountering numerous formidable demons and spirits. Yet never had she felt such trepidation as in this moment. Stop. With a piercing shriek, her figure transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Chen Yin. At this moment, Chen Yin was consumed by madness, completely oblivious to the peril lurking behind him. As he grimaced and recited the talismanic incantation, his voice was hoarse, as if he were on the verge of drawing his last breath. His sole focus was to complete the recitation of the talisman as swiftly as possible. The figure clad in red moved with remarkable speed. In the brief moment Chen Yin uttered an additional word, it had traversed more than 10 steps that a pair of ghostly hands, devoid of color, with nails as sharp as blades, lunged towards the back of Chen Yin's heart. Yet, at that critical juncture, the residual power of the heavenly canopy spell surged forth, and a flash of golden light erupted in the void. The swiftly approaching figure was propelled backward with even greater velocity. The silent collision did not wreak havoc upon the surroundings, but the shockwaves that resonated with the soul caused Chen Yin to tremble violently, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the talisman. He glanced around and recited with renewed urgency, 5 steps. Just 2 steps away. The female ghost could circumvent the protective barrier of the heavenly canopy spell and reach the altar. I command you to halt. The thwarted attack only served to incite the red-clad specter's fury further. Her piercing, mournful wail reached Chen Yin's very core, causing crimson veins to burst in his eyes and blood to flow from his nostrils. The ghost in red charged once more, and this time, she was not repelled. However, her plight had not improved. Under the influence of the heavenly canopy spell, her accumulated resentment was suppressed, rendering her incapable of advancing. She circled around Chen Yin, desperately attempting to breach his defenses. Yet, she was perpetually halted 5 steps away. She possessed the means to escape. She could harness the vengeful spirits from another ghost village to shatter the spell's restraints. However, such an act would obliterate her vengeful kin residing in that village. a loss far too great for the sake of an incomplete ghostly domain. Realizing brute force would yield no results, the red-clad ghost halted, casting aside her veil, allowing her dark hair to cascade wildly. Her pale visage flickered behind the strands, her expression increasingly filled with malice. The veil soared into the air, swirling above her head. In an instant, the ghostly mist enveloping Chen's ancestral village surged, forming a colossal vortex that rushed toward the ancestral hall. The ethereal fog swirled like a tangible entity, sealing the hall in an instant. Within the mist, shadowy figures emerged, manifesting the spirits of all the deceased villagers from Chen's clan. In that moment, a cacophony of curses, accusations, wails, and pleas filled the air. The torments of skinning, flaying, dismemberment, and slow slicing were enacted upon the venerable elder of the Chen family and his original mother in a gruesome display. The howls of the damned intermingled with bewitching incantations, disturbing Chun Yin's composure. Even with a heart as steadfast as iron, he faltered several times, nearly mispronouncing the talisman. With a fierce determination etched upon his face, Chun Yin grasped 2 fragrant sticks and thrust them into his ears. Instantly, blood streamed from his ears, and the clamor vanished without a trace. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched cry from Chen Yin, whose kneeling form collapsed onto the ground. The brutality of the method was so ruthless that even the crimson-clad female specter was momentarily taken aback. Despite the unbearable agony, after a single cry, Chun Yin struggled to rise again, his incantation unwavering. His parched and hoarse voice resonated with a mocking tone, provoking the red-clad ghost to further madness. A surge of ferocity erupted from her. Excellent. Excellent. I shall see how long you can endure. These mere broken wooden talismans cannot save you. With that, she disregarded all else and summoned the ghostly mist to envelop both Chun Yin and the offering table entirely. At this moment, Chen Yin could no longer perceive the sounds of the outside world. His vision was solely fixated on the talisman. With no avenue for retreat, he harbored only one conviction in his heart. This life, given without cost, may as well be surrendered. If you seek my soul, as long as this heavenly canopy spell remains potent, you shall contend with the laws of Fengdu before you dare to seize it. Time flowed inexorably, and with a strained spirit, Chun Yin recited the ancient incantation, struggling to rise. He grasped the token on the incense altar and brought it down with a heavy thud. Uttering the final words before consciousness faded, disciple has unlawfully invoked the celestial commander's spell and established a forbidden altar, intending to forge the edict of Fengdu with wicked arts. In the act of creating the edict, I have marred my physical form, tainted and sullied, attracting malevolent spirits that defile the esteemed Master Xian'an. I humbly beseech the Northern Polar Exorcism Court to enforce Fengdu's dark laws. The sacred text of Fengdu's black laws, revered as the foremost strictures of the Taoist realm, is reputed to be the sovereign of myriad stars and a lesser lord of the 3 realms. Personally executed by the majestic Emperor Zy of the Northern Polar Heavens, ruthless to others and even more so to oneself. A practitioner who falters in their vigilance risks being cast into the depths of 18 hells. Under the edict of Fengdu, the Fengdu magistrate would respond immediately to a single summons. If a summons goes unanswered, execution follows. A judge who miscalls faces death. To forge the edict of Fengdu invites certain doom. The token, stained with blood, was pressed upon the incantation. As Chun Yin expended his final strength to extend the parchment towards the flickering red candle. Having completed this act, Chun Yin slowly closed his eyes, his body collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Only whispers escaped his lips, delirious and disjointed, resembling the ramblings of a dreamer. Tiamping, Tiamping, Ta Sha Yuanjiu. On the incense altar, flames danced, gradually consuming the bloodied incantation, while blue smoke intertwined with the incense, spiraling upward. Upon the offering table, a jujube wood tablet carved in the likeness of the Northern Polar Jade Emperor, alongside the 3 platforms of the Northern Dipper and the Supreme Lord Laozi, remained cold and unresponsive. The red-clad female specter stood poised, yet after a prolonged wait, no change occurred. A sensation of being mocked ignited her fury, transforming her derisive laughter into a frenzied cackle. "Ha! Is this your hope? A pile of utterly useless rotten wood. How foolish I am. Truly. Ha ha. I have been deceived by you for 5 days. This time, let us see who can save you." As she prepared to seize Chen Yin, a resonant male voice echoed from nowhere, quelling the specter's shrill laughter into an abrupt silence. With the emergence of this voice, the previously tranquil night sky adorned with sparse stars, suddenly blazed with brilliance, the constellations shifting dramatically, even the moonlight subdued. In the void, countless stars materialized, and divine thunder reverberated amidst them, weaving a celestial net that intertwined the fabric of heaven and earth. An unseen force of deic essence circulated, transforming the myriad phenomena of the world, as if to pierce through the void. This essence, momentarily obstructed, arrived swiftly yet departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the balance of the world shifted, causing numerous malevolent deities and demons to tremble in fear as if confronted by a celestial nemesis. Within the shrine, the red-clad specter was rooted in place, unable to move. The manic laughter still adorned her face, yet her once vengeful gaze was now suffused with terror. As the clear voice continued, the revelations contained within it filled her with profound dread. Should you directly employ force, severing his life with my incantation and tainting his soul, and through this boundless domain, sever the ties of causality, what could I possibly do to you? As the voice materialized, a youth clad in black garments and adorned with a mysterious crown emerged from the altar of law. He possessed a striking appearance, handsomely captivating. The newcomer strode to the front of Qinyan, casting a fleeting glance down at him, and continued, "Were it not for your foolishness, how could he have constructed such a rudimentary altar? Had you not allowed this malevolent presence to corrupt the master's altar, how could an ordinary mortal, devoid of lineage and name, wield a mere incantation to contravene the fabricated edicts of Fengdu, thereby disturbing the laws of darkness and inciting the Exorcism Institute's upheaval, thus alarming the master? It is fortunate that you have devised such a means to summon the master," indicating a measure of insight. He nudged Qinyan with his foot, drawing forth a wisp of vital energy from his half-lifeless form. "This time, the master is unwilling to hold you accountable, and the Exorcism Institute has no grounds for reproach." With a casual gesture, the bloodstained jujube token ascended into the air, and that wisp of vital energy was infused into the token with a flick of his hand. However, this decree from the master, bestowed with great significance, combined with your audacious spirit and lack of reverence, poses the risk of calamity should there be no supervision. Since you claim to be a disciple and practice my teachings, I shall, in the stead of the master, oversee your discipline. Yet, the laws of this realm are different. Even with the master's protection, we cannot linger for long. We must retain some means and guidance. As he spoke, the youth's hands danced through the air, and in an instant, countless arcane symbols of dragon and phoenix, red script, and cloud inscriptions were inscribed upon the token. Should you earnestly pursue righteousness and cleanse the malevolent atmosphere of this realm, I shall personally oversee your military command when you achieve success, assisting you in restoring the realm of the dead. However, should you wield this for malevolence, do you still wish to enter the iron-enclosed mountain after your demise? Huh? The youth raised an eyebrow, and several peculiar children materialized from thin air. Before they could comprehend their surroundings, they exploded into a mass of dark energy, which the youth summoned into his grasp. As you recite this incantation to vanquish demons and consume evil even in your dying moments, it is indeed a fateful connection. I shall lend you one final aid. Having spoken, he casually cast aside that wisp of malevolence, which then seamlessly merged with Qinyan's breath, drawn into his very being. Upon completing this act, the young man reached forth and touched Qinyan's brow, vanishing into thin air. Along with him, the exceedingly rudimentary altar also disappeared. At this moment, Qinyan remained oblivious to the occurrences beyond his perception, due to his profound deafness. He had not comprehended a single word uttered by the youth. His consciousness drifted, akin to a puddle of mud lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of demise. With the soul tethered to life being the incantation, he muttered. The frigid, unclaimed malevolence surged into his body, instantly scattering and rampaging within. As the malevolence coursed through him, it provoked involuntary convulsions of his form. Deep within his spiritual abode, Qinyan's primordial spirit appeared ethereal, gradually succumbing to slumber, leaving behind only the faintest vestige of will. Reminiscent of a delirious murmur, 5 days of relentless wakefulness had drained not only this corporeal vessel but also Qinyan's transcendent spirit. As his primordial spirit sank into repose, a flicker of residual thought emerged within the depths of his spiritual abode, transforming into a similarly spectral youth. The boy's visage was grotesque, and upon his emergence, he charged headlong into the rampaging malevolence. Like a ravenous fiend, he opened his maw wide and inhaled fiercely, astonishingly consuming the surrounding chaotic malevolence. As the dark essence entered his being, The boy's spectral form swelled, his power of consumption surging, and the unclaimed malevolence, entwined with the pervasive aura of death, was devoured completely, akin to a river merging into the sea. Nourished by the malevolence, the boy's once ethereal figure gradually became distinct, his features mirroring those of Qin Yin with uncanny precision. Smacking his lips, the boy seemed still unsated, scanning his surroundings. He turned his gaze toward the slumbering Qin Yin's primordial spirit, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. As time passed, the expression on the boy's face underwent a transformation. Ultimately, as if resolved to a certain determination, he surged toward Qin Yin, fueled by an overwhelming sense of hatred. The boy's mouth gaped like that of a serpent, revealing a maw full of sharp teeth, akin to a beast poised to prey. As he lunged towards Qin Yin's primordial spirit, the ancient spirit, entirely oblivious, mechanically repeated the incantation that resembled a murmured mantra. At the precise moment the youth sank his teeth into the neck of the Ancient One, a golden flower unexpectedly erupted in the void, immobilizing the young man entirely. The murmured incantation manifested in the air, transforming into luminous streams that encircled the youth. With each breath of the Ancient One, the glowing streams tightened their grip. After 9 breaths, the streams coalesced into a golden elixir. The elixir, trailing a golden tail of flame, surged directly into the mouth of the Ancient One's slumbering spirit. Once the elixir entered his abdomen, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The decrepit body, seemingly devoid of life, inexplicably generated wisps of primordial essence from its core, guided by the incantation. The primordial essence began to circulate within the Ancient One's flesh, gradually replenishing its deficiencies. Under the influence of the murmured mantra, the primordial essence flowed throughout the body, slowly mending its form. Time slipped away, and eventually, the Ancient One's consciousness began to stir. The faint sounds of birdsong reached his ears, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Intense sunlight filtered through his still-closed eyelids, casting a crimson hue before him. Sensing something amiss, the Ancient One abruptly opened his eyes, fervently reciting the incantation as he sat upright. Before he could discern his surroundings, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air. A wooden talisman and a copper seal slipped from his chest, clattering to the ground. With his consciousness restored, the Ancient One felt a sudden tightening in his chest, causing his incantation to quicken. Hadn't I already gone deaf? As he recited the heavenly pavilion mantra, a torrent of overwhelming information surged into his consciousness, inducing a powerful sensation of vertigo. Qin Yin struggled to maintain control over his form, barely managing to support himself with his hands against the ground. His eyes closed as he absorbed the torrent of information swirling in his mind. After a brief moment, he rose from the earth, rubbing the corners of his reddened eyes, and erupted into a fit of laughter that bordered on hysteria. His laughter resounded for an extended period, gradually transforming into soft sobs. After a long while, the emotions of the past have finally settled. He senses the innate energy flowing within him, takes a moment to compose himself and adjust his appearance. With utmost formality, he conceals the 9 springs command in his sleeve, inhales deeply, and bows respectfully towards the north, to the right judge of the Arctic Exorcism Court and the right judge of the Fengdu General Recording Court. Overseeing the affairs of the celestial spirits, I, Qin Yin, express my gratitude for the bestowed teachings. May the Grand Master, with great compassion and profound vows, bestow blessings upon us. With the dissolution of the essence and the completeness of the energy mechanism, I have transcended in mere days what others toil for over decades, slaying demons and consuming evil. Such terrifying power. As dusk falls, illuminated by the fading rays of the sun, Qin Yin studies the exorcism seal and the 9 springs edict concealed within his sleeve while making his way towards a distant dilapidated temple. 2 days prior, upon awakening in Qin family village, he gathered some gold and silver valuables and discreetly departed from Lishui County. As a notable village with over 800 residents, Qin family village holds a prominent reputation throughout Lishui County. The Qin clan's connections in Liyang County are intricately woven and entangled with countless individuals. This young master of the Qin family frequently roams the town, well acquainted with an innumerable array of familiar faces. The expansive estate vanished almost entirely within a matter of days, leaving behind only this solitary heir. If Qin Yin were to appear, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable stir. In Li County, he dared not linger for long. Moreover, remaining in Li County meant that his identity as a judge of the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute had essentially been rendered obsolete. Contemplating this, Qin Yin's brow furrowed deeply. He could never have anticipated that the austere Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, which wielded the power of expropriation with a strict adherence to protocol, would concoct such a peculiar contraption. As his thoughts intertwined with the seal of the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, a surge of information surfaced in his mind. Name: Chun Yin. Position: Right Judge of the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, Right Judge of the General Recording Institute of Fengdu. Concurrently managing affairs of the 6 heavenly palaces of ghosts and deities. Assignment: Lu Jianwang. Deputy Chief of the 2nd Office. Merits and Faults: None. Legal Texts, Tianpeng Laws. Upper Clarity Bone Marrow Spiritual Texts and Ghostly Laws. Rituals: Northern Yin Fengdu Tai Xian Demon Control. Black Laws. Spiritual Texts, Tai Xian Fengdu. Black Laws. Rituals. Rewards for merits. Penalties for faults: Those who perform and manage 30 individuals shall be promoted to Left Judge of the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, Left Judge of the General Recording Institute of Fengdu, and be appointed as a fierce general of Fengdu. Besides the absence of displayed cultivation techniques, it resembled a simplified system panel from a novel prior to his transference, complete with task rewards. The distinction lies in the fact that, unlike those inscrutable golden fingers, this system could be utilized with complete assurance. The so-called legal texts are the precepts of the Taoist school. After considerable research, Chun Yin finally comprehended the distinctions among the 3 legal texts. The Arctic Exorcism Court serves as a manifestation of celestial adjudication, overseeing the governance of malevolent entities, adjudicating the transgressions of spirits, and maintaining order by dispelling evil. It is the overseer of the 3 realms, the ultimate authority over all malevolence, and functions akin to a military jurisdiction. The Tianpeng Legal Code evaluates the merits and demerits across the 3 realms, while the Upper Pure Ghost Law regulates the spirits of the world. In simpler terms, these 2 represent the enforcement standards and disciplinary codes of the Exorcism Court. In contrast, the Black Law serves as a supplement to the Upper Pure Law, standing out as particularly unique. Even within the Exorcism Court, few adhere to the Black Law. This text explicitly states that when spirits commit grave offenses, the Upper Pure Law and the Jade Code may not encompass the full extent of their transgressions, thus necessitating recourse to the Black Law. Should a spirit commit a minor offense, the judge may invoke the Black Law, resulting in a 1-year reduction of lifespan. Nevertheless, the Black Law bears the heaviest burden of responsibility, almost entirely revolving around the command of the 9 springs. More accurately, the Taishan Black Law complements the Upper Pure Ghost Law, while the North Yin Black Law functions as a stringent military code. Its stipulations are so severe that one might describe them as grotesque. For instance, it prohibits facing north to relieve oneself and disallows any expression of emotion in certain contexts. Proximity to younger generations is forbidden, with violators facing soul severance. Such regulations are deemed inhumane. The 9 Springs Command is the foremost decree of Fengdu, ostensibly a command but effectively a military token. However, the Black Law imposes not only restrictions on its bearers but also stringent limitations on spirits. For example, any Yin officials, regardless of their location, must respond immediately to a summons. Failure to do so, irrespective of the reason, results in execution. Any general of Fengdu who dares to gaze upon the decree faces 100 strikes with the rod. Indeed, merely a glance incurs 100 lashes. Yet, Chun Yin always felt that his 9 Springs Command was a truncated version. According to the Black Law, it should suffice to mobilize the entirety of Fengdu's forces, including even the 6 celestial kings of Fengdu. Yet he could only summon 2 officials. After prolonged contemplation, he attributed this limitation to his insufficient status, which was one of the principal reasons for his departure from Lishui County. Alas, this journey of mine feels akin to the transformation of the supreme treasure into the great sage equal to heaven. Yet I, too, am ensnared by a tight constraint, necessitating a means to extricate myself. Oh, Black Law, I have unwittingly transgressed your prohibitions due to my limited understanding, invoking the compassion of the ancestral master, only to find you have become the very fetter upon my head. Rubbing his head in exasperation, Chun Yin chose to abandon his worries. When soldiers arrive, they shall be met. When water comes, the earth shall rise to shield it. Though the Fengdu Black Law is stringent, once codified, a solution will inevitably present itself. The dusk in the mountains is fleeting. As the sun descends, darkness swiftly envelopes the forest. The formerly distinct outline of a dilapidated temple in the distance now exists as but a vague silhouette. Accompanied by the rising chorus of insects and the distant call of an owl, the surroundings take on an eerily ominous atmosphere. As Chun Yin traversed the mountain path, he felt no fear. Instead, a subtle thrill, unbeknownst to him, stirred within his heart. In 2 lifetimes, this was his inaugural experience of spending a night amidst the mountains. The elements of the mountains, the night, the dilapidated temple, and the solitary traveler coalesced, evoking an immediate sense of exhilaration. As he approached the crumbling temple, Chen Yin faintly discerned the sound of voices. However, these voices emanated from behind him. He turned to catch a glimpse of a donkey cart laden with firewood. Unmindful for many years, he continued towards the dilapidated temple. Just as he was about to step inside, a shout suddenly echoed from behind. "Young man, halt." Chun Yin turned his head once more, and it was a man from the caravan who spoke. His call seemed to provoke discontent among his companions. As Chun Yin discerned a few hushed reprimands, the man, undeterred by the dissatisfaction of his peers, merely chuckled. As the donkey cart approached a few paces closer, Chun Yin bowed slightly and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey, my good sir?" The man did not draw nearer, but instead shouted back at Chun Yin. "Young lad, when venturing outside, remember this. 1 should not enter a temple alone, 2 should not gaze into a well, and 3 should not embrace a tree. Did your elders not impart this wisdom to you?" Having spoken, he did not wait for Chun Yin's response, and, along with his companions, drove the donkey cart away with a flourish. Chun Yin initially intended to explore the temple in hopes of fishing, but a resounding voice made him reconsider. The secluded mountain temple had always been a gathering place for spirits and miscreants, and such a loud outcry would likely draw attention first to the group of woodcutters. Although these 2 sentences may seem straightforward, they indeed reflect the perilous act of saving others, which explains the discontent among the others. Standing at the temple entrance, Chun Yin raised his hand in front of the deity's statue before lowering it again. With a sigh, he turned to gaze at the departing caravan, only resuming his journey once it had completely vanished from sight. The mountain path was arduous at night, and the caravan's pace was slow. Under the moonlight, they traveled for nearly an hour before the caravan halted in an open area. Several men, evidently well acquainted with the surroundings, skillfully unhitched logs from the donkey carts to support the vehicle frames. A circle of firewood was formed by the carts, with the donkeys unhitched and herded inside, leaving only a small opening. The men kindled a bonfire at the gap, roasting flatbreads while exchanging ribald jokes. The laughter that occasionally erupted sounded particularly vivid in the stillness of the night. Amidst the banter, one of the men shifted the conversation. Addressing Chung Laosan, "You've been around long enough in the gang. Why the sudden interference?" His tone was laced with reproach. The jovial atmosphere abruptly fell silent as all eyes turned towards the man who had reminded Chen Yin. Under the scrutiny of the group, Chung Laosan hesitated before responding. He blew on the flatbread in his hands and chuckled. "Wu Tuer, this is hardly meddling on my part. That thing has become increasingly restless. It has already harmed several people in the past 2 months. If we ignore it, it will only grow stronger." Wu Tuer frowned at the remark. "You speak some truth. Yet why provoke that entity for the sake of an outsider? While we are not afraid of it, it still poses a significant nuisance." Chang Laosan tore a piece of flatbread and replied while chewing, "Wu Tuer, your reasoning is flawed. We all make our living on this road. And the longer that entity remains unchecked, the less chance we have to survive. It currently does not bother us because it cannot, but once it gains power, do you really believe it will spare us? In my opinion, we should have set fire to that decrepit temple long ago." As these words were uttered, the men listening to Chung Laosan's explanation were momentarily taken aback, their expressions faltering. Even Wu Tutor, who had voiced his concerns, found his demeanor shifting. For days, a subtle unease had lingered in their hearts, yet none had dared to articulate it. Now, with Chung Laosan's revelation, their trepidation could no longer be concealed. These men hailed from the local mountains, and although they had come to the city in search of livelihood, their families remained in the villages along the route. Ordinarily, they would not mind the local populace's avoidance, but the unpredictability of outsiders was a different matter altogether. If left unchecked, the malevolent presence in the temple would inevitably become a force to reckon with, transforming what started as their individual concern into a collective crisis. Amidst the crackling of the bonfire, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere somewhat terrifying. After a prolonged pause, Wututor finally spoke. "Let us not spread this matter further. Tomorrow, when we enter the city, we shall pool our resources and consult the elders in our community. Their experience may provide a solution." Cheng Lao-san, you shall keep watch for the first half of the night. Upon finishing his words, Wu Tutor lowered his head and resumed gnawing on his flatbread. The others, witnessing this, lost their appetite for conversation, each of them finishing their bread before succumbing to sleep. In the distance, Chun Yin sat cross-legged upon a sturdy tree branch, quietly listening to their discourse. He had initially assumed that this group was oblivious to the strange occurrences in the temple, which prompted Cheng Laosan's warning. To his surprise, they not only possessed knowledge of the matter, but were also quite well acquainted with the malevolence at hand. However, they had underestimated the rate at which this entity was growing. As the bonfire's glow gradually dimmed, a white mist began to envelop the mountains, creeping in unnoticed. The distant howls of wolves roused the drowsy Cheng Lao-san, invigorating him. Stifling a yawn, he stood up and fetched firewood from his cart. Just as he embraced the logs, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and he shouted, "Everyone, wake up. Something has happened." His exclamation roused his companions from their slumber. They quickly sprang to their feet, each grabbing their woodcutting knives and scanning their surroundings. After a thorough search yielded no anomalies, one among them complained, "Cheng Lao-san, have you lost your mind? You've been acting strangely since sunset." Cheng Lao-san furrowed his brow and replied, "This fog is unusual. Everyone, be cautious." As soon as he finished speaking, someone chimed in, "In the mountains, the humidity is high. Fog is a common occurrence. I suspect you have lost your senses." However, upon hearing this, Wu Tutor's expression turned grave. He reached out to touch the soft cover of the donkey cart and then grabbed a handful of the donkey's fur, exclaiming, "Indeed, something is amiss. With such dense fog, both the cart cover and the donkey's coat should be wet. By all accounts, this fog must be the doing of that entity." Among this group of individuals, Wu Tutu commanded considerable respect. Upon hearing his words, the previously boisterous men swiftly sprang into action. They sheathed their hatchets at their waists and drew forth long knives and staffs from the cart. Wu Tutu, in a flourish, retrieved an unusual mask from his cloth bag and donned it upon his face. Chun Yin stood atop the treetops, observing their actions with curiosity. He had noticed the mist rising the moment it began to form. Even the entire process of the malevolent spirit shrouding the area transpired right beneath his eyelids. The reason he had refrained from intervening was primarily due to Wu Tu's assertion that they need not fear this malevolence. Had Wu Tu remained silent, it might have sufficed. But his words piqued Chun Yin's curiosity regarding the group's source of confidence. After the group of men armed themselves with clubs and knives, Wu Tu addressed Cheng Lao-san, saying, "Cheng Lao-san, it is not that I lack compassion, but this matter has arisen because of you. Thus, let the firewood come from your cart." Cheng Lao-san did not contest this. Instead, he let out a characteristic chuckle and nodded. "It is indeed my fault that I attracted that entity. None of the brothers hold it against me. I have taken note of it in my heart, so it is only right that the wood comes from my cart." Upon seeing Cheng Lao-san acquiesce, the men swiftly unloaded bundles of timber from his cart, piling them high to create a bonfire. The towering pyre, reaching a height greater than a man, cast a crimson glow around them. Wu Tu stood beside the fire, encircled by the men wielding their weapons. He loosened his hair, releasing it from its topknot, and began to chant in a peculiar intonation, engaging in a dance that Chen Yin perceived as remarkably primitive, commonly referred to as jumping the deity. As Wu Tu's chant resonated, the surrounding men began to move in unison. Armed with their clubs and knives, they stepped in a strange rhythm, intertwining with one another. Each time they crossed paths, the wooden sticks struck against the blades, producing a sharp bang, bang, bang sound. At that moment, Chun Yin realized that the weapons in their hands were all made of wood. Accompanied by the rhythmic clashing, the men emitted a series of synchronized roars. Chun Yin squinted his eyes, fixating on the group of men wielding their clubs and blades. These implements were unremarkable, crafted merely from ordinary peach and willow wood. Yet, as the men danced and shouted, the rhythmic clash of their weapons stirred an unexpected sensation within Chun Yin. Remarkably, could it be that these mundane objects, through their interconnected movements, could conjure a subtle force of exorcism from afar? Amidst the long-standing astonishment, the power of exorcism had intertwined with the shouts of the men, spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, it permeated the surroundings, causing even the mist to dissipate slightly. The men by the bonfire, witnessing the thinning of the fog, danced with even greater fervor. Upon witnessing this situation, Chun Yin furrowed his brow. The reason for his concern was that the power of exorcism was inherently weak, and disseminated in such a manner it diminished even further. This form of folk magic, often employed by shamans, served less as a means of combat and more as a warning. In the desolate mountains and wilderness, the ability to project a few miles of exorcising energy was sufficient to deter certain malevolent beings from approaching. However, this instance was different. Just as these men possessed an understanding of the malevolent spirits, the spirits were equally well acquainted with their capabilities. Communication in the mountains was sparse. The fact that the spirits dared to approach this time indicated they had gained confidence. As anticipated, as the long-held thoughts settled, the mist in the mountains began to thicken. Ooha, ooha. Waves of sound intermingled with strands of exorcising power reverberated through the fog. Chen Yin stood atop a grand tree, his form swaying gently with the branches in the mountain breeze. The mist enveloped an area of merely 2 or 3 miles, a distance that for him was but a fleeting rise and fall. He observed as the fog was torn apart and reassembled under the influence of the power to dispel evil. He could not help but lament that if the ghostly bride possessed even half of its patience and refrained from crashing into the masteress altar, his demise would have been inevitable. At this moment, it had been nearly half an hour since Qing Lao San had detected the anomaly. The surrounding mist had not dissipated as before. Instead, it had thickened even further. The group had long recognized the abnormality, yet the malevolent entity remained concealed in the shadows, leaving them to maintain their precarious state. The relentless exertion began to weigh heavily on even the strongest of men, gradually exhausting their stamina. Wu Tu'er, who was guiding the group, had a face beneath his mask that was drenched in perspiration. The lingering malevolence, refusing to reveal itself, clearly indicated a surge in power. Having shed its ignorance, should this continue, long before the entity made its appearance, the group would likely succumb to fatigue. With this thought, Wu Tu'er could not help but grumble about Qing Lao San. If it were not for his meddling, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. However, that notion was swiftly quelled, regardless of Qing Lao San's presence, as long as they toiled along this path. It was only a matter of time before the evil spirit sought them out. If allowed to grow unchecked, they might not last even half an hour, let alone withstand an encounter. In a moment of urgent contemplation, Wu Tu'er abruptly halted, signaling the others. Upon seeing the gesture, the men ceased their movements, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as if drained of all strength. One among them, in the midst of his labored breathing, unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Qing Lao San. At that moment, Qing Lao San resembled a remorseful wife, his head bowed in silence. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yin furrowed his brows. The malevolent force lay merely 5 paces away, and their first act upon stopping was to engage in infighting. Seeing the men sprawled on the ground, the lurking evil could no longer contain itself. Utilizing the cover of the mist, its formless body stealthily approached one of the men from behind, reaching out with hands resembling withered branches, aiming for the man's back. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Chen Yin instinctively moved forward to rescue the person in peril. However, just as he lifted the tip of his foot, he heard Wu Tu's thunderous shout. Erhu. The man, on the verge of having his heart extracted, reacted almost reflexively, lunging forward at the sound of the command. Several wooden swords narrowly grazed his scalp as they swung towards the empty space behind him. This sudden turn of events not only caused the malevolent figure to freeze momentarily, but also left Chen Yin momentarily stunned. The wooden swords struck the shadow almost simultaneously, producing a dull thud upon impact. Yang Mudao? Chen Yin gazed upon the wounds etched upon the ghostly figure, the marks resembling the aftermath of a searing blaze, emanating wisps of black smoke, evidently indicating significant injury. Since ancient times, folklore has recounted the tale of willow branches being effective against malevolent spirits. Little did he expect that the willow blade would prove even more potent. With malevolence lurking everywhere, maintaining stability in the world was indeed no simple feat, though the several men could not behold the apparition before them. The dull thuds of their strikes spoke volumes, and they understood perfectly well what was transpiring. With one successful blow, the peachwood staff in the other hand followed suit, swinging down with force. Willowwood for vanquishing spirits, peachwood for dispelling evil. As the chaotic strikes commenced, Chen Yin observed the ghost stumble, nearly losing its footing. Had it not been for the ghost's remarkable speed, he might have entertained the fanciful notion that it could be vanquished by their frenzied assault. Shaking his head, he dismissed such impractical thoughts from his mind and focused intently on the scene, poised to intervene and save those in peril. Although the ghost had sustained considerable blows, it had relied on surprise. Once it regained its composure, the men would be but playthings in its grasp. As expected, after enduring several strikes, the ghost quickly regained its wits and vanished into the darkness beyond the reach of the bonfire. Moments later, it reappeared behind one of the men, this time proceeding with caution, meticulously observing the reactions of those around. Once again thwarted by Wu Tu's thunderous shout, it grasped the situation. It began to materialize behind the men in a feigned assault while secretly gathering the surrounding fog. The dense mist entirely circumvented the center of the bonfire, and by the time anyone sensed that something was amiss, it was already too late. The mist, which had originally enveloped 2 or 3 li, had now coalesced within a radius of 20 zhang. The fog, thick as substance, swiftly engulfed everyone present. At this moment, even illuminated by the flames, Wu Tu could no longer discern the faces of his companions. The sight filled him with despair, yet he was powerless to change the outcome, repeatedly shouting, "Behind you!" As the tide of battle turned against them, the group of men found themselves bereft of any further means of defense. With a swift movement, Chun Yin glided forward like a gentle breeze. If he lingered any longer, it might instill a psychological shadow in someone. By the time Chun Yin halted, he found himself standing beside Cheng Laosan. The sudden appearance of his figure prompted Cheng Laosan to instinctively swing his stick in defense. Chun Yin remained unfazed, tilting his head to evade the blow. With a swift motion, he reached out and exclaimed, "Allow me to borrow your gourd for a moment." Old Cheng San's gourd, which hung at his waist, promptly soared into Chun Yin's grasp. As Chun Yin removed the stopper, a swift motion of his hand conjured an invisible force from the mouth of the gourd, effortlessly sweeping away the thick mist that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the fog dissipated, revealing unfamiliar figures that had materialized beside them. Startled, the group shouted in unison, brandishing their staffs in readiness to strike. Chun Yin swiftly dodged and positioned himself beside the bonfire. As a few individuals missed their strikes and were about to raise their clubs again, Wu Tuer shouted loudly, "Stop! It's a person." At that moment, Cheng Laosan, aided by the flickering light of the fire, recognized Chun Yin's face and exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it be you?" Chun Yin nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, it was I. Otherwise, you all would have been drained completely by it tonight." As he spoke, he casually pointed toward the back of one of the men. The group turned to follow his gesture, and instantly, a chill ran down their spines. The man trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. As he turned his head, the ghostly hand's nails grazed his eyelid. The specter, with its green face and sharp fangs, stood there in a sinister posture, utterly still. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see its black eyes ceaselessly darting about. If it extended its hand a mere half-inch further, 5 bloody holes would surely appear on the man's head. Chun Yin cautiously approached the spectral entity, as this marked his inaugural opportunity to observe such a phenomenon up close. As he passed by, he casually extended his gourd of wine to the man, saying, "Each of you take a couple of sips to calm your nerves and warm your bodies." To his surprise, the man showed no intention of accepting it. Instead, he rose to his feet, brandishing his weapon, and retreated into the crowd. Chun Yin glanced at the gourd in his hand, feeling the vigilant gazes of the men around him. With a smile, he said, "Do not misunderstand. This gourd and the wine belong to Brother Cheng. You have all just broken a sweat, and with the mountain winds being chilly, a sip or two will spare you from catching a cold." The group exchanged glances at old Third Cheng, who nodded in approval, prompting one of them to reach for the gourd, though they still refrained from drinking. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Chun Yin turned to scrutinize the ghostly figure, poking and prodding it. Behind him, a group of individuals exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After a moment of silence, Wu Tuer discreetly signaled to Cheng Laosan, urging him to step forward and inquire. Understanding the cue, Cheng Laosan approached and asked, "Who are you? Just now, you captured that mist with a gourd. Is this wine still drinkable?" Chun Yin replied without turning his head, "I am but a passerby, drawn by the peculiarities of that mountain deity temple. I intended to investigate further, but unexpectedly encountered a kind soul like you, who has effortlessly diverted this malevolent spirit. As for the wine, it is merely infused with the essence of mountain spirits, easily refined and harmless. Since you are intent on saving lives, why would I wish to bring you harm?" Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, Cheng Laosan chuckled softly and remarked, "If that is the case, allow me to have a couple of sips first. Otherwise, my brothers here will remain uneasy." This statement was directed not only at Chun Yin, but also meant to reassure his companions of the stranger's intentions. If the wine were indeed perilous, Its absence would make little difference. With that, Cheng Laosan boldly seized the gourd from the man's hand and took 2 hearty swigs. As the liquor slid down his throat, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into his belly, radiating throughout his limbs and dispelling all fatigue. Cheng Laosan could not help but exclaim, "Ah, how refreshing. You all must partake as well." He then extended the gourd to his companions, who, seeing his reaction was without adverse effects, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Cheng Laosan, emboldened by the absence of any ill effects from the wine, leaned closer to the malevolent spirit and said, "In the past, whenever we encountered strange occurrences, we always followed Wu Tu's lead. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon." He scrutinized the spirit closely and added, "Strange indeed. This spirit resembles the clay statue in the temple to a T." At that moment, Chun Yin, who had been examining the spirit, glanced at Cheng Laosan and casually explained, "This spirit is merely the soul of one who perished unjustly in the mountains, having stolen the incense offerings from the deity's statue. Its likeness is entirely natural. Does anyone have an empty gourd to spare? Please share one with me." At this juncture, the once weary men, revitalized by the 2 sips of wine, had let down their guard. They eagerly chimed in, "Use mine." "No, mine." Chun Yin observed their frantic scramble and, with a knowing smile, remarked, "There's no need to quarrel. Once I acquire this gourd, it shall not be returned." Upon hearing his words, one of the men, unabashed, boldly declared, "Then let us use Cheng Laosan's." With that, he tossed Cheng Laosan's gourd to Chun Yin, provoking a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. At this moment, Wu, the leader, seized the opportunity to approach Chun Yin, bowing respectfully as he said, "We are but a group of simple country folk, unfamiliar with formalities. You, young sir, clearly possess great abilities. Should we have offended you in any way, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. If there are any tasks you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to command us." Chun Yin stepped aside politely, not acknowledging the gesture. He said, "Please refrain from mentioning such trivial matters. I see you are preparing to enter the city to sell firewood. I depart tomorrow, and you may accompany me." Having spoken, he returned to his task, carefully etching patterns onto the gourd. Seeing that Chun Yin had no intention of continuing the conversation, Wu Tudan did not dare to intrude further. Instead, he turned to a group of men to inspect the immobilized spirit. He too was filled with curiosity. In the past, he could only glimpse the ghostly figures as vague shadows, but never with such clarity as now. The men accompanying him were all exceedingly bold, unafraid to traverse the mountains at night. As Chun Yin completed his etching on the gourd, several men began to argue over who had inflicted the knife marks on the spirit's body. By the looks of it, they would not rest until they had boasted about their encounter for at least 10 days or more upon their return. Chun Yin observed them laughing and frolicking nearby, showing no inclination to intervene. However, Cheng Laosan, who seemed to have been keeping a watchful eye on Chun Yin, approached him upon seeing his completion and inquired, "Young sir, pay them no mind. I implore you to eliminate this little demon swiftly, lest it cause further mischief." Chun Yin tossed the gourd in his hand and remarked, "Very well, the hour is late. It is time for you all to rest." As soon as his words fell, the men, who had been embroiled in heated debate, stumbled back to their donkey cart, swaying as if inebriated, and collapsed into slumber. Chun Yin approached the specter holding a gourd, lightly tapping his teeth together. Suddenly, a scroll of ancient, jade-hued text materialized out of thin air, flipping open without a whisper of wind. Glancing at the tome, Chun Yin furrowed his brow and remarked, "You, wretched spirit, possess a curious fate. Originally, you were but a solitary, unclaimed malevolent entity, belonging to the realm of vengeful spirits, known to take lives. According to the law, you ought to be obliterated. Yet, unexpectedly, you have acquired the aspiration for incense offerings and have entered the realm of the Taiwu sect." Referring to the regulations governing spirits. As stated in the 5th rule of the Taiwu sect, any spirit or deity that unlawfully captures the souls of mortals shall be cast away for 3,000 miles. Those who cause death shall meet their demise. Do you comprehend this? Upon finishing his words, he noticed the specter staring blankly, utterly bewildered by his discourse. Chun Yin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into silent laughter. "Indeed, you wretched spirit, how could you comprehend the celestial laws governing the ghosts? Very well, I shall grant you a swift end." With that, Chun Yin lightly tapped his fingers, causing the gourd to effortlessly draw the ghostly entity within. In an instant, A handful of magical essence materialized within the gourd. Chun Yin gently shook the gourd, his mind intertwining with the talisman that dispels malevolence. He gazed at the resplendent and solemn ceremonial robes, noting the addition of 7 individuals to the list of merits and demerits. A genuine smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that it was not so arduous after all. The following day, as dawn broke with a soft light, members of the caravan began to awaken. Observing Chun Yin seated in meditation beside them, they refrained from disturbing him. Instead, they roused their companions, and the group commenced their preparations. Although they had slept for less than 3 hours, they felt as if they had never experienced such comfort in slumber. Even the air within the mountains appeared to have transformed, imbued with an extraordinary freshness. Chun Yin, upon hearing the sounds around him, stretched lazily and rose to his feet. As he felt the vital energy circulating within him, he took out a gourd to rinse his mouth. The thought of directly swallowing the ghostly essence was somewhat unsettling to him. However, after refining it into a form of magical water, his reservations dissipated. Moreover, the act of vanquishing demons and consuming their malignancy was not limited to mere monsters. The malevolent energy of the mountains was also included. With the surrounding malevolence dissipated, it would indeed be strange if the air were not fresh. As the group noticed Chun Yin awakening, they paused their tasks to greet him. Chun Yin waved his hand, indicating that they should each attend to their own affairs without concern for him. Only when they paused to drink water did he remark, "It seems that you all make a living from selling firewood. I trust you are not lacking in fuel. If circumstances permit, it would be wise to avoid drinking untreated water in the future." The crowd was intrigued and inquired, "Why is that? Is there a particular reason?" "Certainly." Chun Yin had no time to expound upon the intricacies of microbiology. Instead, he opted for an explanation aligned with the prevailing beliefs of the era. In this world, there exists the duality of yin and yang. Yang is predominantly associated with positive energy circulating in the heavens, while yin is often linked to malevolent forces manifesting upon the earth. Water, being grounded in the earth, inevitably mingles with some degree of yin energy and harmful influences. Prolonged consumption of raw water over time may lead to illness due to the infiltration of yin energy into the body. Should one encounter a surge of yin energy, drinking raw water could potentially incite an epidemic. Thus, it is advisable to purify the water with fire to dispel any yin energy prior to consumption. It is uncertain whether the others absorbed this wisdom. Yet upon hearing it, Chung Laosan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As the sun dipped lower in the western sky, travelers along the official road unconsciously quickened their pace. In this era, curfews were commonplace. Should they fail to enter the city before dusk, they would be compelled to spend the night outside its walls. Chun Yin sat at the back of an empty donkey cart, observing the hurried pedestrians as if he were watching an exceptionally interactive 3D film. Despite the myriad experiences he had undergone in recent days, he still found it difficult to adapt to this primitive era. The wheels stirred up clouds of dust on the dirt road, compelling him to cast a protective spell against the grime. The sight of children squabbling over a pile of cow dung in the roadside village further unsettled him. In his 2 lifetimes, Chun Yin had never witnessed such a scene on Earth. "Young master, ahead lies the city of Xinfeng. Your timing is impeccable. In a few days, we shall celebrate the birthday of the revered Shibo, and the city will be bustling with activity, featuring several grand performances," called out Ching Laosan, snapping Chun Yin back to reality. He looked up along the official road and was momentarily transfixed. At the end of the path stood a modest city. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the tiles of the city towers. However, what truly captivated Chun Yin was something far more astonishing. Above the city hovered a vast surge of yang energy, swirling and intertwining like a colossal furnace, enveloping the settlement beneath. In that instant, he comprehended why this world was rife with monsters and malevolent spirits, yet managed to maintain a semblance of stability. It was all due to humanity. 3 individuals unite to form a multitude, and the collective heart builds a city. The immense yang energy of the city's populace converged in one place, rendering it nearly impossible for malevolent beings to approach without concealment. Even if they managed to blend in, if forced to reveal their true forms, they would find it exceedingly difficult to stir up any chaos under the suppression of this yang energy furnace. This was merely a small county. One could only imagine the grandeur of such a furnace in a prominent capital. The spectacle before him filled Chun Yin with awe, and his earlier petty grievances were swiftly cast aside. Regaining his composure, he noticed the long line of carts entering the city and suddenly remembered something. despite his simple attire. His travel bag contained a substantial amount of gold and silver. Should the city gate guards detain him for questioning and his treasures be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, Chen Yin swiftly vanished from the cart. By the time Cheng Laosen noticed, Chen Yin had already entered the city for quite some time. Inside the city, the atmosphere was strikingly different. Chen Yin felt an odd sensation. Under the enveloping yang energy, one would expect any lurking monsters or malevolent spirits to conceal their presence, behaving like timid individuals. Yet, as soon as he stepped into the city, he sensed a considerable amount of yin energy and demonic aura, with several strands of dark energy brazenly traversing the streets. The overwhelming yang energy seemed oblivious, remaining utterly silent. How intriguing, he mused. The scene before him prompted Chen Yin, who had initially intended to seek accommodation at an inn, to alter his plans. He inadvertently stepped towards the nearest source of ominous energy. This malevolent presence stood unabashedly at the entrance of an alley, remaining utterly still. The location was not far, and it did not take Chen Yin much time to arrive. However, upon his arrival, the reality of the situation was starkly different from his expectations. Before him lay an open space at the mouth of the alley, featuring a well at its center. Not far from the well stood an aged willow tree, its drooping branches adorned with red strings and wooden plaques. When the wind blew, the sound of the plaques clashing resonated like delicate wind chimes, clear and melodious. At that moment, a girl who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old was perched upon the willow, listening to the gossip of women waiting in line to draw water below. The scene exuded an extraordinary harmony. The dense and forbidding aura emanated from both the willow tree and the little girl. Could it be a tree spirit? Chen Yin gazed distantly, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious!" The aura was pure and untainted, imbued with an overwhelming will, yet devoid of any scent of incense, evoking admiration without the need for a shrine. Goodness! Could this individual have perused the second chapter of Tai Jiamen? It appears this world is far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Chen Yin cast a few glances at the red strings and wooden plaques hanging from the tree before turning and strolling away. As for the other lingering ominous presences, he had temporarily lost the interest to investigate further. He had already gleaned some clues from the large willow tree and felt there was no need to rush. However, noticing that the sun was about to set, he needed to hasten his search for an inn. Once curfew set in, Chen Yin was untroubled by the prospect of night patrols, but he suspected the innkeepers would be hesitant to open their doors for him. Having spent over 7 days in this world, he had yet to experience a sound and restful sleep. Upon awakening that day, although he had received teachings from his master, achieving a complete mastery of his energy in a single night, he remained unburdened by fatigue even after days without rest. Yet, the tension in his nerves had persisted, leaving him mentally drained. The town of Xinfeng was not large, and there were only a handful of inns. Chen Yin casually selected one that seemed adequate, requested a room, sealed the doors and windows, and collapsed into bed. When he finally awoke, it was nearly noon the following day. As he lay there, gazing up at the beams above, a sense of unreality washed over him, as if he had traversed through time. After lingering in bed for a while, he chuckled at himself for still being somewhat disoriented. Springing up, he touched the seal in his embrace and the talisman in his sleeve, regaining his composure. Having earned the recognition of his master, he felt reassured that he need not worry about his coordinates. With sufficient strength, he would eventually return home. This comforting thought sprouted in his mind like a seed, embedding itself deeply within Chen Yin's heart. After a brief tidying, he focused on connecting with the exorcism seal, finally embarking on tasks he should have addressed earlier. With his movements, a set of ceremonial robes materialized before him, adorned with a star crown and crimson shoes, the robe itself encircled by constellations, exuding an aura of grandeur. This was the official ceremonial attire certified by the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, meant solely for those who subdue malevolent spirits. It was forbidden for the unworthy to don it. Violators would face a sentence of 1 year of labor, essentially, to toil under the burden of spirits and demons. This was a reward Chen Yin had received after vanquishing that malevolent entity, and he had long anticipated the moment to unveil it. However, lacking a means of storage had delayed him until now. With the ceremonial attire in hand, Chen Yin felt a sense of accomplishment akin to completing a random task and claiming a reward. Was the Exorcism Institute perhaps a tad too modernized? This streamlined many processes, simplifying numerous rites. Otherwise, adhering strictly to the regulations of the Upper Clear Ghost laws and the Fengdu Black laws would have ensnared him in a myriad of rituals. such as the daily incense offerings to the master, which would have consumed all his time. Furthermore, the execution of that malevolent entity would have required him to prepare an elaborate case with sandalwood, submit several memorials for approval through hierarchical channels, and only then could he proceed with the execution. The Exorcism Institute possessed the authority of post-action reporting, allowing them to carry out executions directly after reviewing the ghost laws. In Chun Yin's view, this was a fine example of paperless administration, refreshing indeed. With a resolute goal in his heart, Chun Yin stepped out of his guest room with an air of ease, ready to explore the town of Xinfeng. Beneath the warmth of the sun, a pervading aura of negativity lingered. He could hardly believe that every soul here was as pure as the willow tree. Each strand of hidden darkness was a pathway leading him home. However, just as Chun Yin exited his room, he overheard an unexpected discussion unfolding downstairs. The conversation was neither urgent nor thrilling. It centered on his remarks about the potential health risks of drinking raw water. Astonishingly, within mere hours, this news had spread throughout the entire town of Xinfeng. It is evident from the outset that it must be the work of the firewood gang. In order to boil water, one must utilize firewood. Traditionally, the amount of firewood consumed by each household remains relatively constant. Once the news spreads, regardless of its veracity, as long as it possesses a semblance of reason, and even a single individual is willing to believe it, the firewood gang stands to gain an additional source of income. There are indeed capable individuals among the populace. Chun Yin could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he reflected on the previous evening, when he was unwittingly part of a performance put on by a group of men, though he did not take it to heart. This revelation profoundly altered his perception of the people of this era, reminding him that clever individuals exist in every age, while there may be generational gaps in knowledge. Approaching the ancients with arrogance, dismissing them as fools, would ultimately lead to one's own downfall. This realization dissuaded Chun Yin from his initial intention to investigate the source of the sinister energy directly. Instead, he settled down on the first floor, ordered a few small dishes, and listened to the conversations of the traveling merchants. The merchants' dialogues were quite chaotic, predominantly concerning trade matters. They spoke of disruptions caused by floods and the rising prices of grains. As for the malevolent affairs that Chun Yin sought to learn about, these were often relegated to vague snippets of conversation. However, two merchants' exchanges caught his attention. Merchant A: "Hey, have you heard the news?" Merchant B: "What news? Please, enlighten me." Merchant A: "About the incident in Lishui County. Haven't you heard?" Merchant B: "Lishui? What happened? Stop being so cryptic." Merchant A: "He, do you know Chenjiakin in Lishui County? It is a renowned estate. Something major has happened recently." Merchant B: "Chenjiakin? I haven't heard of it. Spill the details or be gone." Merchant A: "TSK. Ignorant. That estate seems to have provoked something, as it has been shrouded in thick fog. Even at noon, with the sun high in the sky, the fog shows no signs of dissipating." Merchant B: "Hurry up, don't keep me in suspense." Merchant A: "Look at you, so eager." According to the locals, strange sounds of wedding celebrations emanate from within the fog daily. A few daring souls ventured in and never returned. Merchant B: "What happened next?" Merchant A: "I can't say for certain. It's clear that something sinister is afoot. I wouldn't dare linger there. Before I left, I heard that the magistrate of Lishui County was so frantic his hair turned white. He bypassed the provincial government and sought assistance directly from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau." Merchant B: "What good does that do? The capital is leagues away. By the time those officials arrive, Chenjiakin will likely be no more." Merchant A: "Mind your words. Can you blame him for being anxious? Not just him, but all the surrounding counties are on edge. Who knows if whatever did this at Chenjiakin might target Majiakin or Lajiakin next." Merchant B: "So, you're suggesting that Xinfeng County isn't safe either?" Merchant A: "Well, I'm preparing to leave tomorrow. I advise you to make plans as well. Once the officials from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau arrive and chaos ensues, the entire Danyang Prefecture will be in turmoil." It was the first time Chun Yin had heard mention of Chenjiakin from outsiders. Chun Yin felt an immense sense of relief regarding his choice. Had he remained in Lishui County, he would undoubtedly be besieged by numerous visitors at this moment. What perplexed Chun Yin was the assertion made by the leader that several officials from surrounding counties had dispatched individuals to investigate the situation at Chunjia Village. Upon awakening, however, he found no one in the vicinity of Chunjia Village. This matter was indeed quite puzzling, as was the situation at Chunjia Village itself. Initially, he believed that in a world rife with demons and monsters, Chunjia village was merely a small hamlet. Little did he expect that the panic would trigger such a significant chain reaction. The village was left desolate, and only he was privy to the truth. Yet, the traces of the incident had been utterly erased by the formidable presence of the ancestral guardian, leaving outsiders with the impression of a mysterious disappearance. The incident had occurred so abruptly, confined within the limits of Chunjia village, which had numerous relatives outside, complicating matters further. Should the identity of the young master of the Chun family be revealed, an unending stream of troubles would inevitably ensue. With aged fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, thoughts surged within, constantly calculating. As for the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, I was only aware of its existence as an institution dealing with demons. From the discourse within this merchant caravan, it seems the Bureau may indeed have issues. Otherwise, it would not possess such a tarnished reputation. At this moment, the most prudent choice would be to retreat to distant lands, to cultivate discreetly and wait for the situation to cool before addressing it. Yet, from another perspective, remaining here is not devoid of advantages. My cultivation is merely at its nascent stage, and I am entirely ignorant of the strength of the external demons. The convergence of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau along with the various extraordinary individuals in Danyang Prefecture presents a perfect opportunity to gain insight into the hierarchical power dynamics of this world. Regardless of its poor reputation, the Bureau is an official entity, and their presence mitigates the potential dangers. However, I must alter my appearance and create a new identity that can withstand scrutiny, ensuring that even if my whereabouts are discovered, they would not lead back to Chin family village. Given the merchant caravan's evident aversion to the Bureau, acquiring the necessary documentation should not pose a challenge. Even if the Bureau escalates the situation and demands a thorough investigation from surrounding prefectures, those involved will likely take measures to conceal the matter, for exposing themselves would invite peril. The regulations are stringent. The law must not be taken lightly nor misled. Being in this place without acquaintances, and even if I had, they would be avoided. This matter must be expedited to exploit the time differential. The remaining option is the firewood gang. Chen Yin's fingers, which had been rhythmically tapping on the table, abruptly ceased their motion as he furrowed his brow. Although the Chai gang may appear unrefined, its influence is considerable. In the grand scheme of daily necessities, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, firewood reigns supreme. To monopolize firewood supplies in a county and establish a new identity documentation before the situation escalates entirely should not pose a significant challenge. However, Chen Yin harbored alternative plans regarding the Chai gang and wished to avoid excessive entanglement with these individuals. Cheng Laosan and Wu Tuer, despite their inherently good nature, do not imply that the Chai gang comprises virtuous individuals. Among those entrenched in gang affairs, particularly at higher echelons, it is certain that 9 out of 10 would warrant execution, with few exceptions. Therefore, this matter must remain concealed from the upper echelons of the Chai gang. It shall be executed under the guise of personal initiative. Thus, it is settled. Cheng Laosan, you shall take on this task. Chen Yin cast aside a handful of copper coins, grasped his bundle, and strode towards the door. The town of Xinfeng was not large, and guided by a subtle sense of energy, Chen Yin effortlessly located his target. At that moment, Cheng Laosan was at a tea stall, embellishing his tales of Chen Yin's theory on hot water to a group of idle men. He earnestly provided examples, asserting, "You haven't heard? That's simply because they don't wish to share it with us. Otherwise, why would those nobles insist on steeping tea in boiling water? It is to dispel the tea's malevolent energies. What do you say, shopkeeper?" The proprietor of the tea stall had no reason to disagree with such an enticing argument, vigorously nodding in agreement and granting Cheng Laosan ample face. Just as Cheng Laosan was about to elaborate further, he glanced up and, to his astonishment, spotted Chen Yin not far away, causing him to spring to his feet as if caught in the act of thievery. Chen Yin gestured for silence and took a few steps back. Cheng Laosan, quick-witted as he was, immediately understood the cue, exchanged a few words with the idle men, and hurried after him. Cheng Laosan jogged along, following Chen Yin into an alleyway. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Yin directly inquired, "Is the matter of the spring water spreading in Xinfeng County your idea?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Laosan assumed that Chen Yin had come to seek retribution. Reacting swiftly, he first delivered a couple of hard slaps to himself before responding, "Forgive me, young sir. I should not have spoken carelessly. My only intention was to ensure that." With the news of the spring water circulating, the villagers might suffer fewer ailments. Chen Yin stared at the two vivid handprints on his face, feeling somewhat speechless. He believed he was not that intimidating. However, instead of stopping, Chen Yin let out a cold chuckle and probed further. Oh, is it a matter of lesser affliction or an excess of firewood sales? This inquiry sent a shiver down Cheng Laosan's spine, as these eminent figures were known for their unpredictable moods. If he misspoke, it could spell disaster for him. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he noticed the gourd hanging at Chen Yin's waist. Gritting his teeth, he replied, both. Both. This was merely a moment of greed, as I sought to sell more firewood to supplement my household expenses. Chen Yin cast a glance at Cheng Laosan, adopting a grand demeanor. Very well. Considering your relatively honest nature, let us put this matter behind us. The reason I sought you out is for another matter. Cheng Laosan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and promptly expressed his willingness. Young sir, whatever task you require, please do not hesitate to command. If I were to utter a single no, I would not be the son of my mother. Without mincing words, Chen Yin stated directly, I have been traveling extensively and have unfortunately lost my identity documents, which has made my journeys rather inconvenient. I have observed your familiarity with the gatekeeper and the officials. Might you have a way to help me reissue them? Cheng Laosan, seemingly straightforward, was in fact a man of considerable cunning. Upon hearing this, he immediately grasped the underlying implications. Such an esteemed individual must undoubtedly harbor numerous concerns. Without inquiring further into the matter, he confidently proclaimed, Rest assured, young sir, this task is in my capable hands. Though I may lack notable skills, I am the one who gathers firewood for our group. I am well acquainted with these officials. They would not refuse a request from my maternal uncle. In his words, he had even devised an identity for Chen Yin. This was precisely why Chen Yin had chosen him over Wu Tu. Despite his lowly status, he executed his tasks with remarkable thoroughness. Having completed his account, he tossed a silver ingot to old Cheng San and turned to leave. He harbored no fear of old Cheng since spreading rumors. The more astute individuals are, the more they comprehend the nuances of gain and loss. When old Cheng San inquired from behind how he might locate him, he merely responded enigmatically, should the matter succeed, I shall have my means to find you. At this moment, as noon approached, the sun blazed brightly, and the city's ominous atmosphere seemed to lie in wait, fixated in a singular spot, utterly still. After strolling through the streets for a considerable time, Chen Yin discovered that most of these locations were indeed the residences of ordinary families. Although Chen Yin could conceal himself, it was ill-advised to act in broad daylight within another's abode. Reluctantly, he altered his course and made his way back to the great willow tree. This time, he did not hesitate, striding directly towards the women who were drawing water from the well. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity, the moment he approached, the women's gazes instinctively turned towards him. Chen Yin, with a calm demeanor, stepped forward and performed a respectful bow, saying, Greetings to you, esteemed sisters. I have just entered the city, and the sweltering heat along the way has rendered me parched and desperate for water. Might I kindly request a few ladles of water to quench my thirst? The women, perceiving Chen Yin's courteous manner and sensing no ill intent, offered him a ladle, allowing him to drink freely. Chen Yin did not hold back. He lifted the vessel and drank deeply, simultaneously filling the gourd to the brim and bowing slightly in gratitude. He then rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to assist several women in drawing water. The women, seeing someone lend a hand, naturally felt a sense of ease and contentment. As Chen Yin drew water, he lamented, in this sweltering summer heat, without this shade, countless souls would surely suffer while fetching water. Once he spoke, a chorus of women chimed in, exclaiming, Indeed, among the over 100 households in Yangpingfeng, half rely on this well for their sustenance. Without the shelter provided by Aunt Lu, under the scorching sun, one could truly perish from the heat. Yes, without this shade, the competition for a turn would undoubtedly spark numerous disputes. Over in Xingpingfeng, summer brings about quite a bit of strife. Chen Yin quickly grasped the essence of the matter and inquired, Six Auntie? Upon hearing his question, a woman pointed towards the large willow tree and explained, We all refer to her as Six Auntie. I cannot recall how many years it has been. Since my childhood, everyone has called her that. Another voice chimed in, Indeed, the entire county has adopted this name. When children are young, they come to pay respects to Six Auntie. She continued, In a few days, it will be the birthday of the community elder, and there will be 3 days of grand performances. We must invite Six Auntie to watch the show. This revelation only deepened Chun Nian's confusion, prompting him to ask, I observe that the willow tree is adorned with numerous red strings. Is there a particular significance to that? This question, simple and straightforward, led to a cacophony of voices among the women, who, despite their animated discussion, failed to provide a clear explanation. Summarizing their collective thoughts, one remarked, it's for warding off evil spirits. Children frightened to the point of losing their souls seek out sick Sandy. However, no one could articulate the precise origins of this tradition. Chen Yin found himself at a loss for words upon seeing them, hesitant to inquire further. After all, although the spirit of the willow tree had yet to manifest, its essence stood nearby. Silently, he assisted the women in filling their containers with water before making his way directly to the tree, adopting a curious demeanor as he observed the red strings and wooden tablets hanging from the branches. The myriad wooden tablets, densely clustered, bore various inscriptions of blessings, most of which had become obscured by the elements over time. The legible phrases predominantly expressed wishes for the safety and healthy growth of children, beseeching protection from malevolent forces. The similarity in the handwriting suggested a singular author. These red strings and wooden tablets served to corroborate Chen Yin's earlier conjectures upon entering the city. Through his discerning gaze, he perceived that what appeared to be ordinary red strings and wooden tablets were enveloped in a protective aura, akin to a shield. The malevolent energy of the willow tree was cloaked, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary tree, entirely overlooked by the pervasive vitality surrounding it. This revelation only deepened his intrigue. Chen Yin picked up a relatively new wooden tablet, sensed its energy, bowed respectfully to several women, and then turned to leave. All the children of the county gathered to pay their respects. Given the ages of these women, such rituals had undoubtedly persisted for several decades. The longevity of this practice suggested that the willow tree must have bestowed numerous blessings. According to conventional wisdom, a shrine should have been established long ago. Yet, before the willow stood neither temple nor incense. Only an abundance of red strings and fervent wishes remained. This situation starkly contradicted the simple beliefs people held regarding divine intervention. Human greed is insatiable. Regardless of the nature of the deity, once any manifestation of grace occurs, request will inevitably follow. It is akin to the paradox wherein countless individuals, despite the Buddha's teachings on the emptiness of all things, flock daily to beseech for offspring, fortune, and promotion. This notion persists regardless of the desires of the one being petitioned. Particularly in a bustling marketplace, without external influence, extricating oneself from such entanglements seems utterly impossible. Remarkably, this wild roadside willow has withstood various temptations, skillfully evading the snares of Tai Jiao men. One can surmise that the gentleman who has been inscribing tablets must possess some profound understanding. After leaving the willow, Chen Yin refrained from directly seeking out the scribe. Having lingered near the willow for so long, the willow spirit had not once taken its gaze off him. Approaching the scribe now would make it exceedingly difficult to remain unnoticed. Should a conflict arise with the willow spirit, it would be a case of alarming the snake in the grass, resulting in a net loss. Chen Yin's interest in the willow tree was limited to its ability to evade the establishment of shrines and incense offerings, rather than the spirit of the willow itself. Furthermore, as a person with a formal position, he was bound by work discipline, necessitating a reputation of legitimacy in all matters. After all, how could one progress otherwise? Who would issue the bonuses? With a leisurely gait, Chen Yin increasingly felt the burden on his shoulders to be somewhat cumbersome. Previously, it had merely comprised light items. But once the ceremonial attire was added, it transformed into a heavy, bulging load, making it quite uncomfortable to carry. However, abandoning it was not an option. In this era, leaving it in an room was akin to giving it away. He needed to devise a method for handling these belongings. While Chen Yin was exploring the city's ethereal energies, Cheng Lao San, who had initially intended to exchange silver for copper coins, was in a state of frantic disarray. The reason was simple. Chen Yin's silver had vanished. Despite Cheng Lao San's bold demeanor when in Chen Yin's presence, he was acutely aware of his own position. When statuses are unequal, no matter how cordial the relationship may seem, when it comes time to act, without financial means, he would likely be met with a cold reception, especially in matters requiring official seals. Cheng Lao San pondered for a long time, but could not fathom how the silver had disappeared. He distinctly remembered receiving the silver from Chen Yin and immediately stowing it in the pouch at his waist. He had even taken care to navigate around others on his way, fearful of losing the silver. Yet, the more he dreaded the loss, the more it seemed to materialize. The silver had simply vanished. His pouch was still securely tied. Initially, Cheng Lao San had harbored suspicions about Chen Yin, but he promptly dismissed such thoughts. A master capable of subduing malevolent spirits with ease would not require any underhanded tactics, even if he were to receive nothing in return. The thought of Chen Yin's capabilities sent a shiver down Cheng Lao San's spine on that sweltering day. He sought to align himself with Chen Yin. Yet if this matter were to go awry, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Failing to secure funds would merely render him incompetent in the eyes of the master, causing him to lose the opportunity for association. However, if he had taken the silver and failed to act, the implications would be far graver. Cheng Lao San gritted his teeth and turned toward the gathering place of the lumber gang. He must borrow money. It was imperative. 2 days later, Chen Yin became aware of the matter. At that time, he had just emerged from the residence of the scribe, making his way back to the inn. Suddenly, Cheng Lao San appeared from nowhere, his face ashen and his hair in disarray. Upon seeing Chen Yin, without uttering a word, he abruptly knelt down, startling the passers-by who paused to witness the spectacle. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yin furrowed his brows and, before Cheng Lao San could utter a word, turned on his heel to depart. His identity was precarious, necessitating a discreet approach, and Cheng Lao San's antics had greatly displeased him. As Chen Yin walked by, those around him instinctively parted to create a path. Cheng Lao San, kneeling on the ground, opened his mouth, only to realize that Chen Yin had chosen to ignore him. Seemingly coming to this understanding, he swiftly got to his feet and hurried after him. The two proceeded one after the other, and after a considerable while, Chen Yin finally halted in a secluded alley. Cheng Lao San, who had been trailing behind, arrived breathlessly, and before he could utter a word, he collapsed to his knees once more with a thud. Chen Yin stood there, silently observing him. Cheng Lao San knelt on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread under Chen Yin's gaze. He bit his lip, blistered and sore, and with a heavy thud, his forehead struck the earth. With a mournful countenance, he pleaded, "Young sir, spare my life. I implore you." Chen Yin discerned an unusual tone in Cheng Lao San's voice and thus spoke. "Spare your life? When have I sought your demise? Rise and explain what transpired." Upon hearing Chen Yin's softened tone, Cheng Lao San felt a wave of relief. Yet, he still dared not rise, remaining kneeling as he recounted the events. 2 days prior, after losing the silver Chen Yin had entrusted to him, Cheng Lao San was consumed by anxiety. Desperate and fearing the repercussions of his failure, he resolved to borrow money from a few close associates in the Chai gang. Known for his loyalty and adeptness in social dealings, he quickly managed to gather the needed sum. Upon acquiring the funds, Cheng Lao San exhaled in relief, believing that although the silver was lost, as long as he accomplished the task at hand, he would leave a favorable impression on the esteemed Chen Yin, which might prove beneficial in the future. However, as he strolled away from the alley where the Chai gang congregated, he suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness in his bosom. Realizing something was amiss, he reached to check, only to discover his pouch was utterly empty. It is crucial to note that this was not the silver ingot Chen Yin had given him, but rather a heavy bag brimming with copper coins. Twice now, it appeared this thief had set his sights on him. Incensed, Cheng Lao San erupted into a torrent of curses, determined to seek retribution from the miscreant. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, his heart sank. The nearest person was a full 10 paces away. In mere moments, such a substantial bag of money would require time to conceal, let alone traverse 10 steps. The invective he had begun to unleash faltered in his throat, leaving his face flushed with humiliation. Seeing the hard-won money vanish inexplicably once more left Cheng Lao San feeling utterly frustrated. However, with Chen Yin's prior admonition weighing heavily upon him, he dared not raise a fuss and silently retreated to his dwelling. The following morning, Cheng Lao San returned to the gang to borrow money again, reasoning that after a night's passage, surely the thief would no longer be watching him. To his dismay, this time it was even worse. No sooner had he stepped out of the Chai gang than the money vanished again. Not a soul was in sight. Cheng Lao San's face went pale, and despite his quick wits, he was merely a countryman ill-equipped to handle such misfortune. He promptly returned to the gang, seeking assistance, yet fearing it might jeopardize Chen Yin's standing. He hesitated to voice his plight, ultimately opting to seek Chen Yin's forgiveness. For the past 2 days, Cheng Lao San had been aimlessly searching the city for any sign of Chen Yin, leaving the members of the Chai gang to wonder if he had lost his sanity. Chen Yin furrowed his brow as he listened to Cheng Laosan's explanation. With a swift motion, a gentle breeze lifted Cheng Laosan from the ground. From the moment Cheng Laosan approached, Chen Yin sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. Over the past few days, Chen Yin had explored numerous locations within the county, including the stronghold of the Chai gang. Initially, he had presumed that the malevolent energy surrounding Cheng Laosan was a result of his association with the Chai gang. Yet he was taken aback by the revelation of this peculiar matter. Chen Yin carefully observed Cheng Laosan and soon discerned that amidst the sinister aura, there was a faint hint of a repugnant odor. A demon? A demon? Chen Yin felt a subtle thrill within his heart. After 2 days of searching in this county town, he finally found a compelling reason to take action. Once he grasped the situation, Chen Yin reassured Cheng Laosan with a few comforting words, bestowing upon him a silver ingot, encouraging him to proceed with his tasks, regardless of the potential loss. Cheng Laosan, relieved by Chen Yin's lack of inquiry regarding the missing silver, sighed in relief and joyfully departed with the silver in hand. Chen Yin watched as Cheng Laosan's figure gradually faded into the street. Meanwhile, Cheng Laosan, having just received silver from Chen Yin, felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. He hummed a cheerful tune as he walked towards the familiar home of a constable. With a light-hearted stride, he appeared a far cry from his previous weary self. Along the way, he encountered several familiar idlers, even exchanging smiles and greetings. This prompted a passerby to jest, "Oh, Cheng Laosan, you seem quite spirited today. Have you won back some money?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Laosan's expression darkened. "Enough of your idle gossip. Who doesn't he know that I, Cheng Laosan, never gambles?" The man retorted, "Oh, come now. Everyone knows you've been borrowing money like a grandson these past few days. If it weren't for your gambling debts, would you be in such a rush?" Another chimed in, "Look at you, glowing with vitality. Surely you've won something back? Take it from me, that gambling den on North Street is a den of wolves. If you've won, don't go back." Cheng Laosan's face grew even darker at this. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these men and swiftly turned to leave. Having been around this county town for quite some time, he was well aware of the gambling house's notorious reputation. If word got out that he was associated with such a place, he would likely be besieged by debt collectors before he even had a chance to lose the silver he held. Lost in thought, Cheng Laosan instinctively reached into his pocket. The moment he did, his movements froze. The silver was gone. This caused his already darkened countenance to turn an ashen hue. He contemplated returning to find Chen Yin, but was at a loss for words. It had barely been a quarter of an hour since he left. Even the most patient person would repeatedly part with their money for no reason. Just as he stood there, bewildered and unsure of what to do, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and a familiar voice echoed in his ear, "Stop dawdling, let us go." He turned in surprise, his heart brimming with joy. Chen Yin was unaware of when he had already taken his place beside him. Chen Yin nodded slightly to Cheng Laosan, gesturing for him to follow. Observing this, Cheng Laosan stepped forward without hesitation. However, as he took that step, he sensed something amiss. He felt a sudden swaying of shadows before him, and for some inexplicable reason, his head began to spin. Once he steadied himself, he realized he had inadvertently leaped several dozen paces. Before he could ponder this anomaly, he noticed Chen Yin had already taken another step forward, prompting him to instinctively follow suit. Thus, the two moved in tandem, traversing nearly 2 miles in the span of mere steps. When they finally came to a halt, Cheng Laosan felt as though the world was spinning around him, his stomach churning, and he was on the verge of retching. Upon witnessing his reaction, Chen Yin instinctively stepped back a few paces. Once Cheng Laosan had regained his composure, Chen Yin pointed toward the mansion across the way and inquired, "Do you know whose residence this is?" Cheng Laosan was still reeling from the suddenness of the situation. Hearing Chen Yin's question, he shook his head in an attempt to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind, all the while scrutinizing the imposing estate before him. Before him stood an impressively large mansion, sprawling over several acres, adorned with green tiles and gray walls. The grand red entrance was embellished with rows of brass studs, and the copper rings held by fierce lion heads gleamed with a polished sheen. Flanking the entrance, 2 stone lions stood sentinel, exuding an air of majesty. After a moment of astonishment, Cheng Laosan's jaw dropped, and he finally managed to reply, "Isn't this the residence of the esteemed Mr. Su? We've traversed but a few steps to find ourselves in the northern part of the city. Mr. Su? Yet the sign clearly states Zhang's residence." Chen Yin glanced at the house before him, somewhat astonished, and inquired. Cheng Laosan, regaining his composure, replied, "You may not be aware, sir, But this Su Deguanzhang is a prominent figure in Xinfen County. He originally hailed from humble beginnings, serving as an apprentice in the Zhang family's pawn shop. Although he was somewhat simple-minded in his youth, he was notably honest. Eventually, the owner recognized his worth and took him in as a son-in-law. After the old proprietor's passing a few years ago, the business was entrusted to him. Remarkably, he seemed to have an epiphany, abandoning the pawn shop trade to pursue other ventures. In just a few years, he amassed a considerable fortune. Moreover, he is known for his charitable nature, earning him the title of Su Deguanzhang. It is said that he has retained this name out of respect for the old shopkeeper's legacy. "What brings you here, sir?" Chun Yin sniffed lightly, cast him a sidelong glance, and remarked, "You ask knowingly." Cheng Laosan gave a sheepish smile, hesitant to respond. Chun Yin gazed upon the estate before him, paying no heed to his surroundings, merely emitting a derisive laugh. Ah, what a splendid feast for the deceased, esteemed official Su. The faint yet unmistakable stench of decay lingered in the air, a scent Chun Yin surmised he would never forget in his lifetime. With that, he swiftly moved, leading Elder Cheng Sin directly into the grand residence of the Zhang family. Chun Yin strolled into the main hall of the Zhang residence with an air of nonchalance, leading Cheng Laosan behind him. This audacity left Cheng Laosan utterly taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so brazenly seeking revenge. Cheng Laosan glanced back repeatedly, contemplating whether to call out to Chun Yin, yet hesitating to voice his thoughts. He could only follow closely, each step measured and cautious, as if treading on thin ice. When Chun Yin and his companion entered, the esteemed official Su was engaged in conversation with others. This official, with his beady eyes and plump physique resembling a meatball, presented an unappealing sight. His features appeared to merge into a singular mass beneath the pressure of his excess flesh, evoking a sense of discomfort in those who beheld him. Beside him stood the second master of the Wang family, whose household dominated the grain trade, controlling a substantial portion of the grain supply in Xinfen County. Cheng Laosan, akin to a furtive thief, quietly offered an introduction. Chun Yin observed Cheng Laosan tiptoeing, almost curling up like a large creature, and found it somewhat amusing. "Feel free to speak. They cannot hear our conversation," he said. "You seem rather familiar with these affluent families. Pray tell, do you harbor intentions of burglary?" Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, Cheng Laosan released a sigh of relief, his tone becoming considerably more relaxed. "Sir, you jest. These wealthy families are our esteemed clients. We often deliver firewood, and their yards have seen us numerous times. However, it is curious how these two have come together. I have not heard of anyone surnamed Su engaging in the grain trade." Chun Yin gazed at the jovial exchange between Su and Wang, inquiring, "Oh, pray tell, what business does this esteemed gentleman Su engage in?" This question momentarily left Cheng Laosan at a loss. Scratching his head in bewilderment, he replied, "Alas, now that I ponder it, while everyone claims that Mr. Su has prospered through his ventures, it appears that no one truly knows the nature of his trade." Chun Yin refrained from pressing further and remarked softly, "Continue watching. Perhaps you will come to understand." After a considerable wait, akin to the brewing of a pot of tea, Mr. Su and Master Wang finally concluded their discussions. Once the esteemed Wang was seen off, Mr. Su hurriedly returned, disregarding anyone he encountered along the way, and plunged into the inner quarters. In a dimly lit room within the rear courtyard, Mr. Su bent his corpulent frame, laboriously kneeling on the ground in supplication. The sight of his ample physique made Cheng Laosan feel quite uncomfortable, and he harbored doubts about whether this Mr. Su would be able to rise again. At this moment, Chun Yin was entirely oblivious to the disgraceful demeanor of the esteemed official Su. His attention was solely captivated by the offerings laid upon the altar. There were delicacies such as pastries, fruits, and roasted chicken, accompanied by cups and a wine vessel. Among the tributes was also an incense burner. Behind this array stood neither a deity nor a ghost, nor the ancestors of the Zhang or Su families, but rather a corpulent statue of a rat. This rodent sat cross-legged as if it were human, adorned in a vividly colored robe and wearing an official's cap atop its head. Flanking the statue were couplets inscribed with the words, "May the household of the immortal flourish in wealth, ensuring peace for the family through all seasons." The repugnant stench that wafted through the air came from beneath the offering table. Concealed beneath the draped fabric was a jar, shrouded in a sinister aura, exuding an eerie presence. Master Su, with his corpulent form, lay prostrate on the ground, mumbling incomprehensibly. His voice was high-pitched, reminiscent of a child, occasionally interspersed with animalistic howls, as if a wild creature were calling out, blurring the line between human and beast. The flickering of 2 red candles added to the unsettling atmosphere. Guardian spirit? No. The true essence of this malevolence was not present. It was the small specters within the jar that were at work. Chun Yin's gaze swept over the base of the altar, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, erupting with intense fury. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure in time, suppressing the urge to strike. That esteemed official Su babbled on until he finished his words, lighting a stick of incense. The moment the incense ignited, a foul stench accompanied by billowing black smoke surged forth, assaulting the senses. The aged nostrils quivered slightly, and the embers of anger within his heart flared anew. That fragrant offering was, astonishingly, steeped in the essence of corpse oil, beneath the shroud of black smoke. The eyes of the rat statue on the altar suddenly stirred to life. Seeing this, the esteemed official Su once again prostrated himself upon the ground, uttering, "O celestial being, I have diligently followed your instructions and gathered the next batch of grain, amounting to a total of 2,000 shur. However, due to the recent influx of grain, the household's resources have become somewhat strained. I humbly beseech you for assistance." Upon finishing his plea, Su heard a commotion from above as an abundance of gold, silver, and copper coins cascaded down from the heavens, striking him painfully, yet he dared not move a muscle. Chen Yin observed keenly from the side, well aware that the silver coins had long been concealed in the beams above. At this moment, it was merely a small spirit emerging from the jar, dislodging them from their lofty perch. With the silver coins now in hand, the esteemed official Su did not rise, but continued to inquire. "Celestial being, I must report that, for reasons unknown, the grain prices in several nearby jurisdictions have surged nearly 20%. Should we procure more grain on such a grand scale, we risk attracting the scrutiny of the authorities. After this, should we temporarily ease our efforts?" Initially poised to act, Chen Yin was taken aback by this revelation. Was 2,000 stones of grain truly insufficient? What was this rat scheming? Even the bystander Chung Laosen could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Sir, may I ask, what purpose does a mere rat have for hoarding such a vast quantity of grain?" Chen Yin shook his head, perplexed by the situation. Even if he were to gather all the mice and their descendants, it would not suffice. In response to the inquiry from the esteemed official Su, a peculiar voice emanated from the offering table, resembling neither human nor beast, laced with a hint of ire. "Do not ask what should not be asked. The ways of the celestial beings are governed by their own rationale. Simply follow my instructions." The unmistakable dissatisfaction in its tone compelled Su to bow even lower, repeatedly expressing his compliance. Perhaps pleased with Su's display of reverence, the mouse spirit softened its tone and continued, "Prepare your offerings. The celestial being shall return tomorrow, and you shall reap your rewards." Upon hearing this, Su's body stiffened, anxiety creeping in as he inquired, "Might I ask if the celestial being has any specific requests?" "As usual will suffice. The celestial being has endured much and is weary from the journey. Go and make your preparations." Su dared not protest, affirming repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I shall welcome the celestial being back to their abode." After a pause, noticing that the offering table had fallen silent once more, Su gingerly rubbed his knees and rose. Trembling slightly, he painstakingly gathered the silver coins scattered on the ground, shouldered his burden, and made his way toward the door. Chun Yin furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the offering table, then proceeded to follow Chung Laosan. The rat demon had not returned yet, making it unwise for him to act directly at this moment. As the two emerged from the secret chamber, they beheld Su Dagoran, who had just flung a bundle filled with silver coins to the ground, standing in the courtyard with a face full of malevolence. His beady eyes glinted, betraying an inscrutable train of thought. After a prolonged moment of stillness, he finally picked up the bundle once more and made his way toward the storeroom. Chen Yin cast a glance at Su Daguan's hands, observing the whitened knuckles and the imprints left by his fingernails in the palm. For some inexplicable reason, he was suddenly reminded of the two characters Zhang Fu hanging at the entrance of the courtyard. A thought crossed his mind, and he formed a gesture with his fingers, lifting his gaze towards the two rooms in the courtyard. This glance proved significant. Chun Yin's eyes widened in astonishment as he seized Chung Lao San and swiftly left the residence. Chung Lao San, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found himself back on the street. He opened his mouth several times to inquire but hesitated to speak, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chun Yin gazed at his expression and inquired with a smile, "Now do you understand what the esteemed official Su engages in?" Upon hearing Chen Yin's question, Cheng Laosan finally mustered the courage to speak, indignantly exclaiming, "What benevolent official! It turns out he is merely a rat in high places, indulging in unscrupulous dealings without any investment. Why doesn't the gentleman take action against him?" Chen Yin shook his head and tossed him a silver ingot, saying, "Focus on your affairs, and do not concern yourself with the rest. I shall take you to witness a grand performance soon. By the way, please help me find a peachwood staff at the Chai Gang. I will come to collect it from you tomorrow." The following day, at the Zhang residence, Chen Yin ambled gracefully towards us, wielding a peachwood staff. Adorning his head was a crown of pristine lotus blossoms, while his long, raven hair shimmered with a hint of emerald under the sun's radiant embrace. His attire, a pale blue, double-breasted robe, exuded an air of considerable worth, with golden cloud patterns subtly revealing themselves with each step he took. Behind him, a moon-white pouch, approximately 3 feet long and 3 inches in diameter, was slung across his back, devoid of any visible straps. A golden cord secured the pouch, from which a jade pendant gracefully dangled, resting naturally against his right shoulder. Hanging from the base of his staff was a plump gourd, and atop it bloomed a resplendent peach blossom, dripping with vitality. As he proceeded towards the residence of the esteemed official Su, he sang merrily, "In the peach blossom dock lies the peach blossom temple, and within the temple dwells the peach blossom immortal," his voice resonating clearly and captivatingly, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to engage in hushed discussions. "Who might this be? I do not know. I have never seen him before. He does not appear to be from the county. Do you think that peach blossom is real? It's been months. The peaches have long since fallen. Where could he have found such blossoms? I wager they are mere fakes. Look, he is heading to official Su's residence. Perhaps he is a wandering sorcerer, drawn by the fame of official Su, seeking to deceive for food and drink. Let us go and see. Official Su is kind-hearted and should not be taken in." "Agreed, let us follow." As Chen Yin drew ever closer to the Zhang mansion, a considerable throng of curious onlookers had gathered behind him, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Chen Yin disregarded the onlookers and approached the entrance of the Zhang residence. Addressing the gatekeeper, he declared, "I am Tang Yin from Peach Blossom Mountain, and I humbly seek an audience with the esteemed official Su." The gatekeeper, taken aback by the large entourage behind Chen Yin, hurried off to convey the message. Soon after, the rotund official Su hurriedly made his appearance. Upon seeing Chen Yin, he paused momentarily, his gaze fixating on the peach blossom staff in Chen Yin's hand, appearing momentarily entranced. Chen Yin, observing the situation, smiled and inquired, "Esteemed Mr. Su, does my peach blossom still catch your eye?" This question jolted Mr. Su from his reverie. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he repeatedly clasped his hands in apology. Amidst their pleasantries, a voice interjected, "Mr. Su, do you know this person? Do not be deceived by that itinerant sorcerer." Turning to the crowd gathered at the gate, Mr. Su smiled and responded with a courteous gesture, "Indeed. I'm acquainted with him. He is an old friend, though we have not met in quite some time, which led to my momentary lapse. I extend my gratitude to all the villagers for their concern. If you find yourselves with nothing to do, why not join me indoors for a cup of tea?" Seeing that there was no further excitement to behold, the onlookers dispersed. Mr. Su then ushered Chen Yin into the main hall, exuding warmth and hospitality. Once the maidservants had served tea, he dismissed all but Chen Yin and directly inquired, "Pardon my rudeness, but may I ask the purpose of your visit? If there are any requests, I am more than willing to offer my humble assistance." Seeing the esteemed official Su respond so directly, Chen Yin did not hold back and replied with a smile, "Today, I have come to the city to observe the aura, and I perceive a pervasive malevolence within your estate, as if there are malevolent beings lurking about, which is why I have come to pay my respects." Upon hearing this, Su, glancing at the peach blossom in Chen Yin's hand, let out a hearty laugh and said, "Your noble intentions are commendable. However, I, Su, have always treated others with kindness and have never offended anyone. How could I possibly be entangled with such wickedness? Perhaps you are mistaken, my good sir." Having spent many years in the company of the immortals, Su had witnessed numerous spectacles and was not one to easily accept such claims based on mere words. Nevertheless, being a man of charm and diplomacy, he refrained from making any definitive statements that might offend. Su's denial was anticipated by Chen Yin. It would indeed be suspicious if such a man readily conceded to such accusations. In the depths of his heart, Chen Yin was well aware. Casting a fleeting glance at the esteemed official Su, He raised his teacup and with a gentle smile remarked, "Might you reconsider, my lord?" Su, maintaining a composed demeanor, listened attentively to Chun Yin's words. Having served the rat demon for many years, he prided himself on his worldly experience. With the reputation for benevolence that he bore, he encountered a handful of wandering sorcerers seeking to take advantage of his kindness almost every year, their opening lines strikingly similar. Although the sorcerer's charm was indeed captivating, their rhetoric seemed somewhat juvenile. Thus, he replied with a chuckle, "Pray, do not frighten me, sir. I am rather timid and easily swayed by such words." Chun Yin nodded slightly, inhaling the fragrance of the peach blossoms atop his staff, and remarked, "Tang has always spoken the truth. The esteemed official must surely discern its authenticity." With a deft change of subject, Chun Yin inquired, "What do you think of my peach blossoms, esteemed official?" Seeing Chun Yin divert the conversation to the blossoms, Su, the esteemed official, grew increasingly suspicious of this man before him, suspecting him to be a wandering sorcerer seeking to take advantage. He clasped his hands in greeting and complimented. "From withered wood springs forth flowers. Your skills are truly remarkable, sir." Pleased by the flattery, Chun Yin clapped his hands in delight and replied, "You honor me, esteemed official. I am but a novice in my craft, possessing little more than the art of fortune-telling and these peach blossoms to showcase. To speak candidly, I have come to offer these blossoms for sale to you." This revelation took Su by surprise. He had anticipated a lengthy preamble before Chun Yin unveiled his true intentions. Yet the man was refreshingly forthright. Gazing in wonder at the peach blossoms, he said, "You jest, sir. To encounter such a divine creation is already a stroke of fate beyond my deserving. How could I dare to seize it for myself? Moreover, even if I wished to purchase them, I fear I lack the means." Chun Yin was well aware of the intentions of the esteemed official Su, yet he maintained a smile as he said, "My lord, do not be hasty in your refusal. This peach blossom is particularly attuned to fate when destiny arrives. It cannot be easily dismissed." After a brief pause, he added, "You must understand, my peach blossom is particularly adept at dealing with rodent infestations." The teacup that Su had nearly raised to his lips paused midair before being gently set down. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize Chun Yin's expression, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired, "I, Su, am rather dull. I do not grasp the meaning of your words, sir." Chun Yin observed the expression on Su de Guanren's face, one that could easily win an Oscar, and he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this seasoned fox, accustomed to dealings with demons, possessed an unyielding psychological composure. His performance was flawless, devoid of any discernible flaw. Rather than exposing the ruse, Chun Yin merely shook his head and sighed. "It seems that I, Tang, have been overly inquisitive. In that case, I shall not intrude further." With that, he lifted his peachwood staff, preparing to depart. Upon seeing Chun Yin rise, Su de Guanren hastily stood up, his demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety about not adequately hosting his esteemed guest. He reassured him, "Please, sir, do not leave. Su harbors no intention of neglecting a valued visitor. While my humble abode may occasionally host a mouse or two, it is far from being overrun. I kindly request your understanding." Chun Yin was uncertain whether the esteemed official Su was genuinely alarmed or merely feigning concern. However, it was evident that this old rogue's demeanor was far from the calm he projected. He clasped his hands and remarked, "It is not my intention to speak in riddles. Yet since the esteemed official harbors doubts, why should I exert myself further?" With a self-deprecating smile, Chun Yin continued, "The reputation of the esteemed official Su is well known. Should this information circulate, others might mistakenly perceive me as a wandering sorcerer seeking alms." Perhaps sensing that Chun Yin had discerned his thoughts, Su's pupils slightly contracted. He then bowed deeply before Chun Yin, his expression grave as he declared, "Please, esteemed sir, do not hesitate to speak your mind. I am neither a garrulous individual nor stubbornly resistant to the counsel of others. I would never tarnish your esteemed reputation." Chun Yin observed the sincerity in the demeanor of the esteemed official, squinting thoughtfully before he spoke. "Very well, I, Tang, have come to peddle flowers. Motivated solely by the pursuit of wealth, what reputation can be spoken of in such circumstances?" With that, he lowered his peach staff and plucked the peach blossom from its tip. "This blossom I shall present to you, esteemed official. Should it prove useful, I trust that, given your character, you will not forget my gesture." Chun Yin brought the peach blossom to his nose and inhaled its fragrance before gently tossing it aside. The blossom flew directly into a slender-mouthed porcelain vase nestled in the corner, with the blossoms safely ensconced in the vase. Chun Yin paid no heed to Su De Guanren's reaction and strolled away, continuing to sing, Shua Shu, Shua Shu, do not consume my millet. For 3 years have passed, and yet you do not deign to regard me. His voice resonated clearly, unwavering as ever. Su De Guanren stood rooted in place, his expression unable to maintain its composure upon hearing the seemingly pointed lyrics. As Chun Yin's figure began to fade from view, he called out, Sir, please wait. What purpose does this peach blossom serve? Time has not ceased its march. It merely responds from afar, saying, if fate permits, you will come to know in due course. After Chun Yin departed, Su De Guanjin sat alone in the main hall, gazing vacantly at a branch of peach blossoms. No one could discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. After a considerable pause, he extracted a peach blossom from the vase, inspecting the freshly severed stem before crumpling it in his hand. Observing the flawless cut and the sap oozing from the petals, Su De Guanjin called out to the courtyard, summon the chief steward. Before long, the chief steward hurried in, accompanied by a young servant. Su De Guanjin glanced at the sun outside and inquired of the steward, the price of grain has surged recently. How fare the beggars and vagrants on the streets? In response to your inquiry, my lord, their situation is far worse than before. With the rise in grain prices, ordinary families are tightening their belts. However, a few affluent households in the county occasionally donate leftover meals so they may manage to survive. The steward replied, in such weather, subsisting on spoiled food is likely to lead to numerous ailments. Su De Guanjin remarked, his brow furrowing as he sighed. Prepare some congee. And remember to include some herbal tea. At these words, the steward trembled slightly and murmured, I shall make the arrangements at once. After dismissing the steward, Su De Guanjin reflected for a moment before taking the peach blossom into a dark chamber. Meanwhile, Chun Yin, having exited the Zhang residence, sought refuge in a nearby inn. As he organized the information he had gathered over the past 2 days, he contemplated his next course of action. The matters concerning Su De Guanjin and the rat demon were merely incidental. The information he possessed was his primary focus. Through 2 days of inquiries, Chun Yin had nearly grasped the general situation of Xinfeng County. On the surface, Xinfeng County appeared stable for many years, though there were occasional reports of missing persons that remained unaddressed. Beneath the surface, various demons and malevolent entities, concealed by diverse identities, coexisted in a state of non-aggression. It was evident that a tacit understanding had been reached among them. Lu Ling, the malevolent deity, the guardian spirit, and the hidden malevolent creatures that deceived families into offering worship. Such a small county as Xinfeng harbored an astonishing number of demons and spirits. Chun Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating the varied strengths of the malevolent beings. The weaker ones concealed themselves within the homes of the common folk, masquerading as domestic deities, household spirits, and ancestral guardians to deceive and garner offerings. In stark contrast, the more formidable entities, such as the guardian spirit of a certain prominent household, had undoubtedly feasted upon countless offerings, with the pit beneath the altar overflowing with bones. Above them loomed an even more powerful figure, the Shibo. Were it not for his suppression, these malevolent beings, driven by their inherent nature, would have long since wreaked havoc. In recent days, most of the weaker entities, posing no significant threat, had been quietly ensnared by Chun Yin into his gourd. These phantoms were of little consequence. Their temporary absence would hardly elicit any notice. However, the remaining entities he intended to eradicate would inevitably stir some commotion. Gazing at the parchment before him, which detailed the distribution of these malevolent beings, Chun Yin felt a pang of greed. His situation was rather unique. Although he was aligned with the Tianpeng lineage, he ought to have primarily focused on Tianpeng and deity practices. Yet, his master had instructed him to establish a foundation in Tianpeng before pursuing the Shanqing path. In comparison to the practices of the Danding sect's inner and outer alchemy, the lay fa of the Shenxiao sect, and the talismanic rituals of the Fu Lu sect, Shanqing cultivation was far more intricate. It emphasized internal practices such as preservation of thought and absorption of vital energy, while externally relying heavily on talismans. The philosophy centered on harnessing the primordial vital energy, nurturing myriad spirits within the body, and cultivating the spirit with vital essence, aligning oneself with the Tao for true authenticity. Chun Yin's cultivation, however, was even more audacious than the orthodox Shanqing methods. under the guise of slaying demons and devouring evil. He absorbed not merely primordial vital energy. To him, the malevolent beings in this city were all potential resources for his cultivation. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient practice. Despite possessing a complete reservoir of vital energy, his foundational understanding of preservation of thought was tenuous. Lacking essence in his methods, he found himself entangled in unnecessary complexities. Chun Yin let out a long sigh, gathering his scattered thoughts as he settled into a meditative position. He was but a step away from nurturing a Tao embryo. The only thing lacking was the cultivation of stored thoughts. This minor discrepancy was akin to a chasm between clouds and mud. Focusing solely on fate without refining one's character was the foremost ailment of cultivation. Possessing techniques without the Tao, lacking this crucial step, would render one. Even after consuming the 9 turns golden elixir of Lao Jun and ascending to the heavens, nothing more than a mere celestial soldier. At the base of the Firewood Guild, Chung Laosen found himself increasingly restless. He had just finished attending to the matters assigned by Chun Yin when he was summoned back. Now, a few of the stewards were seated around a square table in the courtyard, scrutinizing him from head to toe. One of the stewards spoke up. "I heard from Wu that the idea to sell firewood was yours?" Cheng Laosen was momentarily taken aback. He thought something serious had occurred, only to discover they were inquiring about this. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The notion to spread it was indeed mine, but the claims are not." The stewards, having likely heard about the misfortune they encountered upon returning, knew that the situation had escalated dangerously, nearly costing the lives of 6 or 7 of them. Fortunately, they had encountered a passing adept who captured the troublesome entity, allowing them to return alive. The method to deal with the malevolent spirit was suggested by that gentleman. At that moment, another steward inquired, "Wu mentioned that this adept entered the city in your vehicle. Do you know where he is currently residing?" Chung Laosen immediately understood. The stewards were likely seeking Chun Yin for some matter. He did not conceal the truth, responding candidly, "That is indeed the case. But I am unaware of the adept's whereabouts. On the day we queued to enter the city, he vanished without a trace. All the brothers present can attest to this." This was not a lie, for he still did not know where Chun Yin resided. His ability to find him yesterday was purely a stroke of luck. However, the stewards perceived it differently, exchanging glances. An older steward shifted the conversation, asking, "I heard you borrowed a considerable sum from the guild in the past few days?" Chung Laosen sensed trouble brewing, thinking to himself, "This is bad. Have they discovered what I arranged for the gentleman? Such matters must not be revealed." With a quick glance, he chuckled and replied, "Well, I nearly met my demise, so I thought to indulge a bit, but I couldn't resist, and my expenses became somewhat excessive. Thus, I sought help from the brothers in the guild." How did this reach Steward Zhao? Cheng Laosen believed his explanation was reasonable. Yet the astute stewards knew he was not being entirely truthful. The ordinary members of the Firewood Guild earned their livelihood through hard work, and after entering the city, they typically rested for only a day before returning. Cheng Laosen had been lingering in the city for 2 or 3 days, which was highly unusual. Nevertheless, seeing that Cheng Laosen was reluctant to elaborate, the stewards did not press further. Steward Zhao sighed and remarked, "In the past, you were unable to behold the true form of those entities. Having experienced this ordeal, you should now understand. To be candid, the guild requires assistance in locating that adept. With Wu and his companions absent, only you recognize the visage of that esteemed individual. Recently, it is advisable for you to refrain from gathering firewood. The guild shall duly calculate your wages. Seek him at the inn in the city, and if you locate the eminent figure, hasten back with tidings. The guild has already settled the debt you incurred." Before Zhao, the steward, could conclude his words, Cheng Laosen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is there such a fortunate opportunity? I shall go find him at once." After Cheng Laosen departed, a slightly portly steward turned to Zhao and inquired, "Old Zhao, should we not dispatch someone to accompany Cheng Laosen? He surely has not spoken the truth." "Indeed," another steward concurred, "this lad has been rather enigmatic these past few days. He must have established some connection with the esteemed individual." Zhao surveyed the surrounding individuals and shook his head. "No need. We are seeking assistance, not vengeance." Regardless of the veracity of Cheng Laosen's claims, if he has indeed connected with that eminent personage, he will surely relay this information. Should the esteemed one be inclined to assist, he will provide guidance, and we shall approach him then. Sending someone along would risk tarnishing our impression, even if we find the individual. Upon hearing this, the portly steward fell silent for a moment, reflecting, Old Zhao's considerations are indeed prudent. It is not the time for unnecessary complications. Yet, as mere firewood merchants, why must we be entangled in such chaotic matters? Old Qian. Zhao's countenance darkened as he interjected, silencing the portly steward's ensuing remarks. Do not speak carelessly. The portly steward immediately slapped his hand against his face, promptly falling silent. Zhao, with a grave tone, rose to his feet. This matter must not be disseminated. We must avoid entangling ourselves with such affairs. Regardless of consent, if this information were to spread, it could lead to dire consequences. Keep your mouths in check. Zhao, the steward, appeared to hold considerable esteem within the organization, prompting the other stewards to nod in agreement before dispersing. Cheng Laosan exited the charcoal guild, initially intending to visit various inns for appearances. However, a sudden thought struck him. Chen Yin was unaware that the charcoal guild was seeking him, and encountering him would be quite awkward. Perhaps there were eyes on him, and he found it difficult to explain himself. As he meandered aimlessly, he abruptly observed a group of beggars hastily rushing northward, their shouts reverberating in the air. Amidst their clamoring, Cheng Laosan faintly discerned the name Su Dagwingren. Intrigued, he halted to observe. The beggars in the city each possessed their territories. Any slight transgression typically led to conflict, making it rare for them to travel en masse to a single destination. The fact that this matter involved someone named Su piqued Cheng Laosan's curiosity further. He trailed behind the beggars, making his way toward the northern part of the city. Upon reaching the north, he discovered several massive iron cauldrons set up before the Zhang residence, seemingly erected without notice. A throng of servants was engaged in various tasks, some tending the fire, others serving food, and a few overseeing the proceedings. A lengthy queue had already formed in front of the cauldrons, with both laborers and recipients appearing quite accustomed to the routine. It was evident that such events had transpired numerous times before. Cheng Laosan felt a twinge of astonishment upon witnessing the scene before the Zhang residence. He had long heard of Su Dagwingren's charitable distributions to the surrounding community, but had never witnessed it firsthand. This spectacle certainly justified the moniker of Dagwingren. Had he not seen Su's true visage alongside Chen Yin, he might have been inclined to give a thumbs up in admiration. Su Dagwingren's benevolence knew no bounds. Anyone willing could partake in a bowl of porridge. Driven by curiosity, Cheng Laosan joined the queue, eager to discern the nature of Su Dagwingren's endeavors at that moment. Thanks to the deft efficiency of the servants, the line progressed swiftly. Before long, it was Cheng Laosan's turn. Gazing at the array of iron cauldrons, he inwardly exclaimed, "What a remarkable sight!" Several iron cauldrons were meticulously prepared according to the standards of the authorities. Filled with thick porridge that stood firm when chopsticks were inserted and was wrapped in cloth to prevent any spillage. It was no wonder that even the neighbors around felt emboldened to partake in a meal. It is worth noting that Cheng Laosan, even when resting at home, would seldom indulge in such porridge. Observing that Cheng Laosan had not brought a bowl, the servant distributing the porridge kindly provided him with a large porcelain bowl, instructing him to return it after eating at the designated spot. Following the servant's direction, Cheng Laosan noticed a considerable gathering of people. He approached with the bowl in hand, listening to the praises of the esteemed official, occasionally echoing their sentiments. Relishing the free meal, Cheng Laosan savored every bite, even experiencing a sense of relief. After finishing the bowl, he patted his belly, ready to return the bowl. At that moment, someone nearby called out to him, advising him not to hurry in returning it. For the esteemed official had prepared refreshing herbal tea to alleviate the heat. It would be wise to partake before returning the bowl. Intrigued by the prospect of gaining more, Cheng Laosan moved closer and extended his bowl, receiving a generous ladleful from the servant. Just as he was about to drink, he detected an unusual medicinal aroma emanating from the tea. While it wasn't uncommon for the group to prepare herbal tea for their members, this particular scent stirred an unsettling feeling within him. The image of the esteemed official's behavior in the darkroom flickered in his mind. Could the official, whose wealth was acquired through sinister means, truly be so benevolent? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He felt trapped between the decision to drink or not. Suddenly, he spotted a bystander approaching briskly with a bowl. An idea struck him, and he intentionally bumped into the man, causing the herbal tea to spill onto the ground. "Watch where you're going." Without waiting for a retort, Cheng Laosan erupted in anger. Witnessing Cheng Laosan's fierce demeanor, the man with the tea was equally unyielding, and soon they were engaged in a shoving match. Before long, they were expelled from the vicinity by the attendants maintaining order. Once outside the confines of the Zhang residence, Chung Laosan found a quiet spot to ponder. He was perplexed. What could have prompted the esteemed official to distribute porridge so suddenly? And what of that bowl of herbal tea, so replete with the scent of medicinal herbs? The mountains abound with spirits, and the value of such herbs far surpasses that of coarse rice. Could it be that it was a potion of enchantment? With that thought, Chung Laosan sprang to his feet. This was urgent. He needed to find a way to inform the master. At this moment, Chen Yin had just departed from the gentleman who inscribed the prayer tablets. The affairs orchestrated by the esteemed official Su transpired right beneath his very nose. The peach blossoms he bestowed upon Su were not mere embellishments intended to flaunt superiority. The so-called herbal tea, rather than being a mere enchantment, could more aptly be described as a narcotic and a guiding talisman. All of this was in service of the offerings to the rat demon. While Chung Laosan remained oblivious to the grim reality beneath the offering table, Chen Yin was acutely aware of the harrowing truth. Chen Yin glanced at the radiant sun above and couldn't help but sigh. In a world teeming with demons and malevolence, the true terror lay within the hearts of humanity. With such overwhelming sunlight to suppress malevolence, if not for human greed, how could these fiends find refuge in the city? Sacrificing lives to appease celestial beings in exchange for wealth, human wickedness rivals that of any demon. Yet, there was one matter that puzzled Chen Yin. Given the number of bones found in the pit of the esteemed Master Su's household, such occurrences had not been isolated incidents. Each time someone disappeared, it followed a charitable distribution of food. Why had no one uncovered this mystery over the years? In the dead of night, the slumbering Chung Laosan was roused from his deep sleep by Chen Yin. As he was about to speak, he noticed Chen Yin gesturing toward the others who were still blissfully asleep. Chung Laosan understood and nodded in agreement, following Chen Yin outside. Once they reached a secluded spot, Chung Laosan dared to voice his concerns. He quickly recounted the events he had encountered to Chen Yin. Chen Yin did not pay much heed to the matters concerning Master Su, as that was indeed his purpose tonight. However, upon hearing that the Chai gang was searching for him, a frown creased Chen Yin's brow. The Chai gang's base emanated a sinister aura, which he had sensed during his previous visit to the county town. Yet, with numerous entities worshipping malevolent spirits within the city, he had thought it merely a reflection of the Chai gang's practices and had not given it much thought. Their interest in him seemed connected to that ominous presence. I am aware of this matter. As for Master Su, since I have promised to show you a grand spectacle, I shall not go back on my word. Come with me, he declared. With that, Chen Yin tapped his peachwood staff, and once again, Chung Laosan experienced the disorienting sensation of the world spinning around him. Drawing from his previous experience, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, although the dizziness still left him pale. Steadying himself, Chung Laosan realized they had arrived at an utterly ordinary dwelling. Confused, he turned to Chen Yin and inquired, "Aren't we supposed to seek out Master Su? How have we ended up here?" Chen Yin raised his chin towards the dark alley and remarked, "Do not be hasty. The grand performance is about to commence." Chung Laosan, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. However, since Chen Yin had advised him to remain patient, he dared not inquire further and could only wait in silence. After approximately the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Chen Yin suddenly announced, "They are coming." A rustling sound echoed from the depths of the shadowy alley, prompting Chung Laosan to turn and peer into the darkness. As the noise drew nearer, what emerged before him sent a chill down his spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. It was a swarm of rats, a multitude of rodents the size of young puppies. Trailing behind them were countless ordinary rats. At first glance, the mass of vermin resembled a writhing carpet unfurling from the shadows. Confronted with such a daunting sight, Chung Laosan wasted no time. He seized Chen Yin by the arm and turned to flee. Memories of his childhood, when a rat had scurried up his pants, flooded his mind, and the overwhelming image of being covered in rats paralyzed him with fear. Years had passed without notice when he was suddenly yanked by a forceful hand. Instinctively, he pointed a finger, immobilizing Chung Laosan in his tracks. Chung Laosan stiffened, a sense of despair washing over him as he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the onslaught of the rat horde. Perhaps due to the indelible impressions of his childhood, he had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit. His mind now consumed solely by the vision of countless rats scattered around him. Chen Yin cast a glance at Chung Laosan, who was frozen in place. To his surprise, the man who had bravely swung his sword at ghosts was now utterly terrified by a mere swarm of mice. Gently, he patted Chung Laosan on the shoulder and uttered a firm command, Regain your composure. The tone carried a hint of tranquility, effectively pulling Chung Laosan back to reality. As Chung Laosan opened his eyes, he noticed the horde of mice had approached them. To his astonishment, as the rodents drew near, they seemed to instinctively divert their path as if encountering an immovable object. The unsettling feeling that had gripped him vanished entirely, a clear indication of his master's influence. Now composed, Chung Laosan turned to Chen Yin and inquired, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? Why are there so many mice? Have you forgotten what Lord Su has been offering as sacrifice?" Chen Yin gently tapped his peachwood staff on the ground, causing the mice beneath his feet to scurry farther away. "This is the work of the esteemed official Su. What could he be planning?" Chung Laosan exclaimed in shock, his voice rising in alarm. Chen Yin pointed towards the direction in which the mice were advancing and remarked, "You shall know soon enough." Chung Laosan followed Chen Yin's gesture and gazed ahead. The swarm of mice had, unbeknownst to them, arrived at the dilapidated and narrow dwelling they had previously encountered. This abode was devoid of any courtyard, and at a glance, Chung Laosan discerned it belonged to a family bereft of both wealth and provisions, a mere common folk. It hardly seemed a place of interest for the esteemed official Su. As he pondered this, the leading rat began to squeak incessantly at the door. In response to the commotion, the ordinary mice scattered, seeking refuge through the doorway and the crevices in the walls. Before long, Chung Laosan heard a cacophony of squeaks emanating from within. Then, a heavy thud echoed, and the tightly shut door burst open under the weight of the multitude of mice. What transpired next sent shivers down Chung Laosan's spine. Upon the door's opening, the horde of rats surged directly into the bedroom. When they emerged, astonishingly, they bore a child of about 5 or 6 years upon their backs. What horrified Chung Laosan even further was the realization that throughout this entire episode, from the moment the mice entered the house to the thud of the door, none of the adults inside reacted at all. Even the child being carried remained in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware as he rubbed his nose while nestled upon the rats' backs. Yet, the events did not conclude there. After the rat horde exited the dwelling with the child, they did not flee immediately, but paused at the threshold, emitting their characteristic squeaks. Upon hearing the calls of the larger rats, the ordinary mice sprang into action once more. It was then that Chung Laosan noticed, to his horror, a multitude of rat carcasses strewn across the floor within. Observing the ground littered with the remains of the deceased and the fallen door bolt beside them, he suddenly comprehended how the mice had managed to open the door. They had stacked themselves, layer upon layer, to reach the height of the door, gradually pushing down the threshold. The corpses served as their stepping stones, crushed beneath the weight. The surviving mice, responding to their orders, began to transport the bodies right before Chung Laosan's eyes. This ghastly scene caused his voice to tremble as he turned to Chen Yin and inquired, "What on earth does this Su intend to accomplish?" Chen Yin gazed intently at the children atop the swarm of rats and gently remarked, "Do you still recall the offerings that the rat demon demanded from the esteemed Mr. Su?" Her soft words fell like a thunderclap, startling Chung Laosan into a sudden leap. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Offerings? That rat demon intends to consume humans. How could someone with the surname Su dare to do such a thing? How could they?" Chen Yin gazed towards the residence of the esteemed Mr. Su, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. The Su family not only dared to act, but had done so for over a decade. The speed of the rat swarm was astonishing. Before long, the ground was cleared of every last corpse. Chen Yin gently patted the still dazed Chung Laosan and said, "Let us go." Chung Laosan, regaining his senses, tightened his grip on his two clenched fists and inquired, "Do you not intend to save them, sir?" Chen Yin shook his head and replied, "It is not yet the right moment." Chung Laosan tightened his fists and stared at Chen Yin, inquiring, "Until when must we wait?" Chen Yin glanced at Chung Laosan's expression and said, "When the rat swarm converges, it will be time to strike without alarming the prey." Chung Laosan was taken aback by these words and inquired, "Are you suggesting, sir, that there are more than just these rats tonight?" Chen Yin nodded and remarked, "Have you forgotten from whence these mice came?" Chung Laosan's pupils constricted, and he quickly came to a realization. Before he could respond, Chen Yin continued, "Earlier, you mentioned how long Su de Guanren had been operating in Xinfeng County before he earned that title of nobility." Chung Laosan was struck as if by lightning, his speech trembling, "Thdhdh. Over the span of numerous years, Su de Guanren had distributed countless bowls of porridge. If each occasion had been as grave as today, Chung Laosan found himself reluctant to ponder further. He steadied his emotions, his eyes reddening, and earnestly addressed Chen Yin. Might that surname, Su, be left to me? Chun Yin gazed into Cheng Laosan's furious eyes, and after a moment's reflection, he shook his head and replied, "Do not involve yourself in this matter, for such scoundrels have sullied their hands and are unworthy of your concern." "Sir." Cheng Laosan was about to protest further, but his words were swiftly interrupted by Chun Yin. "Do not speak again, I assure you. His fate will be far more satisfying than if you were to take matters into your own hands." Recognizing Chun Yin's resolute intent, Cheng Laosan fell into silence. The two men silently followed the swarm of rats, making their way toward the residence of the esteemed official, Su. As they traveled halfway, Cheng Laosan suddenly inquired, "Why are those rats dragging away the corpses?" Chun Yin cast a glance at Cheng Laosan and remarked, "If even the bodies of those mice have vanished, what do you think will happen if the Master's household reports this to the authorities tomorrow?" Cheng Laosan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Given his understanding of the officials, there could only be one conclusion: missing. So that was it. No wonder no one had discovered anything over the years. Cheng Laosan now comprehended fully that venturing out at night was in itself a grave offense, and even if a child were to go missing, the most the authorities would do would be to make a note of it in their records. The swarm of mice did not head directly to the residence of the esteemed Master Su, but rather meandered in a haphazard manner, stopping intermittently, their pace far from swift. Growing increasingly impatient, Cheng Laosan found himself wishing to storm into Master Su's residence and deliver a few blows to that Su fellow. Yet, the swarm of mice continued to circle aimlessly, prompting him to grumble, "This gaggle of mice is quite bothersome, wandering about here. Why don't you cast a spell to hasten their pace, master?" Hearing Cheng Laosan's complaints, Chun Yin merely smiled faintly. While Cheng Laosan failed to grasp the significance of the mice's winding path, Chun Yin understood it all too well. If these mice were truly making a beeline for Master Su's abode, they would likely never arrive, as the painstakingly stolen children would vanish without a trace. On this journey, there were countless hazards to evade: the night watchman, the curfew patrols, various malevolent spirits, and especially that diminutive Lady Lu. These children had bowed before her. Should they encounter her, even the mouse demon might not stand a chance. It seemed that Lu Ling was constrained by some unseen force, rarely venturing beyond Yongping Fong. And even the tales of the sign writer did not mention her. However, Chun Yin chose not to elucidate this to Cheng Laosan, simply stating, "Let us keep up. There is no need to rush this matter." As the residence of the esteemed official Su drew ever closer, the presence of the surrounding rats diminished significantly. Ultimately, only a large rat horde burdened with sleeping offspring remained. These rodents scurried about the back door of the Zhang residence like headless flies, their tiny passengers rolling about like gourds upon their backs. Although these rats were ensnared in place by his illusionary magic, the sight still caused Chun Yin a sense of discomfort. He seized the third in line, swiftly ascending to a nearby rooftop. With a subtle motion of his finger, a peachwood talisman shot towards the skies above the Zhang residence, vanishing into the ether. In the rear courtyard of the Zhang residence, separated by a mere wall from the rat horde, the esteemed official Su paced back and forth, holding a peach blossom in his hand. The county of Xinfeng was not particularly large, and the emissaries from the celestial realm had been dispatched for some time. According to past experiences, the first wave of envoys should have returned by now, yet not a single shadow had appeared, although he had already communicated with the celestial beings. A sense of unease lingered in Su's heart. After all, it was he who had summoned the sorcerer, and should any mishap occur, the celestial beings might justly place blame upon him. Recalling the dire consequences of a previous error, a wave of resentment surged within Su, causing his gaze to inadvertently drift toward the peach blossom in his hand. He had entrusted the peach blossom and the sorcerer entirely to the rat demon. Yet he had omitted the crucial phrase, "skilled in managing rodent infestations." Every time this phrase crossed his mind, Su found himself beset by a profound inner conflict. He both hoped that it was true and simultaneously wished it were not, a sentiment that had tormented him throughout the day. He fervently wished that the sorcerer possessed genuine abilities. Otherwise, a glint of determination flashed in Su's eyes. He could not afford to offend the celestial beings, nor could he fail to handle this situation. The rooftop lay shrouded in darkness. Chun Yin gazed intently at the ever-changing expressions of Su de Guanjing, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he softly remarked, "The time is nearly upon us." Cheng Laosan, invigorated by this, was about to inquire further when he noticed Chun Yin lightly tapping his peach staff. A gentle breeze suddenly arose, sweeping towards the back door of the Zhang residence. causing the heavy wooden door to silently creak open. As the back door swung ajar, the swarm of mice, previously circling in place with a child in tow, swiftly found their direction and surged eagerly into the courtyard. The commotion stirred Su de Guanjin from his reverie. He turned to glance, his beady eyes narrowing in alarm. In the past, this group of mice had returned with goods through subterranean tunnels, yet here they were, at the back door. Something was amiss. Su de Guanjin cast another glance at the peach blossom in his hand, a flicker of insight igniting in his eyes as he mused. Even the messenger from the celestial realm has been affected. It seems this sorcerer possesses considerable skill. This branch of peach blossom, despite its season being inappropriate, appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary flower, even undetectable by celestial beings. Several times, Su de Guanjin contemplated discarding the blossom as instructed by the celestial beings, yet the phrase effective in controlling rodent infestations lingered in his mind like a haunting specter, refusing to dissipate. Ultimately, not only did he refrain from casting it aside, but he also unconsciously retained it in his grasp throughout the day, never allowing it to leave his side. With the return of the messenger, it was evident that the sorcerer was nearby. Su de Guanjin peered through the back door into the distance, certain that Chen Yin was privy to some knowledge. Following the path of the messenger's return, he was convinced that Chen Yin was lurking in the vicinity, though the night enveloped everything in darkness. Lost in thought, Su de Guanjin advanced, preparing to secure the courtyard gate as soon as the mice entered. Unbeknownst to him, with each step he took, the peach blossom in his hand exuded a delicate fragrance. A gust of wind swept by, carrying the floral scent throughout the entire street. In the next moment, the children perched atop the mice simultaneously opened their eyes, their piercing cries echoing through the night sky. The unexpected wails left Su de Guanjin utterly stunned. He had considered various tactics that Chen Yin might employ, yet he had never anticipated that Chen Yin would rouse the children. In the deep of night, even the slightest bark could be heard from afar. How much more so the cries of 5 or 6 children. The phenomenon of children going missing at night in Xinfeng County was long-standing, and now, amidst the stillness, the cries of these youngsters resonated in his backyard. It was scarcely a matter of time before the night patrol would come rushing in response to the commotion. Should they witness the scene before them, unless celestial beings intervened to eliminate the patrol, no one could save him. Cursed sorcerer! How could he scheme against me so? Initially, Su de Guanjin held on to the notion that Chen Yin was unaware of the true situation, but at this moment, he was fully awakened to the reality. What effective in controlling rodent infestations? That sorcerer was clearly intent on taking his life. In an instant, Master Su grasped his predicament. Flinging the peach blossoms in his hand to the ground, his eyes gleaming with menace as he charged towards the group of children. The sorcerer, unwilling to intervene, could only hope to silence the children before the night patrol arrived. With his esteemed reputation built over many years at stake, he believed there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Had he known of Master Su's ferocity, Chen Yin would have surely been prepared. Changing his hand seals, the discarded peach blossom suddenly emitted a delicate floral fragrance. As the scent wafted towards him, before he could reach the children, darkness enveloped his vision and his legs buckled, sending him crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was cushioned by countless mice, sparing him from injury, though he was splattered with the blood of the crushed vermin. When he finally opened his eyes and stood up, the sight before him plunged him into despair. The celestial envoys were all sprawled lifeless on the ground. To make matters worse, shouts from the night patrol echoed nearby. Over there! Quickly! Keep up! Faced with the sobbing children, Master Su found himself utterly at a loss. The patrol had arrived too swiftly. It was too late to take action. As he scanned his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a stick by the wall. After contemplating the stick and the multitude of mouse corpses, inspiration struck him. He seized the stick and began to frantically smash the dead mice. By the time the night patrol reached the back entrance of the Zhang residence, Master Su stood amidst a sea of mouse carcasses, bloodied and wielding the stick like a warrior. The children he had rescued were safely positioned behind him. The patrol, upon witnessing the scene, exchanged astonished glances between the gruesome remains and the blood-soaked figure of Master Su. The leader of the patrol, with utmost courtesy, inquired, "Master Su, what transpired here?" With a righteous demeanor, Master Su, still panting, recounted, "I retired late tonight and suddenly heard the cries of children outside the wall. I ventured out to investigate and chanced upon this group of envoys, who were frantically carrying the children. In a moment of urgency, I attempted to intervene. But upon seeing me, the envoys charged into my courtyard. With no other option, I wielded my stick in defense. Fortunate to have learned some martial arts in my youth to fend them off. Upon hearing your approach, the envoys scattered, and I managed to snatch the children away. The members of the night patrol listened with deep respect. The leader solemnly clasped his fists in salute to Master Su, exclaiming, "Truly, you are Master Su. Your virtue is commendable. I shall report this matter to the county magistrate and advocate for your merit." With that, the patrol took their leave, escorting the children away. Just as Master Su was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice, both human and inhuman, pierced the air like a wild spring call. "Su Erwa, what on earth is going on?" The sound reached his ears, and suddenly, Su the official felt a blur before his eyes. The scene before him transformed dramatically. An elderly man clad in a flamboyant robe, adorned with an official hat, glared at him with palpable fury. Celestial being. Su the official felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground. He opened his mouth to explain the events that had just transpired. However, to his dismay, his explanation only intensified the celestial being's wrath. The old man emitted a chilling, sinister laugh, declaring, "Good, good. It seems that sorcerer has emboldened you, daring even to toy with me. Since you refuse to speak the truth, I shall investigate myself." With that, the old man exhaled a visible, yellow-brown mist towards Su the official. Upon witnessing this, terror gripped Su's countenance as he prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. He had witnessed the power of this mist before, no matter how formidable a sorcerer might be. Once enveloped by that aura, they would be reduced to mere walking corpses. Just as he bowed to the ground, sensing something amiss, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Good, good. Su, do you think that having found a new patron, you have eluded my grasp?" Su the official hastily sought to deny the accusation. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he froze in place, trembling. What he held was not merely a stick, it was undeniably the peach branch he had discarded earlier. All the petals had vanished, leaving only a bare twig. Su the official quaked, scanning his surroundings. The ground was littered with the corpses of mice, each adorned with a pink petal upon their heads. Meanwhile, the children, previously taken by the night patrol, were sweetly slumbering in a corner of the courtyard. The celestial being's eyes glinted with menace as they focused on the peach branch in Su's grasp. In that moment, Su's terror peaked. The messenger had perished beneath the petals, and the branch was firmly in his possession. Most alarming was the fact that the celestial being had commanded him to discard the branch. Even though that yellow mist halted just half a foot from him, the oppressive aura of the mouse demon rendered Su incapable of mounting any form of resistance. Instinctively, he once again fell to the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. "No. Celestial being, spare my life. Spare my life. I swear it was not me. Truly, it was not my doing. It was all the sorcerer's trickery. Yes, yes. It was that sorcerer who orchestrated this." The old man, filled with demonic energy, was in no mood to listen to any explanations as he was incensed. With a swift flick of his sleeve, the dignified official, Su, felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, lifting him off the ground and violently crashing him against a nearby artificial mountain. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Su let out a wretched scream, his grip on the peach branch loosening as he slid down the rocky surface. The old man, undeterred, waved his hand again, drawing Su closer to him. A hand, sharp as a claw, clutched Su's neck, yanking his head forward as he growled menacingly. "Where is that sorcerer?" Strangled and gasping for breath, Su could hardly articulate a response. With a face turned a deep shade of purple, he desperately pointed to the old man's hand. The old man remained unmoved, glaring at him fiercely until Su was on the brink of losing consciousness, at which point he finally released his grip. Cough, cough. Su covered his neck, erupting into a fit of violent coughs as he knelt on the ground, too afraid to rise. Having narrowly escaped death, Su harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chen Yin, furious that the accursed sorcerer had schemed against him time and again. He swore he would not let Chen Yin off the hook. Without hesitation, Su recounted every detail of the earlier incident to the old man, even mentioning the phrase capable of managing rodent infestations. "Very well, I shall see what manner of sorcerer this is, that even I, an immortal, have been deceived." The old man, upon hearing this, laughed bitterly in his fury and seized the peach branch that had fallen beside the artificial mountain. He was determined to scrutinize this branch and uncover its mysteries that had eluded his vision. The old man exhaled a stream of ethereal green flames, which coiled around the peach branch like a serpent. The branch that had caused Su such trouble was reduced to mere ashes in an instant, resembling an ordinary stick. Eh. The old man suddenly turned his gaze upon Su, his voice icy. Dare you deceive me again? At that moment, Su was in a daze. This was the third time within such a short span that the wretched sorcerer had plotted against him. Stammering incoherently, he exclaimed, I don't know what's happening. Wait, the immortal's aura, just now, the aura of the immortal. In his desperation, Su inadvertently provoked the old man further, igniting his wrath. Humph, merely a trickster wielding illusions. One too cowardly to reveal his face. How dare he play his games before me? With a swift kick, the elder sent Su de Guanren flying. Fortunately, at that moment, it was able to discern who the true adversary was, refraining from employing lethal force. Instantly, the old man's face contorted, and a rodent-like snout emerged where his nose should have been. He leapt onto the rooftop, surveying his surroundings, while his twitching snout detected no irregularities. Without further ado, he darted back to stand before Su de Guanren. Unbeknownst to him, this sudden movement nearly terrified Chung Laosan to death. Even Qin Yin was caught off guard by the old man's abrupt leap to the rooftop, and he landed directly beside them. Particularly for Chung Laosan, who was less than 2 steps away, the encounter left him so frightened that he dared not even breathe. Seeing the old man descend, Chung Laosan patted his chest and exclaimed, You scared me to death. You almost landed right on top of me. Sir, why did you not take action to subdue this monster? Qin Yin shook his head, pointing at the few motionless men in black standing at the gate, and said, Do not rush. Tonight's main force is Lord Su, along with them. As for those children, fear not, I shall ensure their safety. With that, the peachwood talisman above spun, and the children vanished from everyone's sight. Within the courtyard, the old man stood before Lord Su, his beady eyes glinting with menace as he fixed his gaze upon him. In light of your years of offerings, I shall spare you this time. However, while your death may be averted, your punishment remains inevitable. Tomorrow, you are to bring back that illegitimate child you have been raising outside. As he spoke, the old man revealed a sinister smile to Lord Su, adding, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the purpose behind the sorcerers you have attracted over the years. It is merely out of reluctance to quarrel over the provisions you have provided that I have refrained from taking action. Should there be another occurrence, I shall ensure you find no escape from your predicament. With his secret laid bare, Lord Su's countenance turned ashen. He could only watch helplessly as the old man turned and retreated into his chamber. Shortly thereafter, 2 intertwined figures were cast upon the paper window of the room. Each intertwining silhouette drained the color from Lord Su's face further. Just then, a voice of reprimand resounded from within. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch Jing for me. Daring not to resist, Lord Su clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with boundless humiliation as he made his way toward the front courtyard. Simultaneously, the previously motionless men in black at the gate stirred into action. They divided into 2 groups, one stationed at the entrance while the other cautiously infiltrated the courtyard, deftly avoiding the dead rats on the ground as they made their way toward Lord Su's secret chamber. In the front courtyard, Lord Su stood at the threshold of a side room, engulfed in humiliation and resentment. He raised his hands several times but could not muster the courage to knock, ultimately collapsing weakly against the door. The sound of his weight pressing against it startled those inside. Who is it? At the voice, Lord Su trembled, stammering. It is I, the immortal has returned. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a void behind him, causing him to lean backward. Simultaneously, a sweet and surprised voice rang out. The immortal has returned? Father, why didn't you say so sooner? Before Lord Su could respond, a figure had already dashed past the threshold. He watched as his daughter, without casting a glance his way, rushed out clad only in her nightgown. Lord Su, in a daze, retreated to the back courtyard and sank to the ground. He stared vacantly at the 3 entangled silhouettes cast upon the paper window of the chamber, his hands clawing desperately at the earth. Initially, he had merely sought to prove himself, to rid himself of the title of a son-in-law. Everything had been fine at the outset. Why had it culminated in such a debacle? It was all the fault of that cursed sorcerer. If only it were not for that sorcerer, the situation should never have escalated to this extent. Curse the notion of humane pest control. How could I have been so foolish as to believe the sorcerer's deceit, thereby desecrating the offerings to the celestial beings? Offerings? Indeed. Where have the offerings gone? How could the divine forsake their offerings? Su de Gorin was momentarily taken aback. abruptly glancing towards the corner where the children had gathered, only to find it utterly vacant. Then, he sensed something amiss in his hands and instinctively grasped at it. Upon lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover himself drenched in blood, clutching a round, blood-stained wooden club. Surrounding him lay a multitude of massive rats, their heads battered and bleeding from the blows of the club. Outside the courtyard, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. Su Degorin turned to see a cohort of burly men clad in black advancing toward the entrance. Indeed, the night patrol. The leader bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he had encountered previously. At that moment, a voice thundered in his ears. Su Erwa, I see you truly seek death. This eerily familiar scene caused Su Degorin's fraught nerves to unravel in an instant. He could no longer discern the reality before him. Provoked, he brandished the club and charged wildly at the elderly man emerging from the bedroom, incessantly shouting, Die! Die! All of you die! The old man, observing the frenzied approach of Su Degorin, sensed something was amiss. Just as he prepared to intervene, a wave of terror surged from above, causing him to momentarily falter. In that fleeting pause, the club swung down upon him with devastating force. The wooden club, which should have inflicted no harm, knocked him over with a staggering blow. As he attempted to defend himself, the old man heard a commotion emanating from a side chamber. This is bad. My divine altar. The old man's expression shifted, realizing the severity of the situation, and he disregarded everything else. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a fierce gale surged towards Su Degorin, pushing him back repeatedly. However, the old man's eyes widened in alarm. How could it arrive so swiftly? Ordinarily, such a tempest would have blown Su Degorin at least 10 paces away. Yet, in mere moments, its potency had diminished so drastically. Just then, he heard a commanding voice from the hidden chamber. The divine altar has been breached. Quickly, sound the alarm. The nature of that terrifying gong remained a mystery. Yet upon hearing the thunderous roar, the rat demon's expression instantly shifted. It disregarded all else, opening its mouth to unleash a plume of black smoke that shot forth like an arrow toward the patrolling team. The smoke traveled with incredible speed, cloaked by the night. And in the blink of an eye, it reached the front of the patrol. The rat demon felt a flicker of relief. This black smoke was a manifestation of the murky essence it had cultivated over decades in desolate graves. Adept at ensnaring the souls of the unwary, anyone who inhaled even a trace would promptly succumb to unconsciousness. Just as it prepared to flee, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blossoms swept by, scattering the black smoke that had reached the patrol team. The rat demons first stood on end, fear surging through it. Although this murky essence was not its most formidable weapon, it was intricately tied to its very existence, nurtured over many years. The fact that it was so easily dispersed by an inexplicable breeze could only signify the sorcerer's intervention. A mix of shock and fury coursed through the creature. But before it could react, the leader of the patrol produced a copper gong from within his robes and raised a mallet to strike it with great force. Dong! The rat demon could only watch in horror as the gong resonated, 2 words echoing in its mind. Flee quickly. The sound pierced the air and cut through the clouds. The jarring waves of sound rapidly spreading throughout the entire county, awakening countless individuals from their slumber. Chen Yen stood atop the rooftop, observing the bronze gong in the hands of the man clad in black. Its sudden appearance caught him somewhat off guard. The members of the night patrol surged with vitality, their 3 flames of yang energy ignited by their fervor, resembling 3 blazing torches. He had anticipated that the night patrol would employ some arcane techniques to confront the demons. Yet he was taken aback by the simplicity yet peculiarity of the bronze gong. It was ordinary in that it lacked any extraordinary abilities to combat the malevolent creatures. However, it was extraordinary due to the remarkably penetrating sound it produced. With 3 resounding strikes of the gong, almost everyone in Xinfeng County awakened from their slumber. In the season perspective, the night sky begins to undergo dramatic transformations. The once tranquil yang energy, subdued by the darkness, starts to churn restlessly. Within just a few breaths, the furnace of yang energy regains nearly 80% of its daytime vigor. The ancient Chen Yin could sense the myriad of lively demons and malevolent spirits in the city. And in an instant, they all lay dormant. In the distance, countless oil lamps flickered to life as the awakened young adults brandished various implements and torches, converging towards the sound of the gong from all directions. Viewed from the rooftops, the assembled throng resembled serpentine fire dragons racing towards the night patrol. The entirety of Xinfeng County had come alive. The elderly man, upon hearing the gong, was struck as if by lightning. He swiftly pivoted and leapt towards the courtyard wall, intent on fleeing, and swiftly. Unlike Chen Yan, a modern outsider, the old man, as a native, understood all too well what the sound of the terrifying gong signified. In past encounters with other demons and malevolent spirits, he had more than once concealed himself to observe. Once those crowds converged and the yang energy surged forth, even the mightiest of demons would find their powers suppressed to a mere fraction. The weaker ones would be directly subdued on the spot. However, contrary to his intentions, just as he ascended into the air, he felt a sudden stagnation in his breath. A palpable pressure slammed him back down from the skies. With his escape thwarted, the old man was now thoroughly alarmed, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he scanned the surroundings, cursing, "Wretched sorcerer! How dare you ambush me? If you have the gall, show yourself." Chen Yan, who was observing the changes in yang energy above, furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the old man. The earlier disturbance was not a result of his actions, but rather a spontaneous reaction from the surging yang energy above. Much like how a person falling from a great height encounters natural resistance, it scarcely qualified as an attack, merely a form of repulsion. Seeing that there was no movement around him, the old man, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Very well. You think that by not showing yourself, I am powerless? Even a clay figurine possesses some spirit." The repetition of grandfather struck a chord with Chun Yan, who had initially intended to ignore him. Such audacity! How dare a mere mouse demon presume to take liberties with him? Chun Yan, favored by his master, though unnamed, was still a disciple under the master's tutelage. To call oneself grandfather was a presumption so brazen that even the chief of the 12 zodiac spirits would not dare. Initially, he had allowed the old man to remain for the sake of confirming his thoughts, but with the yang energy now fluctuating dramatically, Chun Yan could no longer tolerate the impudence. However, he had no intention of revealing himself just yet. Having promised Chung Laosan a good show, he would not renege on his word. "Chung Laosan." The bewildered Chung Laosan turned at the sound of Chun Yan's voice, responding promptly, "What is your command, sir?" As he turned around, he saw Chun Yan's finger pointed directly at his eyes, and instinctively, he swayed and closed his eyes. "Open your eyes and behold." When Chung Laosan finally opened his eyes, he felt a sudden chill, and upon doing so, the magnificent furnace of yang energy, composed of swirling yang, was abruptly unveiled before him. The indescribable, resplendent radiance, akin to the zenith of the sun, overwhelmed Chung Laosan, leaving his mouth agape in astonishment. Before he could scrutinize further, the echoes of the past resonated once more. "Do not be dazed. Observe closely, and your understanding will depend on your own fortune." At these words, Chung Laosan felt a jolt run through him. His astute nature made him acutely aware that this was an opportunity capable of altering his fate. Instantly, he focused intently, fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. As he turned his gaze, he witnessed Chun Yan extend a hand, extracting a dark brown essence from the rat demon. The essence reeked horrendously, swirling and undulating in the air like a diminutive river. Chung Laosan recognized this black mist. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the incense ignited by the esteemed official Su earlier. However, this particular black smoke, upon a mere glance, unleashed a tumult of chaotic thoughts within him, compelling Chung Laosan to hastily avert his eyes. Scanning his surroundings, he beheld a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. The once raucous rat demon underwent a startling transformation the moment the essence departed its body. Its visage, reminiscent of an old man, began to contort, its nose elongated gradually, while several long whiskers sprouted from the corners of its mouth. Its cheekbones elongated, its ears sharpened, and its skin sprouted countless gray-black hairs. No. The once boisterous old imp emitted a series of piercing wails. Coupled with its grotesquely contorted form, it exuded an unsettling aura. Chung Laosan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, struggling to resist the urge to look away, ultimately gritting his teeth to endure. He could not fathom the cause and dared not inquire further. Yet, his instincts suggested a profound connection to the overwhelming essence above. The astonishing metamorphosis of the rat demon left Chung Laosan in a daze. Even the frenzied official Su was momentarily jolted back to reality. Gazing in terror at the wooden stick in his hand, then casting a fearful glance at the transforming rat demon, as if electrocuted, he dropped the stick to the ground. In stark contrast stood the members of the night patrol, a group of burly men clad in black. Rather than displaying fear, they wore expressions of delight, eager for action. The leader, in an unusual tone, bellowed, "Subdue the demon." The men behind him echoed in unison, "Subdue the demon." Chun Laosan turned to observe them and, inexplicably, sensed an unwavering resolve emanating from several of the black-clad figures. This conviction seemed to collide with the rat demon, dissipating the last remnants of its incense. As the incense evaporated completely, the rat demon could no longer maintain even a semblance of its human form, transforming entirely into a colossal rat. Covered in gray fur and measuring over 4 feet in length, it appeared more akin to a wild boar than a mere rat. The sorcerer lurking in the shadows had yet to make an appearance, yet the rat demon had already revealed its true form, plunging into a state of utter panic. Ignoring all caution, it dashed towards the courtyard gate, desperately seeking an escape. With a body refined by years of demonic energy, its speed was astonishing. Before the patrolling guards could react, it slipped through the gaps in the crowd. Humph! After cursing the abbot, did it still think it could flee? Just as the rat demon was about to break free from the courtyard, Chen Yin let out a cold snort, his foot pressing down. The peachwood talisman suspended in the air suddenly flickered with a spiritual light, which danced through the air like a stroke of a brush. Above the county town, the abundant yang energy, intertwined with the spiritual light, swiftly formed a binding law that isolated Zhang's residents from within and without. This was indeed the Taoist technique of energy confinement. In its singular focus on escape, the rat demon was oblivious to the changes around it. As it neared the gate, elation filled its eyes, and its speed increased even further. However, joy turned to despair as a loud crash echoed. The rat demon collided headlong with the barrier. The violent impact left it dizzy and disoriented, struggling to regain its footing. The patrolling guards, witnessing this, quickly surrounded the area, eager to seize the opportunity to capture the rat demon. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they found an invisible wall blocking their path, rendering them helpless on the outside. Within the courtyard, the divine altar lay shattered, the incense extinguished, and now, ensnared by an inexplicable barrier. The rat demon was acutely aware that it was no match for the sorcerer concealed in the dark. If it did not devise a plan soon, it feared it would meet its doom today. Shaking its head, it surveyed the surroundings and abruptly spotted the bewildered official Su and the peach blossom at his feet. The rat demon's pupils constricted. It had previously set the peach blossom ablaze, so how had it reappeared? A sudden realization struck, and the rat demon charged towards the peach blossom, recalling the words of the official. "Handle the rat infestation well." So it was you who orchestrated this. Su Erwa. I shall ensure that not a single creature of the Su family remains. As it lunged forward, the bewildered official Su mistakenly believed the charge was directed at him. He instinctively picked up the peach blossom from the ground and held it defensively before him. Upon seeing his reaction, the rat demon's eyes turned crimson with rage. If it weren't for this fool, how could it have fallen to such depths? The demon, once aimed at the peach blossom, redirected its assault towards the official. Agile and quick, the rat demon overpowered the official before he could even comprehend the situation, pinning him to the ground. Enraged and driven by primal instincts, the rat demon did not hesitate and lunged for the official's neck with its razor-sharp teeth. As the demon's dagger-like fangs approached, the official lost his composure, raising his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. However, his arm was as fragile as tofu against the demon's fierce bite. With a single chomp, the official's arm was gruesomely severed into 3 parts. With a piercing scream, crimson blood splattered across the face of the esteemed official Su. Witnessing the rodent demon devour its own arm in a gruesome display nearly left him paralyzed with fear. The overwhelming terror stripped Su of his rationality, prompting him to recklessly wave his remaining right hand in a futile attempt to fend off the creature. In a tragic twist, his hand found its way into the gaping maw of the rodent demon, accompanied by a peach blossom he had hastily retrieved from the ground. Provoked by the sin of flesh, the demon's eyes turned bloodshot, and without regard for the object in Su's grasp, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into whatever it could find. However, such reckless consumption came with dire consequences. Its bite, rather than being harmless, pierced through the delicate peach branch as if it were a dagger, driven by the force of its own jaws. Had it not revealed its true form, this assault would have surely penetrated its skull. Suddenly wounded, the demon disregarded Su, who was utterly incapacitated. It stifled its agony, rising upright on its hind legs, its forepaws reaching out in a desperate attempt to dislodge the peach blossom. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, the branch remained steadfast. the excruciating pain radiating throughout its body with every futile effort. After several attempts, the rodent demon's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as it realized the grim reality. The peach blossom was taking root within its very being. In a moment of desperation, it ceased its movements, sinking to its knees as it bowed repeatedly to the ground in supplication. But alas, remorse came too late. Not even the passage of time could save it from Sue's wrath. The esteemed official, now bereft of both arms and driven to the brink by trauma, no longer bore the mask of sycophancy. Instead, his face contorted with boundless resentment and hatred as he staggered toward the demon, disregarding his own bloodied arms, unleashing his pent-up fury upon the creature. At that moment, the door to Sue's chamber swung open, revealing two disheveled women who rushed forth, identifiable as a mother and daughter. Upon witnessing the horrific scene involving the demon and Sue, they cried out in unison, "Celestial One," and charged forward. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Cheng Laosan swallowed hard, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. How had the scene transformed so drastically in an instant? Just as he wrestled with self-doubt, the situation shifted once again. The two women, now seemingly devoid of humanity, hurled the armless Sue aside and surrounded the rodent demon, frantically calling out, "Celestial One." Cheng Laosan stood aghast at this spectacle. "Sir, what is happening?" The old adage states that serpents are inherently depraved. Yet one must concede that rodents are not far removed from such a fate. These two women, long corrupted by the aura of malevolent spirits, had transcended their humanity and become something altogether different. With a heavy sigh, Chen Yin explained. In the courtyard, two women noticed the rat demon had fallen silent, and they simultaneously shifted their gaze toward the figure of the esteemed official Sue, who had been sent sprawling by their collision. Upon seeing the two faces twisted with hatred and resentment, the previously deranged Sue suddenly regained lucidity. He abandoned all resistance, tears streaming down his cheeks, trembling lips whispering, "Huiqin, Jinger, what have I done? What have I done?" The two women paid no heed to Sue's lamentations. They lunged forward, dragging his limp body, shouting, "It is all your fault that the immortal is suffering. It is you. It is you." Sue lay there like a tattered doll, offering no resistance as the women exerted their will upon him. Straining, they pulled him before the now motionless rat demon. Kneeling with an air of sycophancy, they implored, "Immortal, immortal, we have brought the sinner before you. Look, please." As the rat demon remained unresponsive, the women's frenzy escalated. They forced Sue to his knees, pressing his head to the ground. "Quickly, atone for your sins. Apologize. Apologize." With each repeated bowing of Sue's head against the earth, the women began to undergo a transformation. Their voices grew increasingly shrill, and the hands that pressed down on Sue morphed into claws of a beast. Their cheekbones elongated grotesquely, and beneath their skirts, a long, thick tail emerged. The deeper the transformation, the more violent their actions became. Each swipe of their sharp claws tore into Sue's flesh, leaving a trail of wounds. In the end, to the incredulous gazes of Cheng Laosan and the night patrol, the two women shockingly began to bite into him. In a desperate attempt to awaken the immortal, they resolved to consume Sue alive as an offering for forgiveness. Throughout their frenzied gnawing, Sue's eyes remained alert. Yet he uttered not a single sound. No one knew what thoughts plagued his mind, nor did anyone care. The scene was too brutal for Cheng Laosan to endure. He turned to Chen Yin and asked, "What shall we do about these two women?" With a raised eyebrow, Chen Yin remarked, "Have you forgotten? The celestial beings intend to leave no trace of this residence." Cheng Laosan trembled slightly, perplexed as he inquired, "Isn't the rat demon already subdued?" Chen Yin gazed at the motionless rat demon and gently remarked, "The rat demon has been subdued, yet the rat king still draws breath." As soon as the words left Chen Laosan's lips, he beheld the rat demon, pinned to the ground by the peach blossoms, convulsing violently. A stream of yellowish-brown liquid oozed from beneath its body, and initially, Chen Laosan assumed that the creature had merely urinated in fright. However, mere moments later, he realized the absurdity of his assumption. The liquid, upon flowing a foot away from the rat demon, transformed into countless rodents with crimson eyes. The mice surged forth like an unrelenting tide, and within moments, they had piled up 3 entire layers in the back courtyard of the Zhang residence. Witnessing this, Chen Laosan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What on earth is this?" Chen Yin, the Rat King. When a rat consumes over 100 corpses, it is deemed the Rat King. The urine of the Rat King transforms into rats, a phenomenon of innate creation, unbound by the influence of yang energy. This rat demon is indeed the essence of the Rat King. Upon hearing this, Cheng Lao San immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, "But what about those children and the servants in the front courtyard?" Chun Yin cast a sidelong glance at him and gestured towards the crowd gathered outside the courtyard, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I will ensure the child's safety. As for the servants? Once the alarm sounds, even those outside have come rushing in. Do you see any sign of movement from the servants, who are merely a wall away?" This statement sent a chill down Cheng Lao San's spine. He had initially believed that the calamity was solely the consequence of Su De Guorin's clandestine dealings with the immortal. Now, Chun Yin's implication suggested that the entire Zhang residence could not be absolved of complicity. As their conversation unfolded, a swarm of rats had already gnawed through the wooden door separating the inner courtyard from the front yard, surging forth into the open space. Meanwhile, the two women feasting upon Su De Guorin were likely spared, perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of the rat demon emanating from them, which deterred the horde from approaching. The swarm burst into the front courtyard like a plague of locusts, attacking every living creature within sight. Before long, Cheng Lao San was inundated with the cacophony of screams and cries for help emanating from the front yard. As the rats scurried between his legs, Cheng Lao San muttered incessantly, "Out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind." Chen Yin found it somewhat amusing and remarked, "What are you mumbling about?" Cheng Lao San chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he replied, "I was observing those two women. Why is it that the mouse pays them no heed at all?" With a raised eyebrow and a cold smirk, Chen Yin remarked, "It seems that all you have witnessed earlier was in vain. In that case, you may as well join them below." Without waiting for Cheng Lao San to offer an explanation, Chen Yin waved his sleeve, silently casting him into the crowd gathered outside the back door. At that moment, besides the night watch team, a considerable number of nearby townsfolk had assembled at the back entrance of the Zhang residence. They brandished shoulder poles and long sticks, clanging pots and pans together as they gathered, chanting loudly, creating a formidable presence. The scene reminded Chen Yin of the tales he had heard in his youth about the celestial dog devouring the sun, where people united to drive the beast away. However, in this world, their efforts were genuinely effective. Were it not for the rats swarming the courtyard, this throng would likely have surged inside, beating the two transformed women to death with their makeshift weapons. Cheng Lao San, lost among the masses, wore a look of regret. He pushed his way to the front, peering through the gaps in the night watch, trying to glimpse into the courtyard. The horrific screams from the front yard had gradually faded, and the once targeted rat swarm was becoming increasingly agitated. Just then, Cheng Lao San sensed something amiss. The two women were emanating wisps of black mist. He abruptly looked up at the sky and noticed that the indescribable, overwhelming aura above was surging in response to the chants from behind him. Cheng Lao San's pupils constricted as he turned to look back, only to find ordinary townsfolk surrounding him, devoid of any extraordinary traits. It was these seemingly mundane citizens, gathered together, who could influence the indescribable, majestic aura above. In that moment, Cheng Lao San finally understood what Chen Yin had intended for him to see. The sincerity of the people's hearts has the power to shake the heavens. Chen Yin gazed at the two women in the courtyard, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Perhaps it was due to his own humanity. But even amidst the overwhelming aura of sunlight that repelled them, the lingering scent of rat demons emanating from these two remained remarkably persistent. Despite the passage of time, the majority of their rat demon essence still clung to them. As the cries for help and the sounds of anguish from the front yard grew increasingly sparse, it became evident that the rat swarm was beginning to retreat. With a flick of his middle finger, Chun Yin skillfully suppressed the demonic energy emanating from the two individuals. As the malevolent aura dissipated, the pair was swiftly engulfed by a tide of rodents. As the last two fiends were consumed by the swarm, the crowd gradually fell into silence. In the courtyard, only a few children remained, peacefully slumbering in one corner. "What shall we do now, leader?" Several members of the night patrol exchanged glances, directing their inquiry towards their captain. The leader, observing the scene before him, fell into a pensive silence, uncertain of how to proceed. Confronting a rat demon the size of a wild boar might have encouraged them to engage in a skirmish. Yet facing such a multitude of crimson-eyed rodents instilled in them a profound dread of recklessness. Once rodents lose their fear of humans, they become exceedingly troublesome. The prior continuous screams served as a stark reminder of this peril, just as despair enveloped the group. A melodious chant floated down from the heavens. "In the peach blossom hut lies the peach blossom hermit, the peach blossom immortal within the peach blossom hut." Accompanying this enchanting melody was a delicate, sweet fragrance of blossoms that began to assuage the foul stench of the amassed rodents. Concurrently, a peach branch, piercing through the rat demon's palate, appeared to come to life. With each line of the song, the branch grew substantially longer. By the time 10 verses had been sung, what began as a mere twig had transformed into a flourishing peach tree. On this tree, vibrant, luscious peach blossoms unfurled, their beauty visible to the naked eye. As the wind swept through, petals cascaded gently to the ground. The swirling petals, buoyed by the breeze, formed a breathtaking floral vortex. In the next instant, this exquisite whirl transformed into a merciless meat grinder, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the rodents. The tender petals, akin to sharp blades, shredded the unfortunate rats caught within its grasp. The floral vortex danced gracefully in the gentle wind, a cascade of petals mingling with the rain of crimson, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Wherever it passed, petals blanketed the ground, forming a thick layer of flesh and debris. As the last of the peach blossoms fell, the chant continued, the tree persisted in its growth, and the transformation remained unceasing. Robust roots emerged from the earth, precisely lifting several children into the air. Then, the ground trembled, and the substantial layer of petals and flesh vanished without a trace, leaving behind solid slabs of green stone tiles. As the fragrance of blossoms intensified in the air, the melodic chant grew ever closer. Upon the conclusion of the song, a figure had, unbeknownst to all, materialized beneath the peach tree. Clad in a pale blue, front-fastening robe, with a moon-white satchel slung over their shoulder, and wielding a peach-wood staff adorned with blossoms. The individual stood with their back to the onlookers. Yet, their keen eyes quickly recognized this person as the sorcerer who had previously sought the esteemed official Su. Chun Yin gazed upward at the tree laden with blossoms of peach and 5 alluring peaches, increasingly satisfied with the incantation for slaying demons and consuming evil. Indeed, the principles of the Taoist sect are not as inconvenient as they might appear. With a flick of his hand, he plucked a peach and personally presented it to a few children who had just awakened. Although he had cast an illusion upon these children since their arrival at the Zhang residence, they had served his purpose well enough. 1 peach for each child, a gesture of compensation. Having pacified the children, Chun Yin turned to the crowd and declared, "The esteemed official Su worships malevolent gods and spirits, offering up innocent boys and girls, and now he reaps the consequences, having fallen victim to the very demons he summoned. Now that the fiends are vanquished, I shall keep vigil here tonight. You may disperse with the children." With that, he paid no further heed to the assembly, turning back to the tree, closing his eyes as he seated himself beneath it. Observing Chun Yin's aloof demeanor, those who had intended to engage him were suddenly deterred. Occasionally, 1 or 2 with less discernment would attempt to speak, only to be silenced by a companion nearby. After a brief silence, seeing that Chun Yin indeed had no intention of conversing, the crowd gradually departed with their children. As the throng receded, Chun Yin added, "This peach blossom tree possesses the power to ward off evil. Should you harbor any intent, after tonight, you may return to take a branch and plant it, and it shall prove effective." Once the crowd had moved far away, Chun Yin rose, surveyed his surroundings, and proclaimed, "Peach Blossom Mountain, Tangyin, I greet you all." From the darkness came a response, "You have overstepped, sorcerer." The speaker remained hidden, seemingly unwilling to confront Chun Yin directly. Chun smiled lightly, casting a glance, whether intentionally or not, towards the direction of the sound. He shook his head and remarked, "Not at all, not at all. Having just arrived, I, Tang, have fallen victim to this mouse demon's theft and must take a moment to greet you all." His gaze swept across the surroundings, startling the hidden malevolence lurking in the darkness, which feared it had been discovered. These entities had approached following the sound of the terror bell, only daring to draw near once the crowd had dispersed. To emerge at this moment and seek retribution suggested they were certain this sorcerer could effortlessly vanquish the mouse demon, likely bolstered by the power of the terror bell. The sudden gaze from the ancient presence truly startled it. Observing that the eyes did not linger upon its form, the malevolent entity felt a slight sense of relief. At this moment, Chun Yin found himself somewhat pained, for his display was not entirely a facade, but rather a manifestation of his helplessness. The prying gazes surrounding him were not part of his original design. By employing the technique of atmospheric confinement, he managed to isolate the Zhang residence from the outside world, intending to keep all occurrences within a controlled scope. Even if someone were to later associate the events with him, that would be a matter for another day. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated the presence of the alarming gong. Once it sounded, the Zhang residence instantly became the focal point of the entire Xinfeng County. Maintaining a low profile had become an arduous task, unless he was willing to abandon the KPI of the Exorcism Institute and instruct Tao Ji to completely devour that rat demon. But such an action would be no different from working unpaid overtime, and it was the dead of night, nearing dawn, precisely the time designated for legitimate work. Throughout his life, Chun Nian despised the notion of unpaid labor. However, it appeared that his display had yielded satisfactory results, after he provided a rather plausible explanation. The prying eyes around him diminished by at least 2/3. Merely one unverifiable rationale was sufficient to drive away so many malevolent beings. With a subtle lift of his brow, Chun Yan observed that the local practitioners appeared to be largely indifferent, rarely taking the initiative to vanquish demons and evil spirits. Otherwise, these malevolent entities would not have the audacity to depart at their whim. Regrettably, they had never considered that they were, in essence, the embodiment of profit. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. With the concluding matters still shrouded in uncertainty, it would be imprudent to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. To provoke under the guise of profit posed no threat of frightening away other demons. As most of the wicked spirits retreated, Chun Yin cast his gaze over the remaining few, coldly inquiring, "Do you have any further business? If not, I must excuse myself." If the previous encounter could be dismissed as mere illusion, this time it was a blatant display of power. Although the few remaining spirits felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they chose not to pursue further conflict, recognizing the futility of engaging with someone who sought no gain. Once the surrounding demons had withdrawn, Chen Yin remained uneasy. He altered his hand seals, causing the Peachwood talisman above to rotate, enveloping the Zhang residence in a barrier of spiritual light, severing it from the outside world. Having completed this, he gently tapped his peach staff on the ground, prompting a root to emerge from the earth. Upon this root was the nearly depleted rat demon. With a thought, a scroll of ancient azure materialized before him. The rat demon, Do One, originally an aberration of the forest, belonged to the Tai Jia sect. Later, he proclaimed himself a guardian spirit, engaging in supernatural acts, and joined the Tai Wu sect. Eventually, he delved into the state cult, invoking calamities without proper rites and deceiving the populace. According to the regulations of the Qing dynasty, those spirits not recorded in the state cult scriptures, who incited calamities and misled the people, would face exile for 3,000 miles. If they had caused harm to human life, they would be annihilated. As the words fell, the rat demon, still clinging to a semblance of vitality, was immediately ensnared tightly by the roots. As the ancient incantation was invoked, the spell concealed within the peach tree unleashed its full might against the malevolent creature. In but a fleeting moment, the rat demon was reduced to mere ashes, utterly dissipated into the ether. The term annihilation of form signifies the complete obliteration of both body and spirit. What a predicament! After accomplishing this feat, Qin Yin felt no exhilaration. Instead, a cloud of worry enveloped him. He cast a glance at the gourd hanging from his peachwood staff. Within it resided the malevolent spirits he had previously captured, including the diminutive specters fostered by the rat demon. Each of them, though guilty, did not warrant death. Rather, they were to be dispatched to the eastern peak for judgment or subjected to arduous labor spanning thousands of miles or even several years. Such labor would entail grueling toil, with spirits burdened like mountains and serpents slithering through the earth. At present, Chen Yin finds himself devoid of mountains to lean upon, caves to traverse, or the means to send matters to Dongyue for resolution. He can only temporarily contain them within a gourd. Although there is no immediate urgency, this method is ultimately a transient solution. To resolve the issue definitively, it would require the day when he can establish a mountain and erect a prison. Chen Yin shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. The matter of establishing a prison in the mountains seemed utterly unattainable. It was far more prudent to focus on the present. His thoughts intertwined with the seal of the Arctic Exorcism Institute, and that simple interface materialized before his eyes. Aside from the increase in merit and demerit to 18 individuals, there were no other changes. Among the 18, aside from the 7 from Chung Laosan and the 5 children present this evening, the remainder were all specters and malevolent deities summoned from within the gourd. The tally of merits and demerits was solely based on the lives saved. Chun Yin was in no hurry, for this realm was distinct from the heavenly dominion. The demons and malevolent spirits were utterly oblivious to the celestial and ghostly laws, providing him ample opportunity to maneuver. His current focus was on the prize at stake. With a mere thought, a petite and exquisite bronze bell materialized before him. The bell shimmered in a reddish-gold hue, its body reminiscent of a chime, adorned with countless crimson inscriptions and cloud patterns. Atop it was a handle shaped like a trident. This artifact was not unfamiliar to Chun Yin in his previous life. He had encountered many such items at the hands of the esteemed mentor, Jiu from the myriad realms. The Sanqing Bell? The ancient artifact known as the Sanqing Bell, also referred to as the Emperor's Bell, is a vessel of the celestial Fengdu lineage. This bell possesses the capacity for both immense power and subtlety, contingent upon the wielder's cultivation. In the hands of the venerable Jiu, it may appear as an ordinary magical instrument, yet, in the grasp of Fengdu, it could be aptly described as the Emperor's Bell resonates throughout the 3,000 realms, its sacred sound extinguishing myriad demons. For Chun Yin, the significance of this Sanqing Bell lies not in its power, but rather in its origin. He has surpassed decades of arduous cultivation in a single night through the use of the demon-slaying and devouring incantation. However, this has also rendered him devoid of decades of tempering his character. In the past 2 days, he has made numerous attempts to quiet his mind, yet remains stagnant in his pursuit of enlightenment. With the authentic Sanqing Bell, crafted by the esteemed Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, any discernible trace of celestial Fengdu's divine intent emanating from it would be an unparalleled boon for him. Chun Yin, overwhelmed with joy, summoned a silk scarf from Su De Guan's storeroom, wrapping it around the bell's tongue and concealing it within his bosom. As the imperial bell tolled, the sound of the bell resonated with a power that could dispel malevolent spirits. Having just driven away that horde of evil entities, he was determined not to summon them back. With the path ahead appearing promising, Chun Yin's spirits soared. Seizing this surge of exhilaration, he stamped his foot, drawing forth an array of chaotic energies from the dim chamber. These energies coalesced before him into an indistinguishable mass, causing Chun Yin to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled a breath of pure air, dispersing the chaotic essence and scattering it throughout the Zhang residence. Subsequently, he released the talismans hovering above the Zhang manor, and in an instant, countless items soared from the confines of the house, ascending into the sky, following the trails of energy to various corners of the county. Before long, the entire Su residence transformed into an empty shell. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Leaning on a weathered staff, Chun Yin sat cross-legged upon the exposed roots of a peach tree. His eyes closed as he recited the profound scriptures of the supreme Taoist master, known for alleviating suffering and absolving sins. Suddenly, he sensed a figure approaching from a distance, perhaps hesitant to interrupt his solemn chant. The figure halted at the threshold, seemingly reluctant to enter. Noticing this, Chun Yin's recitation momentarily paused. Yet he chose to disregard the visitor. It was not until the crowing of a rooster heralded the dawn that Chun Yin concluded his meditation. Glancing at the half-asleep boy leaning against the door, he cleared his throat and inquired, "You have kept vigil at my door throughout the night. What is your purpose?" Awakened by the query, the drowsy boy jolted upright. Upon realizing Chun Yin stood before him, he became flustered, his words caught in his throat, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment. Chun Yin gazed impassively at the young lad before him, patiently awaiting his articulation. Unexpectedly, the boy, confronted with Chun Yin's inscrutable expression, became increasingly anxious, his youthful visage nearly brimming with tears. Chun Yin cast a glance at him, inwardly scoffing at the absurdity of the elder strictures that forbade intimacy with the younger generation. What transgressions had they committed to warrant such ludicrous regulations? One might mistakenly assume he was here to torment a child. Prior to the imposition of these draconian rules, a child's tears could be easily soothed. However, in the wake of such prohibitions, a child truly became a brother, and any display of distress could easily be misconstrued as bullying. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Chun Yin remarked, "Very well. Take your time to ponder. Once you have reached a conclusion, come seek me out." With that, he turned and returned to the shade of the peach tree to meditate. After a considerable interval, he finally heard a meek voice approach. It was indeed Sixth Aunt who sent me to find you. Upon hearing the words, Chun Yin opened his eyes. What could that willow tree possibly want from him? Why would it send such a grown child to seek him out in the dead of night? Sixth Aunt, why would she summon you to find me at such an hour? The boy sneezed, rubbed his nose, and cautiously replied, "It was my request that prompted her to send me to find you." The ancient melody resonated with a single note, as a gentle breeze swept through, dispelling the chill that clung to the young boy. Although Feng County could be considered a hillside town, the summer nights still carried a certain coolness. If left unaddressed, the child might very well succumb to the cold. In this era, a chill could indeed prove fatal. As warmth enveloped him, his speech became markedly more coherent. In a couple of days, there will be a village performance. My parents want my sister to portray the goddess, and she wishes to go, but I do not want her to. He sought the guidance of the revered Lady Lu Gu. Initially, she claimed she could not intervene. Yet last night, she appeared to me in a dream and instructed me to seek you out. The child's words were inherently disorganized, emphasizing only what he deemed significant. Nervousness further muddled his speech, leaving Qin Yin to grasp only the essence of his plea. Oh, divine being, I implore you. Do not let my sister assume the role of the goddess. I shall bow in reverence. With that, the young boy abruptly knelt upon the ground, his forehead earnestly striking the stone surface. Before Qin Yin could grasp the situation, he observed the little fellow forcefully bowing his head against the ground. He swiftly lifted the child and inquired, What goddess? Why do you not wish for her to go? Upon being raised, the boy, believing Qin Yin was reluctant to assist, immediately burst into tears. The sudden outburst startled Qin Yin, who darkened his expression and said, Cease your crying, or you shall return home. This tactic proved effective, as the boy promptly halted his sobbing and gazed at Qin Yin while wiping away his tears. With a sense of enduring helplessness, Qin Yin could only reiterate the question. After much inquiry, the child repeatedly uttered only a few phrases. My sister is to portray the goddess in the community theater. The entire family wishes for her to take on this role. Once she becomes the goddess, I shall not see her again. This left Qin Yin bewildered. Yet he began to grasp the underlying meaning. It seemed that this boy's sister, with the support of the entire family, had been chosen to assume the role of the goddess in the community performance. Both the parents and the sister herself were filled with excitement, while he alone was reluctant. For once she embraced the role of the goddess, she would no longer return home, and he would be deprived of seeing his sister. Upon hearing the news, Qin Yin instantly sensed something amiss, particularly given that it was the willow tree that had entrusted him with this dream. He surmised that it was inextricably linked to the tale of a deity marrying a mortal. However, rather than feeling troubled, Qin Yin felt a surge of delight. A fish had taken the bait. It appeared that his efforts today had not been in vain. What he did not anticipate was that the first to bite was, in fact, the willow tree itself. As Qin Yin bid farewell to the child, he swiftly vanished from the Zhang residence. When he re-emerged, he found himself at Yongping Fong. At this hour, the sky was still bright, and few people lingered near the well. The seemingly 6 or 7-year-old Lu Gunai appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. Dressed in vibrant green attire, her hair tied up with a red ribbon, she perched upon a branch, swinging her bare feet and seemingly humming a cheerful tune. Once, Qin Yin had heard from a man who crafted signs about the history of the willow tree. This willow, seemingly indifferent to the world, was intricately connected to the social elder, and there appeared to be considerable discord between them. However, the specific reasons and details remained elusive, lost to the passage of time, and the sign maker himself possessed limited knowledge on the matter. Qin Yin leisurely approached the willow tree, lifting his gaze to the little girl perched upon its branches. The petite sixth ant remained oblivious, engrossed in her play among the leaves. It was only when she sensed Qin Yin's unwavering stare that she belatedly felt something amiss. She waved her hand in front of her, pointed to herself, and tilted her head in inquiry. Can you see me? Qin Yin stood with the staff in hand and spoke in a resonant voice. Since you, my esteemed sixth ant, have summoned me, why must you adopt such an attitude? The young girl's eyes brightened with realization as she clapped her hands and leapt down from the tree, positioning herself before Qin Yin. You are the sorcerer who rescued Lai Hua and the others yesterday, aren't you? I owe you my gratitude. She circled around Qin Yin, continuing, You are truly handsome. Far more so than that fellow who was so forward with me the other day. Qin Yin gazed at the petite girl before him, her height barely reaching half of his own. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in her youthful appearance. In terms of age, she likely possessed a span of years that far exceeded his own existence combined. She was not some ethereal creature secluded in the mountains, but rather a child who had absorbed the tales of life from the well over the decades, rendering even a dog wise beyond its years. For the girl's seemingly heartfelt compliment, he feigned ignorance and directly inquired, Are you the Lai child? Upon hearing this, the others revealed that they had all bowed to the sixth ant, uncertain of the truth behind it. It is indeed true. The little girl responded without reservation. She pointed towards the tree and added, "Look, their sign still hangs there. And by the way, you're quite handsome. Just call me Little Six." As Chun Yin followed the trail of his fingers, he noticed several indistinct signs hanging from various branches. The aura surrounding them unmistakably belonged to the children from the previous night. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered across his eyes as he thumped his staff against the ground and, with a smile, inquired, "Why does the sixth aunt refuse to lend a helping hand?" Upon hearing this, the young girl pouted, lowering her head and kicking the ground with her delicate little feet. Expressing her disappointment, "I cannot go out. The village elder does not allow me to leave. I can only play outside during the village performances." Her woeful demeanor ignited an instinctive urge to protect, evoking deep compassion in those who beheld her. Unfortunately for her, encountering Chun Yin rendered such displays of vulnerability futile. He merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," offering no further commentary. Little Six paused, realizing that Chun Yin had no intention of probing deeper, leaving her momentarily at a loss. With no one to continue the conversation, any further remarks would seem somewhat forced. Yet, she quickly regained her spirited demeanor, circling around Chun Yin. Her gaze fixated on the peach staff in his hand, and with an envious expression, she asked, "You smell so delightful. Is this your true form?" Chun Yin slowly raised an eyebrow, pondering the appropriateness of her words. Before he could respond, Little Six continued unabated, "You must be a peach tree, right? With all this running around, won't you encounter any trouble?" The rapid-fire questions left Chun Yin somewhat bewildered. He gazed incredulously at the young girl, wondering how he resembled a peach tree spirit in any conceivable way. Nonetheless, her earnest expression suggested that she was not feigning her curiosity. Chun Yin inhaled the fragrance of the peach blossom at the tip of his cane and remarked ambiguously, "This peach blossom is inseparable from Tang. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is my true essence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with delight, and he erupted into cheers. Leaping towards Chun Yin hurriedly stepped aside. Although the little girl appeared adorable, she was an old monster with years of experience, and Chun Yin dared not let her approach. Xiao Lu's attempt was in vain, and her mood visibly plummeted. Chun Yin was reluctant to dwell on the topic with her, so he swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "What is the matter with the goddess? And what about that child?" Upon hearing that Chun Yin wished to discuss serious matters, Xiao Lu's demeanor also became more composed. "This story begins with the birth of the Shibo," he explained. "The county system of Xinfeng has its origins in the previous dynasty. And since the establishment of the Great Way, there have been a total of 4 Shibos. The reasons for the replacement of the first 2 are lost to history, while the third Shibo was taken away by the monitoring heavenly office, leading to a prolonged period of chaos in Xinfeng County before a new Shibo could be chosen. According to Xiao Lu's description, the Shibo is akin to the original version of the city god. However, unlike the latter, the Shibo's divine position was neither conferred by the court, nor elected by the populace, nor decreed by heaven. It was entirely seized by strength following the disappearance of the previous Shibo. As Xiao Lu put it, every city is the same. The strongest is always the Shibo. Even if one is not initially the strongest, over time, they will inevitably rise to that position, as no one can surpass them. In essence, it is clear, whoever possesses strength may claim the position of Shibo in the Eastern Temple, enjoying the official sacrifices. At this point, Chun Yin interrupted Xiao Lu, asking, "Does the court and the monitoring heavenly office not intervene?" Xiao Lu, upon hearing Chun Yin's question, looked up at him, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. "Of course they do, but their concern lies solely in whether the Shibo is obedient. They care not for who holds the title. Surely, you are not unaware of this. Have you just emerged from the mountains?" Chun Yin neither acknowledged nor denied the situation, but continued to inquire, "What if Shibo refuses to comply?" Xiao Lu wrinkled his nose and replied, "The Jinghan Bell. Did you not witness it yesterday? The Jinghan Bell?" Upon hearing these words, Chun Yin instantly grasped the underlying rationale. Everything suddenly made sense. The Jinghan Bell was secondary. The primary concern was the will of the court. When the populace remains unenlightened, their sentiments become easily manipulated. The authorities need merely an official document, and amidst the tumult of public opinion, the Yangqi furnace, comprised of the vitality of the common people, serves as the most formidable weapon against Shibo. This method of governance bears a resemblance to the strategies employed in Hong Kong and Taiwan to manage gangs. I care not who assumes the role of leader. However, Should one fail to manage their subordinates adequately, do not hesitate to replace them with a new leader. Thus, even the barefooted Jimmy can find love. As Chen Yin was just beginning to clarify his thoughts, he suddenly heard Xiao Lu, who was slow to realize, exclaim in astonishment, "Oh, wait, how come you are not affected by the shock of the soul-stirring gong?" Chen Yin lightly waved the peach staff in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Did you not say I am a peach tree?" The peach, being a tree of the sun, is naturally unaffected by solar energies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu glanced at the peach staff, then at the towering willow nearby, and her demeanor seemed to dim slightly. The willow, a quintessential tree of Yin, is emblematic of repelling evil spirits and peering into the shadows, effectively utilizing Yin to counteract Yin. Fortunately, Xiao Lu remembered the purpose of the child's search for Chen Yin and swiftly cast aside her fleeting emotions, continuing to recount the tale of the deity's birthday and the goddess. The current deity of Xinfeng County, as Xiao Lu explained, is a victor from over 90 years ago, with his origins remaining a mystery. According to her narrative, the festivities surrounding the deity's birthday and the accompanying performances did not exist initially, but evolved gradually over the past 70 years. At that time, two affluent families in Xinfeng County engaged in a rivalry, each inviting a grand opera to perform in front of the deity's temple, resulting in a continuous spectacle for half a month. In an era marked by a scarcity of entertainment, this extravaganza brought immense joy to the populace of Xinfeng County. During that fortnight, the area before the deity's temple was teeming with people, a scene of vibrant merriment. One wealthy individual, observing that the other party showed no signs of yielding even after half a month, concocted a tale. He claimed to have dreamt of the deity, who had informed him that it was fortuitously the day of his birthday and had taken great delight in his performance, thus instructing him to select a goddess to serve in the temple. Subsequently, this merchant procured a 14-year-old girl from a destitute family to serve as the goddess in the temple. This merchant was quite shrewd to lend credence to his story. He discreetly bestowed money upon the impoverished family, asserting that it was the deity's manifestation. As the tale spread, it took on a life of its own, allowing the merchant to savor a sense of triumph, leaving his rival in a state of vexation for an entire year. In the following year, unwilling to be outdone, the rival family invited 3 grand operas to perform for half a month on the same day the merchant proclaimed to be the deity's birthday, celebrating the deity's longevity. Although nothing extraordinary transpired thereafter, the month-long cultural festivities ensured that the townsfolk remembered the name, which subsequently garnered considerable notoriety and even improved business prospects. With 2 consecutive years of enjoying the benefits, the affluent families of Xinfeng County found themselves stirred to action in the 3rd year, competing fiercely for space in front of the temple, nearly leading to physical confrontations. The matter eventually reached the ears of the county magistrate, a clever individual who recognized the necessity of appeasing all parties involved. He proposed a rather dubious solution. You wish to perform for the deity? Why consult me? Why not seek the deity himself? If you cannot find him, surely the goddess appointed by the deity remains at your disposal. With this remark, the previously overlooked maiden in the temple was thrust into the spotlight, transforming her from a mere attendant into a true goddess. In order to attract the favor of the divine maiden, many affluent families sought to negotiate with the young girl's family. Although they offered no grand gifts, they presented a continuous stream of modest tokens. Within a mere 2 years, the once impoverished household experienced a remarkable transformation, to the extent that even the most prominent wealthy families in the town began to treat them with deference. Such a shift undoubtedly wielded immense influence over the common populace, igniting a boundless realm of imagination within them. This fervent imagination reached a boiling point in the 4th year. 3 months prior to her birthday in that year, the divine maiden unexpectedly declared that she had rendered significant service to the deity of the community and would ascend to the heavenly realm alongside him upon the completion of her 3-year term. Consequently, all temples without attendants would necessitate a new selection of a divine maiden. This announcement drove not only the affluent families of the town into a frenzy, but also the ordinary citizens. Countless individuals aspired to send their daughters to the community temple, yearning for them to become exalted divine maidens. The entire Xinfeng County plunged into an unprecedented state of fervor. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin sensed something amiss in the tale. The maiden's words seemed to suggest a desire to escape. He could not help but inquire, did the maiden truly depart with the deity? Xiao Lu shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow, as he continued, no, For this matter has been a deception from the very beginning. Chen Yin nodded silently, listening intently as Xiao Lu continued to speak. Amidst the fervor engulfing the entire Xinfeng County, one individual began to feel a sense of unease. Indeed, it was the affluent patron who had initially sent the goddess to the Shibo temple. The wealthy man was acutely aware that this entire affair was a fabrication, a deception rooted in his own falsehoods. It was a ruse in which the entire county willingly chose to become enmeshed, a scheme meticulously constructed from various vested interests, nearly capable of sustaining itself flawlessly. The reason it was deemed nearly perfect lay in its fatal flaw, the goddess herself. She was entrusted into the Shibo temple by his own hand, entirely unconnected to the deity. Nevertheless, the infectious atmosphere of enthusiasm in the county still affected him. Initially, the affluent man harbored a flicker of hope. What if Shibo truly manifested? However, as the fabricated celebration of Shibo's birth drew near, his anxiety escalated. One fateful night, unable to contain himself any longer, he stealthily evaded the curfew patrols and cautiously approached the Shibo temple, intent on seeking clarity from the goddess. Scaling the wall, he had scarcely reached the entrance of the main hall when the voices within struck him like a thunderbolt. The goddess was engaged in an illicit affair and was with child, the situation perilously close to being exposed. Blood surged to his head, and he stormed in, confronting the goddess with fervent accusations. The two individuals within the hall were initially startled by his sudden appearance, but upon recognizing him, they exhaled in relief. Faced with his aggressive inquiries, the goddess stood her ground. Given the dubious nature of her situation, the ensuing argument saw the affluent man at a disadvantage, ultimately compelling him to concede and promise to let the couple depart, ensuring that neither party would owe anything to the other. Someone is coming. At this juncture, Xiao Lu abruptly halted. The dawn had broken, and figures began to approach the well's mouth. Chen Yin cast a glance at the newcomer, gently tapping his peach staff upon the ground, concealing himself and Xiao Lu from sight. He inquired, "Surely the goddess has not departed, has she? What transpired subsequently? How did this become entangled with the affairs of Shibo?" Xiao Lu, taken aback by Chen Yin's abrupt movement, truly startled in every sense. After surveying the surroundings for any anomalies, he patted his chest and continued, "No. That affluent individual, before the divine presence of Shibo, executed both the goddess and that man." Upon hearing the unsettling news, Chen Yin furrowed his brow. The agreed terms had suddenly taken a dark turn, and he pondered whether some unforeseen complication had arisen. Before he could voice his concerns, Xiao Lu continued, explaining that the divine maiden had changed her stance. Witnessing the wealthy family capitulating, she had grown increasingly demanding, seeking vast sums of money. When the affluent refused, a heated argument ensued. In the midst of the altercation, the wealthy inadvertently pushed the divine maiden, resulting in a miscarriage. In a fit of rage, he resolved to eliminate both parties involved. With this revelation, Chen Yin finally grasped the origins of the divine maiden, yet a lingering question troubled him. What connection did this have to Shibo? Xiao Lu cast him a knowing glance and responded with unwavering certainty. "You truly hail from the mountains. That place is the very temple of Shibo, a sacred hall where offerings and rituals are performed. To commit murder there is no different from sacrilege." The weight of her words struck Chen Yin profoundly, and he could easily envision the events that followed. Shibo had completed the final piece of this sinister puzzle, presenting himself with a sacrificial offering. Remarkably, reasons had even been concocted to justify the act. As long as one maintained the facade of the divine maiden, wealth and security would envelop their family, with the promise of ascension to the divine realm upon fulfillment of the prophecy. Those impoverished souls, blinded by greed, would sharpen their wits to deliver the sacrificial offering before him. Even the offering itself would take pride in being chosen. The sister of that young boy served as a living testament to this tragic reality. Had no one noticed the underlying issues for over 70 years? It was unlikely. In that moment, he profoundly comprehended the harshness of this world. The human heart, so deceitful, invites malevolence and calamity, compared to the grim fate of Chun family village. This ignorant and insatiable greed rendered one utterly powerless. No wonder the ancestors had repeatedly emphasized in their messages the arduous nature of this path. The human heart is difficult to change, even with the utmost application of the 32 slaughters, 12 annihilations, and 44 decrees of death from Taishan Fengdu. It is still a challenge to prevent the resurgence of demonic forces. Chen Yin concealed these thoughts deep within his heart and furrowed his brow, questioning, "It cannot be right. Even if that place is the main hall, without a proper ritual, the sacrifice cannot possibly be fulfilled. Xiao Lu nodded slightly and replied, indeed. Initially, it was incomplete. But that fool, overwhelmed by fear, hid the corpse beneath the offering table and prayed to the deity for protection against capture. Thus, the ritual was deemed complete. How intriguing it is that such a coincidence could occur. With a long sigh, Chen Yin remarked, is the story concluded? Xiao Lu nodded slightly and replied, it can be considered finished. In any case, ever since that time, every year on the anniversary of the deity's birth, a goddess is chosen to honor the deity. To prevent any illicit interactions, the goddess is rarely seen by others. Chen Yin planted his peachwood staff firmly into the ground, stretched his limbs, and remarked, since the tale has concluded, it is time for me to take my leave. Farewell. With that, he withdrew the staff and turned to depart. Upon Chen Yin's departure, Xiao Lu was immediately distressed, rushing to stand before him with outstretched arms to obstruct his path. Chen Yin paused in his steps, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, Dear Sixth Aunt, what does this mean? Little Six tilted her head and replied, aren't you going to lend a hand? With a sudden withdrawal of his long-standing smile, Chen Yin spoke in a tone devoid of enthusiasm. For no reason at all, why should I lend my assistance? Moreover, that Shibo has the will of the people behind him. He is not someone I can contend with. Clearly taken aback by Chen Yin's abrupt refusal, Xiao Lu found herself at a loss. As she watched him prepare to leave once more, a sense of urgency overtook her, and she blurted out, then why did you save Lai Wazi and the others last night? Chen Yin cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, that was merely the mouse demon seeking its own demise by stealing my wealth. As for saving others, one could only say they were fortunate to encounter such circumstances. He paused, intentionally adding, Tang has always adhered to the principle that no profit comes without effort, and I never engage in transactions that result in a loss. With that, Chen Yin turned to leave. Xiao Lu stood there, her head bowed in dejection. She lacked the confidence to persuade Chen Yin. After all, he had no reason to oppose the Shibo for a stranger. Yet, gazing at the dense cluster of prayer tablets upon the tree, she felt an undeniable sense of frustration. How many children from Xinfeng County had knelt before her? Yet, throughout the years, whenever these children encountered troubles, she found herself helpless. The mouse demon's abduction left her powerless to intervene, and the selection of a divine maiden by the Shibo was beyond her control, forcing her to watch helplessly from the sidelines. The only impact she could make was to help call back the souls of frightened children and attempt to rescue those who had fallen into wells nearby. Crouching beneath the tree, Xiao Lu's feelings of injustice grew, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her emotions, burying her head in her knees as she wept uncontrollably. The willow tree behind her swayed in response to her cries, seemingly moving without wind. The multitude of prayer tablets jingled against one another like wind chimes, producing a melodious sound. Passers-by fetching water paused to witness the scene. Among the crowd, someone remarked, it seems Lu Gu is particularly cheerful today. This comment only served to deepen Xiao Lu's sense of grievance, causing her to cry even louder. Chen Yin was not unwilling to address the matter of the divine maiden. Rather, he required a compelling reason. Only then could he act without causing the myriad of demons to scatter in fear. If only Xiao Lu had been able to think critically and offer a few coins, he would have acquiesced. Yet, his intentions were abundantly clear. The willow tree seemed oblivious to the implications. It left Chen Yin questioning his own judgment. After all, he had spent decades in the Community Intelligence Center, and Xiao Lu could not even decipher such an obvious hint. It was almost as if he had directly asked for money. Upon returning to the peach tree, Chen Yin sighed in resignation. He now hoped that the members of the Chai gang would possess some understanding. Otherwise, the persona of a man who conducts affairs for payment would be dead on arrival before it even began. He was uncertain when the Chai gang would arrive. Today, he returned to the peach tree not only to fulfill his promise made yesterday to allow the branches to be cut and planted, but also to await the Chai gang. Were it not for these reasons, he would have preferred to avoid confronting the troublesome matters of the authorities. The miraculous nature of the peach tree was something the townsfolk had witnessed firsthand, and he had promised that they could freely cut branches to plant. However, if he were absent, that promise might become mere words without substance. Surrounding townsfolk would likely not even dare approach, let alone cut branches. Lost in thought, Chen Yin suddenly heard a commotion rising from beyond the wall. They arrived rather swiftly. Chen Yin wore a faint, icy smile at the corners of his lips as he rose to his feet. Before long, a knock echoed from outside. accompanied by a steady male voice. I am Lu Chuanling, the legal advisor of Xinfeng County, sent by the county magistrate to pay my respects to you. I hope you will grant me the honor of an audience. Come in, he replied. Chen Yin gazed up at the nearby peach tree and softly replied. As Lu Shiya pushed open the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the sight of the tree adorned with blossoms and the figure beneath it. He approached cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance behind Chen Yin, and bowed deeply, saying, I hope my unexpected visit will be graciously tolerated, esteemed sir. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle breeze swept through, causing the petals to cascade like snowflakes around them. In the midst of the swirling white, the figure before him gracefully turned. Lu Shiya, upon observing, felt as though the person's gaze was as frigid as ice yet possessed an insightful clarity that pierced the soul. Not daring to be remiss, he bowed once more and said, It is an honor to meet you, sir. Chen Yin gazed at the steward before him, inwardly remarking on the county magistrate's cleverness in summoning such an advisor. He reached out to grasp a fallen petal, and with a gentle breath, the delicate petals danced like drifting snowflakes, propelled by the wind towards the heavens. Chen Yin gazed at the petals imbued with the aura of the steward as they drifted away, and inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your visit, Master Lu? Master Lu, unable to maintain his gaze upon Chen Yin, lowered his head and replied, The night watchmen have duly reported yesterday's events. However, this matter must be documented for future reference by the Celestial Monitoring Department. There are certain aspects within the records that may inadvertently offend your esteemed self. Hence I have come to seek your counsel. Master Lu's words piqued Chen Yin's curiosity. He had initially assumed that the authorities would hastily conclude the case, but he was taken aback to discover that there existed an additional procedural step. Chen Yin nodded and said, Feel free to speak. Upon hearing this, Master Lu did not inquire immediately. Instead, he bowed once more and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your generosity, esteemed sir. Chen Yin gazed upon the respectful demeanor of the steward before him and suddenly perceived that the arrival of officials from the government might not be entirely unfavorable. It presented an opportune moment to gain insight into the aftermath procedures employed by the authorities in dealing with malevolent entities. After exchanging pleasantries, Steward Lu, somewhat anxious, remarked, The specific details regarding the extermination of the rat demon have already been documented by the night patrol team. However, it was mentioned yesterday that the esteemed Sir Su had worshipped malevolent deities, offering young boys and girls as sacrifices, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of these very fiends. Should this statement be included in the records? Furthermore, is there a need to conceal the esteemed name of the gentleman? Upon hearing the words, Chen Yin furrowed his brow, realizing why the advisor had been so deferential beforehand. The statement, though expressed delicately, was in essence an attempt to exert pressure using the monitoring celestial division, implying a sense of inquiry. Nevertheless, Chen Yin refrained from further comment, merely stating, It suffices to record the truth. However, since you have inquired about this matter, you may take the remains of the children from the secret chamber and arrange for their burial. As he spoke, he struck the ground with his peachwood staff, causing the earth of the concealed chamber to tremble and split open, revealing a gaping chasm. The skeletal remains of numerous children emerged, neatly arranged upon the courtyard floor, amounting to dozens at a glance. Faced with such a multitude of remains, Lu, the advisor, could no longer feign ignorance of Chen Yin's growing dissatisfaction. A shiver coursed through him, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Indeed, an adept of such caliber was not one to be trifled with, even by the likes of a small county like Xinfeng. Yet, years of cultivation enabled him to suppress his fear. Lu bowed deeply once more, his voice trembling as he said, I am profoundly grateful for your generosity, sir. I shall promptly arrange for this matter. Though he spoke of arrangements, Lu remained rooted in place, not daring to move until Chen Yin gestured for him to depart. Stop. Just as he reached the threshold, Lu heard Chen Yin's voice call from behind. Turning, he performed a respectful bow and inquired, What commands do you have, sir? This case file. Aside from the monitoring celestial division, who else may examine it? Lu was taken aback, uncertain of Chen Yin's intent behind the question, yet he responded with deference. The files concerning the malevolent entities are numerous. Most concluded cases, aside from those personally investigated by the monitoring celestial division, are in a semi-public state. The offices, night patrols, various lineages, and esteemed practitioners may all peruse them for future reference. As for the handling of case files, only the monitoring celestial division, the night patrol, and those directly involved may access them. Regarding unresolved cases, they are categorized by severity. Generally, the case files and concluded files are accessible to most families. However, those of a higher classification are routinely confiscated by the monitoring Celestial Division. After Chen Yin listened to Lu Shirya's explanation, he had a rough understanding of the situation. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Shirya to withdraw, and fell into deep contemplation. Lu Shirya inquired about the matter concerning the esteemed official Su, but in truth, Chen Yin was not genuinely angered. In a world rife with malevolence, if every incident could be easily dismissed with a mere accusation of chaos wrought by evil beings, it would indeed herald true calamity. His question was merely a means to gauge whether there was an opportunity to stealthily return to Lishui County and investigate the case files of the Qin family estate. However, this matter had been circumvented by the county magistrate, who directly reported it to the Heavenly Monitoring Division for personal investigation, making it unlikely to access the case files in the near future. Just as Chen Yin was lost in thought, Lu Shirya soon arrived with a large group of young men. Most of the newcomers were officials from the government, accompanied by a few members of the night patrol, led by the captain from the previous night's watch. Perhaps Lu Shirya had made prior arrangements, as the group entered in silence, bowing respectfully to Chen Yin before quietly proceeding to gather the remains. Chen Yin stood beneath the tree, gazing at the small, lifeless bodies wrapped in white cloth, his heart heavy with sorrow. It was said that malevolent forces were to blame, yet the true source lay within the human heart, were it not for humanity's insatiable greed. Even a diminutive rat demon, if it managed to enter the city, would merely be regarded as a larger wild creature, easily subdued by a handful of strong young men. How could such a heinous crime be committed under the warmth of the sun? Master Lu, standing to the side, carefully observed Chen Yin's expression. Daring not to make a sound, he had initially wished to stay away, but fearing that the local constables might provoke Chen Yin's ire, he had no choice but to muster his courage and return. Chen Yin cast a glance at Lu Shirya, whose demeanor was as silent as the grave, and suddenly found it rather irksome. The plight of these children, suffering in distress, could undoubtedly be attributed, at least in part, to the negligence of the authorities. With the alarming frequency of child abduction cases, it would not pose a challenge for any diligent investigator to discern the underlying patterns by perusing the case files with care. Tracing the threads back to the esteemed official Su and that cunning rat demon should not be a daunting task. Yet, throughout the years, the county magistrate and the various ranks of constables have changed time and again, yet none have shown the willingness to scrutinize these cases of missing children. Among this assembly, the only individuals who exhibit a semblance of courage appear to be the night patrolmen. Chen Yin waved his hand and said, "While there are still few passers-by on the road, you may take your leave." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze swept up the white cloth brought by Lu Shirya, causing it to dance through the air like a spirit serpent. Upon encountering the corpses, it would wrap around them and then orderly float onto the donkey cart outside the door. In a brief moment, the ground was cleared of all remains. Lu Shirya, as if granted a reprieve, bowed respectfully and hurriedly departed with his entourage. Once everyone had left, Chen Yin stood in silence for a moment. The events of that evening had greatly impacted him. As for Cheng Laosan, after being cast into the crowd by Chen Yin the previous night, he felt somewhat disoriented. After a night spent in a daze upon returning to the Chai gang, he hardly slept at all. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt as though countless rats were scurrying over his body. At dawn, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise, ready to vent his frustration with a few choice words. He opened his eyes only to find several stewards from the Chai gang standing at his bedside. Upon seeing those familiar faces, Cheng Laosan regained some clarity, stifling the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. With a sheepish grin, he addressed the stewards. "Good morning, gentlemen. What brings you here so early?" Leading the group, Steward Zhao replied with a cheerful smile, "You must have heard about the events that transpired at the residence of Lord Su yesterday, correct?" Cheng Laosan did not deny it, and instead nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I was up late last night, and when the gong sounded, I rushed out. Unfortunately, the distance here is too great, and by the time I arrived, it was already over. I didn't witness anything and was sent back by the night watchman. I heard from those who were there that the sight of the rats was quite terrifying. Then, the peach blossom immortal arrived and planted a peach tree. The tree grew rapidly, soon adorned with blossoms. When the wind blew, the petals scattered everywhere, covering the ground of rats completely. The peach blossom immortal even claimed that his flowers could ward off evil spirits, and encouraged us to pick some to plant. The stewards exchanged glances, and Steward Zhao stepped forward to help Cheng Laosan sit up. He inquired, "What do you think of this peach blossom immortal compared to the esteemed figure you encountered a few days ago?" Cheng Laosan looked at Steward Zhao in surprise, wondering if the latter had uncovered something. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, "How would I know? I have yet to meet the peach blossom immortal, and the prowess of that esteemed figure was beyond my comprehension. Please do not tease me, Steward Zhao." Steward Zhao patted Cheng Laosan on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Laosan, you've been with the gang for many years. You're no outsider. There are some matters we won't conceal from you. The gang believes that the peach blossom immortal and the esteemed figure you encountered may be one and the same." Upon hearing this, Cheng Laosan's pupils dilated, fearing he had inadvertently revealed a flaw. Just as he was about to devise a remedy, Steward Zhao continued, "Xinfeng County is remote, and within just a few days, 2 esteemed figures have appeared. What a remarkable coincidence that would be. Recently, the leader has been absent, and the affairs of the gang are being deliberated and decided by a few of us. This morning, we convened to suggest that you represent the Chai gang and pay a visit to Mr. Su at his residence. We are curious to know your thoughts on this matter. Should you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to express them." Upon realizing it was merely a false alarm, Cheng Laosan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he remained perplexed as to what had transpired within the gang that warranted such solemnity from the decision-makers. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Laosan nodded in agreement, fully aware that if he wished to remain within the Chai gang, he could not evade this task. Rather than entrust it to a stranger, he preferred to undertake it himself, ensuring that the gentleman's peace would not be disturbed. Seeing Cheng Laosan acquiesce, Steward Zhao's face brightened with joy. He clapped Cheng Laosan on the shoulder twice, speaking earnestly, "Old 3, the gang never neglects its loyal contributors. If you can successfully invite the gentleman, I assure you, you shall be the esteemed third of the Chai gang henceforth." Although Cheng Laosan's face lit up with joy at Steward Zhao's promise, his heart felt no excitement. The greater the formality, the more significant the matter. Merely conveying a message, if it were not of utmost importance, the Chai gang would never offer such a weighty commitment. He composed himself and, with a smile, addressed Steward Zhao. "Steward Zhao, could you possibly divulge what exactly has transpired? Should an esteemed individual inquire later, I would be left in complete ignorance, which could lead to complications." Well, upon hearing Cheng Laosan's question, Steward Zhao glanced back at the other stewards behind him, appearing somewhat troubled. At that moment, the portly steward Qian interjected, "Old Zhao, at this juncture, if you cannot articulate it, allow me to take the lead." He pushed aside Steward Zhao and turned to Cheng Laosan. "Are you aware of the leader's whereabouts?" Cheng Laosan shook his head and replied, "I do not know. The brothers in the gang have not seen the leader for some time." Did not the stewards mention that the leader was occupied and not in the county? Steward Qian scoffed, "Nonsense. At this point, I shall not conceal anything from you. The leader has been detained by us." "Old Qian, you." Before Steward Qian could finish, he was interrupted by Steward Zhao. "Enough with the use. At such a moment, we cannot afford to be overly cautious. If we delay any longer, the brothers in the gang will inevitably face dire consequences." Steward Zhao had only spoken half of his thoughts when Steward Qian retorted, "What if we have indeed detained the leader? Even if this revelation were to reach the heavens, we are justified. Furthermore, Old 3 is not an outsider. This matter will need to be disclosed to him sooner or later." Ignoring Steward Zhao's objections, Steward Qian continued, "Old 3, do not hold it against Old Zhao. The situation is exceedingly delicate. Should word of this leak, the entire gang would suffer." Cheng Laosan gazed in astonishment at the group of stewards before him, scarcely able to believe his own ears. He could hardly fathom the audacity of these individuals, who not only conspired to imprison the leader, but also brazenly admitted to it. Steward Qian, observing Cheng Laosan's incredulous expression, spoke with a grave tone, "What I am about to share must remain confidential, for it pertains to the very lives of our entire gang. You must not let this information escape your lips. 2 months prior, a traveling merchant from afar had visited us. The leader, accompanied by myself and Old Chow from the accounts department, received him. This merchant introduced an unfamiliar type of coal, a substance forged from some unknown material that proved remarkably durable and possessed substantial heat. Just a few small pieces could sustain a fire throughout the night. The merchant claimed this coal was sourced from the mountains and sought to collaborate with our gang, offering a price that was a staggering 60% lower than conventional charcoal. However, The coal pit was rather distant, situated 100 miles away in Pingshan County, requiring our gang to undertake the transport. As the saying goes, no one trades firewood within 100 miles, nor grain within 1,000. The arduous mountain paths, fraught with dangers from numerous supernatural entities, made the venture perilous, regardless of the enticing price. Consequently, our leader declined the offer. Undeterred, the merchant proposed an alternative. They would transport the coal to Danyang Prefecture, from whence our gang could retrieve it via the official road, albeit at a price that was 20% higher than initially stated. Old Chow calculated the potential gains and deemed the opportunity promising. Should this route prove viable, our brothers would no longer need to brave the treacherous mountains. And the leader acquiesced on the spot. After deliberation, we concluded that while accounts are important, they cannot be taken at face value. To prevent our brothers from indulging in false hope, the leader resolved to personally escort several brothers to Danyang Prefecture to investigate the authenticity of the coal and to assess the costs and taxes associated with the official road. However, this journey returned with an ominous consequence. What calamity? Chung Laosan inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. A matter significant enough to warrant the confinement of our leader by the stewards could not be trifled with. Steward Qian, his brow furrowed and face etched with concern, recounted. Upon their return, the leader and his companions grew reticent about the coal. Instead, they isolated themselves, engaging in mysterious activities that left us perplexed. Initially, none of us paid heed to their secrecy, but one day, the elder sister clandestinely approached old Zhao, revealing that the leader had surreptitiously brought back a statue from Danyang Prefecture. What statue? A malevolent deity? Chung Laosan erupted, recalling the dire consequences of such worship he had recently witnessed. Moreover, this was a statue brought back in secrecy. If there were no issues, he would never believe it. Steward Qian, observing his agitation, offered a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, it is a malevolent deity, a particularly unique one at that. Otherwise, we could have simply bound the leader and disposed of the statue, or if necessary, reported to the authorities." Upon hearing these words, Chung Laosan was taken aback and inquired, "What makes it so special that one would dare not report to the authorities?" Qian Guanshi glanced around cautiously, signaling to others, who discreetly spread out to keep watch. Only then did Qian Guanshi dare to speak, lowering his voice as he said, "It is the Luo sect's Luo Xian." "What? A cult?" Chung Laosan exclaimed in shock upon hearing the term Luo sect. Cults were a taboo subject in the Great Wei dynasty, and discovery would inevitably lead to severe punishment. Eradicating a cult was considered a significant achievement for court officials. The emergence of cult traces in the Chai gang would mean voluntarily reporting to the authorities. Akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den, at the very least, one would be flayed alive. If one were to encounter an ambitious individual seeking merit for promotion, the entire gang could be dragged into the fray. Seeing the expression on Chung Laosan's face, Qian Guanshi felt a wave of relief. He feared encountering a reckless individual unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. After we subdued the gang leader, we attempted to destroy that idol by slashing it and burning it, even throwing it into the latrine. Yet, no matter the method, the following day it would inexplicably reappear intact in the gang's assembly hall. Qian Guanshi observed the expressions of those around him and continued with a wry smile. Eventually, even we began to dream of Luo Xian preaching. If this continues, the entire Chai gang may well transform into followers of the Luo sect. Noticing the faint smiles of the other managers, Chung Laosan finally comprehended the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he patted his head and declared, "I understand. I shall go visit Sir Su immediately." Just as Chung Laosan was about to step outside, he was abruptly stopped by Zhao Guanshi. "Laosan, take this with you." Saying this, Zhao Guanshi produced a box from his robe and handed it to Chung Laosan. "This is a token of sincerity from our gang. Going empty-handed might hinder your efforts." Beside them, Qian Guanshi patted Chung Laosan on the shoulder, saying, "Laosan, do not feel overly pressured about this matter. Success would be ideal. Remember, regardless of the outcome, this is a gift from the gang to that gentleman. Be sure not to bring it back. As for what follows, we shall devise a plan together." Chung Laosan understood Qian Guanshi's intent. He solemnly tucked the box into his robe and assured the managers, "Rest assured, I comprehend. Once entangled with that cult, where else could I flee? Regardless of success or failure, I will return to report to you all." Considering the lives and fortunes of the entire gang at stake, Chung Laosan dared not delay. He grasped the box tightly and made his way towards Sir Su's residence. Watching Cheng Laosan hastily depart, Accountant Lao Chao quietly asked, "Do you think Cheng Laosan can manage it?" Zhao Guanshi patted Lao Chao on the shoulder and replied, "We shall do our best and leave the rest to fate. This peach blossom immortal is likely the esteemed person they encountered earlier. If Cheng Laosan fails, others will surely fare no better." Upon hearing this, several individuals let out a collective sigh. Cheng Laosan hastily exited the residence of the woodcutters and made his way north toward the city. He was uncertain whether Chen Yin still lingered there, as Chen Yin had merely mentioned keeping watch without indicating a prolonged stay. Cheng Laosan hurried along, coincidentally crossing paths with the caravan returning from Zhang's residence, laden with corpses. When he finally arrived at Zhang's, Chen Yin had already vanished, leaving behind only the blossoming peach trees and a throng of onlookers. Perhaps the previous day's gruesome spectacle, where the swirling peach blossoms had turned the ground into a gruesome mire, had left an indelible impression on the crowd. Although Chen Yin had assured them that the peach blossoms possessed the power to ward off evil and could be freely cut and replanted, the spectators dared only to linger at a distance, gesturing and whispering among themselves, none brave enough to approach. Occasionally, a few would attempt to draw closer, only to be dissuaded by those around them. Cheng Laosan gazed at the desolate ground beneath the trees and the surrounding crowd, his heart heavy with regret. If it were not for his own foolishness that had displeased the master, why would he have been cast down from the rooftop? He had experienced the methods of the past. If one wished not to see oneself, even if a person stood right before them, they would remain unseen. Moreover, amidst such a throng of people, given his solitary nature, it was improbable that he would be encircled like a monkey. Cheng Laosan clutched the box in his bosom, his gaze incessantly scanning the surroundings, hoping to uncover any trace of Chen Yin's presence. The times had changed, and the entire fate of the Chai gang rested heavily upon his shoulders. Yet, after a prolonged vigil, he discerned no signs of Chen Yin. Realizing that mere waiting would likely yield no results, Cheng Laosan observed the increasing crowd around him, yet none dared to approach. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ignoring the admonitions of those nearby, he boldly stepped into the encirclement beneath the peach tree and plucked 2 branches of peach blossoms. Cradling the blossoms in his hands, Cheng Laosan bowed deeply to the tree and proclaimed loudly, "Cheng Laosan of the Chai gang, my thanks to the peach blossom immortal." Having completed this act, he turned and strode away from the crowd, believing that if the gentleman was nearby, he would certainly grasp his intent. Just as he exited the throng, a commotion erupted behind him. It has sprouted. It has truly sprouted. Incredible, marvelous. Cheng Laosan, on tiptoe, glanced back to see the very branches he had broken off visibly growing at an astonishing rate. The onlookers, captivated by the miraculous sight of the peach blossoms, began to stir with eagerness. Fearing a rush from the densely packed crowd, Cheng Laosan called out from the back, "Be mindful, do not provoke the immortal in your haste." No sooner had he shouted than the world before him shimmered, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself standing within a secluded chamber. "Speak. What business does the Chai gang have with me?" Chen Yin cast a glance at the peach blossom in Cheng Laosan's hand, nodded, and remarked, "You are quite astute, knowing to call out a couple of times. Pray tell, what does the Chai gang seek from me?" Cheng Laosan chuckled, and, while retrieving a wooden box from his bosom, replied, "It pertains to the matter from last time. The gang suspects that the peach blossom immortal and you are one and the same. Hence they have sent me once more. This is a gift prepared for you by the stewards." Chen Yin casually opened the box, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "What could possibly prompt them to be so generous?" Inside the box, 3 perfectly round pearls, each the size of a pigeon's egg, were meticulously arranged. Such exquisite pearls, regardless of the world in which they are placed, hold immense value. Chen Yin pondered over the 3 pearls, which undoubtedly represented a significant financial sacrifice for the Chai gang. Even Cheng Laosan was taken aback upon seeing the pearls nestled within the box. He had not anticipated that the management would place such trust in him, and he felt a twinge of gratitude. Had he succumbed to temptation and opened the box during his journey, the likelihood of absconding with the treasures would have been exceedingly high. Any one of these pearls could ensure a lifetime of comfort and security for his entire family. As for the matter of reputation, in a different location, who would recognize him? Despite his astonishment, Cheng Laosan remained focused on his purpose for being there, succinctly conveying the affairs of the Chai gang to Chen Yin. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly are Luo Jiao and Luo Xian?" His question left Qing Laosan at a loss, as he too was oblivious to their nature. Not only him, but none of the several managers in his group could elucidate what Luo Jiao and Luo Xian referred to. Qing Laosan's moment of confusion nearly provoked laughter from Chen Yan, who could not help but sarcastically remark, "So, after all these days of trepidation, you still do not know what your adversary truly is." Qing Laosan, with a mournful expression, lamented, "I genuinely have no idea. Typically, the malevolent deities associated with Jiao are shrouded in mystery. Who could possibly know what they are? Then why are you in such a state of panic?" Chen Yan gazed at Qing Laosan with a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend their logic. After much deliberation, Qing Laosan finally gathered his thoughts and spoke. "What we truly fear is not that so-called Luo sect or Luo Xian, but rather the government's stance towards the sect." Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly at Qing Laosan's words. It seemed that after returning from the Chai Gang, Qing Laosan was filled with nothing but cryptic jargon from the underworld. He interrupted Qing Laosan, inquiring, "What exactly is this sect?" Qing Laosan scratched his head, unsure why Chen Yan posed such a rudimentary question. Nevertheless, he did not dare to press further and could only respond truthfully. The so-called sect refers to a term used among wandering practitioners to avoid offending others, while the official designation by the Great Wei dynasty is heretical cult. In this world, where demons and monsters abound, and malevolent spirits roam freely, the practice of sacrifices is rampant. Countless demons and spirits exploit various divine names to demand offerings and worship, overwhelming the court's ability to manage the chaos. Thus, as long as one remains steadfastly in their place, behaving decently and refraining from heinous acts that harm lives, the court has historically turned a blind eye. Those who are benevolent may even be revered by the court as legitimate deities, enjoying official sacrifices. However, whether they are deemed legitimate deities by the court or various wicked spirits, the propagation of teachings is strictly forbidden. Should any signs of proselytization emerge, the court would respond with relentless suppression. Generally, even if the evil deities within a gang cannot resolve the issue, they can report it to the authorities, though it may incur significant costs. Yet, once labeled as a heretical cult, the gang would dare not make it public. Those officials, who typically seek opportunities to extort funds, would undoubtedly seize the chance to exploit the situation. If they encounter someone eager to climb the ranks, they might escalate matters, leading to the entire Chai gang being branded as cultists. Qing Laosan concluded his explanation with a wry smile, adding, "Were it not for the kindness of the gentleman who once saved us, the managers of our gang would never have dared to send me to seek him out." Upon hearing the words of old Cheng, Chen Yan began to grasp the current predicament of the Chai gang. However, according to Qing Laosan's explanation, one matter seemed rather perplexing, prompting him to inquire. In the Grand Wei dynasty, where the practice of sacrificial rites flourished and the populace fervently sought the favor of deities, how does the government distinguish between the two? Is it merely based on a name? If that is the case, does it not grant the authorities the power to falsely accuse others at will? It is likely that even the Chai gang did not anticipate Chen Yan would pose such a question, leaving them unprepared with a response, which resulted in old Cheng shaking his head repeatedly, indicating his ignorance. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yan could not help but emit a cold laugh. He had previously encountered the sinister aura of the Chai gang. If it were merely the strength displayed on the surface, it would not be particularly complicated to handle. However, in light of the oppressive atmosphere prevailing in the court, the audacity to propagate their teachings suggested that the so-called Luo Xian was likely far more complex than it appeared. Most significantly, the lingering essence on the 3 pearls bore a striking resemblance to that found in the Shibo temple, indicating that the supervisors of the Chai gang had evidently not spoken the truth. It seemed there were deeper, undisclosed matters at play. Nevertheless, this was a situation he could not afford to ignore, and it required prompt resolution. Otherwise, should the influence of the statue expand and whispers of it leak out, the fate of the Chai gang would not be much better than that of Chun family village, given the disposition of the county magistrate of Xinfeng. Contemplating this, Chen Yan reached a decision. He beckoned to Qing Laosan, retrieving the 2 peach blossoms he had snapped off. With a sweep of his hand across them, he declared, "I shall take on this matter. However, regarding the Luo Xian, we must proceed with utmost cooperation, for the details remain elusive." Upon hearing Chen Yan's commitment, Qing Laosan was instantly filled with joy, thumping his chest in assurance. "You may command us, sir, and I guarantee we shall comply." Chen Yan returned 2 peach blossoms to Qing Laosan, his expression grave as he looked at him, and said, I require you to offer a sacrifice to that malevolent deity. Cheng Laosan's jubilant demeanor faltered, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Chun Yin and stammered, "This." Chun Yin cast him a glance and said lightly, "If you are unwilling, you may take your belongings and leave. I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred." Upon sensing that Chun Yin intended to dismiss him, Cheng Laosan grew anxious and quickly replied, "I am willing. I am willing. It is just that I lack confidence in persuading the overseers." Chun Yin shook his head and said, "It matters not. You may take these 2 branches of peach blossoms back with you. One should be offered before the statue, while the other ought to be planted in the courtyard. As for the stewards you mentioned," at this point, Chun Yin's gaze turned icy. "If they wish to offer their sacrifices, let them do so. If they do not, then this matter shall be considered concluded." Having given his instructions, Chun Yin turned and strode away, grasping his peachwood staff. A wise elder in the household is indeed a treasure, especially when compared to the oblivious Cheng Laosan. Chun Yin believed that his 6th aunt, who appeared like a young girl, sounded like a young girl, and felt like a young girl, was the most reliable. Upon seeing Chun Yin return, Xiao Lu thought he had changed his mind and joyfully ran towards him with open arms. Chnin, of course, would not allow her to approach. He thrust the peach staff before him, and the rushing Shioli collided with it instantly. The smooth forehead met the wooden staff, producing a crisp sound that resonated like a delightful chime. Indeed, a melodious sound signifies a fine head. Chun Yin gazed at the crouching Xiao Lu, who was moaning in pain, and nodded with satisfaction. Although he was fully aware that she was an ancient witch, her playful demeanor never failed to uplift his spirits. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Xiao Lu rubbed her head and stood up, her excitement undiminished. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed to Chun Yin, "I knew it. With your striking appearance, you must surely be a splendid tree." Chun Yin cast a glance at Xiao Lu's excited expression, silently taking a step back to evade the good tree card. He spoke, "I have encountered some issues upon my return and would like to seek guidance from you, my esteemed Aunt Lu." Upon hearing this address, Xiao Lu's expression momentarily stiffened, seemingly perplexed by Chun Yin's insistence on referring to her as Aunt Lu. Nevertheless, she continued to gaze at Chun Yin with enthusiasm and replied, "Of course. Please ask away. As long as it is within my knowledge, feel free to inquire. Then I shall first express my gratitude to you, Aunt Lu." Chun Yin clasped his hands and inquired, "Do you know how the authorities differentiate between ritual offerings and religious conversion?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu was taken aback, momentarily believing she had misheard. She cast a bewildered glance at Chun Yin and asked, "Why do you ask this?" Chun Yin shook his head, opting not to elaborate further, merely stating, "I have encountered certain matters. I humbly ask for your guidance, 6th aunt." Upon realizing she had not misheard, Xiao Lu's demeanor grew serious. She scrutinized Chun Yin with utmost intensity, and upon detecting no signs of distress, she let out a sigh of relief. With a stern expression, she admonished, "You have just emerged from the mountains. Keep your distance from those things. Especially the missionaries. Stay as far away as possible." Chun Yin gazed at Xiao Lu's serious demeanor, finally sensing a semblance of connection akin to conversing with a mature tree. The concern etched on her face momentarily caused him to hesitate, as if the words he was about to utter were somewhat embarrassing. With a pained expression, he addressed Xiao Lu, saying, "To take on another's trust is to uphold one's duty. This matter cannot be overlooked." This statement left Xiao Lu momentarily taken aback, after processing its meaning. Her previously solemn expression crumbled. She cast a look of disbelief at Chun Yin, her eyes betraying a sense of betrayal. Subsequently, in a huff, she turned her head away, disregarding him entirely, and retreated back into the tree. Chun Yin observed her demeanor with a sense of resignation, fully aware that he would encounter obstacles upon his arrival. However, he never anticipated that this 6th aunt would not even bother to inquire, instead opting to shut the door and withdraw into herself, rendering his subsequent words impossible to articulate. With a heavy heart, Chun Yin lifted his peach staff and took a couple of steps toward the tree, continuing, "Life and death are at stake. I implore you, dear 6th aunt, to enlighten me." Yet, all he received in return was a dismissive scoff from within the tree and the retort, "Did you not express your unwillingness to assist? If that is the case, why should I offer my help without reason?" Upon hearing these words, Chun Yin's lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head and replied, "That is not the same. They have paid for it." At Chun Yin's explanation, Xiao Lu emerged from behind the tree with a sulky expression and exclaimed loudly, "Then you should pay too." Chen Yin saw her peeking out from behind the tree, smiling brightly as he said, "Of course, I, Tang, have always conducted business for monetary gain, and I am well aware of the rules when seeking favors." As he spoke, he retrieved a pearl from his bosom and tossed it over. "This is a token from my sixth aunt. I hope you will accept it." Little Six reached out to catch the pearl, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the lustrous object. In all her years at Yangpingfang, she had never encountered such a beautiful pearl. Humph, now that is more like it. As she played with the pearl, her spirits lifted considerably, and she began to explain to Chun Yin the distinction between sacrificial offerings and religious conversion. It's really not as complicated as it seems. It merely reflects the difference between having rules and lacking them. In normal sacrificial practices, most deities do not concern themselves with your everyday activities. However, those who convert to a faith are bound to worship specific deities. Besides offering sacrifices, these deities often confuse the populace with various scriptures and doctrines, establishing a plethora of regulations that compel the people to heed only them. The authorities typically discern the two based on this criterion. Upon concluding his reflections, Chun Yin arrived at a profound realization. This delineates the distinction between folk deities and religious gods. He couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the seasoned elder, who elucidated the differences with such brevity and clarity. It seems that even the reason for the prohibition against proselytizing eludes Xiao Lu. After explaining, Xiao Lu placed the pearl before him and held it up to the sun. Beneath the sunlight, the surface of the pearl shimmered with an enchanting luster, causing Xiao Lu to squint his eyes into crescent shapes. Such beauty in this pearl. As Lu Gunai slowly admired it, Tang refrained from interrupting, grateful for Lu Gunai's enlightening insights. Upon noticing Chen Yin's intention to take his leave, he clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell. As Chen Yin prepared to depart, Xiao Lu, who was engrossed in observing the pearls, momentarily lost his focus. He tightened his grip on the precious beads and inquired, "If I offer you money, would you also be willing to assist me?" Chen Yin nodded and remarked, "Naturally, who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy, yet she hesitated to inquire, "What if Uncle Shi were to offer you even more money? Would you then turn to assist him?" A single item cannot serve two masters. Tang would, of course, adhere to the established rules. Upon hearing Chen Yin's response, Xiao Lu visibly exhaled in relief. She presented the pearl resting in her palm before Chen Yin and declared with conviction, "Then it is settled. I shall also offer you money. You must assist me in return." Chen Yin smiled faintly, contemplating that the sixth aunt's mind had finally begun to turn, evidently indicating that the previous strike to her forehead was not in vain. He reached out and took the pearl from Xiao Lu's hand, nodding as he spoke, "I shall take on this matter. However, I, Tang, require some preparation. When the time of the society elder's birthday arrives, I shall certainly provide the sixth aunt with an account." Upon hearing Chen Yin's agreement to assist, Xiao Lu's spirits lifted instantly, and she extended her little finger from her right hand, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us make a pact." Upon hearing this, Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Xiao Lu. He then shook his head and replied, "There is no need for a handshake. I, Tang, have always been a man of my word." Xiao Lu displayed no trace of disappointment at his refusal. Instead, her face lit up with excitement as she waved at Chen Yin, saying, "Then hurry and assist others. I shall wait for you here." Without a hint of courtesy, Chen Yin turned and departed, stating as he walked, "Rest assured, sixth aunt, since I, Tang, have committed to your matter, I shall not go back on my word. Trust that you will soon be able to leave Yangpingfang." The excited expression on Xiao Lu's face instantly froze. This statement by Chen Yin is far from baseless. Despite Xiao Lu's appearance resembling that of a 6- or 7-year-old girl, in Chen Yin's eyes, she firmly holds a position among the top 3 in Xinfen County. The only one capable of confining her within Yangpingfang is the venerable Shibo. No other individual could even entertain the thought. To claim she is merely the sister of the dog-saving pillar is to overlook the fact that she is also rescuing herself. Chen Yin does not believe that Shibo would be so accommodating as to casually allow him to take away the selected goddess. Once accepted, it is inevitable that he will confront Shibo. If Chen Yin could eliminate Shibo, then naturally, Xiao Lu would be liberated from her constraints. At that moment, with Chen Yin's departure, she might even contend for Shibo's position. Contemplating this, Chen Yin couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that such thoughts were absurdly naive. If he did not take action, who knows how Lady Lu would mock him behind his back. However, Chun Yin held no aversion towards confronting Shibo. After all, Shibo was indeed his target. Furthermore, the laws of the Qing dynasty forbade him from remaining passive. The doctrine of the Taoist sect states that when the populace cries out for help, it is imperative to respond. Otherwise, one may face 100 strikes. Whether it be the Divine Maiden or the Chai Gang, from the moment they sought him out through Go Zhu and Cheng Lao San, it was inevitable that Chun Yin would be drawn into this turmoil. After all, they possessed the authority of the Arctic Exorcism Institute. 100 strikes were inconceivable, and Chun Yin doubted he could withstand even a single blow. Chun Yin donned a striking outfit, meandering aimlessly through the throngs on the street. As the anniversary of the revered scholar's birth approached, the number of pedestrians and vendors on the streets markedly increased compared to the previous days. Some areas that had once been vacant were now occupied by various hawkers, their calls echoing in a lively cacophony. Chun Yin couldn't help but lament that, when solely considering the aspect of economic stimulation, the birthday celebration of Shibo indeed made considerable contributions. However, after mingling with the crowd for a while, Chun Yin lost interest in continuing. The popularity of the young hero in white was, as expected, well-founded. The streets, laden with dust and scattered with various animal droppings, made it clear that maintaining the elegant appearance of a flowing white garment required both genuine skill and financial means. This reminded him of Shimin Shui Shui, who, due to financial constraints, found himself scrubbing clothes in a rather undignified manner. Chun Yin let out a chuckle, shaking his head to dismiss the futile thoughts from his mind as he approached the Zhang residence. Along the way, he sensed the ever-expanding peach blossoms, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was likely that someone would soon be unable to resist coming to visit. Chai Bang. Cheng Lao San carefully cradled 2 branches of peach blossoms as he returned from outside. Clearly, the steward had made arrangements, for upon seeing him, a man stepped forward to lead him into the inner courtyard. Judging by the atmosphere, several stewards had likely been waiting in the courtyard for some time. Upon seeing Cheng Lao San enter with the peach blossoms, the stewards exchanged glances, feigning calmness. Once the guide had departed, Steward Zhao approached the courtyard entrance and, after ensuring there was no one around, the stewards gathered around. Cheng Lao San, observing the hopeful expressions on the stewards' faces, dared not speak loudly and merely nodded gently. The stewards, witnessing Cheng Lao San's nod, were instantly filled with excitement. Steward Qian even embraced Cheng Lao San, patting his shoulder as he exclaimed, "I knew you could do it. I did not misjudge you." He then quietly inquired, "When will the expert arrive?" Cheng Lao San placed the peach blossoms on the table and shook his head, saying he did not specify. The expert has agreed to this matter, but whether it comes to fruition depends on the thoughts of the stewards. The stewards were taken aback by his words, with Steward Qian furrowing his brow and asking, "Depend on our thoughts? Is it possible that the expert finds our offerings insufficient? Lao San, given the circumstances, spare us the mystery." Cheng Lao San glanced at Steward Zhao by the entrance, and upon receiving a nod, he lowered his voice, saying, "No. The expert mentioned that we must first pay our respects to the Luo immortal." At this revelation, the previously enthusiastic stewards fell silent, as if a hand had clasped around their throats. After a moment, they erupted in hushed exclamations. "What? This is impossible. This is a death sentence." Particularly, Lao Chao from the accounting department, veins bulging on his neck, shouted hoarsely, "Impossible. We cannot pay homage to that evil deity. If anything goes wrong, the entire Chai Bang will be doomed." Aside from Steward Qian and Steward Zhao, the remaining stewards were nearly unanimous in their opposition. Cheng Lao San observed their reactions, knowing that had he not been aware of Chun Yin's capabilities, he would likely have reacted similarly. Just as the stewards were about to erupt, Cheng Lao San hastily added, "The gentleman instructed that if the stewards consent, one branch of these peach blossoms should be offered before the statue, while the other should be planted in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Steward Qian immediately pressed, "What else did the gentleman say?" He also said that if the stewards are unwilling, this matter shall be put to rest. Steward Qian exchanged a contemplative glance with Steward Zhao, both recognizing a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. Zhao, disregarding the possibility of visitors arriving, stood before Cheng Lao San, his expression serious as he asked, "Lao San, your gentleman is the most knowledgeable about this matter. What is your perspective?" Upon hearing the words, Cheng Lao San was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Manager Zhao would seek his opinion. He shook his head and replied, I cannot presume to make decisions on behalf of the other managers. However, before this esteemed individual made such a request, he inquired about the details of Luo Jiao and Luo Xian, to which I had no response. If my thoughts are correct, the gentleman surely intends for the managers to feign reverence towards Luo Xian, perhaps to gauge his true nature. Otherwise, he would not have specifically instructed us to present the peach blossoms before the statue. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao relaxed his brow, exhaling deeply as he surveyed the others, stating, Esteemed colleagues, you have all heard Lao San's words. The origins of this matter remain unclear, and it is no wonder that we must tread carefully. Although not every detail was disclosed, after years of collaboration, the others could discern Zhao's stance. The most agitated Old Zhao gazed at Manager Zhao with a worried expression and said, Old Zhao, it is not that we distrust Lao San. But what if that so-called esteemed individual and Luo Xian are in cahoots? Old Zhao, Manager Zhao interjected sharply, it is fortunate that someone is overseeing this matter. Let us refrain from speaking nonsense. If Luo Xian were to invade our dreams, how long could you withstand it? If that gentleman truly harbored ill intentions, he need only remain passive. Why complicate matters? At that moment, Manager Qian stepped forward, speaking in hushed tones, quiet. We must not allow outsiders to overhear us. All our prior efforts would be in vain. He cast a decisive glance at the assembled managers, saying, If any of you harbor concerns about the worship, I shall take the lead. You may observe from the sidelines. Old Zhao remained visibly apprehensive. Staring at the two peach blossoms on the table, he remarked, Old Qian, I understand your intentions for the good of the group, but can these mere peach blossoms truly counter that malevolent deity? Old Zhao's words caused Cheng Laosan, who had been awaiting a collective decision, to stiffen with surprise. Laosan, being astute, quickly grasped that Old Zhao's doubts were not directed at the gentleman, but rather a lack of faith in him. Though discomfort, Cheng Laosan chose not to dwell on it given the gravity of the situation. He pointed at the peach blossoms on the table and asserted, Old Zhao speaks truthfully. These blossoms were indeed plucked from the peach tree by me. Yet it is also true that they have been enchanted by the gentleman. Those 3 pearls, while precious, pale in comparison to the lives of my brothers in the gang. Seeing Cheng Laosan lay the matter bare, Old Zhao ceased to conceal his thoughts, stating candidly, Laosan, it is not a matter of distrust. But the gravity of the situation demands utmost caution. Cheng Laosan shook his head in response. I bear no resentment towards the managers. Where is that bird statue? I shall be the first to pay my respects. At that moment, Manager Qian grasped Cheng Laosan's arm, saying, Laosan, this matter originally had nothing to do with you. It was Manager Zhao and I who brought you into it. If anyone is to go first, it should not be you. After a brief pause, Manager Qian addressed the surrounding old comrades. I have faith in Laosan. We must act swiftly. I shall proceed first, and you all should act as the situation dictates. Should any misfortune befall me, you are to bind me alongside the gang leader and deliver us to the authorities. Old Zhao was taken aback by Qian Guanshi's words, thinking that being tied up and sent to the officials was akin to being sent to one's death. Qian Guanshi turned to Old Zhao and earnestly said, Old Zhao, I am not jesting. We bear significant responsibility for this matter. If any mishap occurs, I implore you not to show any leniency. Qian Guanshi's unconditional trust deeply moved Cheng Laosan, while the surrounding managers fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a voice of uncertainty emerged among the managers, suggesting, why don't we hold off for now and plant a branch to observe the effects first? This remark immediately captured everyone's attention, and they turned to see who had spoken. The speaker was Old Lu, the least noticeable among the managers, who was responsible for overseeing the livestock of the gang and seldom spoke. Old Qian approached, playfully slapped Old Lu on the shoulder, and chided, Damn it, Old Lu. Why didn't you say this earlier? You made me look foolish. Old Lu grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and cheerfully replied, You're usually so hot-tempered. It's rare to see you take charge of something. I thought we should observe a bit more. The previously tense atmosphere was lightened by Old Lu's few words. The group quickly gathered tools, excavated a hole in the courtyard, and planted the peach branch. What initially seemed like an ordinary peach blossom rapidly unfurled after being watered. In less than 10 breaths, the small branch transformed into a towering peach tree. The branches swayed gracefully in the wind, and the delicate fragrance of the blossoms filled the air. The doubts of those who had been skeptical diminished significantly. Manager Zhao tossed his iron shovel to the ground and exclaimed to Cheng Laosan, Old San, well done. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. He then turned to the other managers and asked, "What does everyone think now? Should we pay homage or not?" Even old Chao refrained from opposing this time, though he seemed to harbor some concerns. Should this be done collectively or separately? Qian Guanshi stepped forward, saying, "I will go first. If anything goes awry, you all follow my earlier instructions." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more. "Let us proceed," as old Qian suggested. Ultimately, it was manager Zhao who broke the silence, stating with undeniable authority, "Old San, you need not involve yourself in the worship. Just keep watch at the entrance. If anything unexpected occurs, gather a few trustworthy brothers to help us wrap things up." Chung Laosen nodded emphatically, without a moment's hesitation. He stationed himself resolutely before the grand entrance. The long-sealed conference hall was finally opened, as Qian, the steward, delicately cradled a bouquet of peach blossoms, accompanied by fragrant offerings, and cautiously approached the statue. The statue resembled an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, a gentle smile gracing his face as he sat upon a grand armchair, exuding an aura of benevolence. In his right hand, the old man held a staff crowned with a dragon's head, while his left hand supported a medicinal vial. The steward dared not gaze too long. He carefully placed the peach blossoms before the statue and knelt down in reverence. Meanwhile, in the Zhang residence, Chen Nian, lost in contemplative thought, suddenly perceived a faint, almost ethereal chant echoing in his ears. Startled, he opened his eyes wide and swept his hand through the air, leaving a trace behind. A stream of spiritual light danced in response to his gesture, coalescing in the void to form a luminous circle. Within this circle, every movement of Qian, the steward, was rendered in exquisite detail. Through the lens, Chen Nian gazed at the divine statue before Qian Guanshi, his expression growing increasingly grave. The aura emanating from the statue was not particularly potent, even weaker than that of the previously encountered rat demon. Yet beneath this seemingly feeble presence lay another, more profound essence. Its origin was unknown, vast and ethereal, as if it were an unending continuum. Were it not for the inherent investigative prowess of the round light technique, even he would have remained oblivious. The aura that the statue exhibited was derived from a female specter residing within it. This specter bore a solemn countenance, seemingly oblivious to the external world, as she incessantly recited a peculiar scripture. Chen Nian carefully discerned that the scripture was replete with various forms of seduction and intimidation, mirroring what he had previously heard. Is this the embodiment of Luo Xian? Chen Nian gazed at the divine statue before him, suddenly rising to his feet. No, this is a devotee. He contemplated the notion of encasing the believer within the statue, manifesting divine dreams to propagate the faith, while he himself remained hidden, orchestrating everything from the shadows. Should anyone uncover the ruse, he could easily abandon the pawn to safeguard his own position. What a cunning scheme, indeed. It was an exquisite stratagem. At that moment, the figure of Qian Guanshi had already completed his act of worship. With Chen Nian's intervention, the malevolent scriptures emanating from the statue had not affected him. He exited the council chamber with exhilaration, exclaiming to the assembly of stewards, "It has worked. It has truly worked. The peach blossom fruit is indeed effective." Upon hearing this, several stewards immediately gathered around, inquiring whether Qian Guanshi felt any discomfort. Qian Guanshi shook his head, indicating he sensed no abnormalities. Instantly, the stewards were swept up in a wave of excitement. The matter of Luo Xian had weighed heavily on their minds for over a month. Now, at last, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for resolution. How could they not be elated? Thus, disregarding their earlier agreement, each one of them lined up before Luo Xian and knelt down. Zhang Fu. Chen Nian gazed expressionlessly at the individuals kneeling before Luo Xian, their bodies emanating the aura of the Shibo temple. His gaze gradually turned frigid. Upon first encountering the pearl, he had sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Chen Nian even harbored doubts, suspecting that the second invitation for Cheng Laosen to visit him was, in fact, the scheme of Shibo. He had initially intended to act discreetly, but to his surprise, the other party seemed intent on plotting against him. Chen Nian took out the Sanqing bell from his bosom and hung it upon the peach staff. He was eager to discern the intentions of this society elder. That night, seated beneath the peach blossom tree, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Chai gang. He then reached out a hand and gestured in the air, summoning the circular light technique, which revealed the scene of the council chamber. Within the hall, a statue that had remained silent, engrossed in its incantations, suddenly revealed a woman. The woman appeared serene, a gentle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of compassion as she made her way towards a secluded courtyard. In that courtyard resided several stewards, who, ensnared by Luo Jiao, had dared not return home and had remained in each other's company. Upon her gentle entrance into the courtyard, she exhibited no unusual behavior, and suddenly vanished from the circular light technique. Chen Yin furrowed his brow, a touch perplexed. He was unequivocally certain that the woman's essence lingered within the secluded courtyard. How could she vanish from the radiant light technique? Given her cultivation level, it was improbable for her to evade detection by such a technique. As he pondered this enigma, another figure emerged within the imagery of the radiant light technique. The newcomer was tall and imposing, with a face of greenish hue and sharp fangs, his skin a deep shade yet clad in pristine white garments, wielding an iron staff. The aura he exuded was unmistakably that of a demon or spirit. Shortly after entering the courtyard, much like the woman, his essence remained palpable, yet he abruptly vanished from the scene. One of the Shibo's people? Chun Yin gazed at the fleeting visage of the green-faced specter on the screen, a stir of emotions awakening within him. Sensing the intertwining presence of two ghostly shadows, he deftly flicked his fingers, causing the woman who had vanished in the luminous spell to re-emerge instantly. Indeed, it was the art of dream manipulation. Chun Yin chuckled softly as he rose to his feet, withdrawing the peachwood staff embedded in the ground, and made his way towards the Chai gang. Since it was a summons from the community elder, he had no intention of being discreet this time. As Chun Yin ambled forward, the Sanqing bell swung with his staff, emitting a series of melodious chimes. The sound was enchanting and soothing, bringing him great joy. However, the Sanqing bell, being a magical artifact for subduing demons, possessed a duality. While its tones were pleasing to human ears, they resonated as a cacophony of malevolence to the demons and spirits within the city. Moreover, the Sanqing bell in Chun Yin's possession was a gift from the Polar Exorcism Institute. Even though it was a standardized item in the mortal realm, it was indeed a rare treasure of celestial origin. Despite Chen Yin's attempts to muffle its resonance, the chimes reverberated across nearly half the city. It could be said that before he had taken more than a couple of steps, he had already disturbed the peace of a significant portion of the county. Noticing several approaching presences, Chun Yin smiled faintly and quickened his pace, guiding them toward the Chai gang. He moved with remarkable swiftness, nearly arriving in tandem with the sound of the bell. Upon reaching the Chai gang, he headed straight for the council hall. As soon as he came to a stop, Chun Yin waved his hand to cast a talisman, sealing off the courtyard where the stewards were gathered. Inside the courtyard were merely Luo Xian and the community elder's aides, making the cleanup an uncomplicated task. However, what truly concerned him was the enigmatic Luo Xian, whose depth remained unknown. The ensuing matters pertained to several malevolent beings and Luo Xian, with little relevance to the two aides. Thanks to the barrier of peach blossoms, the concealed aura within the deity statue remained unaffected by the Sanqing bell. Standing before the statue, Chun Yin employed a technique of energy suppression, reaching back to grasp a wisp of aura from the malevolent beings trailing him. As the essence came into his possession, a subtle smile graced Chun Yin's lips. He formed a dough seal with his hands and exhaled a primordial energy, directing the captured aura into the peach blossoms before the statue. Subsequently, he altered his hand gestures and intoned Tianpeng command, sever the spirits, capture. The peach blossoms responded, rising into the air and spinning continuously. With the relentless movements of his hands, an ethereal array formed, conjuring a celestial diagram of the Big Dipper composed of primordial energy, containing the essence of the cosmos. By the decree of the heavenly canopy, as the incantation resonated, the star map transformed into 7 luminous stars, soaring into the midst of the peach blossoms. Chun Yin reached out to catch the falling peach blossom from the sky, wielding it like a sword aimed directly at the seal within the statue. The statue itself was merely a clay effigy. The true essence lay within the seal, which concealed the very essence of Luo Xian. The peach blossom effortlessly pierced through the clay, reaching the seal itself. At the moment of contact between the two, a tremendous force of rebound surged forth from the blossom. With a sudden jolt of resolve, Chen Yin swiftly flicked his wrist, causing a cascade of flower petals to fall, akin to flying blades piercing through the seal. The petals descended like rain upon banana leaves, stripping away the layers of dirt from the statue above, revealing the seal beneath. There lay a jade token, its ethereal form radiating a ghastly green light, adorned with intricate patterns that had been worn down to an indistinguishable state by the relentless assault of the petals. As Chun Yin swiftly pierced with force, his figure retreated abruptly. In the midst of his withdrawal, he employed the technique of energy sealing to enclose the entire council chamber. The instant Chun Yin exited the chamber, both the peach branch and the jade tablet shattered in midair. In that fleeting moment of disintegration, several auras emanated from the peach branch. The long-dormant presence of Luo Xian finally stirred to life. Chun Yin sensed a flicker of divine intent emanating from within. However, having lost his foundation, the divine presence came swiftly and departed just as quickly, almost like a fleeting glimpse. Once the divine essence vanished, Chun Yin lifted the restrictions and re-entered the council hall. Perceiving the faint traces of several energies, he smiled gently. Plucking a wisp of the lingering essence of the Luo immortal, utilizing the Sanqing bell to summon a host of malevolent beings, he based his incantation on the spell from the supreme clear heavens taming demons great method, sealing the essence of the various fiends within a peach branch. He then broke the restrictions with the peach branch, deceiving the divine intent of the Luo immortal with the essence of the malevolent beings, all for the sake of that wisp of Luo immortal essence. The aged essence lingered like a tangible object, as if one could delicately grasp the ethereal aroma of the celestial wine and bring it to the nostrils for a gentle inhalation. The scent of wine? With a slight raise of his brow, Chun Yin found the outcome somewhat unexpected. Was it a case of sudden demise from typhoid fever, or a solitary spirit left to mourn? Chun Yin extended his hand to summon a piece of parchment from the side chamber, using it as a medium for his ink. He inscribed a symbol with finesse, infusing a fragment of the ethereal aura from his hand into the parchment. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, a small flame ignited, consuming the parchment and reducing it to ash. Chun Yin gazed at the serpentine ash traces upon the ground, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The ash, shaped like a serpent, was indicative of the ancient deities of the earth or the spirits inhabiting the land. It was his inaugural attempt at employing the methods of qi examination and trace analysis to seek out the roots of malevolent forces. And he had not anticipated uncovering two disparate outcomes. The Supreme Celestial's method for dispelling demons was infallible, which suggested that there was indeed something peculiar about Luo Xian. Yet, he pondered why such a formidable entity would fixate on a mere humble firewood gathering. Chun Yin waved his hand, scattering the dust on the ground, and turned to walk outside. A few individuals approached with great intensity. Could it be that they were aware of my mission to eradicate evil this evening and had come to offer their assistance? Chun Yin stood beneath the peach tree, arms crossed, gazing toward the direction of the courtyard, speaking without turning his head. He had planted his peach staff firmly in the ground beside him, having removed the three-clear bell from its tip to avoid disturbing the two ghostly figures lost in slumber. Observing the spirits in their dreams provided him an opportunity to validate his dream wedding technique. Not far away, several lurking demons, incensed by Chun Yin's words, bristled with anger. The audacious sorcerer, who had dispatched a rat demon just the day before, now seemed to seek trouble again, brazenly proclaiming his intentions. Immediately, one ghostly figure confronted him, inquiring, "Sorcerer, you seduce the populace by day, planting peach trees throughout the city, and by night, you disrupt our peace. What is your true intention?" Another eerie voice followed, lamenting, "Yesterday you claimed that a rat demon had stolen your wealth, and we chose not to hold it against you. Yet today, you again disturb the tranquility of the city. Do you truly believe we are mere clay to be molded at your whim?" At this moment, Chun Yin's gaze was solely fixed upon the slumbering figures in the courtyard. He did not even glance at the approaching demons and malevolent beings, and calmly replied, "I, Tang, have come today at the invitation of Lord Shi to eradicate evil. If any of you are here to assist, I extend my utmost welcome. However, if you are not, I kindly ask that you do not impede my efforts, for should an unfortunate mishap occur, you would only have yourselves to blame for the troubles that ensue." Chun Yin's words were like adding fuel to the flames, instantly inciting the furious wrath of the malevolent spirits. "The sorcerer is arrogant. This night, there shall be no soul-stirring gong to protect you." The first to succumb to the ominous voice advanced menacingly towards Chun Yin. With this movement, the surrounding horde of demons stirred into action. No matter how powerful the sorcerer might be, it was impossible to vanquish them all. Upon witnessing the situation, Chun Yin's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, "Since you all are unwilling to heed my counsel, do not blame Tang for the consequences." With a firm stamp of his foot, The peachwood staff embedded in the ground soared into the air, hovering ominously. Demons and spirits, 1,000 calamities and dreams. Heed my command. With astonishing swiftness, Chun Yin acted before the surrounding demons could make a move. He formed his fingers into a sword, conjuring a mystical symbol in midair, which he then infused into the peach staff. Once the symbol was absorbed, the staff transformed into an ethereal giant peach tree, casting its expansive shade over the entire territory of the Chai Gang. Petals fell like rain from the blossoms, drifting gracefully through the air as the gentle breeze carried them towards the lurking demons. Accompanied by the rich fragrance of peach blossoms, the entire scene was nothing short of a dreamlike illusion. The blossoms of yesteryear whirl like a tempest, and the scene of the multitude of demonic rodents has long since spread throughout the city. The assembly of malevolent beings, upon witnessing this, dared not be complacent. They hastily employed various means to obstruct the unfolding chaos. Little did they realize that it was as if the past had played a jest upon them, for the petals, dancing in the air like phantoms, effortlessly swept through their midst. This is not good. The assembly of malevolence sensed something amiss, yet before they could comprehend the situation, an irresistible wave of drowsiness surged upon them. They exchanged glances and found each other swaying like drunken revelers, ultimately collapsing upon the ground. Chun Yin gazed upon the multitude of fallen demons sprawled upon the ground. With a deft motion of his left hand, he executed a series of intricate gestures, intertwining their essence with that of the individuals in the courtyard. Having completed this task, he casually drew a circle in the air, summoning forth a radiant orb once more. Within this ethereal vision appeared a kindly elder, cradling a medicinal vial and leaning upon a cane, seated in the main hall, imparting wisdom to Steward Zhao and the others. However, in the midst of his discourse, the scene abruptly shifted. The venerable figure in the hall transformed into a statue upon an altar. The effigy was adorned in a resplendent crimson official robe, its head crowned with a chancellor's hat, and wielding a ceremonial tablet, exuding an air of formidable authority. Chun Yin observed the statue of Shi Bo with great attention, never anticipating that his first encounter with the deity would occur within a dream. Zhao Guan and his companions were kneeling before the statue, performing sacrificial rites. Midway through their ceremony, a woman suddenly burst forth from the shadows, hurling insults at the idol. As her tirade escalated, she climbed onto the offering table and toppled the statue. The towering figure crashed down towards Zhao Guan and the others, who, terrified, collapsed to the ground, shielding their heads with their arms. At that moment, the immense statue transformed into a colossal hand, lifting the frightened individuals upward. This giant hand carried them aloft, soaring into a celestial palace nestled among the clouds. The palace, constructed of golden tiles and jade bricks, housed a benevolent elder with a staff seated at the head, embodying the image of Luo. Within the palace, a grand banquet was underway, with countless celestial maidens adorned in gold and silver, gracefully traversing the space while bearing jade platters. Zhao Guan and his companions were ushered into the palace. Seated at the lower end of the table beside Luo, surrounded by divine beings and celestial generals, overwhelmed by their surroundings, they felt a profound sense of inadequacy and dared not speak. At that moment, a celestial being nearby urged them to listen attentively. If they earnestly absorbed Luo's teachings, they too could ascend to immortality. Just then, a voice of scripture reverberated from the high platform, captivating the audience, when suddenly, a golden-armored deity appeared and struck Luo down with a staff. Chun Yin observed the ever-shifting scenes within the circle of light technique, furrowing his brow. No wonder there had been no resolution after so many days. Rather than a dream, it resembled an extravagant display of illusions. As he altered his hand seals, the imagery within the circle of light transformed to reveal the courtyard where he stood, a multitude of bewildered demons and spirits gradually awakening, glancing at Chun Yin before hastily assessing their own conditions. Upon realizing that they were unscathed, they exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Just moments before their slumber, they had resigned themselves to the certainty of being vanquished by Chun Yin. Given the nature of these sorcerers, the most favorable outcome would have been to be promptly sacrificed for the crafting of various magical artifacts. Yet now, standing here unscathed, they found themselves enveloped in disbelief. Chun Yin reached out to grasp the fallen peach staff, smiling as he addressed them. "Do you now believe that I have come at the behest of the venerable Shi Bo to eradicate evil?" The demons and malevolent spirits, having narrowly escaped death, exchanged glances, bewildered by the unprecedented amiability of this sorcerer. They were entirely oblivious to his intentions. However, having recently experienced Chun Yin's formidable abilities, they dared not contradict him. One by one, they altered their manner of address, nodding in unison, "We believe, we believe. Esteemed immortal, your noble intentions have been misjudged by our petty minds. We humbly apologize and earnestly seek your forgiveness." Chun Yin nodded at them and smiled, saying, "As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Since Tang has just arrived and stirred up quite a few troubles, some misunderstandings are to be expected, so there is no need for apologies. However, I have come at the invitation of the gentleman from the society to vanquish evil. Now that this malevolent entity has cast a dream-inducing spell, and as I am not well versed in this art, I humbly request your assistance. But may I inquire what manner of creature this malevolence is?" The several spirits exchanged glances, their voices tinged with uncertainty. Hearing this, Chun Yin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "This malevolent entity has been within the Chai gang for over a month, and yet you all remain unaware?" The earlier, eerie voice responded, "To be honest, esteemed immortal, we were aware of its arrival in the city. However, once it entered the Chai gang, it secluded itself behind closed doors, and thus there has been no conflict with us, leading to little attention being paid to it in our daily affairs." "I see." With an air of playful contemplation, Chun Yin toyed with the peach blossom adorning the head of his staff, a smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "That malevolent entity is the sinister deity of the Jiao sect, who styles himself as Luo Xian. I wonder if any of you would be inclined to assist me?" The mention of the Jiao sect's malevolent deity elicited a flicker of unusual intensity in the eyes of several sinister beings. A moment that might have gone unnoticed had Chun Yin not been diligently observing them through his luminous orb technique. Indeed, the malevolent deity of the Jiao sect, who among you would be willing to lend their aid? At this moment, Chun Yin appeared somewhat impatient. He plucked a peach blossom from the top of his staff and gently blew towards the several malevolent beings. A waft of floral fragrance permeated the air, causing the lingering doubts of the demons to dissipate, their minds clouded. Startled, they dared not question further and unanimously nodded in agreement. Chun Yin nodded with a smile and said, "In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you all." With that, he gestured invitingly, leading several malevolent beings towards the side courtyard. Within the courtyard, the slumbering steward Zhao and his companions exhibited a myriad of expressions, clearly troubled by the unsettling nature of their dreams. Upon entering the courtyard, the malevolent beings wasted no time, each targeting an individual to pounce upon. The imagery within the circular luminous technique shifted once more. As a harbinger of chaos, the white-clad specter was no stranger to the intruding fiends. Although unaware of their intentions, the sight of them attacking the female ghost immediately clarified their stance. The female ghost, lacking formidable strength, found herself powerless against the onslaught of the encroaching fiends, swiftly losing control over the dreamscape. In a moment of desperation, she flickered and exited the dream, attempting to return to the statue. The white-clad specter, witnessing her disappearance, was the first to react, hastily pursuing her out of the dream and engaging her in combat. The other fiends, seeing this unfold, hastened to follow suit. And soon the small courtyard was enveloped in a thick haze of malevolence, shadows swirling ominously. Awakened from their dreams, Steward Zhao and his companions dared not utter a sound upon observing the commotion outside. They could only feign sleep with their eyes closed. Strangely, upon her departure from the dream, the female ghost experienced a surge in power. In the face of the relentless pursuit and encirclement by the fiends, she astonishingly managed to break free from the courtyard first. The ancient art of restraining spirits proved utterly ineffective before her. In an instant, she dashed to the front of the council hall where Chun Yin resided. As he beheld the ghostly figure breaking through the encirclement, Chun Yin pointed decisively, causing the peach blossoms in the courtyard to cascade down like lethal arrows aimed at the specter. The ghost paid no heed to the oncoming blossoms, relentlessly charging toward the hall. Just as the petals were about to make contact, the ghost entered the council hall first. Subsequently, a formidable aura emanated from within. The pursuing peach blossoms recoiled and hurtled back toward Chun Yin, with a staff in hand for protection. Chun Yin found himself repeatedly forced back by the overwhelming force emanating from the peach blossoms. Just as he steadied himself, he beheld an elderly man, staff in one hand and a medicine vial in the other, emerging from the council hall. His brows furrowed in a fierce expression. He addressed Chen Yin and the assembly of malevolent beings rushing from the side courtyard, exclaiming in a voice that thundered like a storm, "Having encountered the immortal Luo, why do you not bow?" His words resonated, causing the peach trees in the courtyard to shudder in response. Confronted by the imposing presence of the immortal Luo, the gathered malevolent beings exchanged glances before collectively kneeling in submission, betraying their previous allegiance. Only Chen Yin and the ghost in white remained steadfast, both observing the unfolding scene with a growing sense of retreat. With a mutual understanding, they nodded and swiftly made their way towards the direction of the Shibo temple. However, they soon found themselves encircled by the throng of malevolent beings, with Chen Yin, having recently provoked their ire, becoming the focal point of their attention. Recognizing the dire situation, Chen Yin urged the ghost in white, "Quickly, summon the Shibo." With that, he exerted every ounce of his strength to create an opening in the encirclement for the ghost. The ghost, not hesitating, nodded in acknowledgment and darted towards the Shibo temple in the eastern part of the city. Yet, how could the female ghost, now transformed into the immortal Luo, allow such an escape? With a flick of her wrist, she swung her staff at the fleeing ghost. Although the ghost stumbled under the force, he pressed on, utilizing the momentum of the staff to accelerate his flight. Chen Yin, however, was not so fortunate. Under the oppressive aura of the immortal Luo, he soon found himself captured. With Chen Yin and the Shibo no longer a hindrance and having amassed a significant number of followers, the immortal Luo was in high spirits as she led the assembly of malevolent beings into the side courtyard. Several startled overseers, roused from their slumber, trembled at the sight of the immortal Luo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a divine statue. The immortal Luo, regarding the individuals before her, softened her earlier domineering demeanor and spoke gently, "You summoned me. Why do you now refuse to pay homage?" The once terrified overseers were momentarily taken aback. After all, the immortal Luo had been invited by their leader. What connection did they have to this? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, lowering their heads in silence. Noticing their reluctance to respond, the immortal Luo continued, "On that day, 3 of you called me forth, yet only one was willing to become my disciple. At that time, you were unaware of my powers, and I hold no grudge. Now, I ask once more, are you willing to become my disciples?" Faced with the benevolent visage of the immortal Luo, the kneeling overseers found themselves in a predicament. They understood the underlying complexities of the situation, yet felt unable to refuse or agree. Amidst their turmoil, Chen Yin felt a stirring within him. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from the distance, advancing with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the assembly. As they looked up, they beheld an imposing figure clad in a crimson official robe, wearing a chancellor's hat. Exuding an air of authority, the very Shibo of Xinfeng County had arrived. As the formidable Sha Bo descended, he wasted no time engaging in a fierce battle with Luo Xian. Behind Luo Xian surged a relentless tide of malevolent energy from a sinister cult, while Sha Bo drew upon the collective will of the people, fighting on familiar ground. Each strike exchanged between the two bore immense power, the mere aftershocks deterring the surrounding malevolent entities from approaching. The cacophony of their clash echoed like distant thunder, awakening countless citizens from their slumber. As their duel intensified, the two warriors became oblivious to their surroundings. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, a sudden commotion arose from outside the courtyard. The denizens of darkness turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, only to discover that the night patrol had unexpectedly approached the vicinity of the Chai gang. The arrival of the patrol caused even Sha Bo's expression to shift markedly. Before they could react, they watched in disbelief as the leader of the patrol struck a gong with a copper hammer. A wave of profound terror swept through the array of demons and spirits, jolting them from their stupor. True to her nature as a specter accustomed to traversing the realm of dreams, the female ghost was the first to regain her composure. Before the other malevolent beings could react, she surged once more towards the direction of the council hall. Chen Yin observed the multitude of demons and spirits pursuing one another within the realm of dreams. The art of dream marriage has always been a forte of the Taoist school, from the dream of Huang Liang to the dream of Nanku, and further to Zhuangzi's enlightenment through the dream of the butterfly. Even Chen Yin's entire life of learning has been imparted by his ancestors through dreams. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Yin unexpectedly incorporated multiple dreamscapes into his narrative, yielding surprisingly favorable results. As the precursor to Luo Xian and Shi Bo, he utilized the imagined powers of the two aberrant beings, entirely grounded in their understanding of Luo Xian and Shi Bo in reality. Chun Yin would never release them without extracting every ounce of knowledge they possessed. The scenes within the circle of light transformed ceaselessly. It was only when Chun Yin perceived that all the malevolent entities had exhausted their means and explored every conceivable possibility that he dissolved the layers of dreams. At that moment, both the spectral and the corporeal entities within the imagery were on the brink of collapse. They gazed blankly at an enormous peach tree before them, each succumbing to a state of stupor. This peach tree towered magnificently, its branches sprawling over thousands of miles. Perched atop the tree was a colossal golden rooster. Its eyes were shut tight, one claw gripping the trunk while the other hovered in the air, poised independently. Below the golden rooster, amidst the branches to the northeast, stood a towering portal, reaching heights of 10,000 feet. Above the portal loomed two indistinct divine figures. The figure on the left donned resplendent battle armor, clutching a reed-woven rope in one hand and a golden spear in the other. The figure on the right, clad in a black battle robe, bore no weapons, extending only a hand to gently caress a massive golden-eyed white tiger seated beside him. The portal remained firmly shut, seemingly concealing something dreadfully formidable within. Merely casting a glance at it instilled a primal fear in the assembly of spirits and malevolent beings, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. This tremor emanated from the very depths of their souls, as if warning them of the unparalleled adversary that loomed before them. In the Eastern Sea, there exists a mountain known as Dushuo, also referred to as Taoji, where a grand peach tree stretches across 3,000 miles, crowned by a gate to the underworld. Chun Yin gazed upon the towering peach tree, slowly recounting its origins. Even though this magnificent tree was a figment of his own imagination, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Stripped of any ethereal charm, merely through a single image, it rendered a multitude of demons and evildoers prostrate, trembling in fear and unwilling to resist. Truly, he is the Eastern Demon Emperor. Such might emanates from an image alone. If his thoughts were to solidify, and he were to imbue a fragment of the Demon Emperor's divine will, could it be that this dreamscape would transform into an entire realm of its own? In murmurs, Chun Yin intoned, his hands never ceasing their intricate movements. As he altered the seal once more, the ghostly gate within the dreamscape gradually swung open amidst the terrified gazes of the myriad fiends. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from the gate, lifting the demonic beings into the air against their will. This overwhelming pull rendered them utterly incapable of resistance, leaving them to futilely struggle. As they drew nearer, the visage of the ghostly gate became increasingly vivid in the eyes of the fiends. It was only at the moment of crossing the threshold that they finally discerned the true nature of the gate. It was unmistakably the gaping mouth of a colossal gourd. The massive peach tree was not a tree at all, but rather an enormous staff wielded by an unseen hand. Chun Yin casually tucked the gourd into his belt, grasped his walking stick, and strode towards the Zhang residence without a glance back. He had no desire to involve himself in the chaotic affairs of the Chai gang. Having dreamt of it repeatedly, he believed that if the Chai gang failed to grasp their predicament, their demise would be justly deserved. As a true worker of destiny, his foremost concern was his overtime pay. Yet, contrary to his wishes, things were not unfolding as he hoped. As Chun Yin returned to the Zhang residence, he sensed a powerful presence swiftly approaching from the east of the city. This Sha Bo possesses quite an impressive speed. Chun Yin paused his hand, which was about to open the gourd, and sat cross-legged at the base of the peach tree. Before long, a voice inquired from outside, "Is Mr. Tang available? I have come on behalf of Shi Bo to pay my respects, and I kindly request an audience with you, Mr. Tang." Chun Yin would certainly not make things difficult for a mere errand runner. He spoke softly, "Come in." Gui, with utmost respect, pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. With his eyes slightly squinted and his eyelids remaining unraised, Chun Yin inquired, "What business does Shi Bo have with me?" The young messenger, having arrived with a clear mandate, dared not overstep his bounds and respectfully replied, "In response to your question, esteemed sir, Shi Bo has learned of your impending journey to the Chai gang this evening to vanquish malevolence. However, due to pressing matters, he deeply regrets his inability to accompany you. He has specifically dispatched me to extend his congratulations upon your success." As he spoke, he retrieved a box from his bosom, raising it with both hands, and continued, Shibo wishes to convey that your triumph over evil merits personal commendation. Yet, as his birthday approaches and duties abound, he is utterly unable to attend. Thus, he has entrusted me with this token of celebration. I implore you to forgive his absence. Chun Yin finally opened his eyes and gazed at the little ghost before him, shaking his head as he spoke. Tang has always taken payment for exorcising evil. Now that the transaction is complete, what merit is there in this? You should take this gift back with you. The long-standing refusal appeared to be within the young man's expectations. He continued to hold the box aloft, bowing his head as he spoke. To speak candidly, Mr. Shi instructed me upon his arrival that this box of gifts is merely one aspect. The primary purpose is to offer my sincerest apologies to you, sir. With a raised eyebrow, Chen Yin was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shibo would so readily concede. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Oh, Shibo, as a master of the underworld, has never crossed paths with Tang, so what offense could there possibly be?" The little ghost, showing no hesitation, promptly replied, "In response to your words, sir." Shibo stated, "His failure to eradicate malevolence has allowed the Chai gang to disturb your tranquility, which is one. Furthermore, being aware that you intended to exorcise evil this evening, yet still sending a white-clad ghost who nearly collided with you, is the second. Therefore, he has sent me to offer his apologies." After listening, Chun Yin shook his head and chuckled, realizing that the matter at hand was merely a request for a person. "You may return and inform the elder of the society that the specter in white, in an attempt to thwart Luo Xian's escape, was struck down by him and met his demise on the spot. Therefore, any notion of compensation is rendered unnecessary." The little ghost trembled upon hearing this, but dared not question it. With a troubled expression, he ventured, "But what of the congratulatory gift?" Before he could finish, Chen Yin's countenance darkened. "What? Could it be that the elder has instructed you to impose upon me?" Terrified, the little ghost immediately knelt, repeatedly expressing his inability to comply. "Very well, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave." Chen Yin closed his eyes once more, adopting an air that suggested he wished to be left alone. Observing this demeanor, the little ghost refrained from prolonging the discussion. He swiftly tucked the box into his bosom and extracted an invitation, saying, "Forgive me, sir, but the elder has other matters he wishes me to convey. As you are newly arrived in Xinfeng County, you may not be aware that the day after tomorrow marks the elder's birthday. He will be receiving the goddess into his palace and hosting a banquet at the eastern palace of the city. We humbly request your esteemed presence." "Oh, is there such an event?" Chun Yin reopened his eyes, yet he remained motionless. The invitation in the little ghost's hand flew before him and unfolded on its own. Chun Yin feigned contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I shall take on this matter, and I kindly ask you to convey my regards to Shibo. In due time, I will present him with a grand gift. Is there anything else?" Noticing Chun Yin's softened demeanor, the little ghost mustered the courage to pose one final inquiry. "There is indeed another matter. Shibo has observed that you have planted peach trees throughout the city and wishes to know if you intend to reside permanently in Xinfeng County." Chun Yin casually tucked away the invitation, slowly rising to his feet. He gazed at the young spirit before him and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Esteemed Lord Shi, what of passing through? And what of residing here permanently?" Such a perilous inquiry. Neither the young spirit nor anyone else could fathom the thoughts of Lord Shi. And even if they did, they would not dare to speak recklessly. He could only lower his head, refraining from responding. Chun Yin dared not speak when he saw him. He merely waved his hand to indicate he should leave. Chen Yin was likely aware of Shibo's concerns. Xiao Lu had once mentioned that Shibo's position was fiercely contested. If Chen Yin were to reside permanently in Xinfeng County, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Shibo. This is because he remains unaffected by the influence of the soul-stirring gongs. Under the pretext of a birthday celebration, inviting the living into the underworld, Shibo truly is a cunning strategist. Chun Yin idly toyed with the invitation in his hand, gesturing to seal the entire courtyard. A tome of azure laws materialized before him. Zhang Zuolan, once a living soul, was ensnared by the spirits and took her own life. She ought to belong to the realm of the deceased. Instead, she foolishly entered the Ta Wu sect, deceiving the populace under the guise of a divine mission, thus belonging to the national ancestral sect. Upon reviewing the celestial laws, it is noted that one of the national ancestral sect's transgressions involves the reckless instigation of malevolence, inciting the public without causing loss of life, resulting in a punishment of exile spanning 3,000 miles. Within the 8th directive of the Taowu sect, those who commune with phantoms in their dreams, unable to awaken for months, are to be eradicated by the decree of dongwu. Now, with the living beseeching aid, the authority of the Northern Polar Exorcism Court shall execute judgment. Execution is warranted. Do you harbor any grievances? Chun Yin gazed at the ghostly figure before him and inquired. The presence of the ghost gate alongside the image of one of the 5 ghost emperors, Shintayule, was indeed profoundly shocking. In comparison, Luo Xian appeared as a mere firefly against the grandeur of the sun and moon. Once the halo surrounding Luo Xian faded in her mind, the female ghost regained her composure. She bowed to Chun Yin and murmured, "A humble woman has been deceived by Luo Xian, committing numerous misdeeds, and has faced retribution at the hands of the immortal, a fate well-deserved." As she spoke, a sudden fervor seized her. Her eyes fixed intently upon Chun Yin as she declared, "Yet I refuse to submit. Luo Xian has beguiled the populace, leading to the ruin of my family. The immortal punishes only me, neglecting the true culprit. What manner of justice is this?" Hearing the resentful words of the female ghost, Chun Yin shook his head and sighed, "Alas, she is indeed a pitiable soul." This female specter, ensnared by Luo Xian, became trapped within a statue upon her death. She was revered by devotees as she traveled from place to place, and although she had never taken a human life apart from her role in preaching, she could be considered a victim in her own right. Thus, Chun Yin felt compelled to converse with her further. Noticing her lingering discontent, he spoke earnestly. "Luo Xian deceives and misleads the populace, causing great harm to the innocent, and deserves a far greater punishment. However, he conceals himself in the shadows, and it will take time to uncover his true identity. I assure you, I shall dedicate all my efforts to locating Luo Xian and bringing him to justice." The ghost, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she inquired, "Are you not of the Tang surname?" Chun Yin slightly nodded, his expression grave as he spoke. "I am Chun Yin, with the courtesy name Yinan. By this name I vouch for my sincerity. Do you wish to believe me?" The female specter, perceiving the earnestness in Chun Yin's demeanor, which bore no semblance of deceit, promptly prostrated herself on the ground, saying, "There is no need for you to introduce yourself, esteemed immortal. Now that you have pledged your name, it is evident that you would not deceive a dying soul such as myself. As a humble woman, I harbor no resentment. I only hope that your laws may soon be disseminated throughout the realm, granting us the justice we seek." Chun Yin paused slightly upon hearing the words, giving a subtle nod before remaining silent. The petals of the peach blossoms fell like gentle rain, carrying a delicate fragrance that gradually enveloped the female ghost. The notions of good and evil remain unaccounted for, and the universe harbors its own secrets. How arduous it is for the celestial laws to oversee the myriad of spirits and malevolent entities in the world. As Chun Yin waved his sleeve, a gentle breeze arose, scattering flower petals in all directions, and the female ghost had vanished without a trace. He collected his thoughts, and the azure scroll began to flutter unbidden in the absence of wind. Ho Yuan, Mao Shan, Diao Erfu Baoping. They were originally malevolent entities, belonging to the realm of the departed. Concealed among the living, they feigned sanctity, subsequently infiltrating the Tai Wu sect. According to the regulations of the Pure Land, specifically the 6th rule of Tai Wu, falsely assuming titles to solicit sacrifices could lead to a 2-year imprisonment, followed by execution if apprehended by law. Hu Dabiao, a solitary and unmastered malevolent spirit, had been subdued by the Shi Bo and also entered the Tai Wu sect. At this juncture, Chun Yin paused. The past actions of Hu Dabiao were obscure, although his intrusion into dreams was sanctioned by the Shi Bo, and he had notably obstructed Luo Xian from spreading teachings. A transgression of the law remained a transgression. The connections between individuals and phantoms in their dreams persisted for months without abating, warranting the annihilation by Shin Dongyue. Moreover, should he be spared due to his merits, with the virtue of the Shi Bo, it would only be a matter of time before calamity ensued. The regulations governing the spirits of the Pure Land must not be revealed lightly. Having already been scrutinized, there was no turning back. If he were to release this individual for his past deeds, the secret would undoubtedly leak. And Chun Yin surmised he would instantly become the public enemy of all malevolent creatures. After some contemplation, he continued, "The connections between individuals and phantoms in their dreams persist for months without abating. They must be exterminated." With that, Chen Yin reached out and patted the peach tree beside him. The peach tree, as if imbued with sentience, immediately sent forth several roots from the ground, enveloping them. As the roots delved into the earth, the peach tree began to transform. Accompanied by the flurry of peach blossoms, the branches, once laden with flowers, rapidly began to sprout new buds. A peach materialized from nothingness, swiftly swelling among the branches. While the peach grew, Chen Yin's spirit connected with the Exorcism Institute seal. The interface that appeared before him left Chen Yin momentarily stunned. All the information had changed. Jade record. Left judge of the Northern Exorcism Institute. Left judge of the Fengdu General Records Institute. Advisor on the affairs of the 6 heavenly spirits of the Northern Age. Deployment. Second officer, Fierce General of Fengdu. Achievements, 33. For the enforcement of the law and 100 individuals, he was promoted to right and left chief judge of the Northern Exorcism Institute. Recording officer of the Fengdu Tai Xian and dispatched to the 8 generals of Fengdu. The achievements column had inexplicably transformed into 33 individuals. Moreover, the Jade record had ascended by half a rank. Chen Yin was initially perplexed, but soon he realized the situation and was overwhelmed with joy. His elation did not stem from Yu Ji's promotion, nor from the rewards bestowed by the Arctic Exorcism Institute, but rather from the lifting of the decree from the underworld. In contrast to Lu Jian and Wang An, who transmitted messages and delivered imperial edicts, the fierce warriors of Fengdu were the true champions of battle. Chen Yin was acutely aware that, despite holding the esteemed position of a judge at the Arctic Exorcism Institute, the principles governing this realm were markedly different, rendering the celestial soldiers and officials difficult to summon. His judicial status here was akin to mere ornamentation. Otherwise, the Exorcism Institute would not consistently distribute so-called rewards. Hence, the partial lifting of the 9 Springs Edict was a monumental piece of news for him. Chen Yin promptly arranged his attire, facing northward to kneel and perform the grand ceremony of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Although he would occasionally jest, referring to this as overtime work, he was acutely aware of the significance of the occasion. This was the Polar Exorcism Institute, the sovereign of the celestial constellations, the emperor of myriad laws, the master of all phenomena, the right hand of the great emperor of the Northern Polar Jade Void. It was far from a mere mercenary hall. Such matters were not to be taken lightly. After respectfully completing the solemn rites, Chen Yin rose to examine the items bestowed by the Exorcism Institute. It was a scroll of text, titled the Chapter of Clear Truth and Dispelling Illusions. Upon turning the ancient tome, Chen Yin discovered that it was authored by the esteemed Master Su Jing. Remarkably, Su Jing ascended to the position of Heavenly Master at the tender age of 9 and was capable of wielding thunderous magic by 13. By the age of 36, he had transcended to the celestial realm, marking him as a true prodigy of his era. The manuscript comprises fewer than 1,600 words, consisting of over 47 character verses. These verses, centered on illuminating truth and dispelling illusions, explore various themes with clarity and accessibility. With merely a glance, Chen Yin found himself irresistibly captivated. By the time he completed his recitation, he was brought back to reality, only to find that the colossal peaches on the tree had quietly ripened. Chen Yin reached out and plucked a peach from the tree. In that very moment, the peach tree underwent a transformation. The once vibrant leaves turned a withered yellow and fell to the ground, while buds emerged anew, blossoming in their splendor. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it had experienced an entire cycle of life. Chen Yin retrieved the 3 clear bell, reattaching it to his peach staff. He then seated himself in a lotus position, cradling a flat peach in his hands, and gently inhaled. The peach quickly diminished in size and was effortlessly swallowed. Once it entered his abdomen, it transformed into a vital energy that surged directly into his purple palace. Within the purple palace, Chen Yin's primordial spirit sat in meditation, effortlessly absorbing the vital energy with each breath. After several days of contemplation and practice, and drawing insights from the Ming Zhun Powang song, Chen Yin began to discern the crux of his cultivation dilemma. The so-called primordial spirit in Taoism is merely an innate spark of spiritual brilliance that every individual possesses from birth, not something acquired through cultivation. It is through the perfected practice of vital energy that he could barely sense his primordial spirit. As for the innate spark of spiritual brilliance within the primordial spirit, he could not even perceive what it truly was, let alone sense it. With the innate brilliance concealed, it was naturally impossible to nurture the Tao. And without the formation of the Tao, how could one discuss the nurturing of the spirit? Chen Yin felt the transformation of the purple mansion, closing his eyes in contemplation, gradually entering a state of cultivation. In the shadows of contemplation, Chen Yin remained silent, while the outside world was in turmoil. The resonant chimes of the three-clear bell had reverberated throughout the city, drawing the attention of every lurking malevolent entity in Feng County towards the Chai Gang. Though bound by the constraints of a barrier, they were oblivious to the happenings within, yet they keenly observed as four sinister beings sought retribution from Chen Yin, none of whom returned. Furthermore, with the presence of the evil deity of the Chai Gang and the minions of Shibo, within a mere hour, 6 notorious entities had vanished from Feng County. Most notably, those dispatched by Shibo to pay a visit encountered insurmountable obstacles. Yet the typically domineering Shibo exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In an instant, the city was rife with anxiety among the malevolent beings, some even preparing for a new round of conflict instigated by Shibo. At the Shibo temple in the eastern part of the city, the usually stoic Shibo, holding 2 branches of peach blossoms brought back by a minor spirit, furrowed his brow. He had scrutinized the blossoms for quite some time. Aside from the incongruity in their blooming season and their vigorous vitality, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary peach blossoms. The innate power of peach wood to ward off evil seemed no stronger than that of any other peach tree. However, this very ordinariness unsettled Shibo even further. The Zhang family's courtyard and the Chai Gang displayed capabilities that could rapidly transform into a formidable presence, clearly possessing methods he was unaware of. Although the sorcerer had thus far only manifested 2 trees, the potential for unforeseen consequences loomed large. The protective energy of a single peach tree, given their cultivation level, could be ignored as long as they kept their distance. Yet if the entire county were to transform into a peach grove, no malevolent entity would find solace within the city. Particularly for those of the ghostly kind, they might very well be driven out entirely by such a force. Moreover, given the sorcerer's ability to silently eliminate the hidden hand behind Luo Xian, it was not beyond reason to suspect that these blossoms concealed methods even he could not discern. After a moment of contemplation, Shibo set the peach branches aside and called out, "Come here." The minor spirit who had previously visited Chen Yin approached swiftly, inquiring, "What is your command, my lord?" "Deliver these peach blossoms to the ghostly beings within the city, 1 blossom per individual, and instruct them to personally visit the Chai Gang." The minor spirit rubbed his still aching palm and replied in a subdued tone, "Understood." The following day unfolded. When Chen Yin awoke from his contemplations, it was already midday. The gates of the Zhang residence remained firmly shut, and the onlookers, hesitant to intrude, gathered in small clusters outside, awaiting the grand entrance. The narrow alley, already modest in width, was now overflowing with people, even drawing in some peddlers with their wares. Feeling the cacophony outside the door, Chen Yin furrowed his brow slightly and vanished into the courtyard in a flash. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a young boy, the very same who had come searching for him in the dead of night. This lad seemed uncertain of when he had arrived, as he dared not approach the courtyard for fear of being seen, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Yin inquired, "What brings you here again?" The boy, Dog Pillar, turned around in confusion, and upon recognizing Chen Yin, his eyes reddened as he spoke. "My parents said they are going to dress up the goddess today, and I don't want my sister to go. They kicked me out. I have nowhere else to go, so I came here. Brother, please save my sister." "Oh, is it truly that time already?" With a raised eyebrow, Chen Yin initially believed that preparations would commence the following day, only to realize that they had begun much earlier than anticipated. Goju rubbed his eyes and remarked, "Indeed. My parents mentioned that the divine maiden is to embark on the deity procession with the Shibo tomorrow, necessitating an early start to the preparations to avoid any delays. The deity procession, also known as the welcoming of the deity, is a unique form of ritual. Unlike conventional ceremonies held in fixed locations, the deity procession primarily emulates the divine beings as they traverse and survey their realms. On this day, the townsfolk would carry the statue of the deity from the temple into a palanquin, parading it through the streets while receiving offerings along the way, symbolizing the deity's descent to bless the land. Chen Yin had heard of such customs, but had never truly witnessed them. Grandfather mentioned that early tomorrow morning, the city governor would inspect the entire city, and at that time, elder sister would accompany the palanquin in the procession. "I see." Chen Yin nodded and addressed Goju, saying, "Do you truly not wish for your sister to become a goddess? Consider this. if she ascends to divinity. You shall have an endless supply of delectable treats and an abundance of new garments. Are you aware that everything your parents and sister have done is for your sake? Gozhu sniffled, lowering his head in despair, and replied, I understand. My parents have spoken to me about it, and my sister has too. However, Ergo and the others claim that a goddess can only live for a year, and after that, I shall never see my sister again. I returned home and told my parents, but they did not believe me. Even my sister doubts it. They scolded me, insisting that I should not speak such nonsense. I do not desire the delicious food or new clothes. All I wish for is for my sister to be alive. With a sigh, Chen Yin reflected on the undeniable truth of the matter. No matter how flawless a deception may be, spanning over 70 years, it is bound to leave traces. Even children barely in their teens could catch wind of the truth. How could the common folk of this city remain oblivious to the true nature of the so-called goddess? In an era that regards women as nothing more than commodities, they merely feign ignorance, all too aware of the reality. Even the chosen goddess herself is cognizant of the situation. Yet, in such a world, how can a poor and frail woman hope to resist? They have no choice but to acquiesce to their fate. Thus, she must depart with the hope that she will not regret her decision. The Go family epitomizes the typical impoverished household of this era. Their dwelling is lowly, with narrow doors and windows, and even the roof tiles are incomplete. This dilapidated and cramped courtyard, however, is meticulously cleaned, bustling with townsfolk eager to lend a hand or witness the spectacle. From time to time, voices can be heard announcing the arrival of various officials and dignitaries come to offer their congratulations. In the courtyard, several large iron cauldrons are set up, with 2 skilled cooks busily preparing under the assistance of numerous women. The rows of tables and benches stretch from the courtyard entrance deep into the street, causing Chun Yin's lips to twitch in disdain. At this very moment, he is reminded of the gruesome wedding banquet he had witnessed upon first opening his eyes. The difference this time is that the sacrifices are not the seated guests, but rather the unfortunate woman within the house, being inundated with various instructions by a throng of matrons. Meanwhile, her parents greet the congratulating guests with beaming smiles. This may very well be the pinnacle of their lives, as once unreachable officials line up to extend their well wishes, bringing gifts that they had never dared to dream of. Chun Yin gazed into their eyes, which reflected nothing but pure joy, causing a chill to settle in his heart. With such parents, even if he were to rescue this woman from the clutches of Shabo, her fate would likely remain grim, perhaps even worse. Beside him, Gozhu observed the beaming smiles of the parents, his eyes reddening once more. Chun Yin gently touched his head and sighed, saying, Go visit your sister. In the future, your relationship may not be as close. Dogzhu looked up at Chun Yin and timidly replied, But, father, mother, and my sister do not allow me to return. Chun Yin shook his head and softly remarked, As long as you refrain from mentioning that your sister cannot become a goddess, they will not drive you away. Just as Gozhu intended to respond, Chun Yin interrupted him with a wave of his hand, saying, Tomorrow, I shall bring your sister back. Just remember your original intentions. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gozhu found himself enveloped in a blur, and Chun Yin had vanished without a trace. With a heart full of trepidation, Gozhu approached his parents, expecting a reprimand. Instead, he was pulled towards them by his mother. Before Gozhu could utter a word, his mother turned to a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly attire and introduced him, saying, Mr. Liu, this is my son, Gozhu. She then turned to Gozhu and scolded, You little rascal, where have you been? Hurry and greet Mr. Liu. He is the most learned gentleman in the city. So behave yourself. Gozhu dared not protest and timidly addressed Mr. Liu with a soft, Greetings, sir. Mr. Liu stroked his beard, nodded, and smiled at Gozhu's mother, saying, I see that Gozhu is of age to attend school. Has he been given a proper name? Upon hearing this, Gozhu's father brightened, his already smiling face beaming even more radiantly. His mother quickly replied, Well, when he was younger, the old Zhan family lacked prosperity, so we chose a humble name for ease of upbringing. Now that he has grown, my husband, who cannot read a single character, is quite troubled about it. Mr. Liu, with your vast knowledge, if you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps bestow upon him a name? Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's face lit up with delight. His purpose for visiting today was indeed this young son of the Zhan family. He repeatedly expressed his enthusiasm, saying, Since the Zhan family does not mind, I shall humbly offer my suggestion. Unlike others who came seeking to bask in the goddess's favor and seek protection from the deity, Mr. Lu held such intangible matters in contempt. He cared little for notions of divinity. What concerned him was that the Zhan family had neither connections nor background, and had endured a life of hardship. When the impoverished suddenly find wealth, they tend to emphasize appearances and indulge extravagantly. Thus, if he could bring a student to the academy, the remuneration would certainly not be meager. Mr. Lu stroked his beard thoughtfully, shaking his head as he pondered. Zhan signifies giving. Since Mr. Zhan and his wife wish for Go Zhu to be strong and for the Zhan family to have heirs, how about the name Wu Xiao? Wu signifies bravery and strength. Xiao signifies inheritance. What do you think of Zhan Wu Xiao? Zhan Fu, unable to discern the merits of the name, simply felt that it sounded formidable. He immediately thumped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. What a splendid name. Mr. Lu, you truly possess great knowledge." Thank you, thank you. Go Zhu, why are you still dazed? Hurry and express your gratitude to Mr. Lu. With that, he gave a playful smack to the back of the still bewildered Go Zhu's head. Seeing the excitement in the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Zhan, Mr. Lu could not help but lift his chin a notch. This name was the result of his careful deliberation, and he had prepared it for quite some time. How could it not be exceptional? However, merely selecting a name was not his intention. Observing Zhang Mu take action, he chuckled and interjected, "Zhang Leoi, the name Go Zhu shall no longer suffice. From now on, he shall be addressed as Shower. I perceive this child possesses a natural aptitude for scholarly pursuits. We must not allow his mind to be muddled, for that would be disastrous." His words filled Zhang Mu with delight, prompting her to affectionately massage the back of Go Zhu's head, grinning widely as she inquired, "Mr. Lu, do you truly mean it? Is Go Shower genuinely capable of academic endeavors?" Mr. Lu, noticing Zhang Mu's enthusiasm, bowed slightly and affirmed, "I never speak falsehoods. This child, Shower, is evidently destined for scholarly greatness. With proper guidance, he shall at least attain the status of a Jiren." He continued, "However, given the bustling affairs of your esteemed household today, I shall take my leave. Should time permit in the future, Zhang Leoi may bring Shower to my school for a few lessons." With that, he disregarded Zhang Mu's attempts to retain him and departed. After Mr. Lu's exit, Zhang Fu and Zhang Mu gazed at Go Zhu with increasing joy, deciding to keep him close to greet the arriving guests and boasting about him to all who came. They busied themselves until dusk fell, and only then did Go Zhu find a moment to slip into his sister's room. At that moment, all the women had gone to dinner, leaving only his sister lost in thought before a bronze mirror. Upon hearing movement behind her, she quickly donned a cheerful expression and turned around. Upon seeing Go Zhu, her demeanor shifted to one of complexity. Standing at the entrance, Go Zhu stared at his sister, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him, momentarily entranced. He had never witnessed such beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled and adorned with exquisite accessories. A touch of rouge graced her cheeks, and a small red mole accentuated her brow, while her long scarlet robe shimmered alluringly in the light. It was not until his sister called out to him that Go Zhu regained his senses. He approached her, holding a bowl, swallowed hard, and whispered, "Sister, please eat quickly. We must not let them see. If anyone inquires, you may say I consumed it." His sister observed the way Go Zhu's throat bobbed as he swallowed and glanced at the bowl of meat he offered. The complexity of her emotions suddenly eased. She took the bowl from him and set it aside, pulling Go Zhu into her embrace, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled slightly, laughing, "Go Zhu, your sister's love for you was not in vain. Just hearing you say that is enough for me." Held in his sister's arms, Go Zhu felt her quivering form and entirely forgot the long-standing promise, softly reassuring her, "Sister, do not fear. I have sought the assistance of the Peach Blossom Immortal, who has assured me he will bring you back." No sooner had he spoken than he felt her body stiffen suddenly. After a brief moment of rigidity, his sister pushed him away, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Seeing his sister's agitated reaction, Go Zhu, eager to take credit, continued, "Sister, the Peach Blossom Immortal has promised to help me. You need not become a goddess any longer. Please, do not go." Upon hearing the words, Sister Dog Pill's expression instantly turned icy cold. She abruptly struck Dog Pill across the face, pointing towards the door and quietly seething, "Get out." This slap rendered Dog Pill utterly bewildered. His parents had scolded him countless times throughout his life, yet his sister had never laid a finger on him, nor had she ever raised her voice. "Sister," he began to speak, only to be met again with her frigid growl, "Take the bowl with you. Get out." Dog Pill stared at his sister, who regarded him with the coldness of a stranger, feeling utterly lost and confused. He could not comprehend why his once affable sister had suddenly transformed in demeanor. He sensed her fear. Why then did she have to assume the role of a goddess? Get out. Do not make me repeat myself. Dazed, Dogpill exited the room, observing the bustling adults outside, filled with laughter and joy. He could not fathom what was transpiring. His sister was headed for her demise. Yet why were they so merry? Inside, Sister Dogpill gazed at the steaming bowl of braised meat on the table, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She was an exceptionally astute woman, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited those chosen as goddesses. Yet, what could she do with that knowledge? She could not defy her parents' wishes. Once selected, she had no choice in the matter. Her parents were ruthless, and the world was unfair. For the sake of her brother, she had endured it all. To be a revered goddess for a year seemed the best option for her. Though life in the temple would be lonely, at least there would be no one to strike or scold her, and her needs would be met. It could even be the most fortunate period of her life. However, her brother's well-meaning intentions had stripped away the last possible joy she could have had, setting aside whether the Peach Blossom Immortal could actually save her. Even if she were rescued, what then? How would she face the wrath of the city lord? What would become of her parents, who had once been prosperous and now reduced to poverty? How would the townsfolk treat her? In that moment, Sister Dogpill felt an overwhelming despair, even entertaining thoughts of ending her life. Yet, as she looked at the steaming bowl of braised meat before her, fear gripped her. She was afraid. To end her life seemed simple, but what would happen to her brother if the city lord were to seek retribution? Heaven, why are you so blind? The celebration of the deity's birthday is undoubtedly a grand affair in Xinfeng County. So momentous was the occasion that the curfew for the evening was lifted, illuminating the entire Shiba temple with bonfires and torches, resembling the brightness of day. Rows of offering tables were arranged on the ground outside the main hall, leaving a central pathway leading to the entrance. Each table was adorned with vibrant red tablecloths, upon which various offerings were placed according to their value. At the forefront lay the three great sacrifices of cattle, sheep, and pigs, followed closely by the three lesser sacrifices of chickens, ducks, and fish, with an array of other offerings trailing thereafter. Each table bore a yellow paper inscribed with names, and as one moved further back, the number of names increased. To deter any tampering with the offerings, guards were stationed in front of nearly every table. Standing on the rooftop, Chun Yin gazed into the distance, captivated by the magnificent scene before him. Yet, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. In a world where material wealth reigns supreme, even the act of honoring the deities requires monetary privilege. This is an endless cycle. The more exquisite the offerings, the more potent the gods become. As the deities grow in power, the offerings presented by the worshippers must likewise improve. For the common folk to ascend from their plight, they must resort to extraordinary measures. Thus, countless malevolent spirits find opportunities to exploit their desperation. It is for this reason that the three affluent individuals responsible for this year's celebrations remained vigilant within the temple, sleepless through the night. As dawn broke, Chun Yin finally spotted the person he sought, a young woman clad in a simple white robe, adorned at her waist with a crimson ribbon. With an expression of impassivity, she was assisted by an elderly woman as she entered a lavish palanquin stationed in the courtyard. Once she was secured within, the elderly woman commanded 8 bare-chested young men to lift the palanquin, which then proceeded to move forward amidst a grand procession, heading towards the temple's exit. Despite the early hour, the area outside the temple was already thronged with citizens eager to welcome the wandering deity. As the procession approached, a palpable hush fell over the crowd, which instinctively parted to create a pathway. The palanquin, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, was gradually carried out through the temple gates. Perhaps stirred by the earlier commotion, the curtains on either side of the palanquin were slightly lifted, revealing a narrow slit. Through this opening, a pair of reddened eyes, imbued with a glimmer of hope, peered outward, as if searching for something elusive. However, with the palanquin's advance, those eyes dimmed progressively, ultimately losing all luster and reverting to their original, numbed state. Chun Yin watched as the curtains of the sedan chair fell once more, his grip on the peach staff tightening involuntarily. Within the sedan sat the current goddess, the centerpiece of the Shibo's birthday celebration, an entity overlooked by all. Deemed dead by consensus, no one thought of her, no one cared. Even Xiao Lu, who had implored Chun Yin to rescue the Dogpillar sister, did not mention her fate. were it not for the necessity of upholding the legend of the goddess ascending to the divine realm. She would scarcely have had the chance to make an appearance. Chun Yin silently followed the sedan chair, making his way toward the Goju family. He was unaware of the goddess's current state of mind, yet within him surged an unnamed fury that yearned for release. Much like the Shibo temple, the Goju residence was already thronged with neighbors drawn by curiosity. As the sedan approached, someone in the distance ignited firecrackers, and amidst the cacophony, the sedan came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the Goju home. The parents of Goju had been waiting anxiously at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing the sedan stop, they hurried forward to greet it. A woman accompanying the sedan, witnessing their approach, stepped to the front of the sedan and respectfully announced, "Goddess, we have arrived. Have we reached so soon?" A soft voice emanated from within the sedan, its owner seemingly in a daze. After a brief pause, she continued, "Lift the sedan to the courtyard entrance and disperse the crowd. I wish to speak with my sister for a moment. My lady, the spirit ceremony is about to commence." "We may not have enough time," the woman hesitated, softly reminding her. "Then let them wait." The voice remained gentle, yet carried an unmistakable authority. "But what if we miss the time?" The woman's uncertainty persisted. After a moment of silence within the sedan, a delicate, fair hand lifted the curtain, revealing the goddess's icy expression as she fixed her gaze upon the woman. "Aunt Wang, I am still a goddess, speaking with my sister for a brief moment." Even the esteemed Shibo would not object. The goddess's frigid demeanor sent a shiver down Aunt Wang's spine. The goddess was not surprised by Aunt Wang's reaction. A year had matured her considerably. The transition of the goddess was a momentous occasion, and any misstep could be detrimental. It was this understanding that had led them to painstakingly secure the goddess's dignity over 70 years. Otherwise, she would not only be barred from leaving today, but might have been bound instead. This legacy was bequeathed to her by her elder sisters, and it was her duty to pass it on to her younger siblings. "What are you still hesitating for?" Aunt Wang, unable to counter, promptly replied, "Yes." She waved her hand, directing Goju's parents aside, and addressed the courtyard. "The goddess is entering. No outsiders are permitted. All others, please withdraw." Only when the courtyard was devoid of onlookers did Aunt Wang lift the sedan curtain and assist the goddess down. The goddess glanced at the festively adorned yet dilapidated courtyard, momentarily lost in thought. A year prior, she had been taken from a similar setting by her sisters. Now, it was her turn to fetch her sibling. Withdrawing her arm from Aunt Wang's grasp, she stated, "I can enter alone. Aunt Wang, please keep watch at the entrance and ensure no one intrudes." As Wang Popo observed the goddess's frigid gaze, she chose not to persist and quietly positioned herself at the entrance. The goddess stepped into the courtyard, and her cold demeanor began to thaw gradually. By the time she arrived at Sister Goju's door, a gentle smile adorned her face. Gazing at Sister Goju, who was lost in thought before the mirror, she softly spoke, "Sister, I have come to take you away." Sister Goju shuddered slightly and slowly turned around to behold the young woman clad in a pure white robe. Her eyes welled with tears as she whispered, "Sister." The goddess stepped forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace, gently reassuring her, "Let it out. I understand. Crying will help." As she listened to the goddess's comforting words, Sister Goju felt a pang in her heart, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. The woman before her had endured all that she had experienced. In the face of life's inevitable conclusion, she wore a smile while comforting a self she had never encountered. Sister Goju yearned to console this gentle yet resilient sister, yet found herself at a loss for words, simply holding the goddess tightly and repeating, "Sister, sister." The goddess, cradling the young girl, tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly saying, "Let it flow. Once you've cried, fear will dissipate. Sisters will always be by your side, just as they have been with me." Two girls, merely 14 or 15, who had never met before, found solace in one another's embrace due to their shared fate. In this moment, they became each other's sole refuge. Chun Yin gazed at the two individuals tightly entwined before him, his fingers gripping the peach staff, turning pale in the process. Such scenes, reminiscent of the past 70 years, had unfolded countless times. The young maidens, deemed sacrifices in their final moments of life, still remembered to shield those who shared their plight from the tempests of existence. In the midst of 70 years of despair, they bequeathed a heart that was both warm and resolute. This wretched world. Time passes swiftly. Even the rationale behind the transfer of the divine maiden cannot indefinitely prolong the passage of time. under the persistent urging of Granny Wong, the divine maiden, supporting her sister who held the dog pillar, stepped out from the chamber. It remained unclear what the divine maiden conveyed to her sister, as both wore expressions devoid of emotion, offering no greetings, and directly returned to the palanquin. The return journey encountered no obstacles. In a bid to save time, the bearers hurried back at a brisk pace. Upon their arrival at the Shibo temple, they coincidentally met another palanquin returning at the same moment. Chen Yin gazed at the palanquin, his eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. He never anticipated that within the last of the 3 palanquins lay Xiao Lu. Earlier, when the women spoke of inviting Lu Gu to watch a performance, he assumed it was merely a simple ritual. He had no inkling it would unfold in such a manner. The presence of only 3 palanquins signified that once one ascended, she would partake in the incense offerings dedicated to Shibo today. This was no trivial matter in the realm of deities and spirits. The relationship between Xiao Lu and Shibo was far more intricate than he had imagined. He hoped that you had not been involved in the affairs of the divine maiden, otherwise. With narrowed eyes, Chen Yin reflected on the gravity of the situation. 70 lives lost, and not even the pretense of innocence could redeem them. The return of 2 divine palanquins signified that all preparations for the ritual had been meticulously completed. As the sound of firecrackers reverberated, the families participating in the ceremony swiftly took their designated places. The 3 affluent households responsible for the arrangements stood together at the temple entrance, awaiting the arrival of the county magistrate. Although the celebration of the elder's birthday originated from folk traditions and was not officially sanctioned, the grandeur of the ceremony had long since reached the standards of a state-sponsored event. Despite their financial contributions, the formal recitation of the sacrificial texts would not fall to them. Before long, the county magistrate arrived at the entrance, enveloped by a throng of attendants. Under the guidance of the officiant, the crowd was organized into a simple formation. Leading the procession was the magistrate, with the officiant at his side. The 3 wealthy patrons followed closely, carrying a bronze basin, incense, and the sacrificial texts. Behind them, the crowd arranged itself into 3 lines according to social standing. As they approached the main hall, the officiant signaled for the magistrate to pause at the entrance, allowing the 3 affluent patrons to enter first and line up in order. Once all preparations were complete, the officiant stood at the doorway and announced in a loud voice, "The auspicious moment has arrived. The ceremony begins." The drummers, who had been poised for this moment, sprang into action, and as the rhythmic beats echoed, the courtyard gradually fell into silence. Following the officiant's cue, the magistrate stepped forward to purify his hands and burn incense. Finally, he received the sacrificial text and began to recite. On the 17th day of the 8th month in the 14th year of the Yuanhe era of the Great Wei, Magistrate Miao Zhang of Xinfen County leads the citizens in purifying their hands and burning incense, diligently preparing for the ancestral offerings, respectfully presenting music and rites, and offering 3 sacrificial animals. We present this blood and fur, a fine libation, to celebrate the deity's birthday. May the divine partake of it. As this was a birthday celebration with no ulterior motives, the sacrificial text was succinct. Upon completion, the magistrate ignited the text on the incense flames and placed it in the pre-prepared brazier. The officiant then called out with great fervor, "Summon the divine maidens." Inside the palanquins, the 2 maidens trembled, their hands tightening together. The elder sister, with reddened eyes, was about to speak, but the divine maiden shook her head to silence her, whispering, "Do not cry anymore. If you cannot help it, do so where no one can see. If you weep, others will dare to bully you. You are a divine maiden. As long as you show courage, before my sister arrives, no one will dare to harm you." Just as the elder sister was about to respond, the voice of Granny Wong echoed from outside. "Divine maiden, the time has come." The divine maiden gently patted the elder sister's head, offering a warm smile. "Let us go. Do not fear. I shall protect you." Sister Dog Pillar wiped away the tears cascading down her cheeks, mustering a smile despite the tremor in the hand that had been reassuring her. She wished to spare her sister further worry. The divine palanquin tilted slightly, amidst the surrounding laughter and merriment, as the goddess took Sister Dog Pillar by the hand and descended from the carriage. The 2 made their way slowly toward the main hall along the designated path. As the grand doors drew nearer, Sister Dog Pillar instinctively slowed her pace, acutely aware of the significance of crossing that threshold. Though she could not halt the inevitable, she hoped to delay that moment just a little longer, feeling the tightening grip of the goddess's hand. She was met with a warm smile and gentle words. Remember what I said, be brave. Sister Dog Pillar murmured softly, feeling the tremor in their clasped hands. No matter how distant the journey, every path eventually reaches its end, especially this brief corridor. At the moment they stepped across the threshold, Sister Dog Pillar suddenly felt the trembling dissipate. She glanced back at the goddess, who was gazing at her. With a broad smile, she softly called out, "Sister." The goddess, relieved by her expression, turned to the officiant beside her and declared, "We may begin." The ceremony of the goddess's transition was intricate and elaborate, a closely guarded secret known only to the goddess herself. Guided by the goddess, Sister Dog Pillar concentrated on each step of the ritual, determined to remain focused. Her sister had emphasized the importance of remembering the ceremony, a deliberately convoluted process designed to inspire reverence. The more complex the rite, the more it commanded respect, ensuring that one would not be subjected to ridicule. After an arduous journey through the elaborate proceedings, they finally arrived at the last step. Standing face to face, Sister Dog Pillar gazed at the gentle smile of the goddess, tears threatening to spill over. The goddess met her gaze and gently shook her head. Sister Dog Pillar nodded, striving to maintain her composure, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her efforts. The goddess glanced around, and in a moment of playfulness, made a silly face, effectively halting the tears of Sister Dog Pillar. Once Sister Dog Pillar had regained her composure, the goddess turned her hand, prompting the officiant to hurriedly present the ceremonial paper. Taking a deep breath, the goddess ignited the paper with incense and cast it into the fire pit. As the paper burned away, the goddess nodded to the officiant. Observing this, the officiant handed 3 sticks of incense to Sister Dog Pillar and whispered, "Please, the goddess will pay her respects to the Lord." Upon hearing the word goddess, Sister Dog Pillar instinctively looked toward the young maiden in the flowing white garments. It was only when the officiant reminded her again that she realized the words were directed at her. Accepting the incense, the officiant then proclaimed loudly, "First bow." Sister Dog Pillar gazed at the towering deity, her face devoid of expression as she bowed deeply. With her gesture, all the onlookers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. At that moment, Chun Yin, who had been quietly observing the scene, sensed the convergence of countless devout thoughts, causing the celestial furnace above to tremble with vibrant energy. "Is this truly your greatest reliance?" Chun Yin closed his eyes, attuning himself to the interplay of incense thoughts and the vibrant energy emanating from the furnace. The ritual did not cease with his eyes shut. The officiant continued to call out, "Bow again. 3 bows." "So it is." As the 3rd bow concluded, Chun Yin abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand to sweep through the air, forming a radiant circle before him. The ceremony was ongoing, and the gestures of his hands transformed incessantly. "The goddess has entered the palanquin. Please, my lord." The officiant's words sent a shiver through Sister Goju, who lifted her gaze towards the girl, long since forgotten by the crowd, wishing to bid a final farewell. Yet, before she could utter a word, she was swept away by a throng advancing towards the divine sedan. She strained to turn back, yearning to speak, but amidst the sea of bodies, the girl smiled and shook her head, silently conveying a message. Soon after, her gaze was engulfed by the crowd. Even in the absence of sound, she grasped the meaning of those words. "Do not fear. Take good care of my sister." The jubilant crowd carried the new goddess and idol into the palanquin, and at the officiant's command, the young men hoisted the 3 sedan chairs, proceeding towards the temple's exit. As the palanquins emerged from the temple, all within the sanctuary instinctively retreated. The girl in plain garments stood within the hall, observing the silhouettes departing through the temple doors. Softly addressing the elderly Wang Pe, "You should go too, Wang Pe." "My goddess, allow this old woman to accompany you a while longer," Wang Pe replied, fidgeting with her handkerchief, a hint of anxiety evident in her demeanor. Chosen to oversee the goddess, she was both servant and guardian, and thus, it was deemed inappropriate for her to voice such words. However, a year of shared moments had stirred her compassion at this final juncture. Observing Wang Pe's unease, the girl gently shook her head and said, "Go on, dear lady, the time is drawing near. Do not incite the displeasure of the lord of the society." At the mention of the lord's displeasure, Wang Pe's body stiffened, her resolve wavering. She said nothing further, bowing her head and silently making her way towards the temple's exit. "Grandmother." Just as Wang Pe reached the threshold, she heard a faint call from behind her. Turning, she beheld the once warm and resilient goddess, now resembling an abandoned child. Standing a short distance away, tears glistening in her eyes, gazing at her with hopeful longing. "Could you call me Xiao Xiao?" Feeling her heart soften at the sight of the frail figure that had followed her all along, Wang Pi yearned to rush back and embrace her. Yet, after merely 2 steps, she halted, daunted by the impending hour and the repercussions of provoking the Lord's ire, a burden too great for her family to bear. Unable to meet the girl's gaze, she timidly stood her ground and whispered, "Xiao Xiao." That single utterance filled the girl with joy. She straightened her posture, beaming a radiant smile at Wang Pi and waving her hand. "Thank you, grandmother." The smile sent a shiver through Granny Wang's heart, compelling her to hastily turn and exit the temple. The moment she stepped beyond the temple's threshold, the heavy door behind her creaked open of its own accord, slowly closing with a mournful groan. Unable to resist, Granny Wang glanced back. Through the narrowing crack of the door, a girl clad in simple white garments waved and smiled at her. Just as the door was about to close completely, Chun Nian suddenly felt a piercing chill emanating from within his bosom. Upon investigation, he discovered it was the invitation that the little ghost sent by the Shi Bo had delivered earlier. Almost immediately, a dozen distinct presences surged from various corners of the city, racing toward the Shi Bo temple. Within the radiant spell, the temple's door oscillated between being ajar and shut. The earthly realm remained closed while the realm of shadows lay open. Upon witnessing that portal, Chun Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura swirling as his appearance transformed dramatically in an instant. Only those who do not consort with malevolent spirits made on the celestial crown and vermilion shoes. Transgressors shall face a year's penance. In the courtyard, the girl in white lowered her hand from its wave, surveying the altar laden with offerings, and exhaled slowly. Despite it being the height of summer, her breath formed a mist in the air, reminiscent of the dead of winter. A tightening sensation gripped her heart as an unusual atmosphere enveloped her, prompting an involuntary shudder, causing her previously relaxed hand to clench into a fist. Almost immediately, she perceived the surrounding air growing colder, and faint whispers began to echo in her ears, while the once radiant sunlight gradually dimmed. Though she had steeled herself for the impending change, when the moment arrived, she found herself trembling uncontrollably. As the light waned, the red candles upon the offering table flared to life in a sudden burst. Under the ghastly green glow, the temple transformed silently, and the indistinct murmurs sharpened into clarity. Until, at last, a chilling voice whispered in her ear, "Is this the main course for tonight?" A second, somewhat jarring voice retorted, "Do you dare covet the Shi Bo's feast? You are truly courting death. Hurry and welcome the guests." The girl turned toward the sound, spotting a figure with a pallid face, swollen and dripping with moisture, standing nearby, its greedy gaze fixed upon her. Another shadow, one hand supporting its head while the other nudged the first, made its way toward the temple's entrance. It was then that the girl realized the temple door had mysteriously swung open once more, revealing a dark void beyond, the destination unknown. "Is that a ghost?" The young girl, having realized the gravity of the situation, could no longer suppress her terror. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Despite her outward appearance of strength, she was merely a girl of 14 or 15, susceptible to fear and trepidation, no different from an ordinary person. Soon, the first guest arrived at the door, a portly man with a robust physique, wielding an iron staff in one hand and clutching a gift box in the other. His attire seemed more suited for a brawl than a banquet. "Are there living souls here?" Upon entering the temple, the man sniffed the air and fixated his gaze on the girl, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. "Is this the main dish for today?" The ghostly figure supporting its head quickly interjected, "No, Lord Zhu. That one is the divine maiden of Lord Shibo. She must not be harmed." Lord Zhu snorted in response, grumbling, "How dull. Lord Shibo is rather stingy. Even for a birthday celebration, there isn't a single meat dish. I might as well be my old self." The two little ghosts exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to interject, knowing the guests' words were beyond their purview. After Lord Zhu took his seat, more guests began to arrive. 1, 2, 3. Each newcomer's initial reaction was to circle around the girl seated on the ground, scrutinizing her with the gaze typically reserved for food. At that moment, the girl was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to move. Fortunately, after being cautioned by the little ghosts, the demons and spirits refrained from further staring. Otherwise, before Lord Shibo made his appearance, she might have fainted from sheer terror. As the assembly of demons and spirits settled in, They sensed an atmosphere markedly different from previous gatherings. Almost everyone had brought their weapons, a phenomenon unprecedented in past years. Reflecting on the peach blossoms sent by Lord Shibo the night before, they exchanged knowing glances and silently sipped their drinks, not uttering a word. Gradually, a sense of unease began to permeate the group. They had been seated for quite a while without any sign of Lord Shibo. One of them leaned over to the nearby little ghost, inquiring, "Is Lord Shibo occupied with something? Why has he yet to appear?" The little ghost, seemingly anticipating such a question, replied with his head bowed, "Lord Shibo is awaiting an important guest. Until the guest arrives, I kindly ask everyone to be patient." Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed from the side, and he turned to see the burly Lord Zhu banging on the table, exclaiming, "Who dares to be so presumptuous? In Xinfeng County, is there anyone bold enough to keep Lord Shibo waiting?" The attending little ghost smiled nervously, pondering how to respond when a voice from a distance interjected, "Lord Shibo once instructed me to deliver an invitation to the Peach Blossom Fairy." The speaker was none other than the mischievous spirit who had previously visited Chen Yan. As his words resonated, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. As if a pin could be heard dropping, the once chattering demons promptly sealed their lips. Even the lively Lord Zhu ceased his banter. No one present was a fool. Confronted with such an overtly provocative tactic, no one wished to step forward, and they all returned to their despondent drinking. It was only when the little spirit escorting the girl brought her to the main seat at the entrance of the grand hall that murmurs began to circulate. "The Lord asked us to eliminate the sorcerer's peach blossoms yesterday. Yet today he invites him to feast. What could this mean? I do not know, but I doubt the sorcerer will dare to come. After all, he is a living being, too constrained upon entering the realm of the dead. If he does not dare to come, shall we wait indefinitely for him? If waiting is what it takes, then let it be. Can you provoke that sorcerer? But you can provoke the Lord, can you? Besides, all questions have been asked, and all statements made. The Lord will surely not keep us waiting long." This sentiment proved accurate, as not long after, the Lord appeared, resplendently dressed, emerging from the hall. He strode directly to the main seat, casting a glance at the trembling girl beside him, and lifted his wine cup, smiling warmly at the assembly of demons below. "Today is an inauspicious hour. I deeply appreciate your patience, and I sincerely apologize. I shall self-impose a drink as a gesture of goodwill. I hope you will forgive me." No sooner had he spoken than the previously arrogant Lord Zhu stepped forth to flatter him. "What are you saying, my lord? Were it not for your esteemed self, how would we have the opportunity to partake in such a rite?" Lord Zhu's words, though sweet, skirted the matter of the past. He was there to partake in the ritual, not to serve as the Lord's lackey. None present were simpletons, inspired by Lord Zhu's lead. They all donned masks of ignorance, showering the Lord with praise. The Lord, being a crafty and seasoned spirit, could easily discern their intentions. Without revealing his thoughts, he lifted his second cup and addressed the assembly. "I trust you have all heard of the newly arrived Peach Blossom Fairy in the city. I had initially intended to invite her to celebrate my birthday, allowing you all to meet her and cultivate a connection so that any future misunderstandings might be resolved amicably. Alas, the Peach Blossom Fairy seems hesitant to arrive, and I am profoundly ashamed. Lord Zhu is correct. Since this is a shared rite, how could I indulge alone? Servants, distribute the offerings so that all may partake, as a form of my apology." As he spoke, the Lord flicked his sleeve, sweeping the girl beside him back to the center of the courtyard. Upon seeing the girl before them, the demon's expression shifted dramatically. Misunderstanding? What other misunderstanding could there be besides the elimination of the peach blossoms? The Lord was compelling them to declare their positions. The malevolent spirits hesitated, but the little ghosts attending in the courtyard did not. A swarm of little ghosts hastily brought various tools, encircling the young girl. Observing the indecisive expressions of the spirits, the elder, Shibo, descended the steps and waved his hand for the surrounding ghosts to withdraw. He stood before the table, methodically inspecting the instruments, commenting as he sifted through them, "When it comes to blood meals, every part has its significance, and different sections require distinct methods of preparation. The tender parts are best consumed raw, ideally taken fresh from the living, ensuring the utmost flavor. The tougher cuts should be stewed, allowing them to become tender. The fatty portions ought to be roasted, sizzling with oil, while the leaner ones are best steamed to absorb the flavors." After an extensive search, Shibo finally found the knife that pleased him most. He ran his finger along the blade, nodding as he spoke, Since we are to share this feast today, I shall personally take to the kitchen. How shall we proceed with your selections? His indifferent gaze swept across the assembly, causing nearly every spirit he met to lower their heads, avoiding his gaze. Since you are all so courteous, I shall take the liberty of deciding for you. Lord Zhu, as you are the first to arrive today, why not allow you to make the first choice? Zhu was taken aback by Shibo's prompt selection, his expression shifting instantly. Consuming a morsel was a simple matter, but once ingested, he would be compelled to express his stance. He could not afford to offend either of the two unaffected by the fearsome toll. Just as Zhu hesitated, a clear voice rang out from outside. Since none of you wish to choose, might I, Tang, make a selection on your behalf? The spirits lifted their heads, and at the entrance, a figure approached with measured steps. Adorned with a star crown and clad in vermilion shoes, the figure wore a moon-white robe with a front-opening design, across which countless stars twinkled, leaving trails of starlight in the air behind. The newcomer was none other than Chen Yin. Upon his arrival, the spirits present involuntarily widened their eyes. They had not anticipated that this sorcerer would indeed dare to enter the realm of the dead. Chen Yin completely disregarded the group of malevolent spirits, stepping forward to appear directly before the young girl. Upon realizing that, aside from her fright, she bore no injuries, he turned to Shibo and said, "Since you all are unwilling to choose, I, Tang, shall take the goddess for myself." What does Shibo think? From the moment Chen Yin manifested, Shibo's gaze had been fixated on the star-crowned, vermilion-soled shoes and the ceremonial robe he wore. The imposing demeanor exuded by his attire caused Shibo's heart to sink. Unlike the malevolent beings around him, who were solely concerned with offerings of incense and blood, Shibo, having spent 70 years in his position, possessed a discernible perception. Such regal garments were seldom seen even among the higher echelons of the Celestial Observation Bureau. Could he be from the mountains? As Shibo's thoughts surged, he heard Chen Yin's inquiry. That seemingly solicitous question, laden with an unmistakable air of dominance, ignited a spark of anger within Shibo. Even if he were indeed from the mountains, once he entered the realm of the dead, with his yang energy severed, how could he hope to ascend again? With a resolution forming in his mind, Shibo chuckled heartily and replied, "Since Mr. Tang is fond of her, I have no objections. However, I must remind you that I previously promised to share with all, so I cannot act unilaterally." He surveyed the surroundings, his eyes glinting with cold light as they swept across the assembled malevolent beings, and inquired, "What do you all think?" The assembled spirits, already hesitant to offend anyone, seized the opportunity presented by Chen Yin's words and refrained from asserting themselves. Each one withdrew into a contemplative silence, their gazes distant. Observing this, Shibo's frustration intensified. If he could not suppress the sorcerer's arrogance today, his position as Shibo would soon come to an end. With determination, he rolled up his sleeves and approached Chen Yin with a facade of warmth, stating, "Since there are no objections, let this offering belong to Mr. Tang. Please wait a moment while I personally attend to this matter." Just as he was about to approach the young girl, he was halted by Chen Yin, who interjected, "Did you misunderstand, Shibo? I meant to say, I shall take the goddess for myself." The halted Shibo's countenance darkened as he turned to Chen Yin, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Tang? Are you toying with me?" Chen Yin's overbearing conduct ultimately compelled a multitude of malevolent beings to take a stand. One among them boldly proclaimed, "The blood offerings from the Society of Elders are hard-earned. For a sorcerer to covet them with a mere utterance is rather tyrannical, is it not?" Chen Yin raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the emerging malevolent spirit without addressing him. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the SHB and inquired, "What is it? Does SHB intend to go back on his word?" The audacity of his statement caused a ripple of unrest among some of the malevolent spirits present. They had sought to distance themselves from the contention for SHB's position in order to safeguard their own well-being. Yet the sorcerer's overbearing demeanor suggested that should he ascend to the role of SHB, all present might be expelled from the city. The burly Zhu Yi hefted his iron staff onto his shoulder and exclaimed, "Damn it! Initially, I considered your youth and ignorance as reasons to spare you my wrath. But how dare you overstep your bounds and mock SHB?" Beside Zhu Yi, a shadowy specter chimed in with derision. "Does the sorcerer not fear the repercussions of his arrogance? I was inclined to show leniency due to your recent arrival in the city. But since you choose to disregard my courtesy, I shall contend for this blood feast." Upon witnessing this, SHB felt a surge of elation, promptly shedding his previously sullen expression. Just moments ago, these spirits had remained silent and submissive, and he had prepared for the worst. He had not anticipated that the sorcerer would be so presumptuous as to provoke the ire of the assembly. However, now that the sorcerer had sealed his own fate, he could hardly be blamed. SHB glanced at Chen Yan and then at the multitude of malevolent spirits, his face betraying a semblance of difficulty as he queried, "What does Mr. Tang think?" Chen Yan cast a cold, disdainful glance at Shibo, who was feigning an air of composure, and spoke impassively, "Is there anyone else? It would be better if you all stepped forward to avoid any trouble for Tang later." Impudent. The youth, such audacity. As those brazen words escaped his lips, all the malevolent beings present were instantly incensed, rising to their feet and unleashing a torrent of vitriol. In that moment, a cacophony of vile epithets filled the air. Chen Yin gazed at the multitude of malevolent creatures encircling him, then turned to the girl in the plain attire and instructed, "Remain steadfast in your position, regardless of what transpires." The fiends, witnessing Chen Yin's apparent leisure in attending to the girl, were further incensed. One of them scoffed, "How audacious to concern oneself with another. It is akin to a toad yawning. Such arrogance is laughable. This is the realm of the underworld. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, what could you possibly achieve here? The underworld? That remains to be seen." Chen Yin let out a cold laugh, gazing at the heavens with his hands clasped behind him. The surrounding demons and evildoers, puzzled, followed his gaze upward, and the sight that met their eyes caused their expressions to change drastically. High above, a glimmer of light flashed, resembling a shattered silver vase, erupting into myriad rays of golden brilliance that illuminated the entire dark earth as brightly as day. Amidst the blinding golden light, a single azure radiance emerged, exuding unmatched power to dispel evil, akin to a star falling from the ninth heaven, plummeting directly downward. Wherever it passed, a surge of yang energy followed, trailing a vibrant, multicolored comet-like tail, dazzling beyond compare. Accompanying the emergence of the azure light, a rapid and melodious ringing resonated through the sky. The yang energy poured down like a torrential flood, bearing immense pressure as it struck the protective barrier of the dark earth. Instantly, the entire ground trembled as if struck by a mighty blow. Countless offerings toppled to the ground. Yet, none of the onlookers paid heed to this chaos. Although the yang energy was momentarily contained, the ringing from above was utterly unaffected by the barrier of dark earth. The sound emitted by the Sanqing bell, urged forth by Chen Yin, pierced through the soul with a brutal intensity. The excruciating resonance struck the souls of the demons and evildoers, contorting their faces in agony as they clutched their ears in a futile attempt to shield themselves from it. If the breaking of the demonic sound could be so easily resisted, how could the Sanqing bell ever earn the title of imperial bell? Moreover, that ringing was drawing ever closer. Everything transpired with astonishing speed. Even the mightiest among them, Shibo, only realized the situation when the surrounding lesser spirits were already sent into a panic. In that moment, Shibo's expression turned fiercely sinister, and he summoned a board in his hand. With the board in hand, he intended to strike Chen Yan's head. However, the overwhelming sense of crisis from above left him no time to spare. He could only wield the board to reinforce the dark earth's defenses. The board acted as a talisman, conjuring countless thoughts and prayers from the temple into a barrier above the dark earth. As the barrier materialized, it formed a chasm that separated the boundless yang energy from the dark earth's protection. Yet, even with this separation, it merely alleviated a fraction of the pressure on the dark earth's defenses. The azure light above, now infused with unparalleled power to dispel evil and that resonant bell sound, descended rapidly. Upon collision, the immense impact shook the dark earth as if it were struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, fracturing the ground. The demons and evildoers struggling against the Sanqing bell's purifying sound were directly blasted away by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain their forms. Shibo staggered backward, wielding the board as countless dark energies, under his guidance, surged from the fissured earth, patching the defenses above. The azure light, now encountering resistance, revealed its true form. It was the peach staff that Chen Yin had held all along. At that moment, the tip of the staff, sharp as a dagger, was locked in a stalemate with the protective barrier of the dark earth. The creaking sounds from the clash of the two forces, coupled with the incessant trembling of the three pure bells, subjected the myriad of demons and spirits on the ground to a profound torment. The standoff, however, did not endure for long, for behind the peach staff lay the accumulated yang energy of the entire Xinfeng County. Although this yang energy was instinctively influenced by the thoughts of the living, its impact had been meticulously diminished over time. Moreover, the peach staff itself was a manifestation of yang wood. That thin veil of defense was utterly inadequate against the peach staff. The staff struck like a nail, while the yang energy hammered down. With each inch, it breached the protective barrier of the Yin soil. With a chink in the armor, the peach staff transformed once more into a streak of azure light, plunging downwards. The yang energy swiftly surged through the opening. Even though the local deity had hastily attempted to mend the incense barrier, the impact of the torrent of yang energy struck with the force of a heavy blow, sending the demons and spirits, who were resisting the purifying sound of the 3 pure bells, hurtling away once again. As the azure light struck the ground, the true form of the peach staff was revealed. The staff's tip rooted itself in the earth, instantly transforming into a colossal peach tree soaring over a dozen zhang high, continuously siphoning the various foul energies contained within the Yin soil. The twisted branches of the peach tree enveloped the entire local deity's temple. The 3 pure bells, previously hanging from the staff, morphed into a gigantic bell that thunderously descended, encasing the maiden in plain garments within. Moreover, countless petals cascaded from the peach tree, momentarily transforming the entire Yin soil into a realm adorned with peach blossoms and fragrance, entirely shedding its former sinister visage. Now, who would dare to voice their approval or disapproval? With no lingering concerns, Chun Yin stood before the peach tree, enveloped by the dual energies of Yin and Yang, their cycles intertwining endlessly. The previously boisterous demons who had threatened to make Chun Yin pay dearly fell silent upon hearing the inquiry, each one wishing to flee the scene post-haste. At that moment, a chilling voice, laced with fury, pierced through the air. "Sorcerer, I demand an explanation." The somewhat disheveled local deity, clutching a ceremonial tablet, glared menacingly at Chun Yin, a look in his eyes that seemed to yearn for his immediate demise. An explanation? Why does the esteemed local deity utter such words? Since you have consented to deliver the 2 goddesses to Tang, they are thus under Tang's protection. It is rather the esteemed guests present who, at the slightest disagreement, seek to seize what belongs to Tang. Should they not provide Tang with an explanation? With a chilling gaze reminiscent of a lightning strike, Chun Yin swept his eyes across the assembly of demons and evildoers, causing them to cower in an instant. Observing their reluctance to speak, Chun Yin continued in a solemn tone. "If the venerable Shibo insists on a reason, I, Tang, am not unwilling to oblige. Yesterday, I received a mysterious pearl from 6th Aunt and pledged to ensure the safe return of the 2 divine maidens." After surveying the surroundings, Chun Yin's gaze ultimately settled upon the pristine white tablet held by Shibo. This tablet was entirely comprised of the essence of incense and fervent thoughts, concealing within it a golden sigil. Human sigil? Chun Yin harbored doubts within, yet he refrained from expressing them, continuing instead, "I wonder if Mr. She is satisfied with this explanation?" "Oh, I see. So it is that ungrateful wretch." Mr. She retorted, his face turning a deep shade of crimson in anger. He was well aware that this was hardly a genuine rationale. For the sake of a mere mysterious pearl, it was inconceivable that a figure of Mr. She's stature would engage in such imprudent behavior. The individual before him undoubtedly had ulterior motives, but Mr. She could not fathom what Chun Yin truly sought. Given the methods he had just displayed, he did not seem the type to settle for being a mere local authority. Even if his intention was to become a local leader, he would not have chosen such a remote place as Xinfeng County. Unless matters became irreconcilable, Mr. She had no desire to confront such a formidable figure directly. As for the loss of face, he believed that once he sent this individual away, his dignity would naturally be restored, and he would once again stand as the esteemed Mr. She. Casting a glance at the nefarious beings present, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Suppressing his fury, he continued in accordance with Chun Yin's words. "Over the years, I have treated her with kindness, even sharing my incense offerings with her. Yet, I never imagined she would conspire against me. This wretched person is cunning indeed, attempting to sow discord between me and the esteemed gentleman over a mere pearl. They are but 2 sacrifices. What would it matter if I were to offer them to the gentleman? I hope the gentleman will not be swayed by that wretched one, as it would only serve to benefit her." Truly, he was a seasoned schemer. Chen Yin was taken aback by Mr. Shi's remarkable restraint. Observing the dark expression on Mr. Shi's face, he slightly furrowed his brows and remarked, "Thank you, Mr. Shi, for your magnanimity. I am in admiration of your character. However, what do you mean by suggesting that Aunt Lu is attempting to undermine our relationship?" Seeing that Chen Yin did not press further, Mr. Shi felt a measure of relief and adjusted his expression, saying, "Do you know the origins of Aunt Lu and the Divine Maiden?" "I have heard a bit about this matter," Chen Yin replied. After an extensive build-up, Chen Yin was ultimately determined to uncover the origins of the sixth aunt, a matter crucial to the future of Xinfeng County, compelling him to exercise utmost caution in his inquiries. Otherwise, why would he have engaged in prolonged conversations with Shibo? The moment the peach staff fell, the protective barrier shattered, enabling him to harness the power of Yang Qi to obliterate the entire Yin soil. Now, seeing Shibo broach the subject, he felt compelled to pursue the conversation. However, Shibo, does your inquiry imply there are deeper implications at play? Upon hearing Chen Yin's question, Shibo finally exhaled in relief, casting a glance at the enormous bell enveloping the young maiden. The sixth aunt is indeed the original goddess. She devised the annual replacement of the goddess herself. This revelation weighed heavily on Chen Nin's heart as his greatest fears materialized. If the young sixth were unreliable, what would become of the position of city god? Chen Yin had long harbored suspicions regarding the origins of the young sixth, for her knowledge of the events that transpired within the main hall years ago was alarmingly precise. Yet, one question eluded him. Observing the sincerity in Shibo's expression, he arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you not deceiving me, Shibo? How could the sixth aunt, who was evidently a spirit of the willow tree, be the initial goddess? Moreover, why would she seek to sow discord between you and Tang?" Shibo, sensing Chen Yin's skepticism, refrained from immediate clarification and instead retorted, "Did the sixth aunt not inform you that the goddess perished within my hall?" Chen Yin nodded in acknowledgment. Seeing this, Shibo shook his head and remarked, "You are only aware of one aspect, yet oblivious to another. Indeed, the Divine Maiden and her unscrupulous lover perished within this very hall. At that time, I had not feasted upon blood for an extended period, and the affluent patron had his own desires, to which I acquiesced. However, I overlooked a crucial detail. The Divine Maiden was with child. This resulted in the tragic demise of 2 lives, unleashing her vengeful spirit, unable to find peace. Though a vengeful spirit differs from a wandering soul, possessing innate strength, she could not stir chaos within this temple. In her desperation for survival, she devised a scheme, claiming that through a birth celebration and Divine Maiden selection, she could provide me with sustenance. The condition was that I spare her life and allow her to leave the temple to seek vengeance. At that moment, I was indeed tempted, agreed to her proposal, and bestowed upon her protective incense, rendering her indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin interrupted Shibo, saying, "Tang still does not comprehend how this vengeful spirit transforms into a wood spirit." Shibo looked at Chen Yin with a cold smirk and replied, "Her wickedness lies precisely in this. Back in the day, I promised her revenge, and she informed me that to preserve her birth and the rituals, that affluent household could not perish just yet. I foolishly believed her deceitful words and allowed her to roam freely for 3 whole months. During that time, she somehow acquired a secret technique, extracting the ghostly fetus from her womb and nurturing it within that willow tree. For 3 months, she incessantly siphoned my incense offerings to sustain that ghostly offspring. By the time I discovered her treachery, the fetus was already on the verge of full development. Seeing her maternal affection, I chose not to hold it against her. Yet, I never anticipated that sixth aunt had ulterior motives all along." Shibo, seemingly lost in thought, gritted his teeth and continued, "The ghostly fetus, inherently flawed, managed to take shape, albeit lacking complete consciousness. That woman seized upon this weakness and dared to attempt possession. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Although she transformed into a wood spirit, her mind became impaired, oscillating between moments of clarity and childlike simplicity. Out of pity, I overlooked past grievances and permitted her to ride in the sedan to partake in divine ceremonies, hoping the incense would nurture her essence. Little did I expect she would repay my kindness with enmity, attempting to incite discord between me and the master. Thus, the truth unfolded. I had not anticipated such hidden complexities within." Upon hearing this, Chen Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Uncle She did not lie about the origins of the sixth ant. However, the excessive personal motives intertwined within are rather conspicuous. The method of borrowing wood to nurture the soul, while not particularly virtuous, is certainly not something an ordinary woman of humble beginnings could easily access. Chun Yin is more inclined to believe that the Shi Bo harbors ulterior motives, only to be outmaneuvered by the goddess. Otherwise, how could a dignified lord of ghosts and gods tolerate a wooden spirit for a span of 70 years? Yet, this fragment of information is sufficient for Chun Yin to make a decision. I am grateful to Shi Bo for enlightening me. I never imagined that the sixth ant possessed such cunning. It appears that I, Tang, acted rashly and disrupted Shi Bo's grand birthday celebration. Lacking in material wealth, I can only offer my modest skill in cultivating peach trees, thus presenting a single longevity peach as a tribute to Shi Bo. As Chun Yin's words echoed through the air, the entire realm of Yin soil began to tremble violently. Robust tree roots erupted from the ground, resembling serpentine dragons as they surged toward the myriad of malevolent beings. The assembly of demons, who had only just recovered from the onslaught of the Sanqing Bell and the surge of yang energy, were immediately filled with fury. This sorcerer intends to use them as nourishment for the peach tree, completely disregarding their existence. The audacity of this sorcerer is intolerable. Humans? A mere collection of fur-clad, horned creatures, devoid of enlightenment. How dare you claim the title of humanity? Chun Yin let out a cold snort, his foot pressing down as the dual forces of yin and yang swirled around him like a millstone, crushing towards the horde of malevolent beings. Even Shi Bo had not anticipated that, moments ago engaged in pleasant conversation, Chun Yin would so abruptly turn against him, with a wave of the board in his hand. Shi Bo sought to suppress the emerging roots of the peach tree. Yet, as soon as he moved, he sensed something was amiss. The power of the dark soil had mysteriously diminished by nearly 30%. It was only then that Shi Bo realized Chun Yin had not merely been listening to his tale, but had been scheming all along. Upon hearing Chun Yin's earlier words, hinting at ignorance and folly, Shi Bo understood that today's encounter would not end amicably. The audacious youth dared to plot against him. With a swift motion, Shi Bo surged towards Chun Yin, intent on capturing the mastermind first. For this sorcerer possessed formidable skills that could not be allowed to continue unchallenged. Bolstered by the power of the dark soil, Shi Bo's form flickered as if teleporting, appearing directly behind Chun Yin. Chun Yin had been closely observing the movements of Shi Bo. The moment Shi Bo stirred, he reached out to summon a peach branch from the tree. Grasping the branch, Chun Yin flicked his wrist, and the originally advancing yin-yang grinding mill split into two. The dark energy transformed into a black dragon, surging toward the crowd of demons and malevolent spirits, sweeping away all the sinister energy in its path. Meanwhile, the yang energy recoiled and merged directly into the peach branch held in Chun Yin's hand. As the yang energy flowed into his body, the peach branch instantaneously transformed into a long sword, which then shot toward Shi Bo's throat with lightning speed. Close combat had never been Chun Yin's weakness. Among the two talismans he wielded, one was known as the Taishang Sanwu Zhanxia Chuzhen secret talisman. The Sanwu Zhanxia was the foremost sword technique of the Taoist tradition. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Seeing the sword thrusting toward him, Shi Bo realized it was too late to evade. In a moment of urgency, he could only raise his ceremonial tablet to guard his throat. The clash of the wooden sword against the tablet produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. In that instant, Shi Bo felt an immense force emanating from the tablet in his hands. Fortunately for him, as a spirit, he lacked a physical body. The moment he felt the impact, his mind raced, and he attempted to retreat using that very force. However, he failed to anticipate that the Sanwu Zhanxia was a sword technique. The peachwood sword, inherently forged from the yang wood that wards off evil, had been infused with Chun Yin's yang energy, making it far from easy to withstand. Just as Shi Bo intended to use the force to withdraw, a brilliant surge of pure yang sword energy erupted from the unassuming peach wood sword. This pure yang sword energy blazed forth like a radiant sun, carrying unparalleled sharpness in its pursuit. Shi Bo was compelled to grip the ceremonial tablet with both hands as he was propelled backward by the sword energy. As he flew through the air, retreating repeatedly, he was filled with dread. He had not anticipated that this sorcerer's close combat technique could rival that of any spell. A mere wooden sword wielded such formidable power. As thoughts raced through Shibo's mind, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of ominous energy, dissipating into the void. Upon witnessing the scene, Chunyin furrowed his brow and refrained from pursuing Shibo, for a being capable of dispersing and gathering energy was certainly not so easily subdued. His sword techniques shifted with fluidity, and the pure yang sword energy, seemingly imbued with consciousness, transformed into several golden ribbons, targeting the myriad of malevolent creatures entangled with the tree roots. Shibo evaded the oncoming sword energy, reconstituting himself, his expression fluctuating between anger and apprehension as he fixed his gaze on Chunyin, inquiring in a somber tone, "I have never wronged you. Why do you relentlessly press me?" Beneath the peach tree, Chunyin stood firm, the yang energy swirling about the sword, elevating an ordinary peach wood sword to the status of a treasure. He raised the peach wood sword before his eyes, caressing the blade, and replied, "Did I not just express my desire to cultivate a longevity peach as a gift for Shibo?" His voice then turned icy, his gaze piercing as it bore into Shibo. "Yet it is you, Shibo, who owes me an explanation." Instantly incensed, Shibo brandished his tablet, pointing it menacingly at Chunyin, exclaiming with venomous indignation, "Very well. Regardless of which mountain you hail from, you shall not leave here alive today." In his fury, Shibo failed to notice that a fine crack had appeared in the tablet he wielded, unbeknownst to him. With a cold snicker, Chunyin dismissed any further conversation with Shibo, rising onto his toes and gently stamping his foot. In an instant, the peach tree above underwent a transformation. The blossoms on the northeastern branches fell away, revealing a towering portal, the Gate of Ghosts. The moment the Gate of Ghosts manifested, the air in the entire county seemed to come to a standstill. A surge of inexplicable tension gripped the hearts of all the malevolent beings present, including Shibo, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their hearts. Regardless of their previous orientations, they instinctively turned to gaze at the portal. Above the Gate of Ghosts, the deities Shintu and Yulei opened their eyes slightly, regarding the scene below with a detached gaze. That gaze, which regarded all beings as mere ants, instilled a profound sense of impending doom in the hearts of every creature present. An instinctive warning from the depths of their souls screamed at them to flee from this place. Farther away, the better. Yet, Chunyin was not about to grant them such an opportunity. Atop the Gate of Ghosts, the golden-eyed white tiger, previously crouched at Yulei's knee, suddenly sprang to its feet and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The white tiger, a harbinger of slaughter and a fierce deity of the year, instinctively exorcised evil and terrified spirits, especially with the might emanating from the Gate of Ghosts. Even if Chunyin had only partially replicated the divine intent, it was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the gathered malevolence. Accompanied by the tiger's roar, the once closed Gate of Ghosts cracked open a narrow gap. The horde of malevolent beings stared in terror at the fissure, their souls urging them to flee. Yet, deep within, a yearning for what they perceived as their true home surged forth. This conflicting sensation left them in a state of utter dread. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the pure yang sword energy struck, inflicting severe damage upon them. From within the gap emanated an insatiable pull, drawing them inexorably toward the Gate of Ghosts. They longed to escape, but the earlier roar seemed to sever their control over their own bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not budge, helplessly watching as the gate drew ever closer. Aside from Chunyin and the girl protected by the three pure ones bell, the only one still able to move was Shibo. With the protection of the benevolent spirit, though equally shaken by the tiger's roar, Shibo managed to evade the gate's targeted assault. He gazed at the magnificent Gate of Ghosts, his face ashen. The pressure stemming from the depths of his soul extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. As a deity of a particular realm for nearly a century, he had never encountered such a force. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Shibo. Resistance was futile. In an instant, he formed a seal with his hands, and the tablet before him flipped in midair, revealing several dark, ghostly runes upon its pristine surface. The moment the runes illuminated, Chunyin felt the environment shift dramatically. The surrounding shadows vanished, and everything returned to the realm of the living. The transformation between yin and yang momentarily alleviated the oppressive force of the Gate of Ghosts. Seizing this opportunity, the horde of malevolence scattered in a desperate flight. Seizing the opportunity, Shibo transformed into a wisp of malevolent energy and darted towards the statue. With the concealment of the dark soil lifted, the towering peach tree, standing several dozen feet high, suddenly appeared above the Shibo temple. At that moment, Lu Gunyang, who was collecting incense along the way in the divine palanquin, abruptly raised her gaze towards the temple. Upon witnessing the approaching wisp of malevolent energy, she was filled with elation and dashed out of the palanquin, heading straight for the statue of Shibo. This statue, having been worshipped for a century, was akin to a corporeal form for Shibo, although she could not dispel the incense surrounding it, as long as she could hinder it for a brief moment. When the sorcerer arrived, Shibo would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, just as she burst forth from the palanquin, she felt the solar energy above the county town surge violently, pinning her in place, rendering her immobile. Shortly after, a cold snort echoed from the direction of the Shibo temple. Thinking of fleeing? Is it possible to escape? Qianzuan Yao Ling, Kuan Shun Niang. The dual principles harmonize, and the six realms flourish. Seal. A talisman soared from the temple, shooting into the heavens. Simultaneously, countless spiritual lights flickered throughout the city, and 5 peach trees ascended skyward, forming an immense formation that encased the entire Xianfeng County within. As the formation solidified, the solar energy above the county transformed into a genuine furnace of sunlight. The tumultuous solar energy, gathered by the talismans in the sky, ignited into a dazzling display of multicolored radiance. The bewildered populace, unaware of the unfolding events, mistook it for Shibo manifesting his divine powers and knelt in prayer. Little did they know that their Shibo was desperately resisting the onslaught of solar flames, and as he beheld the formation sealing off the entire county, he incredulously roared, "Impossible! The peach branches within the city have long been cleared away. When did you set up this formation?" Hearing Shibo's incredulous inquiry, Chen Yin chuckled from a distance. "You can only blame your own foolishness for not noticing this. The peach trees from the Zhang residence in the Chai gang, along with those branches, are merely ordinary peach trees, meant to keep you occupied. The true items of the formation are the compensations I provided to the townsfolk that day. As for the peach trees, they are merely the pits left behind by 5 children devoured by the rat demons." Even at the brink of death, Shibo still had the presence of mind to ponder the origins of the formation. It seemed the pressure was still insufficient. Zudao Xuanjin, Xuanhe Zhengshin, chiming in yang, governing the might of the spirit. Restrict. The almost invisible solar flames instantly surged forth from the center of the malevolent energy that Shibo had become, sweeping outward. Not good. Realizing the solar flames converging from all directions, Shibo felt a sense of foreboding. Solar flames were not mere solar energy, even if he wished to protect himself. Contact would result in the shedding of skin. Moreover, at this moment, he had transformed into a wisp of malevolent energy. If he were surrounded by this raging inferno, escape would seem utterly impossible. Sheber abruptly halted his rapid flight, transforming back into his human form suspended in midair. His hands moved with remarkable speed, casting several incantations in an instant. Simultaneously, the tablet he always carried morphed into a radiant bridge, which pierced through the blazing sunfire, directly reaching the statue of Sheber below. He landed upon the bridge, swiftly propelling himself towards the statue. On the peach tree, Chun Yin's gaze sharpened as he observed the radiant bridge descending from the sky, letting out a cold snort. Changing his hand seals, the overwhelming sunfire transformed into a fire dragon, coiling like a serpent around a pillar, directly ensnaring the bridge. As Sheber, in his flight, glanced up at the spiraling fire dragon overhead, a chill of dread enveloped him, prompting him to hasten his speed significantly. It was only when he finally entered the statue that he could exhale in relief. However, his expression swiftly morphed, his pupils widening in terror. The bridge, which had yet to retract, began to crack under the searing sunfire, showing signs of imminent collapse. Before he could lament the loss, a blaze engulfed his vision. Accompanied by an icy voice, Qian Yao Toi, essence of the fire. The fire surged along the hand with which Sheber retrieved the tablet, rapidly spreading over his entire being. Had the statue not been an entity of the sun realm, having enjoyed a century of worship, this conflagration would have been sufficient to incinerate his cultivation entirely. The sunfire, a manifestation of concentrated yang energy, typically did not attach to mundane objects, remaining inconspicuous. Yet now, as it enveloped Sheber, it illuminated the entire palanquin with a dazzling glow, appearing as if a celestial being had descended. At this moment, Sheber had no time to ponder such matters. He understood that while the statue could offer temporary protection, it was not a sustainable solution. Without hesitation, he struck the armrest, causing the entire palanquin to ascend into the air, intending to flee beyond the city. However, just as the palanquin took flight, Sheber felt a sudden pulling force from below. Peering through the curtain, he discovered a green-clad girl with her hands forming seals, channeling several strands of wood spirit energy that ensnared the palanquin like chains, binding it firmly to the ground. The gathering yang energy diminished the suppression on Lu Gu, along with her demonic companions, restoring her ability to move. Witnessing this, Sheber's eyes widened in fury. Until this moment, he had believed Chen Yin and Lu Gu to be accomplices. "You wretched girl, die!" In a fit of rage, he charged towards Lu Gu, intent on annihilating her beneath the tablet. Yet, upon seeing the inferno of sunfire surging towards her, Lu Gu's expression shifted dramatically. Being a wood spirit born from Willow, this sunfire was her natural nemesis, and she dared not let it touch her. However, Sheber's speed was overwhelming, and the distance between them far too short, leaving her with no avenue for escape. In a moment of desperation, Lu Gu pivoted and flew toward the remaining palanquin, in which sat her sister, the dog pillar. Unbeknownst to her, her actions were entirely observed by the distant Chen Yin. With a chilling gaze, Chen Yin swiftly propelled the peachwood sword in his hand, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Just as Shibo was about to charge into the sedan chair, the sword descended from the heavens, embedding itself in the ground and creating a barrier between Shibo and the carriage. The forceful impact lifted the curtain of the sedan. Yet the elusive sixth ant vanished without a trace. Seeking death, Chen Yin fixed his gaze upon the palanquin occupied by Sister Dog Pillar, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The peachwood sword, embedded in the ground, leaped forth in an instant, hurtling towards Shibo. With the blazing sun at his back and the flying sword ahead, evasion appeared impossible. Shibo gritted his teeth, disregarding the damage to his tablet. With a swift incantation, he vanished from Chen Yin's sight, along with the tablet. As Chen Yin gazed into the distance, he was struck by the unsettling realization that Shibo seemed to have vanished without a trace. The air was filled with an exasperated voice. "Sorcerer, since your arrival in the city, I have treated you with courtesy, even though you have disrupted my birthday rites. I have not held it against you. If you desire the wood spirit's body, I would have granted it to you willingly. Why must you persist in your relentless pursuit? Why?" With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yin summoned the flying peachwood sword back into his grasp. Holding the sword with one hand, he traced a line of blood along the blade's edge with a finger from his right hand, causing a crimson droplet to emerge from his fingertip. With swift and deft movements, the seasoned fingers traced intricate patterns upon the blade, conjuring a mystical sigil that materialized on its surface. As the final stroke was completed, he flicked his finger against the sword, causing the peachwood blade to emit a resonant clang akin to steel, a sharp and piercing sword intent soaring toward the heavens. "Allow me to elucidate the reason behind this." With a sudden shift to an austere tone, Chen Yin hurled his sword into the air. The wooden blade, imbued with a peculiar sentience, transformed into a radiant beam of light, darting towards a fleeing specter. "I, the humble Taoist, proclaim myself as the Northern Emperor, entrusted with the duties of the Xiantai, governing the dark laws of the realm, executing the edicts of the 9 springs, and scrutinizing the spirits of the 3 realms. You have repeatedly transgressed the laws. Thus, I shall invoke the stringent decrees of the Tai Xian Fengdu's black laws, targeting all malevolent entities, demons, evil spirits, and malevolent deities alike. Those who astonish, be severed." A flash of sword light struck, and the ghostly figure felt a sudden warmth at its neck, as its head silently fell to the ground. The wooden sword halted mid-air, emitting a spiritual glow that enveloped the lifeless form, transforming once more into a beam of light that ascended into the heavens. "Those who reveal their true forms, be severed. Those who seek sacrifice, be severed. Those who dwell among mortals, be severed." The sword light surged like lightning, resonating with Chen Yin's emotionless voice, and with each utterance of sever, the malevolent aura within the city dissipated. "Those who invade dreams, be severed." The wooden sword suddenly manifested within the palanquin of Sister Goju, its tip aimed directly at her brow. With despair etched on her face, she closed her eyes, awaiting the impending strike. Just as the blade was about to pierce her forehead, Chen Yin's voice echoed once more. "Those who take human form, be severed." Feeling the chilling intent of the blade dissipate, a flicker of joy crossed Sister Goju's face, and she opened her mouth to speak. But then, A torrent of solar fire erupted, an immense heat descending like a mountain, pinning her firmly beneath its weight. The sword light penetrated the heart of Lord Zhu, who was desperately fleeing while clutching an iron staff, transforming back into the peachwood sword, hovering above the corpse. Those who harm lives, be obliterated. The peachwood sword spiraled back, and as a malevolent spirit emerged from the corpse, it was instantly pinned in the void. The runes upon the sword glimmered, and the spirit had no chance to struggle before it shattered like fragile glass. Those who fear not the brilliance of the sun, those who intrude upon the daylight, be obliterated. The peachwood sword soared skyward, splitting into multiple beams of light that pursued the slain malevolent beings. Evil spirits perish with souls, ghosts die as shadows. The dark laws obliterate forms, leaving no chance of revival. Simultaneously, Chun Yin's voice resounded again. Brilliant flames, incinerate the resplendent stars, coalesce. The suspended runes above the county glimmered intensely, and the abundant solar energy, responding to the command, spiraled back, coalescing around the runes to form a colossal sphere of light. In an instant, the sky above Xinfeng County appeared as if two suns had emerged, while the suspended peachwood sword flickered, plunging into the luminous sphere. Swirling within its depths, Chun Yin gazed at the peachwood sword, continuously refined by the radiant energy within the orb, and coldly remarked, "Are you now satisfied?" As if fearing that Chun Yin might discern his whereabouts, Shibo refrained from responding. Chun Yin cast a distant glance at the prostrated procession of the wandering spirits. Within the sedan, Sister Go Zhu appeared pale, remaining motionless in her seat. His brow furrowed as he extended his hand, conjuring an ethereal orb of light. No wonder they had vanished, for they had concealed themselves here. Within the vision, the Shibo reappeared within the shadowy soil of the temple. This shadowy soil lay nestled between the mortal realm and the spiritual domain, and under Shibo's deliberate concealment. The absence of an invitation rendered him momentarily unable to locate the shadowy soil's whereabouts. "Did you think that this humble Taoist would be at a loss against you?" Chun Yin let out a cold snort, gracefully descending from the tree. He cast a glance at the spot enveloped by the Sanqing bell, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a token levitated in the air. It was none other than the Order of Jiyuan. The Black Emperor's spirit book and the heavenly Peng treasure talisman commanded the winds and flames, causing mountains to tremble and trees to wither. Swiftly, as if summoned by the decree of the Northern Fengdu Emperor, where are the fierce generals of Fengdu? In the twilight of ancient rites, Chun Yin grasped the seal in his left hand while brandishing a sword gesture with his right. His fingers struck the surface of the command talisman thrice with remarkable speed. At the first strike, the surrounding energy momentarily stilled, and the decree of the 9 springs resonated, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. With the second strike, a silent portal materialized before Chun Yin, deep and enigmatic, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, fully embodying the laws of the underworld. At the third strike, towering figures emerged from within the portal, advancing with a resounding cadence. Though their faces remained obscured, the overwhelming aura of might that enveloped them instilled a sense of dread. Simultaneously, a voice of great authority resonated from beyond the threshold. The 10 generals of the Fengdu Examination Institute, Pan, Lu, Luo, Geng, Zhou, Wei, Shui, Ku. Sure, pay their respects to the judge. As the proclamation echoed, 10 formidable generals emerged, wielding iron rods, hammers, long swords, and battle spears as they stepped forth. Under the decree of the 9 springs, the fierce generals of Fengdu were summoned forth. Those who failed to respond to the 3 strikes would face 1,000 strikes from the inspector, a punishment so severe that even the most resilient of spirits would suffer grievous harm. While Fengdu's ranks were abundant, consisting of numerous mighty generals, the 4 from the main hall, 8 from the inner hall, 8 from the outer hall, along with the 36 officers and officials, each held their own summons under the decree of the 9 springs. Only the 10 generals of the Examination Institute were bound by the incantation of the fierce Fengdu generals. As the judge did not call upon any specific name, it signified that all 10 generals were to be present. No sooner had the 10 generals stepped through the portal than they sensed an anomaly in their surroundings. Their connection to Fengdu nearly severed. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they swiftly encircled Chun Yin. Enormous manifestations of divine might materialized, instantly dominating the sky above. In an instant, the heavens over Xinfeng County were awash with divine light and fierce flames, black lightning intertwined with radiant clarity, while the winds of thunder and fire clashed, accompanied by auspicious omens that heralded myriad phenomena. Contrary to common belief, although the generals of Fengdu operated within the realm of the underworld, the majority were legitimate celestial deities rather than mere spirits. A significant number served within the Thunder Department, with the 4 deities of Jingyang Palace, Go and Bai, holding esteemed positions as deputy marshals of the 5 Thunder Dreadnoughts. Fortunately, the laws of Fengdu were stringent, and the officials adhered to their mandates, ensuring that they would not disturb the mortal realm. Otherwise, the mere presence of such divine might could incite the Celestial Monitoring Agency to scour Xinfeng County for the source of this extraordinary manifestation. As the generals surveyed their surroundings, they discerned no immediate threats. Upon closing their eyes to sense their connection to Fengdu, they realized it had not truly been severed, allowing them to exhale in relief and retract their formidable manifestations. The leading General Pan cast a glance at the suspended decree of the 9 springs before hastily averting his gaze, unwilling to gaze upon it further. He bowed respectfully to Chun Yin and declared, "The 10 generals of the Fengdu Examination Institute are here by the command of the 9 springs. What instructions does the judge have?" Chun Yin observed the imposing assembly of Fengdu's fierce generals, his expression inscrutable as he coldly commanded, "All generals, heed my words. The local city god has lost his virtue, consorting with spirits and demons, colluding to bring calamity upon the living. Execute the decree to transfer the divine seal of the city god." The Fengdu generals collectively inhaled sharply. The act of slaying a city god could be accomplished with but a single justification. However, transferring the divine seal was no trivial matter. To remove the divine seal was tantamount to stripping the city god of his celestial office. The judge of the Northern Polar Bureau's regulations wielded the authority to appoint and supervise the city god, indeed. Yet, such an action necessitated a flight of memorials to the heavenly patriarch, the true monarch of Tianpeng, to inform the great emperor of the Northern Polar and the Purple Microcosm, followed by the dispatch of the Fengdu censor, ultimately requiring the investigation by the Eastern. Every step must be meticulously adhered to. The term was employed because the Eastern was backed by another emperor, one of the 4 sovereigns of heaven, the Lord of earthly spirits, who presides over the mountains and rivers, governs yin and yang, and regulates the cycles of fortune, embodying the virtues of the great earthly deity. While it may be simple to eliminate a city god, the transfer of the divine seal concerns the sovereign authority of the earthly deities. According to the celestial laws, at least 2 emperors must be informed of this matter. The only entities capable of bypassing this protocol are the 3 pure ones, the great celestial venerable, and the Earth Mother Goddess, alongside the esteemed figure residing in the Purple Microcosm, who is recognized as the earthly sovereign among mortals. Who, then, is this judge, daring to command the transfer of the city god's divine seal without fear of the Western censor's retribution? General Pan, hesitating, spoke up, "My lord, this contravenes the regulations." Chun Yin's complexion darkened as he coldly inquired, "What? Do you expect me to raise a banner and issue an edict?" Upon hearing this, the initially hesitant group of formidable generals immediately straightened their expressions and replied in unison, "We obey." The site for raising the banner and issuing the edict was precisely the Yusher's command post in Fengdu. Anyone daring to confront the edict would receive 100 strikes, while those defying it would face execution. Within the realm of the underworld, as the radiance of the peach-wood sword dissipated, Shibo decisively sealed off the entire underworld, fearing that Chun Yin would discover the entrance through his probing gaze. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Chun Yin's subsequent actions. At this moment, Shibo observed the cracked tablet in his hand, his heart sinking further. He had initially thought that Chun Yin was targeting the wooden spirit body and had mentally prepared to admit defeat in order to avert disaster. However, the sword that lunged directly at his 6th ant shattered this notion entirely. From the very beginning, the opponent had aimed solely at him, leaving no room for retreat. Yet, Shibo could not fathom where this god of slaughter had emerged from or how he had offended him. Initially, he had contemplated that, with the support of the people's will, he could at least escape from Xinfeng County. Little did he expect the opponent to possess such a murderous intent, sealing off the entire county with a single strike. To his dismay, after just a few exchanges, he found himself compelled to retreat into the underworld, becoming a turtle in a jar. Now, as long as Chun Yin remained, escape was an impossibility. Moreover, what were these unheard of institutions? The Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, and the Tai Xian Fengdu Black Law? Was he truly attempting to contend against the entire world with such overwhelming bloodlust? Shibo, troubled and restless, paced back and forth in the courtyard, contemplating a strategy when he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance in the underworld. Instantly, his nerves tightened as he transformed into a wisp of dark energy, attempting to flee. Shibo was acutely aware that his ability to hide was solely reliant on Chun Yin's inability to locate the entrance. If Chun Yin were to find the entrance and pursue him, the overwhelming yang energy would render the underworld defenseless against his onslaught. The long-lost underworld, which had eluded them for ages, was as familiar to the valiant generals of Fengdu as the mundane act of stepping from the shadows into the light. Upon their arrival in the underworld, the Fengdu deities immediately detected the ominous aura exuded by Shibo, now transformed into a malevolent spirit. With a mere flick of his hand, General Pan seized Shibo, who had just ascended into the air, tightening his grip around the spirit's neck. In an instant, Shibo was yanked from the sky, much like a lifeless dog, by General Pan's formidable strength. Is this the city god? How can he be so feeble? The gathered generals exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment in their eyes. Despite the city god's abundant incense offerings, his power was disappointingly lacking. Not only could the 10 generals of the Fengdu Examination Institute easily subdue him, but even Wang Un and Lu Jian, the 2 officials responsible for relaying orders, could effortlessly overpower him, all while being cautious not to crush him to death. Yet, their surprise did not hinder their resolve to act. The Black Law mages of the Northern Polar Exorcism Institute, even without banners or decrees, embodied the very authority of the Northern Emperor and the Fengdu Inspection Bureau. General Pan casually tossed Shibo to the ground and nodded towards General Lu. Though the 10 generals of the Examination Institute may not rival these deities of the Thunder Department, each possessed their unique strengths. For instance, General Pan excelled in the art of existence and non-existence. Navigating seamlessly between the 2 realms, General Luo was adept at swift flight and stealth. While General Lu was particularly proficient in the arcane art of flying talismans, making him the most suitable candidate to deal with the human seal hidden beneath the incense-laden tablet. With a swift motion, General Lu summoned the tablet, which had been forcibly drawn into Shibo's being during his attempted escape. Upon grasping the tablet, Lu's expression shifted dramatically. As he tightened his grip, the incense-imbued tablet shattered, revealing the concealed human seal within. The destruction of the tablet unleashed a torrent of agony from Shibo's spirit, who, having feigned death after being yanked from the air, convulsed in pain. Yet, he dared not move, fearful of drawing attention from those around him. In the fleeting moment of his descent, Shibo instinctively glanced at his surroundings. Just a fleeting glance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the radiant divine light emanating from the assembled generals nearly blinded him. The emergence of the human seal caused a collective tremor among the generals, as the decree of the city god was already outrageous enough. To their astonishment, this seal was neither bestowed by the heavenly officials nor sanctioned by the emperor. It was forged from the collective will of the people. How could a city god, granted the people's wishes, conspire with malevolent spirits to harm the very souls under his protection? General Pan is the judge. General Shui, wielding a golden spear, could not contain his inquiry as he beheld the human seal. Silence, old Shui. General Pan's sharp rebuke silenced further discourse. If the judge loses his integrity, the West Terra censors will administer justice. When has it been our place to voice our opinions? We are to follow orders and act. The titles of general, judge, and censor swirled incessantly in Shibo's mind, compounded by the seemingly annihilative decree aimed at exterminating all malevolent beings. A sense of dread enveloped him. Could this be the newly established office of the Great Wei dynasty? Were they truly intent on cleansing the world? Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire in the depths of his heart. He could no longer feign death. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, eager to verify his suspicions. If this were indeed the case, it mattered not whether he pretended to be lifeless. Even in death, he would be pursued and obliterated by that sorcerer. As his eyes fluttered open, Shibo felt a dizzying blur, and when the scene crystallized, he found himself thrown before Chen Yin. The spectacle before him sent a shiver down his spine. There were no fewer than 10 generals, each gripping him as if he were a lifeless dog. Among them, one stood reverently, cradling a resplendent talisman with both hands, presenting it to Chen Yin with utmost respect. This talisman was none other than the divine seal formed by the collective wishes of the people, which had enabled him to ascend to the status of Shibo. Such divine seals are inherently bound to their owners. Upon their death, they dissipate into the ether. Yet now, astonishingly, it was being held as if it were a tangible object. The divine seal has been transferred. I beseech the judge to examine it. Chen Yin took the talisman from General Lu's hands, examining it closely without revealing any emotion on his face. It was not that Chen Yin lacked compassion. Rather, the responsibilities that came with the command of the 9 springs were exceedingly grave. The Yin-Yang divine officials were perpetually attuned to subtle cues, acting without the need for explicit orders. Consequently, the regulations of the Northern Fengdu timing black law spirit book strictly forbade judges from expressing the joys and sorrows of humans and spirits alike. After casually stowing the talisman away, Chen Yin did not even glance at the Shibo beneath his feet and declared, "General Shi, heed my command." "Yes," replied a general, adorned with an iron crown, clad in iron armor, and wielding an iron staff, stepping forward in response. Chen Yin cast a cold glance towards the direction of the foreign deities, his voice chillingly resolute. The foreign deities, possessing the spirit of the willow, invade dreams and take possession. By the decree of the Black Law, those who enter dreams shall be slain. Those who speak the words of the possessed shall be executed. Understood. General Shi took a step back, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. In the next moment, he reappeared before Chen Yin, holding a figure clad in green. Shi Zhu, the 10th general of the examination hall, is most adept at binding and possessing, adept in separating the living from the spectral. Chen Yin remained silent, observing coldly as General Shi transformed the iron rod in his hand into a long blade, ruthlessly descending upon the head of the figure in green. Regarding the authenticity of the so-called 6th ant mentioned by Shibo, he might have sought to verify it earlier. However, the moment the 6th ant chose to possess another to preserve her own life, the truth became irrelevant. Under the current circumstances, she was undoubtedly deserving of her fate. Shibo watched as General Shi's blade fell mercilessly, severing the head of the 6th ant, his body drenched in cold sweat. Chen Yin cast a glance at the local deity before continuing. "Today, I shall ensure you comprehend your fate. The city god has lost his virtue, consorting with malevolent spirits, allowing them to wreak havoc upon the living within his domain, colluding to demand blood offerings and endangering lives. According to the clear laws, as stipulated in the 12 articles of the Taoist Code, should a ghost or spirit unjustly take a life or steal possessions and refuse to heed counsel before being apprehended, the penalty is death. Those in authority, such as the city god and land deities, who allow such transgressions shall share in the same punishment. Furthermore, per the strict mandates of the Fengdu Black Law, which enforces severe penalties, any deity or malevolent spirit that harms a life shall be obliterated. Does this answer satisfy you, local deity?" Upon hearing Chen Yin's words, the local deity trembled, abruptly raising his head and shouting in a hoarse voice, "What nonsense is this law? Which malevolent entities do not violate the world? If you possess such power, why do you not pursue the great demons instead of troubling a mere local deity like me? I refuse to accept this." With an expressionless face, Chen Yin spoke. "In this world, human hearts are deceitful and filled with malevolence. As a humble practitioner who has inherited the teachings of my master, I am entrusted with enforcing the dark laws, issuing commands from the underworld, scrutinizing spirits, subduing malevolent forces, and dispelling wickedness. It is essential to separate humans from spirits and ensure that good is rewarded while evil is punished. Whether you comply or not is of no consequence." Shibo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a mocking laugh. "Separate humans from spirits? Ensure good is rewarded and evil punished? Ha! I thought some powerful faction sought to reclaim the world and vie for sacrifices, but it seems I am mistaken. It appears to be a gathering of lunatics. For millennia, whether gods or demons, who among them has not struggled desperately for mere sustenance? And here you are, proclaiming the separation of humans and spirits and the reward of virtue. What a colossal joke." As he laughed, his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yin. "Encountering madmen like you, I truly feel no injustice. Tell me, who are you?" Shibo's laughter failed to unsettle Chen Yin in the slightest. Observing Shibo's somewhat deranged demeanor, he spoke solemnly. "I am the chief judge of the Northern Exorcism Court, the recorder of Fengdu's supreme mysteries, the grand judge, and the overseer of the ghostly affairs in Fengdu, Chen Yin." Upon finishing, Chen Yin looked skyward and gestured. "General Shi, divide the forms of humans and spirits." The idol, which he still had use for, responded. Yes. General Shi stepped forward and forcefully extracted Shi Bo's form from the idol. The moment Shi Bo was pulled free, the radiant sphere above, resembling the sun, erupted with a thunderous blast. The formless yang energy, propelled by the explosion, surged downward like a mountain crashing, sweeping across the city. Within the city of Xinfeng, the malevolent spirits were obliterated by the unmatched yang energy. Where the radiant sphere once hovered, talismans and the peachwood sword merged, transforming into a beam of sword light that descended directly toward Shi Bo. Without any resistance, Shi Bo resigned himself, closing his eyes, allowing the sword light to envelop him. As the light entered his body, it reformed into a plain peachwood sword. The talisman on the sword flickered, and Shi Bo's entire essence transformed into a shadowy aura, which was instantly absorbed. Was this the Grand Marshal's spell to slay demons and consume their essence? Upon seeing the talisman, the Fengdu general's eyes gleamed with recognition. They were not unfamiliar with this charm. The spell to slay demons and consume their essence is widely known. Yet most only borrow a fragment of the celestial intent from the true monarch. Only the true monarch's direct teachings allow one to convert the consumed demons into personal sustenance. Recalling Chun Yin's earlier declaration of inheriting his master's teachings and wielding the dark laws, the general's gazes grew fervent. Although Fengdu maintains strict regulations, it is not devoid of human sentiment. However, due to the rigorous nature of the dark laws, the generals hesitated to speak freely. General Pan glanced at his colleagues, hesitated, then stepped forward, cupping his hands. Does the judge have any further instructions? With the matter concluded, Chun Yin was inspecting the peachwood sword in his hands. Hearing General Pan's inquiry, he was about to wave them off when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Chun Yin struck the peachwood sword against the tree, causing the peach tree to shrink dramatically, ultimately transforming back into a simple peachwood staff. Chun Yin opened the gourd hanging from the top of his staff and extracted a breath of essence, the very same celestial aura he had previously acquired from the statue. With a deft flick of his finger, he directed the essence towards a general clad in an iron helmet, adorned in a black robe and iron armor, wielding an iron axe at his waist and a long spear in hand. General Ku, I entrust you with the task of leading the way. It is imperative that we capture the master of this essence. This evil seeks to perform sacrificial rites, inciting calamities and deceiving the populace, causing great harm. Should we locate him, according to the Black Law, he must be eradicated. The order is received, General Ku responded, taking the essence and bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, wandering souls in distress. There is also the scent of incense and Buddhist malevolence upon it. We should head eastward from here. We shall return shortly. General Ku, the 9th commander of the Examination Institute, was renowned for his prowess in pursuit, adept at severing the paths of spirits, preventing them from taking form. With General Ku leading the charge, the other commanders followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from Chun Yin's sight. Moments later, the commanders returned to Chun Yin's side, each bearing an expression of profound gravity. As Chun Yin was about to inquire further, General Pan clasped his fists in salute and directly posed the question, May I ask, esteemed judge, are we indeed beyond the 3 realms? The 3 realms referred to by General Pan does not merely denote the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, but rather encompasses the realms of heaven, earth, and water. The essence of heaven fosters life, the essence of earth cultivates growth, and the essence of water facilitates transformation, all governed by the laws of the 3 realms, signifying the myriad worlds under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. The realms can be understood in 3 interpretations. Firstly, they rely on the earthly deities and the sacred sites of divine spirits, such as celestial paradises and blessed lands, which are formed through the circulation of celestial energies and the collective aspirations of beings concealed beyond the mundane world. Only those who have achieved significant cultivation may traverse these realms. Secondly, as the Taoist scriptures suggest, the 10 directions of the Dharma represent the infinite celestial realms. The Jade Emperor presides over the vast expanse of the Dharma realms, which number in the hundreds of millions, with 36 heavens each governed by its respective emperor, all under the supreme dominion of the great celestial Lord. Thirdly, as Zhuangzi speaks of great void, and when Zi refers to great emptiness, this represents a state of profound stillness and formlessness, where all phenomena dissolve into nothingness, akin to the undivided state of the Taiji, where dualities have yet to emerge. embodying the very source of the Tao. Everything in the world is encompassed within this, capable of evolving from it. Only those who align with the true Tao may perceive it. Fengdu serves as the celestial court's domain of shadowy governance, and the generals traversing the 10 directions of the Dharma possess some understanding of matters beyond the 3 realms, which did not astonish Chen Yin. Thus, in response to General Pan's inquiry, Chen Yin did not withhold the truth. Nodding affirmatively, he remarked, "Indeed, this place does not fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. But what issues have arisen?" Just as I suspected, the generals trembled in unison, and just as one was about to press for further questions, General Pan's glance silenced them. The Polar Exorcism Court is the fruit of celestial adjudication, primarily responsible for judging the sins of spirits and demons, enforcing righteousness, and expelling malevolence, ostensibly resembling an internal regulatory body of the heavenly court. However, in truth, it is a veritable celestial military command. The celestial edict of the supreme heavenly altar states, all entities referred to as spirits need not be bound to the realm of the dead. Any that lack formal celestial appointment are deemed spirits. This translates to the understanding that spirits do not exclusively refer to the ghosts of the underworld. Rather, any being that receives offerings is regarded as a spirit in the eyes of the heavenly court, all falling within the jurisdiction of the Polar Exorcism Court. To General Pan, the appearance of the judge from the Polar Exorcism Court beyond the 3 realms could not have been more evident. Furthermore, standing before him was one who commanded the 9 springs and enforced strict laws, capable of mobilizing the entire Fengdu platform and the formidable judges of the 6 caverns at any moment. Contemplating this, General Pan forcibly restrained his thoughts, daring not to delve deeper. This matter potentially pertained to the secrets of the Celestial Court, far beyond the mere conjectures of the 10 generals of the examination court. At this moment, in General Pan's eyes, Chen Yin was not merely a judge. He was the supreme commander of the Polar Exorcism Court's vanguard. Stealing his resolve, General Pan lowered his gaze, refraining from meeting Chen Yin's eyes, and respectfully responded, "We, the humble subordinates, were commanded to capture malevolence, but along the way, we discovered that as we distanced ourselves from the judge, the repulsion we experienced grew stronger. If we were to persist, we would surely be compelled to return to Fengdu. It is not that we defy orders, but we are truly powerless. We beseech the judge for leniency. Turning back midway is no trivial matter for the commanders present. If they were to engage in a fierce battle and emerge defeated, they could still justify their request for additional troops. However, if they turn back without a valid explanation, it would be tantamount to disobeying orders." Upon hearing the news, Chen Yin furrowed his brow. It was unexpected that the generals could not venture far. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Had it been otherwise, given the Exorcism Institute's approach towards malevolent forces, the officials of Fengdu would have long since mobilized to cleanse the realm. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that in General Pan's eyes, he was seen as the vanguard commander destined to purify the world. Recognizing the crux of the matter, Chen Yin chose not to dwell on it further, responding calmly, "It matters not. The ways of this realm are distinct and unlike others. It is not your fault. One must refrain from rashly speaking of the emotions of humans and spirits, such as the solemnity of the black laws, not a reflection of his lack of understanding of human sentiment." Upon hearing Chen Yin's reply, General Pan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "What of the Western Court's Inspector Wei?" "You may report to him truthfully, stating that this humble Taoist possesses the authority for special exorcism and is permitted to act as deemed fit." The mention of special exorcism authority startled not only General Pan, but also the other generals. Their faces a mixture of astonishment and a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The authority for special exorcism granted by the supreme deity allows for actions to be taken without prior notification and to act with discretion, particularly for General Pan. Those 4 words solidified his suspicions, and his gaze towards Chen Yin burned with fervor. While the heavenly court has various ranks and distinctions, such as the supreme heavenly altar and the jade tablet, each merit is clearly delineated. However, under the auspices of the heavenly court, the laws are comprehensive. And even when demons wreak havoc, it is merely a trifling ailment, yielding little opportunity for distinction. Beyond the 3 realms, for the generals of Fengdu, this represented countless opportunities for merit-making. Chen Yin gazed at the agitated generals of Fengdu before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding their fervor. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic expression and inquired, "General Ku, is it possible to ascertain the precise location of that fiend?" Upon hearing this, General Ku stepped forward, cradling the lingering aura of the celestial spirit in his hands, and responded, "Your Honor, I beg your pardon. My expertise lies in tracking and intercepting, which allows me only to pursue the energy trail. I can ascertain that it is indeed to the east, yet I cannot pinpoint the exact location of the fiend. However, I noticed your application of the circular light technique earlier. Perhaps we could use this essence as a guide to locate the fiend." Chen Yan, after a moment of contemplative nodding, casually confined the lingering essence back into the gourd. Simultaneously, he summoned forth a dozen or so ethereal souls, declaring, "The matter here is resolved. The generals may return to Fengdu to report." He continued, "This is a transgressor of the law, and thus should be punished according to the regulations of the Upper Clear. However, this realm is peculiar. There exists neither celestial nor Fengdu prisons, and to send them elsewhere could pose a threat. Therefore, I shall assign the generals to transfer them to Mount Dongwei for investigation." Upon hearing this, the generals' faces brightened with smiles, and without hesitation, they proceeded to detain the souls, bowing respectfully as they took their leave. Although transferring the souls to Dongwei did not constitute a significant accomplishment, it at least indicated that the current adjudicator would adhere to established protocols, refraining from overstepping the Upper Clear regulations and the Jade Codes, and would not recklessly enforce the dark laws. Should there be future assignments, they would at least feel reassured. As the generals returned to Fengdu, Chen Yin once again secured the 9 Springs command within his command pouch, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The presence of the 9 Springs command, ever looming, instilled in him a sensation akin to being scrutinized by his master, reminiscent of the discomfort experienced during an examination under the watchful gaze of a teacher, leaving him feeling perpetually tense and uneasy. Chen Yin flexed his stiff facial muscles, contemplating the method proposed by General Ku. This approach had indeed crossed his mind before, yet he had been hesitant due to the feeble remnants of Luo Xian's presence. Now that General Ku shared the same thought, it indicated that this method was indeed viable. Chen Yin gazed contemplatively at the massive bell transformed from the Sanqing bell, pondering for a moment before retrieving the evil-repelling seal from his bosom. He then gestured to summon 2 pieces of yellow cloth and bamboo sticks from the temple, fashioning them into a set of commanding flags, thus establishing a gate formation around him. Chen Yin suspended the seal upon the flag, stepping firmly into position, his hands forming the incantation as he intoned solemnly, "For heaven sealed, 8 directions shrouded in dark winds. Ascend to the celestial river, descend into the abyss of 9 shadows. Black laws of forbidden texts, great black veil, arise." In an instant, a tempest of dark winds surged within the temple, enveloping Chen Yin and his seal in a protective cocoon, entirely isolating them from the outside world. The incantation of the Great Black Veil, though its name was unpretentious, served as a formidable safeguard against the celestial prison. With the emergence of the dark winds, the realms were cloaked in twilight, as causality became inverted. This grand spell truly embodied the essence of sealing, protection, and concealing divine secrets. It was also the greatest reliance that emboldened Chen Yin to permit the general's return to Fengdu while he single-handedly pursued the traces of Luo Xian. With the black wind shield firmly established, Chen Yin extended his hand, extracting a wisp of Luo Xian's aura from the gourd. He traced the essence in the air, and a luminous circle materialized. Within the circle, an obscure chamber came into view, housing a statue of Luo Xian, yet devoid of any presence. The imagery within the circle rapidly zoomed in, akin to a form of X-ray vision penetrating the seal of the statue, pursuing the essence of Luo Xian. The aura, elusive and erratic, traversed mountains and valleys, weaving through various locales. Farmhouses, affluent households, rice shops, taverns, temples, and even shadowy chambers devoid of sunlight. The belongings of itinerant traders continuously flickered into view. Yet, regardless of how the scenes shifted, at the center of each frame remained the benevolent visage of the statue. The imagery flickered for a full quarter of an hour before finally stabilizing within a lecture hall. The hall was modest, with 2 to 3 dozen students seated below. On the platform, a slender, elegant middle-aged scholar, holding a scroll with one hand, was engrossed in delivering a lecture. Observing the unsuspecting scholar at the center of the image, Chen Yin's mind sparked with inspiration. Embodying the essence of an actor, he let out a soft chuckle and spoke. "Are you Luo Xian?" The luminous circle of insight, through the communion of hearts, could reach celestial deities and scrutinize the myriad beings across the three realms, encompassing both past and future. The orthodox Taoist technique of the luminous circle was far beyond the realm of mundane surveillance devices or video communications, though Chen Yin's voice was faint. Under the influence of the round light technique, it instantly traversed the barriers of mountains and rivers, resonating directly within the heart of the middle-aged scholar. "Are you Luo Xian?" The mere 5 words struck the scholar like a clap of thunder, leaving him utterly disoriented. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he sent the scroll he held flying, causing the students in the lecture hall to faint and be swept away by a gust of wind. The scene within the round light technique transformed as well, shifting from a spacious and bright lecture hall to an exceedingly opulent grand hall. Countless disciples sat on the ground reciting scriptures, their demeanor indistinguishable from the spirits depicted in the statues. In an instant, the sound of chanting resonated like an enchanting melody, ceaseless and overwhelming. Luo Xian stood at the head, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a sinister glint, entirely devoid of the gentle demeanor he had previously displayed. Is this the realm of the deities? The imagery revealed by the round light technique caused Chen Yin's brow to furrow. He had not anticipated that Luo Xian could manifest a realm of such magnitude. Although Chen Yin could not ascertain the full extent of this domain, the ability to create a realm indicated that Luo Xian was no ordinary individual. It is essential to note that Shi Bo, utilizing the collective will of the city, spent over a century merely to occupy a sliver of shadowy soil within the narrow confines between the mortal world and the realm of the deities. However, he was protected by a cloak of dark wind and separated by an unknown distance. Chen Yin was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of Luo Xian pinpointing his exact location. With a scoff, he remarked, "As the saying goes, a guest from afar should be treated with courtesy. Why must Luo Xian become so irate?" With the examination approaching, the absence of Luo Xian's guidance would surely leave these students with lifelong regrets. Luo Xian remained silent, his gaze cold and penetrating, a vast and ethereal presence sweeping across the entire realm of law, perhaps finding nothing amiss within this domain. A flicker of insight shone in Luo Xian's eyes as he suddenly fixed his stare on a certain point in the void. "Found you." As this declaration echoed, Luo Xian, utilizing the round light technique, locked onto Chen Yin with an unsettling gaze that gave Chen Yin the distinct sensation that Luo Xian was staring directly at him. Trusting in the round light technique and the black wind cloak, Chen Yin maintained an air of calm, stating, "Truly worthy of being the preacher of the world, Luo Xian. It took me the pursuit of 73 statues to ascertain your whereabouts. I never imagined you would discover my movements in mere moments." This seemingly complimentary remark, however, caused Luo Xian's pupils to narrow sharply. Could this individual possess such audacity? Luo Xian had not anticipated that Chen Yin would openly divulge the means by which he had found him. As a malevolent deity, he was acutely aware of the government's stance toward heretical sections. Over the years, he had meticulously orchestrated his operations, aside from the first statue he had crafted himself. The remaining statues were formed through the voluntary ascension of his followers. They bore the burdens of karma outside while he concealed himself in the shadows, indulging in offerings and sacrifices, thus weaving layers upon layers of disguise. To track him down through 73 statues implied that the visitor was at least aware of his 73 external disciple strongholds. This was no mere flattery, it was a blatant threat. In response to Chen Yin's provocation, Luo Xian seethed with anger. It was unclear what method Chen Yin employed, but he seemed to have utilized a fragment of Chen Yin's own thoughts as a conduit, attempting to deduce his identity through the energies of the realm. The deduction began smoothly, and a hazy silhouette quickly emerged in Luo Xian's mind. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xian could not help but emit a derisive snort. "I expected a figure of great repute, yet this is all you can muster." With that, he accelerated the speed of his hand seals, hastening the deduction process. Eager to unveil the identity of this audacious individual who dared to toy with him, Chen Yin observed Luo Xian's actions and did not remain idle. He tirelessly adjusted the imagery within the circular light technique, striving to discern the true nature of this place. However, his understanding of this world was woefully inadequate, compounded by the intertwining of the present realm and the legal domain, which significantly hampered his efforts. In contrast to Chen Yin, Luo Xian's pace of deduction was markedly swifter. The vague silhouette in his mind soon began to solidify, and even the surrounding scenery began to manifest itself with clarity. A surge of joy filled Luo Xian's heart. prompting him to quicken his pace further. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. Suddenly, an unprecedented black wind enveloped the figure within the image, obscuring his six senses entirely. Luo Xian felt as though he were ensnared in chaos, disoriented and unable to discern up from down or the four cardinal directions. If it had only been this, it would not have rendered Luo Xian completely motionless. However, the subsequent events spiraled far beyond his control. As the black wind surged forth, it uncontrollably began to evolve in accordance with Luo Xian's deductions. The black wind, emanating from all directions, intertwined and gave rise to a billowing black mist. Within that mist, faint rumblings of black thunder could be heard, slowly transforming into a tempest of dark lightning. Luo Xian was struck with dread. His instincts informed him that the black wind had shrouded his six senses, plunging him into a state of utter oblivion to his surroundings. Yet, paradoxically, his perception revealed that he could distinctly observe everything unfolding within the black wind. This logical disarray nearly brought him to the brink of despair, and as he sought to halt his deduction, he discovered that his senses were obscured, rendering him powerless to stop. The deduction had entirely spiraled out of his control. What had initially existed solely as an image of black wind within his consciousness now appeared as a tangible entity, actively siphoning the power of the legal domain. Luo Xian was perplexed as to how he could comprehend these events despite the loss of his six senses, yet he simply knew. As the power of the legal domain waned, a growing unease settled in Luo Xian's heart. It seemed as if something was gestating within the black wind and mist. Faint echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, reverberated through the air. For a fleeting moment, Luo Xian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. But that moment was fleeting indeed, for in the next instant, the black wind drained the strength from the legal domain, shattering it entirely. At the moment of this collapse, Luo Xian beheld a black flag rising amidst the black wind and mist. Beneath the flag, countless figures clad in black armor and wielding dark weapons rode upon dragons and tigers, descending from the skies upon black clouds. Leading them was a figure adorned with a jade crown and golden armor, his face tinged with crimson, wielding a golden axe that he waved in Luo Xian's direction. Though merely a vision within his deduction, the radiance of that axe appeared as though it were poised to cleave him in two. As the legal domain crumbled and his six senses returned, a singular thought consumed Luo Xian's mind. Flee. Flee as far away as possible. The figure lurking in the distance was not one he could contend with. Luo Xian, disregarding all else, swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, intent on fleeing into the distance. Yet, no matter how rapid one may be, they cannot surpass their own essence. As the black mist took flight, Luo Xian felt something within the depths of his consciousness surge forth ahead of him. In an instant, a beam of dark axe light soared into the heavens. This ascending axe light inflicted no harm upon Luo Xian. Instead, the emanating divine intent directly shattered the long-standing circular light technique. As the axe light ascended towards the clouds, the atmosphere above the academy underwent a dramatic transformation. The once clear skies became shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. Countless dark thunderbolts cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the mountain where the academy resided. The disciples, who were bewildered by the sudden collapse of the magical barrier, had yet to comprehend the situation when they were engulfed by the torrential dark thunder. It seemed as though the dark thunder was specifically targeting malevolent spirits and entities. The deluge of thunder swept across the mountain, plowing through it thoroughly, yet it emitted no sound and spared any living being from harm. Not even a single tree or blade of grass was inadvertently injured. By the time the ancient circular light technique was invoked once more, the dark thunder had dissipated, and Luo Xian had long vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of students, still unconscious, sprawled across the academy's grounds. Jingshan Academy? Chun Yin silently noted this entirely unfamiliar name for future investigation. Although Luo Xian and his disciples had vanished without a trace, he had remained hidden within the academy for an indeterminate duration. Among these scholars, it was entirely possible that there existed remnants of Luo Xian's influence. While Luo Xian's aura had not yet completely dissipated, the imagery within the round light technique traversed mountains and valleys, ultimately settling in a dilapidated shrine nestled between hills. The shrine was in a state of utter disrepair, ensnared by cobwebs, with doors and windows long since vanished, and the floor was strewn with remnants of ash. Upon the offering table, a statue of a benevolent deity gleamed as if newly crafted, through which faintly glimmered a pair of bones as pure as jade. No wonder the essence of the fallen souls manifested as the ancient visage of a mud deity. It was evidently encased within the clay effigy. You may bear grievances, yet it is unjust to harm the innocent. Chun Yin cast a profound glance toward the east, his fingers curling to dissipate the luminous orb, causing the flagpole upon the ground to collapse. The Sanqing bell, summoned by Chun Yin, gracefully ascended to the tip of his staff, revealing the slumbering maiden within. Observing the girl, who trembled even in her dreams, Chun Yin let out a deep sigh. With his fingers poised as a brush, he conjured a delicate incantation in the air, softly intoning, "Ascend to the stage, dispel the ominous decree." The talisman slowly soared above the maiden, radiating a tricolored ethereal glow that enveloped her beneath. As the luminous essence entered her being, the girl's countenance gradually relaxed, and her breathing steadied significantly. Upon perceiving the situation, Chun Yin reached forth to retrieve the human seal, sought a vacant space, and seated himself in a lotus position. Closing his eyes, he softly intoned, "Heaven and earth in their natural state, the foul energies dissipate." Within the cave, the arcane is profound, illuminating the primordial essence. As Chun Yin recited, an ethereal wave, both palpable and intangible, emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. Wherever it traversed, various malevolent and impure energies were swept away, rendering the entire realm serene and pure. At this moment, Chun Yin's spirit was entirely immersed in the realm of the underworld. The incantation of purification resonated throughout the space. As various malevolent energies, such as deadly aura, sanguine essence, and foulness, continuously surged forth from the depths below, only to dissipate into the air. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but when the purest essence of the underworld remained, Chun Yin finally opened his eyes. The young maiden in the plain garment, who had awakened at some point, was seated on the ground, hugging her knees and gazing vacantly into the distance. Upon hearing Chun Yin rise, she instinctively stood up as well. Chun Yin steadied himself and spoke. "The Shibo has been vanquished. Do you have any plans?" The young girl froze, her body stiffening, and soon her eyes brimmed with tears as she sank to the ground, murmuring, "Is it finally over?" Although she had already surmised the gravity of the situation upon awakening to find only Chun Yin by her side, hearing the end of a despair that had persisted for over 70 years still left her in a state of disbelief. The girl sat there momentarily dazed, then suddenly sprang to her feet, stumbling as she dashed toward the rear of the grand hall in a frenzy. Chun Yin quietly followed the young girl, watching as she rushed into a secluded courtyard, frantically searching through the room. Finally, she unearthed a piece of yellowed cloth from the bottom of a box. Clutching it as if it were a precious treasure, she held it tightly against her chest. The aged fabric was inscribed with a myriad of names, written in a haphazard and tangled manner. Some were marked with ink, others with blood, and some even appeared to be sketched in charcoal, faded beyond recognition. "Sister Ishui, Sister Yinzi, did you hear that? It is all over now. We have awaited this moment, and there will no longer be any younger sisters." The culmination of 70 years of despair and 70 years of longing erupted at this very instant. Chun Yin stood silently by, observing the names inscribed on the long cloth, allowing the young girl to express her emotions freely. After a considerable time, her feelings finally subsided. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, and, lifting her gaze with swollen eyes, bestowed upon Chun Yin a radiant smile. In that smile, there existed both a sense of liberation and a trace of solitude, yet not a hint of longing for the world. With a smile, she said to Chun Yin, "Thank you, sir." Chun Yin observed that the young girl's emotions were somewhat askew and inquired once more, "Do you have a destination?" The girl shook her head, gazing at the long cloth in her arms, and softly replied, "I wish to be with my sisters." Chun Yin tightened his grip on the cane, fully comprehending the meaning behind the girl's words. From the moment she was chosen as the goddess, there was no turning back for her. Even though the tyrant had been vanquished, the lingering oppression that had persisted for a century was not so easily dispelled. Should Chun Yin step outside to announce this news, the avaricious populace might not readily believe him. Including Sister Goju, Xianfeng County had long since lost its foothold. No one would risk incurring the wrath of the tyrant by accepting them. Moreover, the world outside was fraught with peril, rife with demons and dangers that a sheltered girl could hardly endure. The girl had resolved to embrace death, Yet any attempts at persuasion had proven futile. Chun Yin gazed at the youthful visage of the girl, still untouched by the passage of time. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Your departure may seem effortless, but how shall the divine maiden outside navigate her existence? Shall she simply follow you away?" The girl, upon hearing his words, tightened her grip on the long cloth in her hands, lowering her head in silence. Chun Yin did not await her response, and slowly articulated a harsh truth that the young girl was reluctant to confront. "After your departure, she shall remain the goddess. New deities will emerge in the city, perpetuating the rituals of the ancient ancestors, continuing to demand offerings. The goddess will be passed down through generations. As long as the hearts of the people remain unchanged, ultimately, everything will revert to its original state." The girl stared blankly at the long piece of cloth in her hands, lost in contemplation, and silence enveloped the moment. After a considerable pause, she seemed to resolve herself to a certain determination, rising calmly to her feet, and softly inquired of Chun, "Sir, may we go outside now? I wish to see the world." After a long hiatus, Chun Yin gestured to lift the restrictions surrounding the Shibo temple, and the cacophony from outside immediately flooded in. He paused for a moment, extending a hand toward the young maiden, softly uttering, "Let us go. I shall accompany you." Observing Chun Yin's outstretched hand, the girl hesitated briefly before reaching out. With reddened eyes, she revealed a smile and gently responded, As celestial phenomena unfolded and the statue of Shibo ascended into the heavens before the watchful crowd, the already vibrant festivities of the deity worship transformed into a fervor of unparalleled intensity. Wherever it passed, regardless of wealth or poverty, the people along the way knelt in prayer, seeking the protection of Shibo. Chun Yin silently trailed beside the young girl, accompanying her as they gradually moved forward. Chun Yin was not in a hurry. They had all the time in the world. As long as the temple gates remained closed, the procession of deities would not return. The bustling scene outside did not deter the young girl from her path. With Chun Yin by her side, she strode purposefully through the winding streets, heading towards a secluded corner of the city. Observing her pace gradually slowing, Chun Yin felt a sense of concern. Chun Yin understood that their destination was near. Sensing the dilapidated courtyard ahead, once inhabited but now deserted, he furrowed his brow. He wished to call out to the girl, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The girl proved to be far stronger than Chun Yin had anticipated. Perhaps she had anticipated this moment, for upon witnessing the scene before her, she did not appear to be struck again, but rather seemed to exhale in relief. She stood at the entrance for a moment, gently caressing the long piece of fabric concealed in her arms, and softly addressed Chun Yin, "Sir, can I still return?" With her head held high and a serious expression, she looked intently at him and said, "I wish to go back to the temple to fetch my sister. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to her, right?" Chun Yin gazed into the resolute eyes of the young girl, momentarily at a loss for words. His earlier remarks were merely intended to rekindle her will to live. Yet, as the girl stood poised to make her decision, he found himself hesitating. While her intervention could indeed sever the lineage of the goddess, it would also plunge her into a far harsher fate. After a prolonged silence, he once again extended his hand towards the young girl and inquired, "Are there any other places you wish to visit?" The girl shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she gently replied, "Let us return. We should not keep my sister waiting for too long." Chun Yin nodded slightly, leading the young girl as they stepped forward, returning directly to the temple of Shibo. Yet, he refrained from opening the temple door. This was not a fate that a girl of merely 14 or 15 should bear. Perhaps sensing Chun Yin's hesitation, the girl remained silent. She turned around, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and walked toward the door. Chun Yin gazed at the resolute figure striding towards the door and sighed, saying, "Do you not realize that even if you go, you can only protect her for a fleeting moment?" The young girl hesitated briefly but continued on her path. "There is, in fact, another method. This path is fraught with challenges 100-fold, yet should you succeed, it would eradicate future threats, allowing you to safeguard many more lives. Are you willing to give it a try?" The girl abruptly halted her advance, turning to face Chun Yin in silence, her gaze fixed upon him. Yet the steadfast expression upon her youthful visage conveyed her answer to Chun Yin. "This is an extraordinary method. Should you accept it, you may become the sworn enemy of both the court and all malevolent forces in the realm. Furthermore, you would be condemned to dwell in the shadows, never to see another living soul again. Do you truly wish for this?" The girl remained silent, merely nodding, her serious gaze unwavering as she looked into Chun Yin's eyes. Chun Yin hesitated for a moment before speaking. This city requires a city god, specifically the Shiba, to regulate the spirits and deities within its confines. Should you accept this role, you will be bound by the strictest laws of the female Qing ghost, the upper purity laws, the 9 earth laws, the Fengdu laws, and the dark laws, among others. You will embody the master of a realm of spirits, and should your identity be revealed, the entire world shall become your adversary. This path is fraught with difficulties, and it is likely that tranquility will elude you henceforth. After a brief silence, the young woman gently inquired, "If I were to die, then this secret would remain undiscovered, would it not?" Chun Yin was taken aback, utterly astonished that the young girl before him could harbor such thoughts. Her tone was remarkably composed, as if she were discussing a matter entirely unrelated to herself. "As long as I die first, and then follow the adult's methods, no one will uncover their secret, right?" Chun gazed into the girl's eyes, which resembled a tranquil pool of autumn water, devoid of any trace of other emotions. Chun Yin fell into a prolonged silence before letting out a sigh and saying, "Since you possess such awareness, it appears that my concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Today, I shall extend a helping hand to you." With a gentle stamp of his foot, Chun Yin summoned a square earthen platform that rose majestically from the ground. Offering tables, incense altars, incense burners, candlesticks, vases, and incense tubes, among other items, soared from various corners of the temple, gracefully settling upon the elevated platform. In the blink of an eye, the framework of a ritual altar was established. Chun Yin reached out to retrieve the gourd and the sanqing bell from atop the peach staff, placing them upon the offering table to serve as sacred instruments and holy water. He rolled up his sleeves, took up the brush, ink, vermilion, and yellow paper, and after a moment of contemplation, began to write fervently. Disciple Chun Yin, left judge of the Northern Extreme Exorcism Court, in the 14th year of the Great Wei Yuanha, on the 17th day of the 8th month, respectfully presents this decree. As a disciple, I am under the imperial mandate of the Purple Tenuity, possessing the seals of the Northern Emperor, and I am tasked with the oversight of ghostly matters. It has come to my attention that the city god of Xinfeng County has lost his moral compass, colluding with malevolent spirits, engaging in underhanded dealings, demanding blood sacrifices, and endangering lives. According to the law, it is my duty to report this to the Yuaning Taihuang Palace and to present it before the Purple Tenuity Hall for your Majesty's consideration, instructing the Eastern Mount to enact a relocation decree. However, this realm lacks the proper legal structure, and the heavenly authority is difficult to invoke. Thus, I shall act judiciously, summoning the officials of the Fengdu Examination Court to transfer the divine seal in utmost trepidation. In this realm, countless malevolent spirits roam freely, wreaking havoc upon the populace, with the rituals dedicated to these spirits demanding blood offerings, devoid of any restrictions. I believe that without a governing principle, the offerings lack foundation. It is imperative to enforce justice in Fengdu, ensuring that good is rewarded and evil punished, establishing a clear division between the realms of Yin and Yang. There is a maiden in the county. Despite the city goddess bloodthirst, she possesses a compassionate heart, passing down her benevolence through 70 generations, steadfast in her resolve. Now I convey to. At this juncture, Chun Yin paused his pen, glancing back to inquire, "What is your name?" The young woman, her gaze fixed intently upon Chun Yin's movements, replied, "Xuan Xiao. You may call me Xiao Xiao, my lord." Now I convey to Xuan Xiao of the Xue family, a person of pure disposition, possessing a heart for benevolence and the welfare of the people. The realm is plagued by malevolent forces, and the spirits are difficult to restrain. In this urgent matter, I seek to recommend her as the city god of Xinfeng County to establish the 12 departments and regulate the spirits within our borders. I humbly implore your majesty for your compassionate approval. The correspondence, petitions, and proclamations piled up, causing Chun Yin's wrist to ache from the incessant writing. He glanced at his brushwork, which was scarcely better than that of a primary school student, and felt a flush of embarrassment. These were formal petitions, not the previous incantations that could be burnt upon completion, relying on incense for supplication. 2 petitions, one to submit to the celestial officials at the Purple Tenuity Hall, and the other to the provincial envoy of the Purple Tenuity Court. The final proclamation was to be delivered directly to the Purple Stellar Court, presented before the underlords of the 3 realms, at the great throne of the Northern Emperor of the Celestial Purple Tenuity. Moreover, This correspondence must pass through the hands of our venerable ancestor. This is not merely embarrassing. It is a disgrace that reaches celestial heights. Alas, let it be. Chun Yin steeled himself and affixed the seal of the Northern Extreme Exorcism Court. The 7 stars and 8 poles govern the 4 directions. By the decree of the purple tenuity, let the officials hasten forth. Where is the divine messenger, Jiao Gongnu? Chun Yin wielded a peachwood sword, stepping with precision as he invoked the celestial symbols, which resonated forth and soared into the void. The act of transmitting messages and carrying imperial edicts was originally a matter for Wang Onlu to discuss with the 2 officials. However, the Ziwei constellation was not a place that the deities of Fengdu could traverse at will. A formal decree was required, accompanied by a special token, to beseech the heavenly envoy, Jiao Gongnu, for the transmission, and it necessitated the presence of the 4-eyed elder, who must bear it with utmost reverence. Tianpeng, the progenitor of all deities, commanded great authority, and the 4-eyed elder hastened as if under the edicts of the celestial emperor. The incantation grew more hollow in Chun Yin's heart with each recitation, and upon completing the spell, he resolutely closed his eyes. It was not until a light chuckle graced his ears that he blushed and opened his eyes, acknowledging the divine presence of the deity and the emissary Jiao. Chun Yin bowed respectfully to the amiable elder before him, his toes awkwardly digging into the ground. The elder, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, glanced at the memorial and recommendation in his hands, then at Chun Yin's flushed countenance, and let out a hearty laugh. Do not feel embarrassed. Simply go practice a bit. We are but embodiments of divine will, and cannot linger here. Let us speak of the matter at hand. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chun Yin felt his embarrassment slightly dissipate. Straightening his demeanor, he replied earnestly, I wish to recommend this young lady as the city god of our locale, and I humbly request that the divine lord and envoy Jiao escort the memorial to the Ziwei courtyard. I am most grateful for your assistance in conveying the memorial and petition to the Ziwei pavilion to be presented before the emperor. Though the matter pertained to the imperial memorial, the specifics were not something he ought to divulge. Yet, given the peculiar circumstances of this realm, he required the elder's oversight. Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, the elder turned to glance at the quiet young woman standing beside him, his brow furrowing as he admonished, How audacious to appoint a living person to the role of city god. No wonder the marshal remarked upon your audacity. Do not presume that the Exorcism Institute's restricted access means you are beyond reproach. The last incident involving the breach of the dark law and the forgery of the official decree was overlooked by the emperor and the marshal out of reluctance to blame you. But that does not imply that the Exorcism Institute will let it pass without consequence. Faced with the elder's reprimand, Chun Yin dared not retort. He merely bowed his head, hands at his sides, and spoke softly. In urgent matters, one must be pragmatic. I hope the divine lord will convey this. The elder struck his cane upon the ground with a sharp rap, huffing in response. Since the emperor has bestowed upon you the 9 Springs command, it is indeed your right to recommend the city god. I shall duly forward the memorial to the Ziwei pavilion. However, should this young lady transgress the law in the future, what will you do then? Chun Yin's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands towards the north and declared, I shall personally administer the black law upon her and subsequently seek forgiveness from the Exorcism Institute. Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance softened slightly. Yet his tone remained stern. You ought to be grateful for not misjudging the person. Were you to misidentify her, I could have executed you merely for her presence beside the altar. The black law is severe, and there is reason for its rigor. It is not to be trifled with. Since you are aware of its implications, I need not elaborate further. However, I shall report this matter to the marshal. Take heed of your actions. In response to the elder's tirade, Chun Yin felt a sense of relief. He bowed deeply and expressed, Thank you for your wise counsel. Esteemed deity. The elder nodded slightly, gave a soft hum, and struck his cane upon the ground. A long cloth sword from the maiden's embrace. Seeing this, the girl reached out to seize it, but the fabric eluded her grasp, darting towards the elder like a shadow, regardless of how she flailed her arms. It was as if she were touching mere air, her efforts in vain. At your age, your actions are as hasty as your handwriting, the elder remarked, casting a glance at the long cloth in his hand, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. He smiled gently at the girl and said, I shall borrow this for a moment. I will return shortly. With that, he vanished alongside the silent Jiao Gongnu, who had stood by without uttering a word. Once the elder had departed with the cloth, Chen Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. With the elder's assurance, this matter should be settled. However, recalling the elder's final remark, he could not help but dig his toes into the ground, wishing for a fissure to swallow him whole. The four-eyed elder, known as Tian Yuan Xinjun, bore the surname Tao and the name Yuan Xin. He oversaw the realms of demons, spirits, mortals, and deities, possessing an unerring insight into their natures. A formidable figure within the Exorcism Institute of the North, his past life was that of Tsang Jie, the creator of characters. Having embarrassed himself before such an esteemed ancestor, he now faced the prospect of standing before his revered master. With his poor penmanship, he had brought shame upon himself, likely being the first in the 10 directions of the realm to do so before the venerable ancestor and the lesser deities of the 3 realms. As Chun Yin wallowed in his embarrassment, the maiden beside him could no longer contain herself. "My lord, the sisters." This utterance of sisters rescued him from his awkward predicament. Observing the girl's worried expression, Chun Yin reassured her, "Fear not. This matter brings no harm, only benefit." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an unusual stirring in the peach staff he held. The human seal, which he had sealed within the staff, shot forth and hovered in the center of the altar. Above the altar, a serene and resplendent radiance materialized, gradually enveloping the human seal, causing it to decompose and reassemble. Symbols and characters of crimson ink emerged spontaneously, forming a luminous and pristine talisman. Its script was radiant, with 8 corners radiating light. Upon the completion of the talisman, auspicious clouds of 5 colors surged and swirled above, bestowing a myriad of auspicious omens. Ethereal melodies lingered in the air, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that calmed the spirit. Simultaneously, a 5-colored silken banner descended from the heavens, gently landing upon the offering table, upon which lay a decree. Chen Yin, not daring to be negligent, took the imperial edict and faced the young girl, his expression grave as he inquired, "You have overheard our previous conversation. This path is fraught with peril. Once accepted, there lies no turning back. Do you truly harbor no regrets?" The girl had listened attentively to the dialogue between Chun Yin and the elder. Though she was unfamiliar with terms such as emperor, decree, exorcism institute, and the severe laws that governed them, she grasped the implications of the laws are harsh, and the threat that merely approaching the altar could lead to her demise. Upon hearing Chun Yin's question, the girl hesitated momentarily before softly asking, "Must I first die?" Those 5 brief words conveyed a determination that moved Chen Yin once more. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Are you not afraid that I might deceive you with illusions?" The girl gently touched the hand that Chen Yin had previously held, shaking her head in silence. Chen Yin observed her silence without pressing further. He gradually unfurled the decree in his hand and solemnly intoned, "Today, the esteemed Chief Justice of the Exorcism Court, Chen Yin, recommends Shuez and Shao. She possesses an inherent purity, upholds goodness in her heart, and harbors a desire to aid the world and save the people. Therefore, she is specially conferred the title of Goddess of Compassion and Salvation of the Inspection Department, appointed as the city god of Xinfeng County, and bestowed with a multicolored ceremonial sash. The 12 offices shall be ceremoniously opened, under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Peak, while the Legion of Spirits shall autonomously fulfill their roles. The heavenly mandates are stringent, all contained within the celestial edicts. May you safeguard your body and life, assist in the heavenly path, and benefit all sentient beings." As his words resonated, the talisman hovering above the altar transformed into a radiant stream of light, piercing into the maiden's brow. The multicolored sash fluttered unbidden, encircling her form, and faintly, the sound of her laughter seemed to emanate. A stream of tears, accompanied by a shimmering brilliance, gradually flowed from the corners of her eyes. "Sister." For many years, Chun Yin refrained from disturbing the celestial heritage of the Tianlu. With a graceful gesture, he retrieved the previously left-shaved deity statue, transforming it into the likeness of a maiden and placing her into the divine palanquin outside. Within it, he inscribed an inconspicuous talisman and uttered his final words in Xinfeng County. "Though your Tianlu is fundamentally based on the inscriptions of this realm, its legacy is rooted in the righteous laws of the heavenly court, sufficient for you to establish your presence here. The intricacies of the Tianlu's heritage are self-evident, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. I leave you with one final admonition. If good and evil go unaccounted for, the cosmos will surely harbor its own grievances. You have already suffered greatly. Thus, You understand the truth of this matter. I hope you can maintain your integrity and remain true to your original intentions. Otherwise, if you stray, I shall sever you from the realms of life and death. What a splendid rain it is! The thunder rumbled, accompanied by the sound of raindrops dancing upon the leaves, forming layers of pearl curtains before Chen Yan. Old Chun, holding a peachwood staff, gazed up at the sudden mountain rain. He wondered how Feng County was faring. Chen Yan extended his hand into the rain, catching a cluster of raindrops, feeling their icy touch, and he let out a silent laugh. He had thoroughly cleansed the anomalies from the town of Xinfeng. The legends of the divine maiden's ascension and the celestial edicts of the city god lingered on. With the wisdom of Lady Shui, mastering the situation would be an effortless feat. When the appointed time arrives next year, the divine maiden will remain unscathed, and the legacy of the deity will naturally unfold. Rather than worrying about Xinfeng County, it would be wiser to pay closer attention to the approaching village. The people are on their way. If one does not hurry, there will be no place left to occupy. Chen Yin shook his head, flicking the raindrops from his hands as he stepped into the curtain of rain, making his way toward the village. Everyone, put in a little more effort. We're almost there. If we arrive before nightfall, our wages will increase by 30%. Elder Zhang shouted hoarsely while wiping the rain from his face. The mountain wind, mingled with the torrential downpour, relentlessly seeped through the gaps of his bamboo hat and straw raincoat. Yet, Elder Zhang paid no heed to such discomfort. He meticulously inspected the oilcloth and thatch on the carts, anxious to ensure that not a single gap was left open. This sudden rainstorm could ruin the thousands of stones of grain. If it became damp, the seeds would sprout in just 3 days, and a careless mistake would result in a total loss. Even the affluent Zhang family would struggle to recover from such a blow. A thunderclap resounded, causing the caravan to halt abruptly. What is happening up front? Elder Zhang, already fraught with worry, felt his agitation intensify. He called out loudly while advancing through the line of carts. Third Master, a donkey is spooked and has fallen into a mud pit. Upon hearing this, Zhang's frustration surged. Yet he suppressed it as he looked at the lengthy caravan. Let us check if the donkey's ears are blocked. We cannot frighten it further. I need a few volunteers. Each will receive 300 coins for their efforts. As a businessman, he understood that in such situations, scolding would only exacerbate the problem. If the crowd developed a rebellious spirit and engaged in petty mischief, it would be he who suffered the most. Even if he could settle accounts later, the losses incurred would be irretrievable. After walking a short distance, Zhang suddenly halted and turned to a companion beside him. Daquan, go check ahead. If you can push it out, then do so. If not, have them unload 2 bags of grain to use as a platform. We must reach the village before dark. I will check on the situation in the back to reassure the workers. Daquan had been with Elder Zhang for some time and understood his temperament well. However, he harbored some concerns about the mentioned village, softly voicing, "All right, Third Master. But I've heard that place is rather unsettled. In this desolate wilderness, what if something goes wrong?" Zhang furrowed his brow, scolding him with a hint of anger. What time is it? Do not speak foolishly. If we avoid that place, who can bear the brunt of this downpour all night? This is a family matter, and it directly concerns us. Which is why I dare to reprimand you. After his scolding, he quickly offered reassurance. The unrest is merely caused by a few reckless youths who don't know better. We have over 100 people here. Even if something occurs, they would not dare act indiscriminately. Besides, isn't there a sorcerer traveling with us? As he spoke, he glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention, lowered his voice. If this does not suffice, you may find a few trustworthy souls to convey some offerings. The goods along the official road generally do not require much. Upon hearing this, Daquan immediately understood the gentleman's intentions and responded solemnly. Understood, Third Master. I shall attend to it right away. After Daquan departed, Zhang Sanyi continued down the line of the caravan, needing to reassure the workers. The caravan, comprising over 100 individuals, stretched for more than a mile, and dusk was fast approaching amid the heavy rain. If the caravan came to an abrupt halt without informing those behind of the situation ahead, unforeseen incidents could easily arise. Indeed, Zhang Sanyi's decision proved to be astute. By the time he reached the rear of the caravan, a group was clamoring incessantly. Had it not been for the young sorcerer's earnest attempts to mediate, they would have rushed forward. Upon seeing Zhang Sanyi braving the rain to approach, the group finally quieted. Despite Zhang Sanyi's efforts to avert calamity, when the caravan arrived at the village, the night had completely enveloped them. The village was aglow with flickering lights, indicating that some had arrived ahead of them. Zhang Sanyi paid no mind. Such occurrences were all too common while traveling. This was the official road, seldom plagued by bandits or malevolent spirits. And given the size of their caravan, they felt little fear even if they encountered trouble. Having instructed Daquan, Zhang Sanyi, accompanied by several guards, forged ahead towards the village. The substantial noise from the caravan necessitated a prior announcement to avoid any misunderstandings. The village, though not small, had suffered from years of neglect, with many buildings and walls in disrepair. The flickering lights emanated from the main hall of a large household situated in the center of the village. Inside, a dozen individuals had already gathered, and upon noticing Zhang Sanyi's arrival, their gazes turned toward him. "Greetings to you all. My surname is Zhang, and I am merely a traveling merchant. We encountered a sudden downpour and have taken refuge here. If we cause any disturbance, I beg your forgiveness." While delivering his courteous remarks, Zhang Sanyi discreetly observed the assembly within the hall. By the central fire pit stood a group of itinerant merchants, their wares close at hand. Their demeanor unmistakable. The right side was occupied by a larger number, resembling scholars traveling for examinations, some accompanied by their young attendants. The left side was more eclectic, featuring 3 armed wanderers and 2 individuals clad in long robes and conical hats, each faction occupying its own corner. Most peculiar was a young man seated in the center of the left courtyard, who appeared to be another scholar traveling for examinations. Yet, unlike those on the right, he remained solitary, seated cross-legged with only a gourd-bound staff beside him, devoid of any luggage. Zhang Sanyi furrowed his brow, promptly abandoning the notion of taking over the main hall by virtue of their numbers. In these times, a solitary traveler is either highly capable or beset by troubles, and either scenario is not to be trifled with. It is indeed Manager Zhang. They have all gathered here to seek shelter from the rain. We merely arrived a bit earlier, so there is no cause for disturbance. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, where tranquility is scarce, a little human presence brings solace to our hearts. Among those present, only the itinerant merchant offered a slight bow to Master Zhang. Though he uttered polite words, he showed no inclination to rise. Master Zhang discreetly glanced at the young man on his left and, returning the merchant's gesture, replied, "Thank you, esteemed proprietor. The caravan is laden with numerous mules and horses, accompanied by many fellow travelers, which creates quite a commotion. I have come to greet everyone, to avoid any potential misunderstandings later. Rest assured, we shall seek accommodation in other dwellings and will not intrude upon you." Master Zhang then turned to a few of his guards and quietly instructed, "You two form a group and check the adjacent houses for a few that are leak-proof." He himself, accompanied by 2 others, ventured toward the caravan amidst the rain. As Master Zhang turned, in the left hall, a figure named Qinyan, who had arrived earlier, sat in the center, stroking his peach staff and whispering inaudibly, "Have they finally arrived? I have awaited you for so long. Master Zhang, you must believe me. There is indeed something amiss here. Spending the night will lead to fatalities." The sorcerer, while observing the rapidly spinning needle of his compass, earnestly urged Master Zhang, "Daquan, have the animals been settled?" Master Zhang seemingly ignored the warning, directing his attention to Daquan. "They have been settled, but some of the stragglers are restless." Attempting to seize a few rooms, Daquan replied submissively, occasionally stealing glances at the anxious sorcerer. Upon hearing Daquan's words, Master Zhang furrowed his brow and glanced at the brightly lit main hall, saying, "Take care of our own. We cannot concern ourselves with others. Let them be. Mr. Jie has also indicated that there is a problem. Let everyone exercise caution. Even for necessary matters, they should remain indoors." After arranging matters with Daquan, Master Zhang turned, a troubled expression on his face as he addressed the sorcerer. "Mr. Jie, you see, it is not that I distrust you. It is simply a matter of necessity. In such heavy rain, our men have made it here solely through sheer determination. If I were to instruct them to press on, it would surely incite a revolt." As he spoke, he produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and pressed it into the sorcerer's hand, whispering, "I hope you will keep this matter discreet. Otherwise, chaos may ensue, and we cannot predict the consequences." Jie Xinming, holding the jade pendant, found himself in a state of awkwardness, unsure whether to accept or refuse. His intention was merely to prevent harm from befalling anyone. Never did he expect to be silenced with money. Master Zhang, perceiving his dilemma, grasped his hand, closing his fingers around the pendant, and said, "I kindly ask for your vigilance tonight, Mr. Jie. Please look after matters closely." After speaking, Zhang San strode towards a room, his back to the others. Jie Xinming observed their retreating figures and, after a moment's contemplation, tucked the jade pendant into his pocket. He followed closely behind, wielding the compass as he inspected each room. Thunder, a pivotal force of yin and yang, commands the very essence of existence, wielding an astonishing power. During a thunderstorm, not only humans, but even demons and spirits, if lacking in cultivation, would refrain from wandering carelessly. In fact, for these supernatural beings, stormy weather poses an even greater peril. Their sensitivity to qi makes them more susceptible to lightning strikes than humans. The folk tales of malevolent spirits seeking refuge in homes during thunderstorms are not mere fabrications. Aware of the lurking dangers, Jie Xinming remained vigilant, his full attention fixated on the compass in his hand. However, just as he and Zhang San had begun their examination of a few rooms, a cacophony erupted from the main hall. Damn it, those scoundrels have indeed stirred up trouble. Exchanging glances, Zhang San cursed under his breath and pulled Jie Xinming toward the main hall. Jie Xinming had voiced his concerns beforehand, but Zhang San was unwilling to let him out of his sight. The jade pendant, intended as both a bribe and a night watchman's reward, served more as a means for Jie Xinming to act as his bodyguard. Upon their arrival, the main hall was already in disarray. A group of martial artists had drawn their swords, while merchants armed themselves with various weapons to protect their goods. Even a few scholars had unsheathed their swords. In the center, a young man, who had originally sat in the prime position on the left, was now approaching the exit with a wooden staff in hand. The central area had been claimed by the merchant group, and those still seeking a place were vociferously threatening the two hooded figures in the corner. Chun Yin cast a glance at the two individuals approaching him, silently striding into the ring. Since this group sought their own demise, he would acquiesce to their fate. Justice would prevail, such was the natural order. Sir, please wait. Upon seeing Chun Yin emerge from the doorway, Zhang San felt a surge of panic and rushed forward to explain. However, Chun Yin turned away, evading him. Just as Zhang San contemplated pursuing him, a cold voice from within the hall inquired, "Zhang, is this your directive?" Zhang San halted in his tracks and, turning around, declared loudly, "This matter has nothing to do with the caravan. I merely came to investigate the commotion to prevent any misunderstandings." As a businessman, he ventured forth to earn a living, not wishing to be unjustly resented. Yet, his explanation sparked discontent among those who had emerged from the caravan, for they had dared to seize the opportunity, relying on the caravan's influence to secure a favorable spot. Such words effectively obstructed their path, leaving them at a loss for suitable accommodations. "Zhang, you cannot turn a blind eye. On a day like this, where can we find shelter from the rain?" They lamented. "Indeed, we are all part of the caravan." Zhang San's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing this, as he coldly replied, "If you still consider yourselves part of the caravan, return with me now, and I shall find you a place." Amidst the bickering, the gravity of the situation went unnoticed by the others, but Jie Xinming's face grew increasingly somber. He was here as well. Jie Xinming traced the compass in his hand, its needle oscillating rhythmically, while his eyes discreetly surveyed every individual in the hall. Upon spotting the two figures in conical hats in the corner, he recoiled as if struck by lightning, tugging insistently at Zhang San's sleeve. Perceiving the disturbance, Zhang San discreetly glanced at Jie Xinming, noting the frantic signals he was making. Initially intending to ease the tensions among the crowd, Zhang San's heart sank. His expression transformed, and he turned to the assembly, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the caravan harbors no intention of causing you trouble. If you trust me, you may follow me. If you do not, I assure you that I will refund your travel expenses by tomorrow." With that, Zhang San bowed to the crowd, adding, "The caravan has pressing matters to attend to. I apologize for the disruption." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and made his way towards the designated accommodations, leaving the two factions at the hall's entrance exchanging bewildered looks. 1,000-mile pursuit? How intriguing. In the shadows, Chun Yin observed the departing figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the desolate village, under the rain-soaked night, the caravan, the malevolent deity, the ancient corpse, the demons, and the practitioners of both good and evil magic converged, a grand spectacle indeed. Zhang San hastened a few steps ahead, distancing himself from the crowd, and quietly inquired, "Mr. Jie, what transpired?" Jie Xinming withdrew the compass into his bosom, his demeanor grave as he replied, "Tonight, something significant may occur. Ensure your men remain vigilant. Come dawn, regardless of the downpour, we must depart." Observing the grave expression on Jie Xinming's face, Zhang Sanye's heart immediately sank. Though he lacked knowledge of sorcery, he understood the importance of respecting practitioners, especially those newly descended from the mountains, brimming with fervor. Mr. Jia, could you possibly divulge what has transpired? Before Jia Ximing could respond, a chilling scream echoed from afar. Their expressions changed in unison as they looked up in search of the source. Suddenly, a colossal flash of lightning sliced through the night sky, illuminating the darkness. In the distance, a throng of people appeared to be fleeing from some unseen terror, their faces painted with unmistakable fear under the brilliant light. This is bad. There's a presence of malevolence, Jia Ximing exclaimed, observing the panicked crowd as his nostrils flared with urgency. Zhang, gather everyone together and ensure they do not scatter. Do not allow strangers to approach. I shall investigate. Mr. Jia. Zhang San began to protest, but Jia Ximing had already dashed away, leaving him standing with his hand raised in hesitation. Zhang Sanyi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction. Yet, he dared not neglect Jia Ximing's orders and hurried to organize the caravan. As Jia Ximing sprinted towards the distant crowd, his own anxiety was palpable, leaving no room for concern about Zhang San's feelings. The frightened throng, upon seeing him approach, cried out in desperation, "Help! There are monsters!" The thunder roared, muffling their cries, yet it startled Jia Ximing nonetheless. The village was already unstable. If the inhabitants heard such commotion, chaos would surely ensue. Should fear take hold, calamity would follow. Halting in his tracks, Jia Ximing bellowed at the oncoming crowd, "Silence, if you wish to live. Celestial laws clear, earthly laws spiritual. The sun and moon unite, all spirits manifest, open." With a flourish of his fingers like a sword, he traced a line across his forehead, causing a unique mark to emerge from his skin. The mark shimmered with ethereal light, resembling an eye that blinked open and closed upon his brow. Gazing into the crowd, Jia Ximing recalled his master's teachings. Malevolent beings often concealed themselves among the masses, preying upon their minds and causing havoc. Just as he sensed no unusual presence among them, he noticed a wave of malevolence charging towards him, unmasked and brazen. Jia Ximing of Yunda Mountain, I command you, malevolence, cease your harm. Feeling a surge of urgency, Jia Ximing could not afford to assess the crowd further. He struck his chest, and several talismans burst forth from his robes, transforming into brilliant flames as they hurtled towards the source of the evil. As the flames soared, Jia Ximing affixed several talismans to his body, then propelled himself over the crowd, positioning himself as a barrier between the malevolence and the people. Upon landing, he drew his long sword from his back, and, illuminated by the radiant talismans, his stature appeared remarkably imposing. Silence. Quickly, retreat to the village. Jia Ximing furrowed his brow as he gazed ahead at the ominous aura, addressing the crowd behind him without turning. The malevolence before him was unexpectedly feeble, showing no signs of strength. Yet, despite enduring several talismans, it exhibited no trace of injury. Fortunately, the ominous presence came to a halt, sparing him a sigh of relief. The village was already in chaos. The intrusion of a demon would only complicate matters further. However, as time passed, Jia Ximing began to sense something amiss. The malevolent aura remained stationary, akin to a lifeless entity. He stepped forward and shouted, "Demon, depart at once, lest you wish to face my unrelenting wrath." The aura, however, seemed oblivious to his command, offering no response. A chill ran down his spine as he hastily advanced toward it. As he drew near, his expression shifted dramatically. The ominous presence was not a demon at all, but rather a puppet, standing no taller than a person. Disaster. He had been deceived. Jia Ximing swiftly turned and raced back toward the village, filled with regret. Despite his master's repeated warnings before descending the mountain, he had let his guard down at a critical moment. In his haste to return, he failed to notice the peculiar smile that crept across the puppet's face behind him. Is this the level of sorcery from the practitioners of Yunda Mountain? Upon returning to the village, Jia Ximing was struck with dismay. Nearly every individual he encountered was enveloped in malevolent energy, making it impossible to discern who posed a true threat. He contemplated rushing in to inspect each person, yet the sinister sorcerer he had pursued for over a month was mingling within the crowd, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. With no other choice, Jia Ximing donned a grim expression and sought out Elder Zhang San, hoping to eliminate the merchant group from suspicion before formulating a new plan. In a leaky room, Chen Yin sat cross-legged, observing the yellow weasel disseminating malevolent energy in an unusual manner throughout the village. a smile curling at his lips. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. To Chun Yin, this was merely a minor interlude. After recommending the young girl as the city deity, he acquired identification documents from Chung Laosan and departed from Xinfeng County. Along his journey, he encountered several similar occurrences. Tonight, he awaited the passage of the statue of the immortal Luoxian, adopting the guise of a passerby to avoid alarming the target and refraining from directly cleansing the village. Little did he expect to encounter a local practitioner here. The young man's earlier words against the demons suggested he hailed from a prestigious lineage, piquing Chun Yin's curiosity and momentarily slowing his original plans. Furthermore, the thunderstorm inspired new ideas. Indeed, he had chosen his location wisely, as the tempest attracted all manner of fiends and specters. As Chun Yin pondered the sorcerer's dilemma, chaos erupted outside. The source of the disturbance was neither the merchant caravan nor the throng gathered at the main entrance, but rather a panicked crowd that had just rushed over. This group had long been terrorized by the lurking monsters, and upon suddenly witnessing the flames, they instinctively gravitated towards this direction. The admonitions of Jie Xinming were far from their minds, as they shouted monster, while hastening forward. Fear is contagious, especially in the stillness of the night. Amid the clamor of thunder and rain, particularly affected were those who had just been abandoned by Zhang Sanyi and Jie Xinming. Confronted with the frantic crowd, they too succumbed to panic. Coupled with the influence of the yellow-skinned demon's aura, the throng surged recklessly towards the hall, causing a stir among those inside. Stop! 3 young men wielding swords had taken their stand at the entrance, though it was unclear when they had arrived. As the crowd surged forward, they stepped up simultaneously, intent on halting the influx. Should a monster truly appear, they certainly did not wish to be trapped inside with this throng. Out of the way, kid! With a thunderous shout, a towering figure burst forth from the crowd, brandishing a hefty broadsword that sliced through the air like a streak of lightning. Aimed at the 3 at the entrance. I said, stop! Undeterred, the trio at the threshold stood their ground. The central youth narrowed his eyes, his long sword flashing as he parried the incoming strike with a flurry of swift blows, effectively thwarting the assault. The burly man, seeing his initial attempt thwarted, redirected the blade towards one of the others, seeking death. The young man, witnessing the situation, let out a cold shout and thrust his longsword once more, striking first to target the brawny man's wrist. The stout fellow had yet to comprehend what was transpiring when he felt a piercing pain radiate from his wrist. The long knife clattered to the ground with a resounding clang, and he clutched his wrist with his left hand as a stream of crimson blood flowed down his fingers to the earth below. The blood fell without mingling with the rain, as if it were absorbed by a sponge, vanishing entirely into the ground. Remarkably, no one around took notice of this occurrence. A crucial reminder: I had initially planned to include this in the chapter, as it significantly impacts the reading experience. However, upon reflection, I deemed it more appropriate to present it within the main text to prevent any oversight by readers. Yesterday, while perusing the community of fellow readers, I stumbled upon the diligent efforts of the esteemed Mo Shisui, who painstakingly compiled corrections for 60 chapters of the scriptures and laws. Additionally, I noted the contributions of Yun Jin and the venerable Lijian Wuliang Tianzuan, who provided a wealth of supplementary materials. It dawned on me that a considerable number of readers are genuinely interested in the scriptures mentioned within this book. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed contributors for their meticulous corrections while also addressing related matters. This is my inaugural work, and prior to penning it, I sought advice from friends regarding certain precautions. Due to the site's plagiarism detection mechanism, a repeated sequence of characters can lead to a probability of being flagged for plagiarism, resulting in the book's removal, particularly since the scriptures tend to be lengthy. Consequently, from the 2nd chapter onward, I have endeavored to condense the scriptures and laws referenced, including spells and rituals, to the extent possible. Additionally, I have taken liberties in the portrayal of certain deities and officials. My knowledge is limited, and my writing skills are lacking. I can only strive to remain as faithful to the original intent as possible. However, scriptures and laws often convey profound meanings, where a single word's deviation can lead to significant misinterpretation. I kindly ask readers to exercise discernment while reading. If genuine interest arises, it is advisable to refer to the original texts. With his sword successfully drawn, the young man pointed its tip toward the crowd and declared coldly, "This hall cannot accommodate too many. I implore you to seek elsewhere. Should anyone take issue, I welcome a demonstration of skill." He added ominously, "However, swords and blades are blind, and one must not hold it against me should I show no mercy. Upon seeing the bloodied tip of the sword, those who initially intended to force their way inside hesitated in their tracks. Realizing the futility of their approach, someone from the crowd immediately shifted their demeanor, pleading, "Hero, I beseech you, allow us entry. The monster is about to pursue us." The young man frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet, to prevent further chaos from this group, he coldly retorted, "Desist with your nonsense. If a monster truly exists, granting you entry would only allow it to block the door, leaving none of you with a chance to escape." At his words, the would-be entrants were rendered speechless, having been solely focused on fleeing to safety without contemplating the possibility of being trapped by a monster. The atmosphere grew eerily silent for a moment. Just then, a booming voice erupted from the direction of the merchant convoy, capturing everyone's attention. Wind and fire clash. Divine weapons, swift as command. Go. The talisman soared from Jie Ming's pocket, intertwining in midair to form a luminous whip crackling with electricity, which lashed towards the beam above. In response, a dark whip descended from the beam, encased in layers of armor, distinct segments resembling an adult's arm in thickness. The bristles on it stood like steel needles, and the barbed tip glimmered with a sinister purple light, aimed directly at Jie Ming. It was none other than the tail of a scorpion. The two disparate whips converged in the air, creating a violent sonic boom that reverberated like thunder, causing the long-abandoned roof to tremble perilously. Jie Ming felt an excruciating pain pierce through his ears, nearly causing him to falter and collapse. "This is not good," he thought, gritting his teeth against the agony while suppressing the urge to shield his head. He retreated swiftly, simultaneously directing the talisman whip to entangle the scorpion's tail. The scorpion's tail, however, was not easily subdued. It writhed in the air like a serpent, attempting to evade the electric whip's grasp. Yet, constrained by its physical form, it lacked the agility of the talisman whip. In mere moments, the electric whip found an opening and ensnared the tail. Sparks flew, leaving singed marks on the scorpion's body. In pain, the scorpion leapt from the beam, its formidable pincers gleaming ominously as they aimed to sever the whip. An opportunity, Jie Ming noted, his fingers dancing in the air as a series of talismans took flight, forming an intricate pattern that soared toward the scorpion. Midway, an ominous dark light burst through a shattered window, materializing into a vast black net that ensnared the scorpion before it could react. Enveloped by the dark net, the scorpion, which had been struggling moments before, seemed to lose its strength and fell limp, dimming the talisman whip along with it. Jie Ming was suddenly assailed by an unbearable stench that made his head spin and nearly induced nausea. Quickly, he held his breath, and with a swift motion, his sword sprang forth from his back. Seizing the sword, he prepared to strike down the scorpion. However, before he could advance, he witnessed the black net enveloping the scorpion, which transformed into a shadowy light and fled through the broken window. Jie Ming propelled himself backward, pursuing it out the door, but the shadowy light vanished into the vast, rain-soaked night in an instant. Sorcery? Chun Yan, who had been observing the surroundings, felt a stir within him as he watched the shadowy light disappear. He thrust his peachwood staff into the ground and darted after it. Meanwhile, Jie Ming, inspecting the traces left by the black net, felt a weight in his heart. The markings suggested that the net was forged from various foul substances, specifically designed to counteract all manner of spells and talismans. This method was entirely distinct from the dark sorcerers he had been pursuing, yet equally devoid of righteousness. This was indeed a predicament. Troubles are far more numerous than Jie Ming had ever imagined. While everyone was engrossed in the battle between Jie Ming and the scorpion spirit, even the brawny man himself remained oblivious to the fact that blood was hastening to flow from his wounded wrist, cascading towards the ground. The droplets, unaffected by the rain, seemed irresistibly drawn to the earth, swiftly permeating the soil. As the blood entered the ground, it dispersed into a mist, rapidly traversing underground. It was not until it reached a hidden chamber that the sanguine mist coalesced back into liquid form, dripping into an uncovered coffin below. Inside the coffin lay a corpse with a greenish face and sharp fangs, greedily devouring the falling blood. As its mouth opened and closed, waves of a ghastly aura pierced through the soil, surging into the hall. This ominous energy appeared to emit some signal, triggering an explosive outburst of the malevolent essence spread by the yellow weasel. The previously subdued crowd had their emotions amplified manifold, spiraling back into a frenzy. Panic swiftly morphed into chaos, and it became unclear who initiated the first strike. Those tainted by the yellow weasel's aura, with bloodshot eyes, launched indiscriminate attacks on those around them. By the time Jie Xinming rushed in to intervene, it was already too late, as the crowd had descended into utter disorder. He charged forward, attempting to part the throng, yet his reluctance to inflict harm rendered him powerless, unable to assert himself amidst the chaos. Observing Jie Xinming's predicament, two figures cloaked in darkness exchanged knowing glances and shared a smirk. Their disdain for his reluctance to harm others was akin to viewing him as no different from an ordinary person. The three wandering heroes at the entrance, sensing the danger, disregarded the torrential rain outside and leaped onto the rooftop, fleeing into the night. With their barrier lost, the frenzied crowd surged into the hall. Realizing the peril of their incursion, Jie Xinming exerted all his strength to break free from those around him and rushed towards the interior. Yet, before he could reach the doorway, he heard several piercing screams from within. Accompanying these cries was a hoarse voice, akin to the sound of drywood scraping. "I had no intention of meddling in your trivial matters, yet it seems you have dared to target my grandfather. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." The voice commanded, "Children, capture that yellow-furred rat for me." With the conclusion of this statement, more anguished cries echoed. "Stop!" Hearing the screams, Jie Xinming felt an urgent pang in his heart and bellowed as he charged into the hall, only to be obstructed by the irrational crowd at the entrance, preventing his entry. The hoarse voice did not relent. It continued with a sinister tone. "Child, you have pursued me for over 1,000 miles. Today, I shall impart a lesson. A pure and kind heart cannot save lives. Sometimes, one must resort to killing." Hearing the consecutive screams reverberating within the hall, accompanied by a hoarse voice, left Jie Xinming utterly flustered. Driven by a desperate urge to save, he steeled himself, no longer holding back, and unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, sending the crowd blocking the doorway sprawling. This was indeed the correct course of action, though it would be prudent to exert even greater effort, lest he suffer the consequences. Just like this, before Jie Xinming could steady himself, he sensed two powerful gusts approaching from behind. With no means of evasion, he flicked his fingers, casting two talismans backward. A resounding explosion echoed as the talismans detonated perilously close to him. The immense force surged from behind, and Jie Xinming harnessed this momentum to finally breach into the hall. Once he regained his footing and turned around, he beheld two figures hurled away by the talismans, rolling on the ground until they lay motionless. The scene within the hall was utterly tragic. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, with only a few scholars cowering in the corners, trembling as they gazed at the two figures in conical hats. "Villains, come and meet your demise." The sight before Jie Xinming was enough to ignite a firestorm of fury within him. His rage boiling over, he formed seals with his hands, and three beams of golden light shot forth like lightning towards the figures in hats. The piercing sound of the air being cut indicated that Jie Xinming was truly enraged. Though the figures in hats spat venomous words, they did not dare to be negligent in their actions. As the golden light approached, one of them waved his hands, conjuring a shield made of bones. With a tremendous crash, the bone shield trembled violently, repelling the three beams of golden light to a distance of 3 feet, where they hovered in midair. It was then that the figures in hats discerned that these were, in fact, 3 golden swords composed of talismans. Failing to achieve a decisive blow, Jie Xinming spread his fingers wide, causing the golden swords to disperse and transform into 3 beams of light, darting towards the figures from different angles. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and flee." Seeing this, the figure in the hat furrowed his brow, swiftly enlarging the bone shield to protect himself while positioning himself to shield his companion. The golden light raced at an astonishing speed, and just as the shield was barely expanded, the swords were already upon him. In the ensuing clash, both sides trembled. The 3 beams of golden light noticeably dimmed, and the bone shield developed fine cracks. However, the figure's actions revealed an opportunity to Jie Xinming. Consumed by fury, he unsheathed his sword without a second thought, charging at the figure in the hat. As the 3 beams of golden light spiraled in the air, they deftly circumvented the shield at the moment the figure attempted to parry Jie Xinming's assault, aimed at the other figure in the hat who had remained silent. The figure beneath the conical hat seemed unprepared for Jie Xinming's unexpected maneuver, causing a momentary lapse in his subordinate's actions. Without regard for Jie Xinming's long sword, he swung the bone shield towards the golden light. The bone shield narrowly intercepted the golden glow, but Jie Xinming managed to pierce the shoulder of the figure. causing blood to flow down the length of his sword, leaving Jie Ming momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the hooded man struck Jie Ming's wrist, eliciting a reflexive withdrawal of the long sword due to the pain. The hooded figure then pulled one of his companions, crashing through the wall to escape. Just as Jie Ming intended to pursue, he felt a tremor beneath his feet. Looking down, he was confronted by a sea of corpses. Yet not a drop of blood was to be found. Moreover, a massive surge of corpse energy was rapidly coursing beneath the ground, seemingly on the verge of breaking through. Startled by the presence of this ominous energy, Jie Ming realized that in his haste to rescue others, he had overlooked its existence. He had only exchanged a few blows with the hooded figure, and the others in the hall remained frozen in confusion, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Gritting his teeth, Jie Ming retrieved a compass from his robe, pricked his finger to draw a symbol upon it, and then pressed the compass to the ground. A seal, reminiscent of a stamp, rapidly expanded around him. Dozens of symbols erupted from his body, transforming into streaks of light that converged at the seal's nodes. A peculiar formation enveloped the entire hall in an instant. Suddenly, Jie Ming felt the formation tremble violently, and a resounding roar emanated from beneath the earth. He propelled himself forward, his long sword flipping in midair, aimed directly at the source of the corpse energy, followed closely by 3 beams of golden light that targeted the ancient corpse below. With a metallic clang, the sword struck the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound. Jie Ming attempted to thrust again, only to find that his sword was seemingly rooted to the ground, unyielding. He exerted all his strength to pull it free, but the sword jolted violently, and an immense force surged back, sending him flying. The corpse energy swiftly shifted, darting like a fish towards the merchant convoy. "Do not leave the room. Do not disturb the symbols on the ground." As he spoke, Jie Ming drew his sword across his palm, staining the blade with his blood. This formation could only defend against malevolent beings. It could neither contain humans nor restrain monsters. To save the individuals in peril, he had to rely on his own strength. With the heavens and earth boundless, and the principles of yin and yang at his disposal, thousand shadows, take flight. The long sword soared into the air, transforming into a beam of sword light directed at the corpse energy, with Jie Ming in hot pursuit. Just before the energy could reach the merchant convoy, he gestured with his sword. The aerial sword light morphed into a long, twisting bloom of light, spiraling downward to envelop the corpse energy within. Sword energy descended like rain, as if intent on shattering the malevolent force to pieces. A cacophony of metallic clinks rang out, accompanied by a piercing scream of anguish. As a figure broke through the confines of the sword light and emerged from the earth, the visage of the green-faced, tusked fiend caused Zhang, San Yi, and De Quan, who were observing from a distance, to instinctively gasp in shock. This involuntary reaction stirred a sense of urgency within Jie Ming, who, upon arriving, bellowed, "Beware of the corpse poison." In the next instant, the ancient corpse erupted from the ground, unleashing a vile black mist towards Zhang San Yi and the others. Jie Ming realized it was too late to intervene and could only watch as the noxious essence surged toward the crowd. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept through, dissipating the malevolent vapor. As the mist scattered, the sinister wind recoiled, rushing back towards Zhang San Yi and his companions. Those caught in its wake collapsed, lifeless. Only De Quan was enveloped in a radiant white light, shielding him and Zhang San Yi from the impending doom. Witnessing the souls of the fallen being drawn away by the spectral wind, Jie Ming felt a surge of rage, nearly succumbing to despair. Yet the dire situation left him no room for hesitation. With the guards down, the ancient corpse was already advancing towards Zhang, San Yi, and De Quan. Jie Ming drew his sword, preparing to leap into action, when a voice floated down from a distant rooftop. "What did I say? To save others. Sometimes one must first take a life. It's you. Die." Jie Ming trembled with fury, disregarding the threat posed by the ancient corpse, transforming into a streak of sword light that soared towards the rooftop. This time, he had learned well, ignoring the presence of the figure in the conical hat, and directed his sword light straight at his companion. "Stop." The usually composed figure in the conical hat suddenly lost his composure, desperately attempting to thwart the sword's advance. However, Jie Ming, fueled by wrath, was not easily deterred. With a single strike, he sent the figure flying. The momentum of his sword persisted, hurtling towards the comrades of the figure in the hat. With no time to react, The figure could only watch helplessly as Jie Xian Ming's sword aimed for his ally. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resounded from the heavens. A flash of azure light, swift as lightning, intercepted Jie Xian Ming's sword strike. It was a peachwood staff adorned with a gourd. The staff appeared familiar to Jie Xian Ming, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The figure in the conical hat, upon seeing the staff, trembled. It's him. Jie Xian Ming did not recognize it, but the figure remembered clearly. It belonged to the young man who had nonchalantly seated himself in the center of a gathering of strangers. A foolish move for anyone with even a modicum of experience to avoid ambush. Thus, when Qin Yin was expelled by a group of ordinary people, he had assumed he was mistaken. To his astonishment, at this critical moment, that very individual chose to lend assistance. As the two were momentarily distracted, the ancient corpse had already approached Zhang, Sanyi, and Daquan. Faced with the imminent threat of the ancient corpse, Zhang Sanyi was utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Daquan, gritting his teeth, pulled a fist-sized statuette from his pocket, raising it above his head and roaring, "Lord Luo, save me." The roar was thunderous. Yet the statue remained as inert as a lifeless object, devoid of any response. "Roxian, save me," Daquan shouted defiantly. Yet as he witnessed the ancient corpse's hand reaching towards him, the statue remained unyielding. Bewildered, he pondered how the radiant light of the statue, which had once rescued him, now seemed ineffective. "Curse you, Roxian." In a fit of despair, he summoned all his strength and hurled the statue towards the ancient corpse. Provoked by the aura of death, the statue finally reacted, emanating beams of white light, accompanied by an eerie chant and an overwhelming scent of incense. At that moment, Jixinming was engaged in a fierce struggle with the Hat Man. With his companion wielding the peach staff for protection, the Hat Man felt no apprehension, standing firm against Jixinming. The sudden emergence of the chanting and incense aroma caused both to turn in unison, exclaiming in astonishment, "An evil cult." This exclamation prompted a brief exchange of glances between the two combatants, allowing the Hat Man to retreat, declaring, "First, we must vanquish the malevolent deity. We shall settle our scores later. Villain, you shall not escape." Jixinming, fueled by indignation, assumed the Hat Man sought to flee and was unwilling to relent. He unleashed a flurry of spiritual talismans aimed directly at the Hat Man, pursuing him relentlessly. "Foolish child," the Hat Man retorted as he circled around Jixinming, cursing. "If it weren't for my grandfather's 5 ghosts being entangled by those 2 monsters, I would surely show you your place." Amidst their skirmish, the suspended statue and the ancient corpse were not idle. The corpse, seemingly provoked by the incense emanating from the statue, let out a deafening roar, its steel-like claws reaching for the statue. The statue flickered in midair, rising abruptly and emitting a blinding light that pinned the ancient corpse to the ground. While the sinister chant grew louder, the merchant crew, who had been hidden within the building, emerged as if possessed, chanting the incantation and moving towards the statue. Nearly 100 voices recited in unison, even affecting Jixinming and the Hat Man, causing their minds to waver. As the chanting escalated, an elderly man, bathed in a radiant white light and leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from the statue. At this juncture, Jixinming and the Hat Man found themselves devoid of the will to fight, retreating to stabilize their minds through secret techniques. However, as the chanting intensified, their mental clarity began to fade. Suddenly, a thunderous clap jolted them awake. Dingling, a clear, melodious bell chimed from the heavens. Though the sound was soft, it resonated distinctly amidst the cacophony of thunder. As the bell rang, the entranced crowd, lost in the sinister chant, snapped back to reality, gazing at one another in confusion. The Hat Man suddenly spat blood, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, "My 5 ghosts." The figure of Luo Xian, radiating an ethereal white glow, emitted a mournful wail as if subjected to unspeakable torment, desperately attempting to retreat into the statue. At that moment, a clarion voice resonated from the heavens. "I have awaited your emergence for so long. Now that you have appeared, do not retreat." As the words echoed, the sound of bells rang out swiftly, and the sky erupted with flashes of thunder, transforming the pitch-black night into a blinding white. The essence of the cosmos trembled, and divine thunder erupted without restraint, illuminating the 8 directions. "Luo Xian, receive my strike of the jade pivot divine thunder." The spectators looked up to witness the heavens above, where torrents of thunder appeared to be dragged down from the sky by some unseen force. The overwhelming celestial might descended like a mountain, cascading down with ferocity. In their astonishment, the crowd held their breath, momentarily forgetting to flee. The furious lightning intertwined into a web, with a singular point resembling a heavy object plummeting directly towards the statue of Luoxian. In that instant, the decree of the heavens felt as if it were grasped by human hands, transforming into towering bolts of thunder that roared downwards. As the thunder struck the ground, silence followed the great sound, and even the torrential rain seemed to retract in reverence. The crowd barely registered the sound of the thunder before the furious bolts had already engulfed the celestial statue above. The myriad flashes of lightning hung suspended in the air, materializing before the onlookers without any dispersal. It was only then that they discerned the source of the magnificent celestial power, a delicate golden bell. The bell floated in midair, while a figure advanced with purposeful strides amidst the illumination of the thunder. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Luoxian, having just regained some vitality, was sharing wine with a companion in a secluded cave. Ever since the day his magical barrier was breached by the black wind, a knot of anxiety had lodged in his heart, fearing that the individual might trace his essence and uncover his whereabouts. Thus, he had been visiting friends and relatives, too apprehensive to remain in one place for long. Today, in the company of an old friend, he sought to rekindle their bond. As they were engrossed in merriment, Luoxian suddenly felt a voice penetrate his mind. Luoxian, receive my strike of the jade pivot divine thunder. He sprang to his feet, overturning the table, for that voice was unforgettable. His companion, momentarily taken aback, then rose in anger. I kindly invited you for drinks. What is the meaning of this? Ignoring his friend's protest, Luoxian, fear etched on his face, managed to utter 2 words, run away. Before his friend could comprehend the situation, he saw Luoxian's eyes suddenly illuminate. 2 strange patterns flickered with electric light, casting forth radiant beams. In an instant, the entire cave transformed into a sea of thunder. Amidst the roaring thunder, a faint voice echoed, Luoxian, save me. As the thunder erupted within the cave, the radiance from the Sanqing bell gradually dimmed. Only then did the onlookers behold the visage of the newcomer. It's you, exclaimed Zhang Sanyi, Jie Xian Ming, and the hat-wearing man in unison. Although Zhang Sanyi had long anticipated that Chen Yin was no ordinary being, the scene that had just unfolded was so overwhelming that it surpassed all his expectations. In the narrative, he had never heard of any deity possessing such extraordinary abilities. Reflecting on the earlier scene where the merchant caravan had driven away the individual before him, Master Zhang's legs gave way, and he fainted on the spot. Jie Xinming and the man in the hat turned ashen. While the ordinary bystanders remained oblivious to the significance of the scene, they were acutely aware of its implications. Especially Jie Xinming, who, despite considering himself a master of unparalleled prowess, had never encountered such a technique. Such a person had just passed by him, and he hadn't even afforded him a second glance. Chen Yin reached out to grasp the gradually dimming Sanqing bell, savoring the lingering essence of thunderous truth upon its surface. A faint smile gracing his lips. The true jade pivot divine thunder was beyond his capabilities. This act merely involved harnessing the tempestuous weather to draw lightning from the heavens. By employing the preordained upper clear jade pivot 5 thunder true script inscribed on the Sanqing bell, he absorbed the essence of the thunder from the 9 heavens. Subsequently, through the aura of Luoxian, he employed the heart seal technique of circular light to project it into Luoxian's eyes. Chen Yin was certain that after this grand spectacle, even if Luoxian survived, he would tremble at the sound of his voice for years to come. The art of Tao, after all, is not a mere trifling matter. Ever since he employed the exorcism and devourment spell upon the peach branch, he comprehended the essence of the saying, a master leads one to the door, but the journey is one's own. Whether it be the peach staff or the peachwood sword refined from the essence of countless malevolent spirits in the city, including the supreme clear jade pillar's 5 thunder true script recently bestowed upon him, if he merely followed established doctrines, he would eternally tread the paths of others. Though his progress in the way of contemplation was gradual, as long as he kept his mind open, his methods would only multiply. Chen Yin reached out to summon back the peach staff, casually tossing the gourd into the air, allowing himself the leisure to regard those nearby. Feeling the weight of Chen Yin's gaze, both Jie Ximing and the man in the conical had instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. After the gourd completed a circuit around the courtyard, ensnaring the multitude of powerless demons within, Chun Yin addressed the man in the conical hat. All the fiends here have been vanquished. Why do you not promptly release the captives? Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, Jie Ximing felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, standing frozen in shock. If this individual and the man in the conical hat were allies, the prospect of defeating him seemed utterly unattainable. While Jie Ximing remained in a daze, the man in the conical hat did not dare to delay. He cautiously bowed to Chun Yin, his tone considerably more subdued. Yes, Senior, I shall attend to it at once. The man in the conical hat turned to head towards his companions, soon returning with a broodingly handsome young man, who bore a life-sized straw figure. With a swift motion, the young man thrust the wooden pole supporting the straw figure into the ground and delicately extracted a painted ceramic jar from its chest. It was only upon noticing the ribbon around the straw figure's neck that Jie Ximing realized that what he had thought to be a companion was, in fact, merely a construct of straw. The mouth of the painted jar was sealed with a piece of red paper, tightly bound with multicolored threads. The brooding young man cradled the jar with both hands, meticulously reciting an incantation. As he spoke the words, the multicolored threads began to loosen gradually. With a breath, he sent the red paper fluttering, and a throng of bewildered souls emerged from the jar, drifting towards their corporeal forms. It was only when some of the souls were obstructed by Jie Ximing's array and could not return to the main hall that Chun Yin furrowed his brow and scoffed. You have a kind heart, willing to protect such a thing that disregards the lives of others. Upon hearing this, the brooding young man's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. It suddenly dawned on him that it was indeed these individuals who had driven the illustrious figure before him from the main hall. Senior, the young man, drenched in cold sweat, began to explain. Chun Yin waved his hand to interrupt his discourse and turned towards the main hall. As he approached, the array flickered with a momentary brilliance before dimming, causing the multitude of phantoms to return to their corporeal forms. Initially, they were ensnared by the winds of the underworld, then enveloped by the mists of darkness, severing their connection to the vitality of the sun, thus simulating a state of false death. The ancient corpses, devoid of complete intellect, acted solely on instinct. In the absence of sunlight's guidance, as long as their vital essence remained intact, these individuals would be sufficiently safeguarded. As Chun Yin walked and spoke, with each word he uttered, the expression on the face of the stationary Jie Ximing grew increasingly pale. In the midst of such haste, to devise such a method is indeed commendable. Considering your earnest desire to save others, I shall not hold you accountable for matters of the soul. Upon hearing this, the brooding youth immediately felt a sense of relief. However, the next moment, Chun Yin's words plunged him into a chilling abyss. Yet, your 5 ghosts can no longer be retained. Chun Yin casually took a scarecrow and extracted a fragment of a weathered bone from within. The origin of this bone fragment, belonging to an unknown creature, was shrouded in mystery, its surface eroded and appearing as though it could shatter at any moment. Chun Yin cautiously traced the delicate engravings on the surface, silently contemplating their significance as he spoke. To cultivate and train a fierce warrior is no simple endeavor. To act recklessly based on mere fragments is truly a sign of ignorance. If it were not for my fortuitous presence here today, you would surely become fodder for the 5 ghosts within 3 months. A ravenous warrior is at their most perilous state. Do you truly believe that this world would allow you to casually disseminate such malevolent techniques? The brooding youth appeared to have recalled something, gazing at Chun Yin with disbelief. Unable to contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, "How do you know this? It's impossible." Chun Yin cast a fleeting glance at him, ignoring his presence, and turned to Jie Ximing, inquiring, "Pray tell, what enmity do you hold against him that compels you to pursue him relentlessly across such great distances?" Jie Ximing, who had already succumbed to self-doubt, was abruptly roused by Chun Yin's question. With gritted teeth, he glared at the gloomy youth and exclaimed, "Do not be deceived by him. Senior, this scoundrel, in his quest to offer blood to the 5 ghosts, first slaughtered an entire family of 7 in Xiaoling County, and has since left a trail of countless lives lost." Before Jie Ximing could finish his statement, the gloomy youth interrupted, his eyes widening in fury as he glared back. "You insolent wretch, when did I ever commit murder in Xiaoling County?" Jie Ximing, undeterred, shot back with indignation, his eyes burning with fury. "Just half a month ago, the Li family of Xiaoling County treated you with utmost hospitality. Why repay their kindness with betrayal, endangering their lives?" At this accusation, the gloomy youth erupted in outrage, relentlessly questioning Jie Ximing. The Li family comprised 6 members, and they welcomed a painted-skinned demon into their home. Were it not for me, they would have long been devoured by that monster. From whence do you derive such knowledge, and why do you slander me for the murder of that family of 7? Jie Xinming, resolute in his disbelief, retorted loudly. I journeyed to Zhaolin County in search of Thunderstrike Wood and happened upon a servant of the Li family reporting the crime. The scene was suffused with the ghostly aura of your 5 ghosts. Dare you continue to deny it? Since you refuse to see reason, I shall unveil the truth to you today, Jie Xinming declared as he withdrew a compass from his bosom, the needle spinning wildly under his influence. As the needle gradually ceased its tumultuous dance, Jie Xinming's expression darkened. When the needle finally settled, he emitted a gasp of disbelief. How is this possible? The compass of Yunda Mountain never falters. To his astonishment, the still needle pointed directly at Chun Nian's location. The revelation left both Jie Xinming and the gloomy youth in a state of shock as they turned their fearful gazes toward Chun Nian not far away. The compass of Yunda Mountain never falters? Chun Nian cast a glance at the terrified expressions of the two and smiled faintly, saying, How do you intend to deal with me, a nefarious entity known for my bloodshed? Initially locked in a standoff, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously assumed a defensive stance. Their movements elicited a bemused chuckle from Chun Nian, who shook his head and remarked, What? Have you yet to comprehend the situation? As he spoke, he waved his long sleeves, and a flash of dark energy surged forth towards the two. Jie Xinming and the brooding youth, witnessing the dark energy approaching, instinctively took a step back as their talismans and bone shields flew forth in an attempt to intercept the ominous force. However, as the dark energy reached them, it suddenly halted, transforming into a shadowy mass that plummeted to the ground. Instantly, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Chun Nian cast a glance, tinged with a hint of morbid curiosity, at the two individuals who recoiled in horror from the foul stench, feeling considerably uplifted. Earlier, while pursuing the sorcerer, he too had inadvertently been overwhelmed by the noxious odor. Once the two regained their composure and noticed Chun Nian's stillness, they turned their gaze towards the ominous darkness. Upon witnessing the black web and the enormous scorpion, Jie Xinming felt as though the fragmented thoughts in his mind had suddenly coalesced. He glanced at the brooding youth, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, and the hostility in his eyes diminished significantly. Raising the compass, he observed that the needle had shifted, pointing unwaveringly towards the black web. A sense of relief washed over him, and he respectfully bowed to Chun Nian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your life-saving grace. It was my recklessness, and I humbly ask for your leniency. The brooding youth, taken aback by Jie Xinming's abrupt change in demeanor, took several steps back. This little display of hesitation made Chun Nian acutely aware of the saying, the observer is often lost in the moment. Noticing the youth's reaction, Jie Xinming remained silent for a moment before tossing the compass towards him, stating, Take a look for yourself. This scorpion was seized from me by someone earlier, and I was unable to pursue them. The brooding youth hesitated to catch it, allowing the compass to fall to the ground. Only after observing the two did he pick it up. Upon seeing the needle's direction, his brow furrowed momentarily, followed by a drastic change in his expression. The inexplicable occurrence of fortuitous events, Jie Xinming's relentless pursuit, Chun Nian's words, and the looming black web all intertwined in his mind, conjuring a chilling hypothesis that caused him to stagger a few steps, nearly losing his balance. With great effort, the brooding youth steadied himself and, his face devoid of color, inquired of Chun Nian, Is this truly real? Chun Nian gazed into his eyes, which brimmed with helplessness, and sighed, I have vanquished others. The pallid lips of the brooding youth quivered before he spat forth a mouthful of blood, lost in despair as he sank into the mire, murmuring, It's all a lie. All of it. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, staggering away into the distance, laughing maniacally, Ha ha ha, it's all a lie, all of it. Jie Xinming, filled with concern, watched the figure gradually fade into the night and inquired, Senior, what has become of him? The aged musician plucked his strings, igniting a blaze that set the scorpion essence and dark web alight. Shaking his head, he remarked, That was his master. What? Upon hearing this, Jie Xinming's countenance changed drastically. He swiftly picked up the compass from the ground and darted out, calling back as he pursued, I shall investigate. I leave this matter in your capable hands. He too had a master who was both teacher and father figure, and in terms of reverence for his mentor, he felt no less than anyone else. He was acutely aware of the profound impact such a revelation would have on the brooding young man. Chun Yin gazed at the swiftly receding figure of Jie Xinming, murmuring softly, "How can one be so reckless at such an age?" He waved his hand, summoning the various talismans that Jie Xinming had used to arrange the formation, deliberately selecting among them. He dismantled a dozen or so charms and infused them into the fragmented bone he held in his hand. Under the influence of the talismans, the shattered bone levitated, emitting a radiant white glow. Chun Yin furrowed his brow, feeling that something was still amiss. As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon the scarecrow anchored in the ground. And suddenly, inspiration struck him. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned it forth. The straw swiftly intertwined in Chun Yin's skilled fingers, and before long, a grotesque mask, reminiscent of a fearsome deity, took shape. He removed a floating bone fragment, and, after a moment of contemplation, inscribed an almost imperceptible sigil upon it. He then affixed it to the mask. At the instant the bone fragment made contact with the mask, it seemed to resonate with a peculiar energy, instinctively migrating to the forehead. The bone protruded from the temples, rendering the mask even more fearsome in appearance. Chun Yin gazed upon his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. With a casual toss, the mask soared through the air, guided by the essence of Jie Xinming. "Deliver this to that young lad." A fleeting gleam of light flickered and vanished as Chun Yin approached the slumbering Zhang Sanyi and De Quan. "Rise, for if you continue this charade, you may never awaken." Upon hearing his words, the two sprawled on the ground swiftly scrambled to their feet. They turned and knelt, refraining from speech, only bowing repeatedly in reverence. Chun Yin squinted his eyes and coldly snorted, "You are quite adaptable. Pray tell, from whence did this statue originate?" Zhang Sanyi trembled all over, prostrating himself on the ground. Not daring to utter a word, his heart filled with a desire to dismember De Quan immediately. He considered himself an honest and straightforward businessman, comfortably well off, and had always kept his distance from any preaching. Little did he expect that despite his constant vigilance, he would be robbed by his own servants. Beside him, De Quan was shaking uncontrollably, the earlier scene vividly etched in his memory. The strike had come down as if the heavens were in fury, clearly aimed at Luo Xian. Now, confronted by Chun Yin's inquiry, De Quan dared not conceal the truth. Yet, his overwhelming fear rendered him nearly incoherent, and he could only stammer. "It was given by Lord Luo Xian, or rather, by the Lady of Luo Xian. Yes, the Lady Luo Xian." Upon hearing De Quan's nonsensical ramblings, Chun Yin furrowed his brow and instinctively pointed his peachwood staff towards him, intending to steady his nerves. However, De Quan, mistaking the gesture for an impending attack, was instantly paralyzed with terror, remaining utterly motionless on the ground. Chun Yin, rendered speechless, was taken aback to discover the extent of his own fearsome presence. He cast a glance at the crowd whose souls had just returned to their bodies, contemplated for a moment, and then retrieved the Sanqing bell from his bosom once more. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a melodious chime resonated throughout the surroundings. The celestial aura of the Taishang star seemed to respond without pause. The clear and resounding tones, accentuated by the bell as chiming, imbued the air with an unparalleled tranquility. As the sound subsided, the gathered individuals, regaining their composure, felt an unprecedented clarity in their hearts, their worries dissipating entirely. One by one, they bowed deeply before Chun Yin, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unmoved by their gestures of reverence. With a stoic expression, he turned to De Quan and inquired, "Can we converse civilly now?" De Quan, whose emotions had only just begun to settle, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Divine Lord, spare me. It was I who accompanied Master Zhang to Yinxian County to transport grain, and there, a sorcerer sold this to me. The sorcerer claimed that I would encounter a calamity of blood on my return journey, and that I needed a divine statue to avert disaster. In a moment of folly, I made the purchase. Divine Lord, I truly did not realize this was an evil deity. Had I known, even with tenfold courage, I would not have dared to touch it. Please, Divine Lord, spare me." With each word, De Quan grew increasingly agitated, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Zhang Sanyi, upon hearing this, was infuriated to the point of explosion. Ignoring Chun Yin's presence, he lunged at De Quan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. "You would bring about my ruin. Are you intent on my destruction? The Zhang family has treated you well. How could you turn out like this?" De Quan lay flat on the ground, shielding his head with his hands. not daring to evade the onslaught. Chen Yin observed Zhang Sanye's performance with a cold gaze, remaining silent while a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. How could there be a sorcerer involved in this matter? Is he a disciple of Luo Xian? Or perhaps, as Zhang Sanye's actions grew increasingly forceful, Chen Yin calmly interjected, "That is enough." Although Zhang Sanye harbored resentment, his actions were primarily for Chen Yin's benefit. Upon hearing Chen Yin's words, he hastily ceased his aggression, secretly scrutinizing Chen Yin's expression, and bitterly remarked, "Were it not for the Divine Lord's inquiries regarding you, I would have surely ended your wretched life today." Chen Yin cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Sanye, disregarding him entirely, and turned to De Quan, instructing, "Please recount in detail the encounter you had with that sorcerer." De Quan, prone on the ground, momentarily set aside his pain, drawing in sharp breaths as he recounted, "On that day, Sanye went to inspect the grain and tasked me with preparing feed for the mules and horses. Suddenly, a sorcerer appeared out of nowhere and obstructed my path, insisting on reading my fortune. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with him. Yet he began to unveil numerous private matters concerning my household, some of which even Sanye was unaware. In a moment of folly, I became entranced by his words and accepted this divine statue from him. I truly had no inkling that it harbored malevolent powers." Upon hearing this, Chen Yin furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. He pressed further, inquiring about the sorcerer's appearance and his demeanor towards the statue. Were there any other revelations? De Quan, hesitant to speak frivolously, promptly divulged the details. The sorcerer appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a long beard and exuding an extraordinary presence. Otherwise, I would not have been so easily deceived. He did not provide any further information, merely instructing me not to disclose anything about the statue to others, lest its powers be compromised. As for his attitude towards the statue, De Quan paused, a look of regret crossing his face as he remarked, "How could I have overlooked this?" In hindsight, although the sorcerer extolled the statue's virtues to an extraordinary degree, his words seemed to treat it as an ordinary object, lacking the reverence one would expect. When he departed, he didn't spare it even a glance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin's mind stirred, and clarity dawned upon him. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme specifically targeting Zhang Sanye. Even if they had not encountered the torrential rain or stayed in the desolate manor, the merchant caravan would undoubtedly face other malevolent beings on their return journey. What Chen Yin finds perplexing is that Master Zhang San is merely a merchant. Even if he possesses considerable wealth, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant the machinations of Luo Xian against him. Furthermore, regarding the identity of the sorcerer, it appears that he is neither a follower of Luo Xian nor a disciple, suggesting an entirely different affiliation. Contemplating this, Chen Yin turned to Master Zhang San and inquired, "Have you recently offended anyone?" Master Zhang San was momentarily taken aback, but soon as if struck by a revelation, he cautiously asked Chen Yin, "Are you suggesting that this is directed at me?" Instead of providing a direct answer, Chen Yin continued to inquire, "But have you thought about it?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhang San was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Although Chen Yin did not provide a clear response, his attitude spoke volumes. However, Zhang Sanye pondered for a long time without arriving at any conclusions. With a furrowed brow, he addressed Chen Yin, stating, "The Zhang family is merely a humble merchant, always treating others with kindness. Recently, I have been preoccupied with transporting grain and truly do not understand." The mere mention of grain instantly alerted Chen Yin, prompting him to interrupt Zhang Sanye, inquiring, "Wait, what exactly are you transporting?" Previously, Chen Yin's attention had been fixated on Luo Xian and the array of malevolent beings, neglecting the specifics of the merchant convoy's cargo. Now, upon Zhang Sanye's mention, speculations began to swirl in his mind. Grain, over 1,000 stones of it. Though Zhang Sanye was bewildered, he answered candidly, "First, firewood, then grain." What precisely was Luo Xian scheming? Was he contemplating rebellion? Upon hearing Zhang Sanye's response, Chen Yin, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, suddenly darkened in countenance, startling Zhang Sanye. Firewood and grain. These are the essentials that cannot be overlooked. And with Luo Xian reaching for such critical supplies, his ambitions were undoubtedly significant. To where are you transporting this grain? What are the prices? Zhang Sanye could not fathom why a celestial figure would suddenly exhibit concern for grain prices. Yet, driven by the instinct of a grain merchant, he responded without hesitation, "Recently, The grain prices in several surrounding prefectures have surged dramatically. Premium japonica rice is priced at 1,800 coins per stone, brown rice at 1,400 coins, and wheat is even pricier, at 3,800 coins per stone, reflecting an increase of over 30% compared to the norm. Curiously, despite the favorable weather conditions over the past 2 years in Dingzhou, leading to a bountiful harvest, grain prices continued to escalate. Consequently, many affluent households began stockpiling grain. In previous years, such anomalies would have prompted government investigations. Yet this year, there had been no such actions, leading many to speculate that perhaps the court intended to open up new lands. Open up new lands? With a slight arch of his brow, Chun Yin felt an inexplicable weight to the term he had just encountered, though its specific meaning eluded him. However, his mind was preoccupied by another remark from Zhang Sanyi. The mention of wealthy households stockpiling grain conjured images of the esteemed official Su from Xinfeng County. Su had amassed no less than 5,000 stones of grain, orchestrated by a nascent rat demon lurking in the shadows. If such influential figures were indeed backed by similar entities, combined with Luo Xian's actions against grain merchants, the situation was undoubtedly more complex than Zhang Sanyi's simple allusion to pioneering. This was a calculated manipulation of grain prices, a conspiracy that spanned several surrounding prefectures. Even a mere rat demon could become embroiled in such grand schemes, suggesting a depth of intrigue far beyond Luo Xian's capabilities. First it was firewood, now grain. What nefarious plot were these demons concocting? And what of the court? The fluctuation of grain prices was intrinsically linked to the stability of the realm, and such anomalies were traditionally anathema to the ruling powers. Yet this time, the court remained conspicuously indifferent, hinting at ulterior motives. Zhang Sanyi, consumed by anxiety, watched as Chun Yin sank into contemplation, as though awaiting a fateful decree. If that Luo Xian truly had designs on him, the eminent figure before him might be his only beacon of hope. Yet, he could scarcely fathom what price he could offer to sway such a divine being. After all, this was a living deity. Zhang Sanyi's trivial machinations were crystal clear to Chun Yin, but he paid them no heed. Instead, he reiterated his inquiry. To which destination do you intend to transport this grain? It was only then that Zhang Sanyi recalled, in his fervor to discuss grain prices, he had neglected to answer Chun Yin. He hastily replied, to Danyang Prefecture. The city is densely populated, leading to significant consumption. The surge in grain prices is most pronounced in the surrounding cities. Chun Yin cast a glance at the room, filled with over 1,000 stones of grain, made a rough estimation, and inquired, how long have you been transporting grain from Xishan County to Danyang Prefecture? Are there others still trading grain from Xishan County? Zhang Sanyi appeared slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that Chun Yin would express interest in such matters. After a moment's thought, he replied, in the past 2 months, we have made approximately 10 trips. Besides our group, there are 3 other grain merchants utilizing this route. But do you carry this much grain each time? Chun Yin pressed. Zhang Sanyi shook his head, not necessarily. On the lesser occasions, we transport around 500 to 600 stones, while on more abundant trips, it can reach over 1,000 stones. Danyang Prefecture has a limited number of mules and horses. They cannot transport more than that. However, in total, we have likely moved around 5,000 to 6,000 stones. Upon hearing the news, Chun Yin furrowed his brow slightly. The Chun family estate in Lishui County was considered a prominent household. Although its origins were somewhat disreputable, they were well acquainted with their own lands. The finest paddy fields yielded only 2 to 3 shur per mu, while the inferior dry land produced less than 2 shur per mu. As for the impoverished fields, an output of 1 shur per mu was already a fortunate occurrence. This 6,000 shur represented nearly 3,000 mu of prime paddy fields, and that was merely the yield for the Zhang family. Xishan, as its name implies, is a mountainous region with a maximum of 200,000 mu of arable land, of which the fertile fields could at best constitute 1/5, and likely even less, if the other 3 families are similarly situated. A rough estimate suggests that within a mere 2 months, Xishan County has already dispatched nearly 1/10 of its harvest to Danyang Prefecture. Furthermore, taking into account the grain hoarded by local affluent families and daily consumption, it can be deduced that at least a quarter of Xishan County's grain reserves have already been depleted this year alone. At this rate, including Chin's grain, they might barely manage to last until next year's harvest. However, calculations are not this straightforward. Once grain prices rise by more than 50%, the impoverished populace will face a dire shortage of food, quickly descending into panic, which in turn would exacerbate the surge in grain prices. The most effective method to curb grain prices is for the court to intervene and impose price controls. Yet, given the current indifference of the court, such an intervention seems unlikely. One cannot dismiss the possibility that the court may seek to exploit this situation to root out various cults. However, to gamble with the lives of millions as collateral is a grave risk. In a multitude of prefectures, to abandon them so easily demonstrates remarkable audacity and callousness. A sudden gleam of cold light erupted from Chen Yan's eyes. No wonder malevolent beings lurked everywhere, and evil spirits flourished. The grievances of millions of common folk had accumulated, giving rise to an unknown number of demons and monsters. This realization instantly filled Chen Yan with a sense of powerlessness. In the face of such a systematic conspiracy, the strength of an individual seemed exceedingly feeble. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Resignation had never been his style. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. It is often said that extraordinary occurrences indicate the presence of malevolence. Since you wish to sow chaos, be prepared for the consequences of my righteous extermination of demons and consumption of their wickedness. With a narrowed gaze, Chen Yan solemnly inquired of Elder Zhang San. Having spent years trading grain in distant lands, are you aware of the regions where grain prices have surged the most? With his extensive expertise cultivated over many years, Elder Zhang San readily responded. Apart from Danyang Prefecture, there are also Zhanyuan Prefecture, Qingchuan Prefecture, and Yiyang Prefecture. Other areas, such as Wanqing Prefecture, have also been affected. But due to their considerable distance, the price increase is not significant. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan inquired, do you possess a map? This question startled Master Zhang San, causing him to drop to his knees with a thud, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he replied, forgive me, esteemed immortal, but I truly do not have such an item. To harbor a map in secret could result in a death sentence. As he spoke, Zhang San furtively glanced around, seizing the opportunity to signal frantically to Chen Yan while others were distracted. Chen Yan suddenly understood and chose not to inquire further. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared, in that case, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Master Zheng was left utterly dumbfounded. This was not what had been agreed upon. Shouldn't the celestial being have summoned him privately, allowing him the opportunity to ingratiate himself? How could he simply depart without warning? Chen Yan advanced a few steps while holding his peach staff, suddenly halting in his tracks. Zhang Sen thought for a moment that Chen Yan had changed his mind, and a flicker of hope arose within him. However, he soon heard Chen Yan turn and inquire, have you ever heard of the Jingshan Academy? Zhang San, with a quick roll of his eyes, responded, I am merely a humble merchant and have not delved into the matters of scholars. I have never heard of Jingshan Academy. However, as it is an academy, it must be home to numerous students. With the imperial examinations approaching, if the esteemed immortal happens to pass through, it would be prudent to visit Danyang Prefecture. Perhaps someone there might know of it. Zhang San did not possess the audacity to directly invite Chen Yan along, so he opted for this subtle probe, reasoning that if it was indeed on their way, Chen Yan would likely not refuse if he were interested. Just as he was calculating his chances, a youthful voice suddenly resonated from the main hall. Jingshan Academy? The young man remarked, I have indeed heard my teacher mention it in passing. The unexpected interruption cast a shadow over Zhang San's countenance. Yet he dared not express his displeasure in front of Chen Yan. The voice continued, it seems that Jingshan Academy is located somewhere in the vicinity of Shenzhou. Though my teacher did not specify the exact location, and I am unaware of it myself. Chen Yan turned his gaze back, and the speaker was one among a group of students, presumably in his 20s, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of elegance. If one were to overlook the damp stain in his nether region, he could indeed be deemed a handsome figure. However, despite his timidity, this individual possessed an astonishingly thick skin. Not flinching at Chen Yan's glance, he continued, to reach the Shenzhou Prefecture, one must pass through Danyang. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you along the way, hoping to receive your protection. Chen Yan gazed at the young man's expression and, with a bemused smile, remarked, you wish for me to serve as your bodyguard? You certainly possess a keen sense of calculation. Are you not concerned about incurring my wrath? The young man, with a solemn demeanor, clasped his hands in salute and replied, as the sage once said, those who are sincere shall find their own way. I earnestly extend my invitation, and I trust that you shall not take offense. Chen cast a glance at him and shook his head, saying, the teachings of the sage are not meant to be applied in such a manner. The sage also stated, I know the words. I nurture my lofty spirit, If you truly adhere to the sage's teachings and cultivate a robust spirit, all malevolent beings in the world would steer clear of you. Why then should you be so fearful? I know the words, I nurture my lofty spirit. This phrase left the youth in a state of bewilderment. Despite his self-assurance of being well-versed in literature and deeply influenced by the sage's teachings, he had never encountered this statement before. Which sage uttered such words? And why had he never heard of it? What, pray tell, is this lofty spirit? Confounded, the youth turned to his companions, seeking their insight. Yet, he found them equally perplexed, their expressions mirroring his own ignorance, as if they, too, had never heard of it. Although the youth felt a sense of confusion, he reasoned that if such an eminent figure claimed it was a sage's utterance, it must indeed be so. He would not be deceived. Could it possibly be a lost manuscript from a revered sage? Contemplating this, the youth bowed deeply and, with a sincere expression, addressed Chun, saying, I am but a dullard, unaware of which sage imparted these words. Is there a complete text? I humbly request your guidance, and I shall be eternally grateful. The surrounding scholars, witnessing this, simultaneously bowed in respect, exclaiming, We also implore you to share your wisdom. We would be immensely grateful. Those participating in the examination were at least of a scholar's standing. Aside from the mere rote learners, how many fools could there be? To Chun, this was merely an offhand remark, yet to these scholars, it bore profound significance. Even a fragment of such words would suffice for them to distinguish themselves amidst the multitude of scholars. Should they be fortunate enough to hear the entirety and propagate it, they would establish a new school of thought. In a rain-soaked night, they encountered a sage in their misfortune. Recognizing their sincerity, they were to receive the sage's teachings. With skill, talent, and a trending topic all converging, should they manage to excel, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. Upon this realization, the group of scholars found themselves breathing with a newfound urgency. What was happening? Zhang San and his companions stood there, utterly baffled, gazing at the unfolding scene. Wasn't it merely a question about directions? How had it transformed into a quest for knowledge? Even Shin had not anticipated such a turn of events, however. The youth's words instantly triggered his understanding. After all, this was not the same world, and the teachings of Mencius had yet to reach this place. Qin Yin was reluctant to entangle himself with these individuals any further. He shook his head and said, It was merely a casual remark. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Upon the utterance of Chun Yin's words, the scholars present felt their spirits plummet. However, the young man, seemingly convinced of Chun Yin's possession of sage writings, gritted his teeth and knelt upon the muddy ground, prostrating himself in a profound gesture of reverence. He implored earnestly, I am willing to disperse my servants and remain by your side, serving you faithfully. I beseech you, grant me the fortune of hearing the teachings of the sages. The surrounding scholars were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the youth with incredulity. They were fellow townsmen, well aware of the young man's scholarly prowess. With the examination approaching, had he lost his senses? A concerned friend could no longer restrain himself and urged, Brother Zhou, with your esteemed lineage and talents, you are more than capable of achieving the highest honors. Why resort to this? The young man, however, did not respond to his friend's counsel but continued to beseech Chen Yan, I implore you, kind sir, grant me this opportunity. While others were captivated by the notion of sage writings, his heart was drawn to the principle of nurturing a spirit of righteousness, compelling all malevolent forces to retreat. Though Qin Yin had spoken those words casually, the young man firmly believed that the individual before him was far from aimless in his assertions. With a faint smile, Chun Yin shook his head and said, You have mistaken the person. I possess nothing that you seek. The young man appeared not to hear Chun Yin's words, persistently bowing before him and imploring, I beseech you, sir, show mercy. Upon witnessing Chun Yin's expression darken, his friend immediately knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and imploring, Sir, please temper your wrath. My brother Zhou was merely consumed by an earnest desire for knowledge and had no intention of pressuring you. I beseech you, let him go unscathed this time. The youth, however, paid no heed to his friend's words, appearing as if driven to madness. As he continued to bow and fervently plead, I implore your mercy, esteemed sir. Chen Yin remained unmoved, for he was no saint. He could not be swayed merely by the act of others bowing before him. If the teachings of the sages were entrusted to the unworthy and deliberately distorted, it would merely serve as a means to deceive the populace. The insidiousness of such corruption was no less than that of the demons that filled the sky. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "What is your name?" The youth, filled with elation upon hearing this, promptly replied, "I am Zhou Ziren, a student, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed teacher." However, Chun Yin shook his head and stated, "I have already mentioned that what you seek is not with me. To call me teacher is a title you have yet to merit." The delight on Zhou Ziren's face instantly froze, and he bent once more, eager to express something further. Yet, Chun Yin offered him no opportunity to speak. He unsheathed his peachwood staff and turned away, striding into the encroaching darkness, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. Only the vast, dim night remained, echoing with his resonant voice. "However, in recognition of your earnestness and thirst for knowledge, I shall impart a single piece of wisdom. Reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing myriad miles. Once you have journeyed far and wide, experiencing the tribulations of the world, you will naturally comprehend what it means to possess righteous spirit. Should you still wish to learn at that time, I shall seek you out." Chun Yin understood very well that although Zhou Ziren appeared to be a fervent and diligent student, he was, in fact, the most opportunistic among this group of scholars. His various behaviors were merely a delusion, attempting to exchange a moment of misfortune for a lifetime of opportunity. Should he succeed, it would be splendid. Even if he did not, the praise disseminated by his peers would afford him a reputation not to be scorned. Such opportunists may initially possess lofty ambitions, viewing this as a trial, but once faced with continuous setbacks and realizing that no one is there to rescue them, their true nature will be revealed. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. As for Zhou Ziren, if he could traverse even 20 miles, Chun Yin would regard him with newfound respect. The path of the sage lies in action, not mere words. No matter how eloquently one speaks, if they fail to act, they are deemed failures. Zhou Ziren knelt in place, gazing at Chun Yin's silhouette disappearing into the night, remaining silent for a long while. Is it not better to experience the hardships of the world than to read countless books? He murmured to himself as he rose, bowing to his friend, "Thank you, brother Sun, for your righteous words." His friend, surnamed Sun, noticed a peculiar expression on his face and inquired with concern, "Are you well, brother Zhou?" Zhou Ziren wiped his face with his sleeve and smiled. "Yes, quite well. Only today have I realized how to practice the way of the sages." He straightened his muddy garments, formally addressing his friend, "I wish to follow your advice and travel far and wide for my studies. Would you care to accompany me?" Brother Sun, seeing Zhou Ziren's earnest expression, Sun initially thought him to be deluded. "Brother, are you serious?" Zhou Ziren replied with sincerity. "To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is sufficient. My mind is made up. If you are unwilling, please convey my intentions to my family upon your return." Sun scrutinized Zhou Ziren closely, ensuring he was not in a state of delusion, and after a moment of deliberation, he grumbled, "Having a friend like you is truly unfortunate." Zhou Ziren burst into hearty laughter and embraced his friend, exclaiming, "With a friend like you, what more could I desire?" Sun pushed Zhou Ziren away, feigning disgust. "Get lost. I'm worried about how to explain this to your mother. Besides, without my supervision, with your stubborn nature, you want to even make it 100 miles before starving on the road." Just as the two exchanged passionate glances, a weak voice interrupted. "Young master, if you both leave, what am I to do?" Chun Yin has not truly ventured far. His reluctance to become deeply entangled with these individuals does not imply that he can idly watch as a multitude of people falls victim to malevolent forces. Luoxian has, from a distance, suffered a counterfeit version of the Jade Pivot Divine Thunder and is likely to remain out of sight for the time being. The destruction of the deity's statue is something that the mastermind orchestrating Zhang Sanye's schemes is presumably still unaware of. The long-standing plan is exceedingly clear. Rather than merely contemplating solutions to the food crisis, it is far more prudent to identify the root of the problem and address it directly. The recent clues point to the mastermind behind the schemes involving Master Zhang San. According to Daquan's account, this individual shares a rather intricate relationship with Luo Xian. The nature of their connection remains to be thoroughly investigated. Chun Yin gazed into the distance at the caravan, lightly waving the dust whisk in his hand and resting it in the crook of his arm. This whisk was the sole tangible token bestowed upon him by the Exorcism Institute after resolving the issues plaguing Xinfen County. It bore no name, yet its quality was extraordinary. The handle, crafted from white jade, and the bristles, woven from silken threads, evoked the gentle rippling of water, reminiscent of a babbling brook. His peachwood staff had been transformed into a hairpin, elegantly placed atop his head. causing his once ebony locks to shimmer with the hues of silver under the sun's radiant light. Clad in a moon-white undergarment, complemented by a cerulean Taoist robe, he exuded an ethereal presence, reminiscent of celestial beings. The gourd, which originally hung from his staff, had been reduced to the size of a thumb and now dangled at his waist as an accessory, given his current elevated status. Should he dare to balance this makeshift prison upon his head for even a fleeting moment, the Western Court's censor would surely descend from the heavens, ready to sever his head from his shoulders. Chun Yin's heart was immensely reassured as he glanced at the inscription of the Exorcism Court. The information it bore instilled in him a profound sense of security. Yuga, left Grand Judge of the Northern Exorcism Court, Recorder of Fengdu Taixian, Chief Judge of Fengdu, Deputy Judge of the Northern Fengdu General Recording Court, in the dispatch of the Second Officer, Fengdu's Fierce General, and the 8 Generals of the Inner Altar of Fengdu. Achievements: 204, with over 300 practitioners of the law, promoted to the position of the true official in charge of the Northern Exorcism Court. Granted the Northern Mystic Heavenly Secret Talisman, and elevated to the Great Judge of the Yuxing Court, overseeing the ghostly affairs of the Northern Fengdu. Additionally, he was tasked with dispatching the 4 generals of the Straight Altar. The appointment of a mortal judge to a talismanic position is not merely ceremonial. It constitutes a genuine celestial office. Although the position of true official in the Northern Exorcism Court is merely an 8th-grade official, it signifies that he has truly acquired celestial status. The Great Judge of the Yuxing Court, on the other hand, is an authentic 6th-grade celestial official. The black laws of the Northern Emperor Fengdu represent the most stringent doctrine of the Taoist tradition. Yet, it is also the pathway to advancement that offers the swiftest progression, unmatched by any other. Unlike the progression in the Jade Register of the Supreme Heavenly Altar, it consists of only 3 levels and 9 grades, without further subdivisions. Under equivalent conditions, the advancement rate of a Black Law Master is double that of others. Even in the Northern Exorcism Court, within the Jade Register of the Supreme Heavenly Altar, it stands as a unique entity. The Tianshu Court, Exorcism Court, Shinshao, and Jade Palace. Only the judges and grand judges of the Exorcism Court can currently serve as practitioners in the Nanchang Upper Palace. This term may sound convoluted and appears obscure, yet it represents a tangible path to immortality. In addition to the self-cultivation methods of the upper purity, there exists the path of rebirth through refinement. The Southern Polar Zhuling Fire Court possesses the Nanchang Upper Palace's Refinement Division, dedicated to refining mortal judges, capable of restoring the Yin souls to Yang and achieving the Yang spirit, even if one's path is cut short. As long as no laws are transgressed in pursuit of merit, one will still attain the status of a 9-palace immortal, although the subsequent path may be severed. Relegating one to a mere celestial clerk, it still places them among the ranks of immortals. Should one achieve a complete path, they would become a Jade Purity Saint, merging with the Tao, attaining high respect, serving alongside the 3 Pure Ones, and standing equal to all saints, worthy of the title Heavenly Venerable. This is the profound foundation of the Taoist teachings. With this underpinning, Chun Yin's mindset blossomed with vitality. He once again retrieved the map he had obtained from Zhang San Yi and perused it. Observing the soaring grain prices in the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou, he traced a contour with his finger on the map, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Passive endurance was never in his nature. If the monsters ahead could elucidate their reasoning, he might consider it. However, if they could not, he would proceed according to his own methods. With a swift flick of the ancient feather duster, 2 branches were drawn from the nearby pine tree and placed at either end of the map. The 2 strands of water silk on the duster snapped, securely fastening the map to the branches, thus creating a grand scroll. The scroll curled into a roll, soared into the air, and adhered to the back of the aged figure. A new guise unveiled. His subsequent actions would undoubtedly be more ostentatious. The alias crafted in Xinfeng County to conceal his identity had become obsolete. The newly appointed city god, still finding his footing, would face incessant troubles if anyone traced back to his disguise. Moreover, this very map might hold the key to resolving his dilemmas. Chun Yin adjusted the 5-mountain spiritual diagram crown secured by a peach hairpin and stepped forward. It was said that without having undergone the celestial immortal great oath, he was not permitted to wear the crown. Yet, Chun Yin remained unconcerned. The stringent regulations of the Chuanjin sect did not pertain to him. A judge of the upper clarity and northern emperor, in the eyes of the Black Law Master, Promoting the unity of the three teachings under the Chuanjian banner could warrant the expulsion of all, including those beneath the benevolent emperor. I acknowledge that some Chuanjian brothers are watching. I beg your forgiveness. This is merely an interpretation based on the laws and not an intentional slander against Chuanjian. Within the merchant caravan, the figure of Daquan was conspicuously absent from beside Lord Zhongshan. The entire caravan had taken on an unusual silence. It is only natural that anyone aware of being targeted by malevolent forces would find no joy, particularly Lord Zhongshan, who had worn a frown, had exhausted all his efforts to keep the group intact, leaving him little energy to attend to other matters. Only a few scholars, who had managed to infiltrate the group, whispered among themselves about the also missing Zhou Ziren. With the examination approaching and two formidable competitors gone, one would expect the scholars to feel elated. However, instead of delight, they felt as though they had missed some fortuitous opportunity, resorting to backbiting as a means to mask their inner emptiness. The caravan traversed the wooded paths. Although it was a designated route, the recent torrential rains had rendered it difficult to navigate. As they proceeded, Lord Zhongshan sensed something amiss, despite the caravan's gloom. The surrounding stillness was disconcerting. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced around and recognized the scenery as eerily familiar, as if he had traversed it before. "Stop!" Lord Zhongshan shouted, leaping off the donkey cart to gaze ahead. A ghost wall. The myriad of wool tracks on the ground sent a chill down his spine. The ghost wall was something every seasoned merchant was familiar with, but to ensnare a 100-person caravan in broad daylight was unheard of. As if sensing Zhongshan's awareness of the anomaly, a chilling wind swept through the daylight, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhongshan jumped back onto the cart and bellowed, "Everyone, step out to relieve yourselves. Eru, take out the death blade and bring the vermilion for the men." His voice echoed far and wide. The caravan's crew, seasoned veterans of the trade, immediately understood that something was amiss. Being impoverished men, they had little concern for propriety, and the youths hastily approached a small bucket on the cart to relieve themselves. However, before the collection of the boys' urine could be completed, a thick fog suddenly surged through the forest, enveloping the caravan, obscuring them from one another in mere moments. Witnessing this scene, Zhongshan felt a surge of panic and shouted, "Stay in place. Do not move recklessly. The boys' urine possesses strong yang energy. They will not dare to approach. If you lack any, bite your tongue or your middle finger." They refer to the indistinct figures swaying within the mist. These silhouettes do not approach, merely lingering in the fog, incessantly causing disturbance. The sheer number of them sets Zhongshan's nerves on edge. Helpless, he stands atop the vehicle, calling out relentlessly. In the wilderness, encountering malevolent forces, one must not show fear. At this moment, should the guiding voice fade, the courage of the crowd would dissipate, resulting in chaos, a fate akin to fish on a chopping block. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of a tiger echoes from behind him, causing Zhongshan to feel as though his throat has been seized, his voice abruptly silenced. Trembling all over, he slowly turns his head, only to be met by the imposing visage of a massive tiger. Its fierce eyes glint with predatory intent, fixated upon him, truly a sight of hungry vigilance. As Zhongshan turns to look, the tiger rises from the forest, unleashing another resounding roar. A foul stench, accompanied by a raging wind, assaults his senses. As the phantoms surrounding him surge toward the merchant caravan, "My life is forfeit," Zhongshan exclaims, raising a hand in futile defense. Despair washing over him as he closes his eyes. Just then, a melodious voice resonates, drawing near. The tiger, a harbinger of doom, roars through the mountains, a vivid tableau of predation. Initially, the sound seems to come from a distance of 2 or 3 miles, but with a second listen, it is alarmingly close. Summoning courage, Zhongshan opens his eyes, only to find a colossal shadow looming above him. "Mother!" he gasps, looking up to see the tiger. Jazagape lunging toward him. Fear grips him, rendering him weak-kneed, as he nearly collapses against the carriage. Yet, he discovers himself suspended in an uncanny posture, defying gravity. "Yes, do not move." Upon hearing the voice, Zhongshan recalls that he is not alone. He turns toward the sound and sees nearby a massive scroll unfurling in midair. A white-haired man, wielding a jade whisk, masterfully dances with dust threads upon the canvas. The man is focused, seemingly oblivious to the menacing tiger and the phantoms. Absorbed in his artistry, the ferocious tiger, the grotesque spirits, and the panicked caravan members are all frozen in place, unable to move. In moments of anxiety, one's perception of time stretches infinitely. Zhang Sanyi feels as though the white-haired man has labored for an entire hour before finally pausing. The tangible yet intangible. How perplexing. It appears that he must invite you all into the painting for a dialogue. Zhang Sanyi, startled, is about to plead for mercy when he hears the man continue. In the dreamlike landscape, one perceives colors. The mountains and seas are distant, yet the spirits connect. The scroll unfurls in response, soaring into the sky, extending over a length of more than a mile, enveloping the entire caravan beneath it. Ladies and gentlemen, please. As soon as the word please was uttered, Master Zhang Sanyi beheld, with astonishment, the fierce tiger before him gradually ascending into the sky. His eyes widened in disbelief. And as he turned to gaze elsewhere, he discovered that numerous figures were soaring into the air. Against the backdrop of the mist, those silhouettes appeared ethereal, as if they had transformed into celestial beings, ascending to the heavens. A distant exclamation echoed, "Is that the ascension cliff?" It was then that Zhang Sanyi realized he had regained his ability to move, though he was unaware of when it had occurred. As the figures dispersed, the aerial scroll slowly curled up, eventually condensing into a 3-foot-long painting that flew behind the elderly man with white hair. He flicked his dust whisk and draped it over his arm without casting a glance at Zhang Sanyi, declaring in a resonant voice, "What is this ascension cliff? How does it bear such resemblance to my painting?" His words, though softly spoken, resonated far and wide. The one who had exclaimed responded loudly, "I have only heard from others that south of Chanyang Prefecture, at the Billion Mountain, there exists a celestial abode known as the Ascension Cliff, perpetually bathed in multicolored glows, allowing one to ride the clouds and soar to the heavens. The specifics? I am not quite certain." The white-haired man raised an eyebrow, non-committally acknowledging, "I see, thank you." He then flicked his whisk again, preparing to depart. Observing this, Zhang Sanyi felt a surge of urgency. Was he truly so disregarded that this esteemed figure would leave without acknowledgment? He stepped forward hastily, imploring, "Sir, please stay." The elderly man paused, casting a glance at him and inquiring, "What do you want?" Zhang Sanyi wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously replied, "I dare not forget the grace of your rescue. May I ask for your esteemed name? We shall surely honor you with a longevity shrine upon our return, offering our reverence day and night." At this, the man smiled softly, and the painting behind him slightly unfurled, from which a delicate white crane emerged. In a dreamlike state, colors come into view. Across mountains and seas, spirits commune. The crane circled gracefully in the air, expanding to a length of 10 feet, and the man stepped forth to sit upon it. The crane then soared toward the horizon, leaving behind a lingering melody. Do you not hear? In the illusion of travel, we share the journey. How can I ride the crane across the east and west? In this chance encounter, all are but passers-by. There is no need for such formality. Zhang Sanyi, having escaped a calamity, gazed at the figure disappearing into the sky, uncertain whether to weep or to rejoice. Unbeknownst to him, the exalted figure had already landed 20 miles away. This method of gathering energy to assume form seemed impressive, yet it was far from convenient. Its sole merit lay in its visual flair and intimidating presence. Lacking the ability to fly, one could traverse the ground more swiftly. Alas, the cultivation of thought required patience. Otherwise, once the Tao body was established, there would be no need to traverse the earth daily. Chen Yan let out a soft mutter, waving his hand to unfurl the scroll, releasing the tiger demon from within. As the demon emerged, it emitted a low growl and charged towards Chen Yan, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. This tiger demon was not quite right. The aged figure paused momentarily, the tiger demon once again suspended in midair. He scrutinized the appearance of the tiger demon, and the more he observed, the more unsettling it became. Despite the presence of numerous malevolent spirits, this tiger demon exuded an untamed ferocity, utterly devoid of any semblance of awakened intelligence. Something is amiss. With a swift flick of the ancient feather duster, dust particles scattered, extracting dozens of essences from the tiger demon. These essences dispersed, each one suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yan's expression darkened as he waved his hand, releasing all the specters from the painting. What a cunning scheme! What ruthless tactics! The dozens of specters stood in an orderly line before him, and Chen Yan squinted his eyes slightly. Remarkably, these specters bore an uncanny resemblance to the tiger demon, each devoid of reason, their souls lost in a haze. It was one thing for the tiger demon to be artificially conjured, But to find that the specters had also been stripped of their intellect and fed directly to the tiger demon was shocking. What troubled Chun Yin the most was the realization that all these specters had once been devotees of the immortal Luo. What connection did this individual have with the immortal Luo? Chun Yin began to grasp the motivations behind using the followers of the immortal Luo to nourish a tiger. Even if these specters had lost their minds, the moment the peculiar scriptures of the immortal Luo were invoked, they might instantly turn against the tiger demon they had birthed. This was, in essence, a trap. There was no more startling display than the immediate transformation of the spectral beings. The scheme continued, indicating that this individual was still unaware that the statue had been destroyed. Perhaps the immortal Luo had been severely struck by the heavenly thunder and dared not reveal himself, severing all connections. Or perhaps the ties between them were inherently infrequent, sacrificing so many followers, all for a mere grain merchant? No matter how Chun Yin pondered, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, the scant information at his disposal left him unable to deduce any clear reasoning. He shook his head, resolved to cease the futile exertion of his mind, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the multitude of wraiths into the gourd. Chun Yin addressed the untamed tiger demon, stating, "To conduct an inspection of the black laws solely for your kind is indeed a fitting end for you. Under the scrutiny of the Taishan black laws and the severe decrees of the supreme regulations, you have repeatedly transgressed, taking lives. Your punishment shall be obliteration." As he spoke, he unfurled a scroll, transforming the tiger demon into nourishment for the cartographic realm. As for the wandering spirits, they would have to await the next arrival from Fengdu to be delivered to Dongwei. Lowering his gaze, Chun Yin twirled the newly acquired vermilion brush in his hand. And suddenly, he discerned a four-eyed mark upon it, causing his face to flush once more. Surely, the ancestral master would not concern himself with such trivial matters. It was likely a suggestion from his venerable forebear to the Yuaning Tai Wangfu. With a flicker of his gaze, he feigned nonchalance as he carved a circular hole in the pine wood of the scroll, sealing the brush within. If fate had decreed it thus, then he could hardly be blamed. With the scroll in hand, Chun Yin flicked his dust brush and turned to follow the direction he had previously traced on the map, Fengdu County. Recently, an eccentric figure had appeared in the town. Clad in white garments with flowing white hair, carrying a round object on his back, exuding an extraordinary charm. He was deemed peculiar for having perched himself atop the city gate tower, observing the passers-by below. It remained a mystery how he had ascended such a height. Curious onlookers paused to gawk at him, pointing and murmuring without inciting his ire. A group of children and idle men, having nothing better to do, had taken to squatting beneath, fascinated by the spectacle, thereby causing a considerable blockage at the city gate. This prompted the county magistrate to order their dispersal. Yet each time officials approached, the man seemed to vanish as if forewarned. Once the guards and constables departed, he would reappear, and if one gate was watched, he would simply relocate to another. Over time, the magistrate resigned himself to this strange occurrence, allowing the oddity to persist. Chun Yin sat atop the building, his gaze hovering between closed and open as the wisps of his feather duster danced in the air, intertwining with the myriad of scents emanating from the passers-by below. It was that day when he bestowed upon Luo Xian a counterfeit version of the jade pivot divine thunder, which ignited a spark of inspiration within him. Thus, he had remained perched on the city gate tower for a full 4 days, only today imprinting the final stroke upon his heart. As the years passed, Chun Yin slowly opened his eyes, and a scroll unfurled behind him. With a vermilion brush, he began to manifest his thoughts into the canvas, using his innate essence as ink. The first imagery to emerge was that of the countryside at the end of summer, outside the city walls, where leaves turned golden and paths crisscrossed, with sparse livestock and pedestrians meandering towards the city gates. Next, the city gates came into view. Bustling with a crowd and the clamor of carriages, a long line extending into the fields, the greedy expressions of the guards vividly captured in the artwork. Then, the two intersecting main streets within the city appeared, filled with pedestrians and the incessant flow of vehicles, while vendors called out their wares along the roadside. Shops lining the streets. Finally, the various districts of the city were filled in, houses standing in close proximity, tea houses and taverns, and shops enticing customers with fluttering banners. Yet, in the southern part of the city, a blank space remained. At this point, Chun Yin paused his brush, lifting his gaze. In the south of the city lay the Shibo Temple, where the spirit of the deity, engaged in playful banter with several female specters, felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. After a shudder, he sensed that everything in the world had lost its luster. Let today be like this, he decided. Feeling out of sorts, Wei Kuan waved his hand dismissively and left the underworld, entirely unclothed. Since becoming the Shibo, he had never donned garments. Unlike other specters, Wei Kuan considered himself a refined gentleman, valuing nature and the cosmos, while holding disdain for the consumption of blood and flesh. His greatest passion in life was to bestow blessings and grant offspring. His divine efficacy and incense offerings attracted people from surrounding prefectures, all hoping to bear more children. This brought him a continuous stream of offerings throughout the year, living even more lavishly than the Shibo of the provincial capital. To enhance his efficacy further, he had nurtured over a dozen capable mediums, each a vigorous young man. In the side courtyard, Wei Kuan selected the most appealing medium, stepping forward to possess him before striding out of the temple. Although typically restless, he would seize any leisure time to see if any local women faced difficulties. As he exited the temple, Wei Kuan sensed something amiss in the distance. He looked up and spotted a white-haired figure atop the city tower, seemingly painting. With a scroll suspended in the air, unmistakably extraordinary. Wei Kuan couldn't help but smile. In this remote place, where sorcerers were seldom seen, today brought forth a painter. With a thought, he made his way toward the southern city tower. Chen Yan, contemplating how to enhance his artwork, glanced at the approaching figure and found himself smiling as well. He had spent 4 days in Fengdu County, with the Shibo avoiding interaction with him, leaving him with no reason to intervene. Unexpectedly, this individual had appeared, ready to engage. With a leap, Wei Kuan ascended the city tower and stood beside Chen Yan, peering eagerly at the painting. Wonderful! Wonderful! The lifelike, elongated scroll compelled Wei Kuan to exclaim in delight several times. Chen Yan remained indifferent to him, holding the brush in the air as if pondering how to begin. Observing Chen Yan's prolonged hesitation, Wei Kuan grew increasingly anxious. Such a magnificent piece of art was sorely lacking the depiction of the Shibo temple. How could that be acceptable? Unable to contain himself, he inquired. Why does the master delay in putting brush to paper? Is it possible that you fear invoking the taboos of Shibo? Chen Yan sighed and remarked. I fear that with this stroke of the brush, the temple's deity may find it difficult to enjoy peace and comfort in the days to come. Wei Kuan, who was always fond of revelry, upon hearing this, was not angered. Rather, his curiosity deepened. He exclaimed, You, sorcerer, possess quite the audacity. How could the city's lord of spirits and ghosts be so unsettled by a mere painting? Hearing this, Chen Yan turned his gaze and remarked, Your words carry considerable weight. How can you be so certain that Shibo would lose sleep over my painting? Wei Kuan, full of enthusiasm, clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. A good sir, brimming with confidence. Why don't we make a wager? I have been a long-time friend of Shibo. If your painting indeed troubles him to the point of restlessness, I shall persuade him to relinquish that position, and he shall not cause you any distress. However, if it does not, I ask for nothing more than that you create a painting for me. With a profound sense of confidence, Wei Kuan remained undeterred. He had yet to hear of anyone capable of unsettling the very deities of a city with merely a painting. Moreover, a calculating thought lingered in his mind. If his opponent claimed to disturb the peace of Shibo, they were likely not to be trifled with. Should the adversary indeed emerge victorious, it would be prudent to make a swift exit to avoid an impending thrashing. Chen Yan smiled faintly, twirling the red brush in his hand before shaking his head and saying, There is no need for wagers. I never engage in such contests. Since you vouch for it, I trust that Lord Shibo will hold no grievance. In that case, please. With a flourish, the red brush danced across the canvas, and a magnificent temple dedicated to Shibo sprang to life upon the paper. Wei Kuan, observing from the side, shook his head and remarked, Your artistic skills are unparalleled, sir. Yet this temple possesses only form without spirit. How can one expect Lord Shibo to find solace in it? Upon hearing the words, Chen Yan paused his brush, scrutinizing the painting before him. He nodded thoughtfully and said, Your words hold merit. With that, he resumed his work with a vermilion brush. In mere moments, the once vibrant depiction of a summer marketplace underwent a dramatic transformation. Ghostly figures began to materialize, each malevolent spirit brandishing claws and fangs, swirling ethereally in the night. The scene had now morphed into a tableau of 100 demons in nocturnal revelry. Wei Kuan, observing the spectral essences dancing across the canvas, felt his expression grow increasingly grim. It was not until he beheld the familiar female ghost, with whom he had mingled for several days, that the recognition of her presence compelled him to finally inquire, What is the meaning of this, sir? With an unwavering hand, Chun Yin continued to write. What? Could it be that you, sir, have boasted too grandly and find yourself unable to retract? At this moment, Wei Kuan had lost his previous playful demeanor. His face was ashen as he inquired, Who exactly are you? After Chun Yin completed the final stroke, he gazed at the painting and declared, In times of adversity, true character is revealed, and thus the vibrant hues of the brush come forth. I am known as Wu Daozi, the master of colors in troubled times. Do you comprehend the cost of inciting my wrath? Wei Kuan, observing the utter disregard Chun Yin had for him, inquired with an icy tone. This remark successfully diverted Chun Yin's attention from the scroll to Wei Kuan, who, with an expression devoid of emotion, calmly responded. Do you understand what it signifies to encounter me in this manner? What? Wei Kuan was taken aback that this individual could discern his identity and dared to act so audaciously. Enraged, he raised his voice several notches. Your words possess a degree of validity. Though this temple is opulent, it is bereft of true spirit and resonance. The long-abandoned crimson brush was once again dipped, and a swirl of breath manifested above the temple depicted in the painting, akin to ink drops that bled into the canvas. The essence expanded, enveloping the entire temple in a shroud of shadowy earth in an instant. Wei Kuan felt an inexplicable connection between his own energy and the shadowy earth within the illustration. Although he sustained no direct harm, a profound sense of fate being manipulated by another seized him. In a fit of rage, he struck out. The ghostly energy flowed through the medium's body, and dark blue-black patterns emerged, resembling tattoos that adorned much of his physique. The veins on the back of his hand bulged like coiled serpents, while his fingers, shrouded in ghostly aura, became akin to claws wreathed in a faint lament, tearing through the air towards Chun Yin's heart. The two were merely 2 steps apart, and Wei Kuan had thought that even as he possessed the medium, such close proximity would allow him to either severely injure the sorcerer before him or at the very least disrupt his incantation. Yet, upon striking out, Chun Yin remained utterly unmoved. The claw that should have struck him fell into an abyss, failing to make contact with anything at all. Instead, a tremendous force of tearing energy surged forth, pulling Wei Kuan toward the painting. As the canvas and the figure within loomed larger before him, Wei Kuan suddenly realized that both he and the medium seemed to be shrinking rapidly. Alarm surged within him, and he promptly abandoned the medium, transforming into a wisp of shadowy energy, fleeing upwards. The moment he detached, Wei Kuan sensed something amiss. The medium had remained below the city ramparts all along and had never ascended. From afar, he heard Chun Yin's voice from atop the tower, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Since you have come, why the haste to depart? I implore you, Master Shi, assist me in completing this scroll. As he spoke, the painting depicting the bustling streets, overshadowed by 100 demons, suddenly illuminated. The figures within sprang to life, moving through the streets with remarkable agility. As they traversed, a chaotic essence abruptly manifested above the county, swirling in disarray. This essence, seemingly without order, drew forth the sun's energy, which began to converge toward the southern part of the city. The originally cohesive solar energy, guided by this essence, became distinctly separated, crisscrossing in the air as it advanced toward Wei Kuan. Seeing the dire situation, Wei Kuan attempted to retreat into the shadowy earth, but was interrupted by a clear command. Heavenly Gang pursues the Great One. The palace departs with the fire's essence. With the utterance of Hu, the entire county felt a surge of scorching energy emerge, as if the sun above had intensified. The chaotic essence in the air hesitated, and the abundant solar energy adhered to it, igniting it. Instantly, figures clad in fiery armor, treading upon clouds of flame and wielding fire guns, fire swords, fire bows, and fire halberds emerged, charging toward Wei Kuan with lethal intent. The ancient vermilion brush is set aside as the duster glides gracefully, scattering wisps of dust deep into the canvas. As the dust dances, a sky ablaze with fiery clouds materializes, with fire soldiers and generals weaving through the air, encircling Wei Kuan so tightly that escape seems impossible. Encircled, Wei Kuan sways slightly, donning his black armor, wielding a silver spear that moves like a swimming dragon. Rays of silver light flash, each thrust imbued with lethal intent, and with each strike, several soldiers fall, appearing to hold his own against the onslaught. Yet, this is merely an illusion. No matter how formidable Wei Kuan may be, he remains but a spectral entity, manifesting only due to the protective wishes of the people under the sun's radiance. In comparison to the overwhelming yang energy concentrated in the city, he is but a mere shadow, under the control of the ancient force, the legion of fire soldiers, though momentarily dispersed by Wei Kuan's spear, swiftly reassembles within a breath's time. Should Wei Kuan suffer even a single blow, it would inflict genuine harm. After merely a moment of stalemate, Wei Kuan internally lamented his plight, steeling himself. He resolved to endure a few strikes in an attempt to break through the encirclement and return to the realm of the departed. How could Chen Yin fail to discern his intentions? At that moment, with a twist of the duster in hand, strands of dust coalesced, and a myriad of fiery soldiers emerged, delineating paths of flame across the sky. These fiery lines wove several sigils in the air, anchoring the void in all directions, creating intricate nets that completely sealed off Wei Kuan's retreat. The painting was not yet complete. Why the haste to depart? Could it be that Shibo is a man of broken promises? Chen Yin gazed at Shibo, who was being compelled towards the scroll by the net, and inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, Wei Kuan, who was entangled in the web, was immediately filled with indignation and exclaimed, "You, sorcerer, are utterly shameless. I extended my goodwill to engage in conversation with you, yet you resort to illusions to deceive me." Chen Yin, unfazed by the words, replied with an impassive demeanor, "Since you have manifested yourself to meet me, be prepared to pay the price. I invite you, Shibo, to enter the painting for a discussion. Please." Suddenly, a potent force of absorption erupted from the painting, drawing Wei Kuan towards it. This time, it was not an illusion, but a genuine power of devouring. Observing this, Wei Kuan swiftly wielded his silver spear, repelling several soldiers, and with a deft movement of his hand, he flipped the tablet, hastily retreating back to the realm of shadows. Yet, just as he steadied himself and exhaled in relief, he heard that voice, ever-present and inescapable. "Thinking of fleeing? Do you truly believe I am limited to the methods of Pyryang?" Armed with the knowledge from their previous encounter, Chen Yin was well prepared for Wei Kuan's maneuver. Tai Yi heads to Tiangang. Jin Palace seals the ghostly gates. In an instant, a tempest arose in Fengdu County, the pure Yin energy surging mightily. The heat brought by the fire soldiers dissipated, and even the celestial phenomena shifted. The once clear sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, while the fiery soldiers emitted vapor that coalesced high above, where the Yin and Yang energies clashed, producing a cacophony of thunder. Tai Guang's ethereal essence descends to the refreshing spirit. Uniting the three souls, I gather my spiritual text. As the incantation resonated, the vermilion brush reappeared. Numerous ominous symbols, imbued with malevolent energy, were inscribed by Chen Yin onto the painting with a mere wave of his hand. The completion of these symbols sent a shiver down Wei Kuan's spine, even as the master of the city's spirits. How much more so for other malevolent beings? Wei Kuan watched helplessly as the demons and ghostly maidens he had nurtured stepped toward the realm beyond the shadows. No matter how he called out, they remained unresponsive. Subsequently, he heard a voice beckoning. "If Shibo has not returned, what are we waiting for?" Faced with the malevolent symbols that ensnared him under the regulations of the Northern Fengdu's profound black laws that captured evil sorcerers, Wei Kuan found himself utterly defenseless. He struggled fiercely within, yet his body moved involuntarily towards Chen Yin. Under the control of the malevolent symbols, Wei Kuan emerged from the realm of shadows, witnessing a scene he had never encountered in this lifetime. On the city tower, a figure in white stood with a dust brush in hand, arms crossed, beside a 3-foot painting suspended in midair. Above the city, the Yang energy retreated, while dark clouds coalesced and countless waves of sinister energy surged, creating a palpable imbalance between Yin and Yang. Within the city, an intense and nearly visible aura of malevolence erupted with the Yin energy, drawn towards the painting. The painting accepted all, akin to a great whale consuming water, devouring the relentless tide of Yin and malevolent energy. Amidst the sinister aura, ghostly figures soared, and demonic forms danced, racing through the county town. It was a revival of the scene depicted in the night parade of 100 demons. The difference was that all these malevolent spirits and demons were racing towards one singular destination, the floating painting atop the city wall. Wei Kuan's heart raced with terror, for he too was one among them. Should the unfolding scene be ensnared within that painting, he feared he would become nothing more than a puppet within its confines. Yet, at this moment, he had utterly lost control over himself, rendered powerless to change his fate. Chen Yin gazed silently at the scene before him, his expression calm. Yet his heart was equally astonished. The laws of the Black Law firm, aside from summoning the 10 generals of Fengdu, had only previously allowed him to employ the Black Wind Great Shield spell. At that time, He merely observed the swirling black winds obscuring his presence, without any remarkable manifestation. To his surprise, today, by harnessing the method of yin pursuing yang through the ether, he inadvertently sensed a subtle force threatening to disrupt the balance of yin and yang. Merely through a few malevolent texts, the North Emperor's malevolent ghost, upon the emergence of the malevolent text, exuded a devouring force, compelling all spirits, whether benevolent or malevolent, to be drawn into its fold. It was no wonder that the warnings were reiterated, stressing that such power should only be wielded sparingly, should it be misused recklessly. The entire city's populace would suffer the dire consequences. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. This action would only entice and not annihilate. Otherwise, should I mistakenly harm a benevolent ghost, I would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The stringent nature of the Black Law is, after all, grounded in profound reasoning. Chun Yin once again grasped the profound meaning of this statement. The notion of killing without inquiry pertains to eradicating evil to promote goodness, aiming to eliminate the roots of calamity. It does not imply indiscriminate slaughter, where both good and evil are annihilated. Otherwise, the Taishan Black Law would not contain specific provisions allowing for the endorsement of benevolent spirits to serve as city deities. The ancestors enacted the great demon Black Law to subdue malevolent forces, not to become demonic themselves. If one were solely aware of slaughter, how would they differ from the demonic rulers of the six heavens? As Chun Yin pondered, he remained vigilant of the circumstances prevailing in the city. At that moment, the atmosphere was laden with an excessive chill, and those of frail constitution were but a misstep away from succumbing to grave ailments. Wei Kuan, a man of adaptability, upon realizing he was on the verge of being engulfed by the scroll, swiftly transformed his demeanor, pleading for mercy with fervent desperation. Chun Yin remained utterly unmoved, his gaze cold as he watched Wei Kuan being pulled into the scroll. As the shaman entered the painting, he was immediately transported into a temple where divine beings resided, freeing Chun Yin from any reservations. With a stroke of his vermilion brush, he shattered the tablet in Wei Kuan's hand, allowing the desires of the people to once again reshape the scroll. The original tumult of 100 demons in the night came to an abrupt halt, and the citizens depicted within the painting seemed to be fully awakened. The malevolent spirits and monstrous entities in the city, like weary birds returning to their nests, all retreated into the shadowy realm of the scroll. The characters floated in midair and under the strokes of the vermilion brush. The changes within the shadowy land began to stir. Since the shaman often sought the flames of passion, it was better to savor the taste of this fiery abyss. Summoning the 9 hells of Fengdu was indeed beyond Chun Yin's capabilities. However, invoking spirits was one of the North Emperor's specialties, and emulating the methods of the 9 hells of Fengdu was not overly complex. The woods contended for passage, and the 9 grotesques urged them on. In harmony, they summoned the subdued. In opposition, they were scorched by flames. What was once a chilling shadowy realm, made even more sinister by the presence of evil spirits, suddenly ignited with fervor. This heat did not emanate from the shadowy land, nor from Chun Yin himself, but from the multitude of vengeful souls. The fire abyss, where all beings are often consumed by the flames of desire, thus named for its blinding fervor. This nameless fire arose from the depths of the heart, fiercely scorching the soul, reducing it to cinders. As long as the heart's desires remain unquenched, the torment is eternal. Wei Kuan, who was already beset by malevolent spirits, was perfectly suited to this ordeal. It was akin to the struggle of consuming fire and charcoal, as Wei Kuan, along with a host of vengeful entities, found himself unable to even plead for mercy. He could only endure the relentless affection bestowed upon him by the 9 hells of Fengdu. Chun Yin gazed upon the granaries of several affluent households within the city, harboring doubts as to whether he had erred in his assessment. Although these wealthy families were indeed stockpiling grain, there was no trace of malevolent energy lurking behind them. It was only when the pervasive aura of malevolence had dissipated throughout the city, leaving behind only the purest essence of, that he ceased his invocation of the Cao Zhao technique from Fengdu. Should he persist any further, the equilibrium of the city would irrevocably tilt towards, resulting in a loss of balance. At that moment, the myriad of malevolent beings appeared utterly charred, having completely abandoned any semblance of resistance. Notably, Wei Kuan, the revered, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his eyes rolled back in a state of utter despair. With a flick of the ancient duster, a wisp of dust was sent soaring. Under the binding spell, several malevolent beings were extracted from the scroll. I pose a question, and you shall answer. The creatures writhed in their entirety, and one among them attempted to respond, yet despite several efforts, they were unable to utter a word. Chun Yin disregarded them and casually glanced over several granaries in the city, inquiring softly, "Have you any knowledge of the recent soaring grain prices in this city? And who might be responsible for such an occurrence?" The gathered demons exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Their usual preoccupation lay solely with the adequacy of blood offerings and sacrifices, leaving little room for concern over the triviality of rising grain prices. Particularly, Wei Kuan found it utterly astonishing that Chun Yin would go to such lengths for this matter. Just as he was about to respond, however, the punishment of swallowing fire and charcoal rendered him utterly speechless. Upon observing the situation, Chun Yin gently waved his feather duster, channeling a stream of purine energy. Only then did Wei Kuan begin to recover his composure. He spoke in response, "I have heard whispers regarding this matter. It is said that next year, the court intends to dispatch a grand army to explore new territories. Consequently, the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou are requisitioning grain in preparation for war, which has led to a significant surge in grain prices in the surrounding areas." Chun Yin lifted his gaze to glance at Wei Kuan, harboring reservations about the answer. To pioneer? But do we even know where to begin? He had perused the maps, and the geographical significance of Dingzhou was apparent. To the northwest, north, east, and southeast lay established prefectures and counties. The southwest, however, was a realm of towering mountains, beyond which stretched the vast expanse of the 5,000 miles of Yun Lake. There was simply no wilderness to cultivate. Wei Kuan found himself at a loss when confronted by Chun Yin's inquiry. After a long moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "I do not know. Pioneering is a rare endeavor, often occurring only once in several decades, typically necessitating the conquest of formidable demons and monsters. The movement of large armies is cumbersome, and to avoid alerting the enemy, provisions are sourced from entirely unrelated regions, subsequently transported by the personnel of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. These affluent households may seem astute, yet in truth, they are profoundly misguided. Once the court deems the grain stores sufficient, they will be the first to face repercussions. With a gaze steeped in history, the myriad of malevolent beings dared not meet his eyes. Chun Yin gazed down at the city below, sensing that matters were likely far more complex than Wei Kuan had suggested. If it were merely a gathering of ordinary affluent families, it would be one thing. However, this time, there were malevolent spirits and heretical cults involved. Given Luo Xian's cunning nature, hidden beneath layers of disguises to safeguard his life, he was certainly not a fool. Moreover, there was the rat demon from Xinfen County, which had only recently emerged and in its eagerness to exterminate evil, had overlooked the importance of stockpiling provisions. In retrospect, its earlier statements were profoundly peculiar. If a rat demon were truly unrestrained, why would it undertake such a taxing journey? Unless someone had imposed a deadline for its return. Urging haste, Luo Xian's objectives were equally alarming. He targeted the firewood guild first, followed by the grain merchants. Even during the court's expansion efforts, it would be unreasonable to transport firewood over such vast distances. Contemplating this, Chun Yin promptly inquired of Wei Kuan, "Do you have any insight into why malevolent beings are involved in this matter?" Wei Kuan, with a look of astonishment, responded, "What? Are demons seizing the opportunity to hoard provisions? Are they courting death?" Chun Yin's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Wei Kuan's expression, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Wei Kuan shifted his body, ensnared by the dust-laden bindings, and replied, "The Celestial Monitoring Bureau is typically constrained by the court, refraining from reckless actions. However, during the grain mobilization period, the court tends to turn a blind eye for the greater good. Consequently, at such times, the Bureau seizes the opportunity to practice their arts, leaving no one unscathed under the pretext of hoarding grain for rebellion, a practice that has become customary. To stockpile grain now is tantamount to courting one's own demise. Ordinary folk may be oblivious, but how could there be demons willingly walking into a trap? What? Chun Yin was taken aback. He had previously mentioned the Bureau's poor reputation in his dealings, but he had not anticipated their methods to be so draconian. The avarice of the wealthy. Hoarding grain and inflating prices was indeed reprehensible, yet to annihilate entire clans without hesitation was a testament to the Bureau's unbridled audacity. As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Yin felt a stir within, suddenly recalling the lands and granaries of the Qin family, replete with thousands of stones of grain. Additionally, the female specter, who had waited 5 days, remained resolute in her desire to consummate their union. All these signs bore an uncanny resemblance to the situation described by Wei Kuan. Practicing their arts, you say? Chun Yin murmured softly, and Wei Kuan responded with considerable enthusiasm, promptly adding, "Indeed, it is about the practice." The inner workings of the monitoring heavenly division are exceedingly intricate, evaluating individuals solely based on their abilities and achievements. Regardless of their moral standings, a myriad of practitioners, demons, and supernatural beings coexist within. As long as one adheres to the court's regulations and refrains from excessive bloodshed, the court can offer wealth, honor, and sacrificial provisions. During critical times such as the requisitioning of grain and the expansion of territories, as long as one does not jeopardize the court's affairs and possesses a plausible justification, the court will not pursue the matter further. While Wei Kuan elucidated this clearly, it also posed a new question for Chun Yin. What basis does the court have to exert control over the individuals of the monitoring heavenly division? The long-standing issues have multiplied, and Wei Kuan has begun to feel perplexed. The affairs of the monitoring celestial division are hardly a secret. Anyone with a modicum of capability ought to possess some knowledge thereof. Observing Chun Yin's methods, he does not appear to be an untrained sorcerer devoid of lineage. How could he be so utterly ignorant? With his mane of white hair, could he be an ancient being who has toiled in seclusion upon the mountains for years? With his life hanging by a thread, Wei Kuan dared not reveal any of his internal doubts and could only respond obediently. It is due to sacrifices. The power to offer sacrifices lies within the court. If the court desires someone's demise, it merely needs to exchange a sacrifice, and there are always those willing to act. The vast expanse of the Great Wei dynasty, with its court's lavish offerings of blood sacrifices, is exceedingly generous. Once one partakes in the court's sacrifices, relinquishing such privileges becomes a formidable challenge. Moreover, the court's sacrificial rites occur ceaselessly throughout the seasons. None can ascertain how many imminent beings or malevolent entities it harbors internally. Wei Kuan's words sent shivers down Chun Yin's spine. The court, in its pursuit of profit, openly engages in blood sacrifices, setting a precedent that trickles down through the ranks. It is no wonder that this world is in disarray. Does the court truly disregard the lives of its people? Upon hearing this, Wei Kuan let out a cold laugh. The Great Way is vast. To the court, the common folk are merely crops to be harvested and reaped. As long as there is land remaining, the death of a few peasants is but a trivial matter. Afterward, they merely relax the taxes and impose slight control over the surrounding demons. Within 20 years, this place can return to its former state. This statement detonated in Chun Yin's mind like a bomb, turning his complexion a ghastly shade. Fortunately, cloaked beneath an illusion, Wei Kuan remained unaware of Chun Yin's reaction. Chun Yin nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "I see. Do you know when the monitoring celestial division will arrive?" Wei Kuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The monitoring celestial division has never adhered to conventional practices, leaving no one aware of its current whereabouts. The aged inquiry yielded little of substance. With a flick of the dust brush, it resembled a wave gliding across a canvas. In light of this, esteemed guests, I bid you to commence your journey. What? Wei Kuan was instantly taken aback, having just engaged in pleasant discourse. How could it so swiftly escalate to action? Wait. Chun Yin glanced at Wei Kuan and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say, Shibo?" Wei Kuan, in a flustered state, exclaimed, "What grievances exist between us? Is there a way for reconciliation? Please, speak your mind." Chun Yin shook his head and remarked, "From the moment you became possessed and bore a child, your fate was irrevocably sealed." Upon finishing his words, he lightly tapped his teeth, and a scroll of azure text materialized before the painting, referring to the pure law, specifically the 12 of the Taoist canon. Any divine being who engages in illicit affairs with mortal women shall be exiled for 3,000 miles. Yet, you have repeatedly transgressed the law and must now face the darker statutes. Under the scrutiny of the Taishan Black Law, any deities or malevolent spirits that consort with mortal women shall be executed. Those who conceal wickedness shall be obliterated. As the strands of dust stirred, they pulled forth the female specter who had previously mingled with Wei Kuan from the painting. Just as Wei Kuan was about to utter another word, he felt the binding strands tighten around him, and the entire ghost dissipated into a miasma of sickly sweet malevolence, utterly losing consciousness. The painting quivered slightly and absorbed the malevolent aura along with the specter. Simultaneously, the myriad of demons and evildoers yet to recover from the fire mist prison suddenly heard the ominous decree: "Those who hide among humans shall be executed." Those who falsely proclaim themselves as sacred shall be executed. Any malevolent spirit that claims the souls of mortals shall be obliterated. According to the pure law, no ghost shall mingle with living beings without proper capture, and violators shall receive 100 strikes. Those who solicit offerings shall face 2 years of servitude. Those who cause harm shall be sent to the East Peak for judgment. Those who resist capture shall be put to death. The pages of the Black Law fluttered, and Chen Yin's expression grew increasingly grim. He had previously worried that the execution edict might inadvertently harm benevolent spirits. However, that concern proved to be entirely unfounded, as there was not a single true benevolent spirit to be found within an expanse of 2 cities. If that is the case, Chen Yin's gaze settled upon the scroll. As the malevolent spirits fell one by one, nourishing the artwork, the scenes within the scroll became increasingly vivid. With the faint sounds of street vendors calling out their wares echoing softly, Chen Yin furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the collective wishes of the people. Enshrouded beyond the shadowy earth of the Shibo Temple, he then lifted his gaze to the waning sunlight, which had already descended from the lofty heavens. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his whisk, and the chaotic energies re-emerged, causing the sunlight to surge and dance throughout the expanse. The wishes of the people, is it? With a flick of the ancient tune, the figure that had transcended the confines of the wooden tablet was extracted from the painting. A series of incantations were unleashed, thoroughly disassembling the figure and enveloping it within the scroll, scattering its essence upon the inhabitants depicted in the artwork. These characters, nourished by the essence of the figure, gained sentience and astonishingly deviated from their original paths, wandering through the streets and alleys. As they moved, the chaotic energy above the county town, left unchecked by the ancient forces, began to roam freely. Remarkably, its trajectory mirrored that of the figures within the painting. Chen Yin's face broke into a smile as he waved his hand to retrieve a vermilion brush. The art of circular light was transformed into an incantation. Inscribed upon the scroll, the ethereal scene awakened the spirit, and the mysterious light shimmered, appearing both present and elusive, cloaked in a serene brilliance. As the incantation was uttered, the imagery within the scroll shifted once more. The original depiction melded seamlessly with the vision of circular light, giving birth to an extraordinarily harmonious tableau in real time. The celestial warriors pursued the great unity, as the palace of separation commanded the flames to surge forth. The magical incantation manifested anew, and the figures illustrated within the scroll ascended into the air. Simultaneously, the atmosphere above Fengdu County grew increasingly oppressive as fiery soldiers and generals materialized, resembling heavenly hosts parading through the skies, weaving back and forth in the air. Chen Yin put away his vermilion brush and gazed at his masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. The scene rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into a quaint little city nestled in the corner of the map. As the city took root, the previously indistinct Fengdu County on the map emerged as if shrouded in mist had dissipated. A network of roads extended outward along the paths leading the townsfolk into the city, connecting all the villages along the way. This is what one would truly call a map. Chen Yin carefully rolled up the scroll, inwardly mocking himself. Although the foundation of the Tao is yet to be established, the method of harmonizing inner and outer landscapes has already begun to take shape. The imagery within the painting, rather than being merely rendered, emerged through his profound contemplation and the resonance of qi. By merging with the qi, he imprinted the essence of the entire city onto the canvas, representing the inner landscape. Employing the technique of circular illumination, he depicted the external scenery of the city. Utilizing the aspirations of the people as a springboard, and the technique of circular illumination as a means to provoke the vibrant yang energy. This culminated in the celestial thunder that he had bestowed upon Luo Xian, igniting a spark of inspiration within Chen Yin. With this map capable of real-time sensing and influencing the yang energy of the city, his thoughts became increasingly animated. While Wei Kuan's assertions held some credibility, suggesting that this matter might indeed relate to the court's efforts in expanding and collecting grain, one could not place absolute trust in them. After all, even Wei Kuan, the community elder, found the peculiarities surrounding Luo Xian and the rat demon somewhat incredulous. The complexities hidden behind such anomalies might far exceed the court's endeavors in expansion and grain collection. The Heavenly Monitoring Bureau? Initially, he had planned to convene with them after Luo Xian resolved the situation, yet the turn of events had unfolded with astonishing swiftness. As Chen Yin inscribed a talisman into the statue of the city's deity, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the map in hand, He felt momentarily reassured against the potential disturbances of malevolent spirits within the city. However, the vacancy of the deity's position could not escape the attention of those with ulterior motives. The statue, having been venerated for years, was, in the eyes of the supernatural, a treasure in its own right. Should anyone covet the position of the deity, they would surely not overlook this revered effigy. Considering the impending food shortage, which could erupt within a mere 3 months, if this turmoil were indeed linked to the court's efforts in frontier expansion and grain procurement, the officials from the Observation Bureau would likely be nearby. Furthermore, regarding the incident at Chun family village, the female ghost had insisted on consummating our union, leading me to suspect it was part of a ritual. Hence, I used the severance of the yang essence as leverage to secure a sliver of hope. If this matter truly involved the Observation Bureau, their most probable location at present would be in Danong Prefecture. Chen Yin glanced at the marked location on the map, tracing it with his finger as he adjusted his route. According to his plan, his next destination should be the neighboring Guiyang County, followed by a direct journey to Qingchuan Prefecture. However, the information revealed by Wei Kuan compelled Chen Yin to modify his itinerary. Fortunately, Fengdu County was not far from Danyang Prefecture. Even if he could not uncover the whereabouts of the monitoring celestial office, it would not significantly delay his progress. This time, it seemed he was destined to cause quite a stir in Danong Prefecture. As the map gradually rolled up into a scroll, Chen Yin flicked his whisk and set off towards Danong Prefecture, carrying the scroll on his back. In the dead of night, while traversing the official road, Chen Yin paused as he reached the top of a tree, his gaze directed toward a distant campfire. A scholar, a female ghost, and a down-and-out swordsman. Was this a reality akin to the tale of a Chinese ghost story? In the stillness of the past, a scroll unfurled into the air. This female specter exuded a pure aura, yet her thoughts seemed to be manifold. As for the swordsman, his vitality was not particularly robust, but the scarcity of malevolence surrounding him was quite remarkable. Having encountered various forms of malevolence throughout the years, witnessing such intensity within a single individual was a novel experience. With a flourish, the brush flew from Chen Yin's hand, eager to capture the scene on canvas. Yet, at the campfire, the ghostly maiden appeared delicate and pitiful, yearning to draw closer to the scholar. However, she was abruptly thwarted by the swordsman's sweeping blade. "Fair maiden, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Otherwise, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless sword." The long sword, seemingly worn and battered, bore a blade marred by unevenness, as if it had been forcibly straightened by stone after being bent. The edge was nearly dulled, adorned with numerous nicks and chips. Within the crevices between the hilt and the blade resided dark crimson grime, yet the blade itself remained immaculately clean, radiating an aura of malevolence comparable to that of its wielder. This was a true sword forged in the fires of countless battles. The sword's presence startled the specter, causing her to retreat several paces. Observing her timid demeanor, the scholar's heart softened, and he rose to speak. "Brother Kuai, there is no need for such hostility. Miss Zhao is but a pitiable soul. She has wandered the mountains in solitude for many days, devoid of human contact, and in her moment of distress. Her desire for companionship is only natural. She harbors no ill intent." Upon hearing the scholar advocate for her, the specter was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, her voice a whisper of sorrow. "I, in my search for kin, have suffered misfortune, abandoned by the roadside in death. For days, I have lacked even a proper burial, let alone a mournful tribute. Fortuitously, Master Lu, with his kind heart, has secured me a resting place. I merely wish to repay his kindness. Why should the valiant swordsman fret?" Though her words appeared to evoke sympathy, they were laced with subtle barbs, almost suggesting that the swordsman was meddling unnecessarily. However, the swordsman remained unfazed, his sword unwavering, positioned firmly between the scholar and the specter. Evil spirits and malevolent beings wield sweet words to ensnare the unwary. "I have vowed to escort this scholar safely to Danyang Prefecture. No matter what you utter today, you shall not harm him in my presence." The Lu scholar glanced between the specter and the swordsman, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. "Brother Kuai, let us not dwell on this matter. It is merely a few cakes. Your protection along this journey is greatly appreciated. Miss Zhao is not a villain. She is simply eager to reunite with her family and wishes to accompany us into the city. Had she not alerted us in advance, we would have been surrounded by a pack of wolves." "Indeed," the female specter interjected, seizing the opportunity to mock. "Some claim to escort Master Lu for his examination. Yet who knows if they are merely seeking to benefit from his kindness. You, Kuai Shijing, already not the most eloquent, felt his face flush crimson at her sharp retort, raising his sword in anger. Perceiving the situation, Lu Scholar quickly intervened, grasping his arm. Brother Kuai, temper your wrath. Miss Zhao is simply candid, without malice. Upon hearing Lu Shuxing's words, Kuai Shijing felt a tremor in the hand that gripped his longsword. Speaking frankly, he had never anticipated that despite his efforts to protect him, the scholar would regard him so. Kuai Shijing contemplated withdrawing from the situation. Yet the memory of his own declarations held him firm. He clenched his teeth in silence. Dismissing Lu Shuxing's utterances as the nonsensical ramblings of one beguiled by a female specter. Observing the tumultuous emotions flitting across Kuai Shijing's face, the ghostly woman felt a surge of delight and taunted. What is this? Has someone's true thoughts been laid bare, prompting a fit of indignation? Silence, you vile creature. As the ghost continued to sow discord between them, Kuai Shijing could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he sidestepped the scholar and lunged forward, aiming his sword at the specter. Alarmed by the genuine fury emanating from Kuai Shijing, the ghost recoiled in fright, calling out, "Young Master Lu, save me." Lu Shuxing, quick to react, realized he could not catch up to Kuai Shijing's movement. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Kuai Shijing's calf. The latter struggled to free himself, yet was unable to shake off the scholar, who looked up with a face full of ire and exclaimed, "Scholar, you." Lu Shuxing, clinging to Kuai Shijing's leg, raised his gaze and earnestly implored, "Kuai brother, temper your wrath. Why stoop to quarrel with a mere woman?" The statement suggests that even Chen Yan, watching the drama from afar, is struggling to maintain composure. How could a seemingly ordinary individual utter words that offend both parties? Kuai Shijing was instantly filled with rage. Yet he directed all his fury towards the female ghost, choosing not to stoop to the level of Lu Shuxing. Instead, he merely pressed the sword sheath against Lu Shuxing's calf, drawing it back, and then pursued the female ghost. The ghost's complexion paled in an instant. She had mistakenly believed she could provoke Kuai Shijing, banking on Lu Shuxing's benevolence towards him. Upon witnessing Kuai Shijing's aggression towards Lu Shuxing, she dared not linger, swiftly fleeing into the depths of the forest. Thus, a chase ensued, one pursuing while the other fled, and in a few fleeting moments, they vanished into the dense woodland. Now, it was Lu Shuxing who found himself at a loss. Although the location was adjacent to the official road, the surroundings were engulfed in untamed wilderness, devoid of any village or inn. Alone at the bonfire in the dead of night, with distant wolf howls echoing in the air, the situation felt overwhelmingly terrifying for a scholar who couldn't even find a companion. Lu Shuxing anxiously shifted his position several times by the fire, each time feeling as though something might suddenly leap out from behind him. He could only pace around the bonfire, seeking to alleviate the psychological pressure. Fortunately, this state of unease did not persist for long. After a while, he suddenly heard the voice of the female ghost behind him, "Young Master Lu." Upon recognizing the vaguely familiar voice, Lu Shuxing's heart leaped with joy, and he turned to look. There emerged the female ghost, surnamed Zhao, disheveled from the woods, her attire torn by branches, revealing a patchwork of modesty. Lu Shuxing's face flushed at first, but he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and approached her with concern. "Miss Zhao, what has happened? Where is Brother Kuai?" The ghost, upon seeing Lu Shuxing, stumbled towards him. As she neared, her foot seemed to catch on something, causing her to topple into Lu Shuxing's arms. He was taken aback as the alluring scent enveloped him, prompting an involuntary deep breath. Observing his captivated expression, the ghost couldn't help but lower her head, displaying a hint of satisfaction. Nevertheless, she remembered to soothe Lu Shuxing's worries first. "That odious swordsman chased me for quite a distance. I left him behind, likely lost in the woods by now." Lu Shuxing, upon hearing this, glanced around and, noticing the stillness, replied, "Miss Zhao, please do not say such things. Brother Kuai means well. He only fears that I might be deceived." The ghost, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and, with a pitiful expression, said, "I have encountered great misfortune, left to perish in the wilderness. How could I possibly harm you? Young master, I am grateful for your kindness and wish only to repay it. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave to avoid creating discord between you and that gallant swordsman." As she spoke, the female ghost struggled to rise, intent on departing. Lu Shuxing, unwilling to let her leave, hastily reached out to retain her. At that moment, the ghost's tattered garments caught his hand, and inadvertently, he brushed against a patch of mosaic. The soft texture stirred Lu's senses. The ghost, initially taken aback, blushed deeply and turned to flee. In a sudden rush of urgency, Lu grasped at her, but his grip inadvertently tore her already ragged attire, revealing even more of the mosaic beneath. This unexpected turn of events left both the man and the ghost momentarily stunned, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. After a brief pause, the ghost lowered her head and murmured, "Young Master Lu has shown me kindness. If it is truly your desire, I shall yield. No need for such haste." Lu, startled, repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "It is not me." The ghost's complexion paled, and she softly replied, "So it seems I have misjudged, belittling you, young master. If that is the case, I shall." As she attempted to leave once more, Lu hurriedly intervened, "That is not my intention." In this dance of retreat and pursuit, the ghost stumbled once again, falling into Lu's embrace. Their gazes locked, their faces drew nearer, and the atmosphere thickened with ambiguity. The scene, with its peculiar embrace between a man and a ghost, one with a ghastly visage, was too much for Chun Yin to bear. With a flick of his fingers, he immobilized both the man and the ghost in place. Chen Yin initially intended to capture the specter directly, but upon noticing two figures returning in the distance, he reconsidered. He resolved that he could not bear the discomfort alone. As Kuai Shijing and the female ghost approached the campfire, they were both struck dumb by the scene before them. Momentarily forgetting their previous actions, Kuai Shijing nearly lost grip on his long sword, while the female ghost exhibited an odd expression, her face shifting from pale to flushed. Fortunately, Kuai Shijing, having witnessed various spectacles, swiftly abandoned the female ghost and lunged forward, swinging his sword at the ghostly figure cradled in Lu Shuxing's arms. Though Kuai Shijing's swordsmanship was not particularly refined, his strike was executed with remarkable ferocity. Empowered by an aura of chilling malevolence, the sword swung forth, manifesting an almost imperceptible sword malevolence upon its already dulled edge. This term, malevolence, was borrowed from the lexicon of geomancy, a concept Chen Yin had appropriated. Having encountered various forms of malevolence beneath the two cities, Chen Yin understood its myriad manifestations. The ability to condense such malevolence into a razor-sharp form was a feat worthy of acknowledgment. As the sword malevolence approached, the previously immobilized specter was swiftly decapitated. The blade glided past Lu Shuxing's throat, prompting an involuntary swallow. Witnessing the ghostly head still lingering on the ground, Lu Shuxing could not contain himself and retched violently. When Chun Yin immobilized himself and the ghostly figure, he dispelled the illusion cast by the specter. At that moment, his heart held feelings that only he understood. The female ghost, witnessing this, attempted to approach and comfort him, which frightened Lu Shuxing into retreating while exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Young Master Lu, it is I." The ghost implored, taking a step forward to explain. However, as soon as she moved, Lu Shuxing darted behind Kuai Shijing, shouting, "Please, do not approach." While the two were entangled in this predicament, only Kuai Shijing perceived the anomaly. Shielding Lu Shuxing, he called out to the surroundings, "I beseech the esteemed elder who has intervened to reveal themselves." Kuai Shijing's words jolted Lu Shuxing into realization. Had he not been suddenly immobilized, he would have already succumbed to despair. "There are ghosts here. Esteemed elder, save me." The anguish in his voice was palpable, as if he were not the one who had previously insisted on accompanying the female ghost. Both Kuai Shijing and the ghost appeared taken aback by Lu Shuxing's shamelessness, turning their gazes toward him in unison. Under their unwavering stares, Lu Shuxing's cries grew more feeble, his voice dwindling to a whisper, gradually regaining composure. The three exchanged glances in silence. After a few heartbeats, the female ghost opened her mouth to say something to Lu Shuxing, only to find him once again retreating behind Kuai Shijing. Standing firm with his sword, Kuai Shijing raised an eyebrow and addressed the ghost. "In consideration of your earlier act of guiding me to save a life, should you depart now, I shall hold no grudge. However, should you dare to approach again to beguile the living, do not blame me for my ruthless blade." The ghost, seemingly unwilling, called out pitifully, "Young Master Lu." Lu Shuxing trembled, lowering his head further, and urged, "You should heed Brother Kuai and leave swiftly. If he becomes enraged, I cannot protect you." Seeing this, the ghost sighed and turned to depart. "Though they do not wish to keep you here, I have a place for you." A melodious voice echoed closer, and as the words fell, a white figure appeared before them. The figure, holding a whisk and bearing a scroll on its back, exuded an ethereal and transcendent presence, appearing as if it were beyond the mortal realm. Upon seeing this extraordinary figure, The female ghost felt her heart stir and was about to respond, but the figure continued. The solitary and unclaimed evil spirit of the Wangshui Gate, taking advantage of the newly deceased, clings to the living. According to the laws of the Shangqing, you shall be exiled for 1,000 miles. The ghost's heart, already fragile, sank at this pronouncement. Yet, gazing at Chun Yin's remarkable stature and then at Lu Shusheng, who had previously seemed so unremarkable, she thought, 1,000 miles is but a trivial matter. It is not as if they intend to kill her. For a ghost, it is hardly significant, especially in the presence of such a formidable being. Biting her lip, the ghost assumed an air of noble elegance and softly declared, "To journey 1,000 miles in service to you would be my utmost honor." As for the laws of Shangqing, she neither comprehended nor cared. All that filled her gaze was the figure before her. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin's brows slightly arched. Having vanquished countless malevolent spirits, it was indeed his first encounter with someone who willingly sought his aid. Yet, observing the demeanor of the female ghost, a flicker of realization danced across his mind. With a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze melting away the winter's snow, he remarked, "In that case, please, do come forth." However, his actions were as unrelenting as the biting winds of winter. In the midst of the female ghost's astonishment, the gourd that hung at Chun Yin's waist pulsated, effortlessly drawing her within its confines. Chun Yin's face remained impassive, yet internally he could not help but scoff. What a lovesick female ghost. Do you truly think you can accompany this humble Taoist on a distant journey? How absurd. Does one truly believe that the Taoist sect's exile over such vast distances is a jest? Go tend to the mountain deity instead. Kuai Shijing observed Chun Yin as he dismissed the female ghost and promptly sheathed his sword, bowing respectfully to Chun Yin, saying, "I am grateful for your timely assistance. Esteemed senior, otherwise, I fear I would have been forced to break my word today." Chun Yin had not paid him any heed for years. Instead, she elegantly flicked her dust brush, drawing out his longsword. Kuai Shijing instinctively stepped forward, intending to reclaim the sword, only to realize that it was already firmly grasped in Chun Yin's hand. Ding! With a flick of his finger against the sword's blade, Chun Yin silently attuned himself to its aura, accompanied by a resonant chime. This sound was neither crisp nor melodious. Rather, it possessed a certain dullness. For those with keen senses, one might discern the faint sound of internal fissures rubbing against one another. A remarkable sword. Kuai Shijing marveled internally. How could this individual possibly know of his military background, a detail he had not even disclosed to Lu Shusheng? His face betrayed a look of perplexity as he replied to Chun Yin, "Indeed, I hail from the ranks of the military. How did you come to know this?" "Esteemed senior?" Chun Yin casually traced the edge of the jagged sword, uttering, "This blade has imparted its wisdom unto me. The horse of the era may seek its wind, and the fox returns to its burrow. It is but human nature for fallen leaves to seek their roots. Yet, as you transport the coffin across 1,000 miles, bearing the burden alone for 6,000, have you ever pondered the possibility of meeting your end in a foreign land?" Kuai Shijing gazed intently at the sword in Chun Yin's grasp, rendered speechless, uncertain whether he had never contemplated this notion or if his heart had already reconciled with the inevitability of such a fate. Chun Yin, seeing that he was unresponsive, continued to observe the aura emanating from the sword. After a while, Chun Yin suddenly inquired, what was the cause of the owner's death? Kuai Shijing's hand, gripping the sword sheath, trembled slightly, yet he remained silent. Chun Yin sighed and remarked, "Very well, since you are reluctant to speak, I shall not press further. It is merely a pity to waste such a fine sword." Kuai Shijing seemed to recall something as he suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chun Yin, and inquired, "Esteemed elder, do you possess a method to restore this sword?" With a flick of the ancient dust brush, he returned the long sword to its sheath. Shaking his head as he spoke, "This sword is unique. Its endurance until now is already remarkable. I am not skilled in sword forging and fear I cannot assist you. If this sword is to be restored, it must rely solely upon you." Upon hearing Chun Yin's refusal, Kuai Shijing's countenance turned ashen. This sword had accompanied him for over 6,000 miles, enduring countless encounters with malevolent spirits, and was now burdened to the brink of collapse. Had he possessed a solution, the sword would not have fallen into such a dire state. Lu Shusheng, who had been silently observing, felt a pang of sympathy at Kuai Shijing's expression. Having traveled with the swordsman for several days, he had never witnessed such a look upon his face. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "Senior, you mentioned that only Kuai Xiong can repair it. Is there a method?" A flicker of hope suddenly illuminated Kuai Shijing's pallid visage as he bowed deeply with the long sword in his embrace and implored, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." Seeing Kuai Shijing in such a state, Lu Shuxing's expression morphed into one of exasperation. He swiftly delivered a kick to Kuai Shijing's knee, causing him to stumble. Before Kuai Shijing could turn to discern the cause of his disarray, Lu Shuxing pressed him down by the shoulder, simultaneously saying, "Please forgive my friend, esteemed elder. He is rather straightforward and has never sought assistance from anyone." Turning to Kuai Shijing, he whispered urgently, "Why aren't you kneeling? Do you not wish to repair your sword?" Just as Kuai Shijing was about to rise, a shudder coursed through him, and his resistance lessened considerably. Since he had come of age, he had knelt only twice, once at the burial of a dear friend, and once when malevolent spirits had threatened him with the corpse of that very friend. Kuai Shijing longed to stand, yet gazing at the nearly shattered long sword in his arms, his legs would not obey him. Yielding to Lu Shuxing's pressing force, he gently knelt, cradling the sword, and reiterated his plea, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." Even as the arduous journey had left Kuai Shijing's back stooped, at that moment of kneeling, his spine remained straight, and he did not lower his head. Whether it was the clashing of the loose sheath or the longsword's own spirit, in that instant, Chen Yin faintly perceived a delicate resonance. Chen Yin gazed at the long sword, its spine rugged and uneven, feeling a twinge of hesitation within. Although the sword was crafted from inferior materials, it undeniably possessed a commendable essence. Through the blade, he gleaned a substantial understanding of its wielder, a person of unwavering loyalty and righteousness, who, despite facing destitution, refrained from oppressing the weak. For the sake of a few morsels, he was willing to protect countless lives over vast distances. With such steadfast principles, there was little concern for future transgressions. The hesitation that lingers through the years is not about whether to speak, but rather whether one can succeed. For those who have attained enlightenment, the methods may seem straightforward. However, for an ordinary individual possessing merely a modicum of martial skills, the infusion of malevolent energy could very well lead to a perilous fate. In the midst of this prolonged indecision, Kuai Shijing felt that his efforts were insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword to his forehead and bowed deeply towards the ground. The sound of his prostration resonated alongside the humming of the sword, and this time, Chen Yin heard it distinctly. With a sweep of his dust whisk, Lu Shuxing gradually collapsed onto the ground. "Senior." Upon witnessing Lu Shuxing fall, Kuai Shijing's heart raced with urgency. Chen Yin shook his head and said, "It matters not. Let him have a good night's rest. Though he is astute, his character is still unsettled, and the words that follow are not suitable for his ears." With a wave of his hand, Chen Yin utilized the art of qi sealing to encompass a radius of 10 miles. He continued, "I shall inquire once more, for this sword. You may face the peril of death, and success is not guaranteed. Do you still wish to proceed?" Kuai Shijing caressed the long sword in his grasp and replied softly, "This sword is the legacy of a dear friend. I would face 100 deaths without regret." The long sword quivered, causing the ill-fitting scabbard to produce a series of sharp sounds. Upon witnessing this scenario, Chen Yin contemplated his thoughts and spoke, "Very well, since you possess such ambition, I shall share with you some insights today. This discourse will not pertain to the methods of restoring a long sword, nor the art of nurturing a blade, and it certainly will not convey the teachings of my path. Instead, I shall expound upon the various categories of sword cultivation in this world. The extent of your understanding will depend solely on your own discernment." Kuai Shijing, holding the sword with reverence, bowed his head once more before Chen Yin and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." With a casual wave of his right hand, Chen Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked softly, "Do not be hasty in expressing gratitude. This path is not suited for you and is fraught with peril. Whether you succeed depends on your own fortune." Kuai Shijing bowed his head once more. Yet Chen Yin paid him no heed and continued, "In this world, there are 2 superior methods of sword cultivation, 2 intermediate methods, and 5 inferior methods. Every swordsman inevitably falls into one of these 9 categories. The supreme celestial and immortal swordsmen either serve the heavenly sword or are perfected by the highest truth. The intermediate methods are all derived from the earthly immortals' paths, with the spiritual swordsman residing in the mountains, wielding a flying sword that cleaves through injustice, the wind swordsman. Yet to attain ultimate spirit, merges with the wind, arriving in an instant. None of these 4 categories are appropriate for you. Today, I shall speak of the 5 inferior swords: water, fire, chi, ghost, and encounter. The water swordsman, formed by the water immortal, cultivates calmness and refines the essence of kidney water, attaining enlightenment through water, soaring with its aid. This, too, is not suitable for you. The fire swordsman, mastering the heart's flame to achieve the firelight samadhi, can transform into blazing light, traversing in mere moments. This, likewise, is not for you. The chi swordsman cultivates breath and stillness, refining the essence within the breath to forge a sword that embodies the very essence of chi, allowing for soaring flight. The ghost swordsman perceives the essence of a person without revealing their form, practicing the path of thought and formlessness. This does not suit you either. The encounter swordsman, through fate and circumstance, acquires a divine sword, resonating with it to harness its power for effortless flight and transformation. Among these 5, only the chi swordsman and the encounter swordsman are paths you may attempt to explore. Chun Yin spoke with a measured pace, striving to convey his thoughts in a manner that was both clear and comprehensible, while allowing Kuai Shijing ample time to absorb the information. However, the chasm of inheritance was too vast, and Kuai Shijing possessed no foundational knowledge. He could only commit Chun Yin's words to memory with great effort. Aware of the rarity of this opportunity, he did not hesitate to voice his confusion. Esteemed elder, please forgive my ignorance. I possess neither the cultivation of chi nor a divine sword. Why then do you assert that these 2 paths are suited for me? Chun Yin gazed into his somewhat bewildered eyes and could not help but sigh. Thus, I previously stated that this path is fraught with peril and ill-suited for you. You possess no foundational skills and lack knowledge of the art of chi cultivation. Should you embark on this journey, you would be relying solely on your own malevolent aura and the sword nestled within your embrace. Though this sword may not be deemed a divine weapon, it is certainly not ordinary. Its sinister energy is formidable and has mingled with your essence over time. If you can attune yourself to it and channel its malevolence to refine the sword, perhaps you could restore it, or even elevate it to greater heights. However, the infusion of sinister energy into your being entails suffering that few can endure. Should your heart waver, a single misstep could lead to the malevolent energy overwhelming your mind, resulting in irredeemable consequences. Having conveyed this, the choice lies entirely within your own will. Yet, he observed Kuai Shijing's resolute gaze, devoid of any sign of retreat. As he earnestly implored, "My decision is firm. I only seek that you impart to me the method of sword refinement." Chun Yin shook his head and said, "I have mentioned before that today, I shall neither expound nor impart doctrine. I will solely discuss the art of swordsmanship. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your own enlightenment. If you possess the will, the sword you hold in your embrace is your finest teacher." His tone was calm, yet the determination within him was resolute and unyielding. Seeing that Chun Yin had made up his mind, Kuai Shijing knew further pleas would be futile, so he knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Chun Yin observed Kuai Shijing, who remained prostrate before him, allowing him to bow without offering assistance. The ease with which one acquires something often leads to a lack of appreciation, a fundamental aspect of human nature. Only those who understand the value of hard-earned gains will not treat their trials lightly during moments of tribulation. Once Kuai Shijing had finished his bowing, Chun Yin, with an expression of indifference, inquired, "Where have you served in the military? Have you participated in any pioneering endeavors?" The matter of pioneering, as Wei Kuan once stated, might not arise even once in several decades. Yet, the words of the supernatural have always been unreliable. Otherwise, there would be no concept of ghostly tales. The reminiscence of the sword rekindled hope within Kuai Shijing, and he no longer harbored resistance towards Chun Yin's inquiries. He promptly spoke. "I was originally stationed in Lingchuan Dao as a military officer from Jiangfu. However, due to the pressing circumstances in the southwest, I was reassigned to guard the borders of Shuangguang Dao. While I have not partaken in pioneering efforts, I have heard the Deputy General mention that guarding the southwestern frontier bears a striking resemblance to the act of pioneering." "Oh?" Chun Yin was instantly intrigued. What began as a casual inquiry unexpectedly revealed that Kuai Shijing possessed genuine knowledge regarding the matter of frontier expansion. "Who are you defending against in the southwestern frontier?" he asked. Kuai Shijing shook his head and replied, "In the southwest, we face numerous barbarian tribes and malevolent forces. We were reassigned to Shuangguang Dao under the pretext of the pressing situation in the southwest. However, upon our arrival, we spent the majority of our time stationed there to intimidate. Even when the army was dispatched, it primarily served as a show of force. During my 5 years in the Southwest, my experiences were limited to minor skirmishes with the barbarian tribes. According to the elders in the military, whether it involves expansion or border defense, the primary function of the army is often to create an imposing presence, suppressing the malevolent forces with military formations. The true engagement is handled by others. Others? Chun Yin pondered. Could it be the Heavenly Monitoring Office? Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, a sense of doubt arose within him. If this were the case, the depths of the Monitoring Sky Division might exceed his expectations. But do we know who they are? Kuai Shijing shook his head and replied, "We have neither seen the visitor nor heard any mention of them from Shangwan." Chun Yin nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries as he posed the next question. "From where do your military rations originate? Have you encountered any supply convoys?" Kuai Shijing, increasingly perplexed, could not fathom why Chun Yin was so concerned about the military provisions. Nonetheless, he honestly shook his head and replied, "I do not know. The transportation of military supplies by the court has always been a closely guarded secret. Apart from the grain transport officials, no one is privy to the sources and routes of these rations." This statement caused Chun Yin to furrow his brow, as if something elusive was swirling within his mind, just beyond his grasp. He could not help but inquire further, "But has there been any grain robbery?" Kuai Shijing nodded in response, stating, "The southwestern regions are mountainous, making it inconvenient for large armies to deploy. The defense relies primarily on the fortifications and the deterrent power of our formations to ward off malevolent forces. If it were merely a battle against the barbarian tribes, it would be manageable. However, during efforts to eradicate evil, there is a genuine fear of malevolent beings intercepting our supplies. Should we lose our rations, the morale of the troops would collapse, leading to chaos in the ranks and desertion, which would spell doom for the entire border forces. Thus, the security of military provisions has always been of paramount importance, and their routes are shrouded in secrecy." This revelation awakened Chun Yin to clarity. The enigmas that had eluded him until now suddenly crystallized. The answers had been before him all along, yet he had subconsciously overlooked them. Whether it be the rogue spirits or the rat demons, their involvement stemmed from the energy of the sun. Should a famine arise, hunger would drive countless refugees to flee the city. Without firewood or grain, even one of these shortages would compel the populace to abandon their homes. Once the city was left desolate, the vital energy within would dissipate unchallenged. The emergence of starving citizens, coupled with the ensuing panic, could even lead to the horrific atrocity of cannibalism. At that point, even if the throngs of refugees banded together, how could they maintain the energy of the sun amidst such disarray? These malevolent beings would only serve to exacerbate the plight of the starving populace. It would culminate in a grotesque feast for the wicked. Given that the Shibo was well acquainted with the intricacies of the frontier's supply requisitions, it was inconceivable that he would be oblivious to this reality. Indeed, the words of these malevolent entities are not to be trusted. The pressing question now remains, what is the ultimate objective of the court, and what role does it play in this unfolding drama? Memories surge like a tempest, compelling me to ponder the intricate connections within. The soaring grain prices in the 5 prefectures cannot solely be attributed to a mere rumor of land reclamation. Over the past 2 years, Dingzhou has enjoyed favorable weather, and its granaries are ample. To elevate the grain prices, it is imperative that a formidable organization operates unrestrainedly within Dingzhou, voraciously consuming resources. Only in this manner can affluent households be galvanized to hoard grain, thereby driving prices to unprecedented heights. This entity could either be the imperial court itself or individuals wielding sufficient influence to sway the court's decisions. The fact that even the rat demons are privy to such information indicates that this matter is far from a secret within certain circles. The court cannot be oblivious to these developments. However, it has remained in a state of passive acquiescence until now. Land reclamation. Land reclamation. What magnitude of profit could possibly justify the court's negligence towards the plight of millions of common folk in the 5 prefectures, allowing malevolent entities to feast upon them? Or is it that the court's true agenda is not reclamation at all, but rather a ritualistic blood sacrifice or a sinister form of sustenance? Chen Yin suddenly recalled Wei Kuan's words. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau's requisition of grains has always been accompanied by the practice of incantations. If that is indeed the case, it would elucidate the situation, using land reclamation as bait to inflate grain prices, inciting chaos among demons and evildoers, and seizing the opportunity to cultivate their powers through bloodshed. Such a cunning scheme preserves the reputation of the court while achieving its objectives. What a nefarious heart. Presently, It is merely the rat demon and Luo Xian. However, in due time, when the news spreads, the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou may well descend into a frenzy of chaos. Just as one question is settled, another arises, shrouded in doubt and rife with contradictions. At this moment, Chen Yin found himself engulfed in a sea of thoughts, succumbing to a profound silence. Kuei Shijing observed Chen Yin's gradually chilling demeanor and refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting his inquiry. After a considerable pause, Chen Yin finally regained his composure. He exhaled deeply and addressed Kuei Shijing. A great upheaval is imminent in Dingzhou. You have yet to perfect your swordsmanship, so it would be wise to depart from this place at the earliest opportunity. Upon finishing his words, Chen Yin pondered for a moment, then waved his dust brush, conjuring 3 sheets of yellow paper that soared through the air. It would be a pity if someone so pleasing to the eye were to perish on the journey. With a flourish of his vermilion brush, the 3 talismans swiftly took shape and folded into a triangular form, landing in Kuei Shijing's embrace. These 3 talismans may not aid you in vanquishing demons or dispelling evildoers, but should danger arise, they will provide some protection, ensuring that ordinary malevolence cannot detain you. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. The atmosphere is fraught with peril. One must not be hasty in seeking gains. Remember this well. With that, Chen Yin took a step, his form resembling a white crane, hastening through the night toward the direction of Danyang Prefecture. Upon reaching the distant mountains, Chen Yin gazed down upon the sprawling city nestled within the plains. In the night sky, the vitality of the sun appeared under the gaze of his mystical perception. As a colossal torch, the flames illuminated the surroundings, revealing the concealment of demons and spirits, rendering them invisible. A scroll materialized before Chen Yin, depicting a city that lay in the darkness like a monstrous beast, fearsome and formidable. Above the city, not a trace of sunlight could be found. Instead, it was shrouded in countless ominous clouds. Within those clouds, numerous pale figures flitted about, forming gigantic visages in the sky. Humanity is inherently duplicitous, and the malevolence of spirits breeds calamity. The more prosperous the land, the more insatiable the desires of the people. Worshipping deities and seeking solace from spirits has become a prevailing custom, nurturing the abundance of demons within the city. Given this scenario, the so-called virtuous lands of the capital may not truly be the epitome of virtue. However, this world ultimately belongs to humanity. If one wishes to act with impunity, it remains contingent upon whether I, as a humble Taoist, grant my consent. As dawn broke in the east, the first light of morning began to emerge. With a swift flick of the ancient feather duster, dust motes drifted like rippling water across the canvas. In the painting, the vitality of the sun pierced through the morning mist, gradually rising with grace. As the warmth of the sun intensified and the shadows dissipated, the sky quietly brightened. Chen Yin shook his shoulders, dislodging a squirrel that perched upon them, and rolled up the scroll. With a graceful bend, he leapt from the mountain's peak, his form soaring with the wind as the scroll fluttered open. A white crane emerged gently, lifting Chen Yin aloft as they soared towards Danyang Prefecture. In full view of the gathered crowd, the crane glided elegantly over the city gate, heading directly towards the government office of Danyang. Upon landing, Chen Yin twirled his dust whisk lightly, retracting the crane into the scroll, and addressed those in the courtyard with unreserved authority. Where is the prefect of Danyang? The officials within the residence, taken aback by such a display, dared not respond hastily and turned their gazes towards the head officer. The head officer, glancing left and right, noticed that all his subordinates were looking to him. However, uncertain of Chen Yin's identity and hesitant to inquire further, he could only reply cautiously. The esteemed lord of the prefecture is still in the rear courtyard. Please wait a moment, and I shall fetch him immediately. Chen Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent, yet slightly nodding his head. The headman, as if granted a reprieve, hurried towards the rear courtyard. Before long, Chen Yin espied a tall, portly figure emerging from the back, adjusting his attire while accompanied by others. Upon noticing Chen Yin's poised stance, the stout figure momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. He swiftly approached Chen Yin, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "I am Han Mingdao, the prefect of Danyang. It is an honor to meet your excellency. May I inquire what directives you have for me?" Chen Yin gazed at the approaching Han Mingdao, his brow furrowing as an invisible barrier separated the two. Unwilling to associate with such a despicable individual, Chen Yin decided to be forthright and asked, "I must inquire, Why has the price of grain in the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou skyrocketed while the officials remain utterly inactive? Upon hearing this, Han Mingdao realized that he was being summoned for an inquiry, and given the nature of the question, it was clear that Chen Yin was not a mere newcomer from the supervisory office. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, the previous air of deference evaporated, and his tone grew markedly assertive. Rather than addressing Chen Yin's inquiry, Han Mingdao retorted, "May I ask from where you hail, and what prompts this question?" Chen Yin discerned the underlying meaning in Han Mingdao's words. With a narrowed gaze, he remarked, "Wu Daozi, a recluse from beyond the mundane, has recently descended from the mountains. Observing the soaring grain prices in Dingzhou's 5 prefectures and the government's utter inaction, he has come to seek an explanation from the governor." An explanation? Han Mingdao was momentarily taken aback. Had this man become so daft during his hermitage as to dare demand an explanation from the imperial court? Did he not fear the repercussions from the heavenly monitoring agency? Just as Han Mingdao had begun to relax, his apprehensions returned. His earlier bravado had been predicated upon the belief that the visitor would not dare offend the authorities. Yet, this individual's demeanor suggested a blatant disregard for the court's authority. Encountering such a person posed a considerable risk. One misstep could lead to offense. And even if the court intervened on his behalf, the repercussions would still fall upon him. Should he also encounter someone vindictive, angered to the point of murderous intent, any subsequent revenge would be of no concern to him. Ultimately, this matter was not particularly secretive. Discussing it would not lead to dire consequences. With his thoughts somewhat settled, Han Mingdao clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "Sir, you may not be aware that the grain requisition in Dingzhou's 5 prefectures is part of a grand strategy by the court to cultivate new lands. Initially, the court discreetly arranged for personnel to procure grain in these areas. However, for reasons unknown, the news leaked, prompting certain affluent households to hoard grain, resulting in an uncontrollable surge in prices. We have previously united in petitioning the court to source grain from other regions." At this juncture, Han Mingdao offered a resigned smile and sighed. "Though our petitions were acknowledged, the requisition has already depleted the surrounding granaries. As long as the local magnates continue their hoarding, grain prices will persist in their ascent. These individuals merely stockpile without selling, leading to an ever-diminishing supply in the market. Even if price controls are enacted, they would prove futile. We have contemplated imposing purchase limits on individuals, yet such measures would only exacerbate public panic, yielding no tangible benefit." Chen Yin gazed intently at the expression on Han Mingdao's face and spoke in a solemn tone. "So you choose to stand idly by?" Han Mingdao shook his head and replied, "Sir, you jest. We suspect that there are malevolent forces at play behind this incident, which is why we have specifically petitioned the esteemed members of the Bureau of Celestial Observation to come forth. Once these malevolent beings are eradicated, the prices of grain will naturally stabilize." This line of reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies. If the authorities were truly determined to stabilize grain prices, there would be no need to await the arrival of the Bureau's officials. With righteousness on their side, they could take decisive action under the pretext of exterminating evil, ringing alarm bells as they visited the households of the wealthy for thorough inspections. The overwhelming public sentiment would leave no room for those affluent families to refuse. To do so would cast them in suspicion of colluding with malevolent spirits. Just based on this, the wave of public opinion would be enough to bring them to their knees. As Chen Yin listened to Han Mingdao's response, he meticulously observed his expressions, breathing, pulse, and heartbeat, various physiological traits. Yet, Han Mingdao exhibited no signs of abnormality, appearing to wholeheartedly believe in his own narrative. In that instant, 2 strands of dust darted out from the whisk, aiming directly at Han Mingdao's eyes. "If you dare to continue fabricating lies with those eyes wide open, they shall no longer serve a purpose. What is your explanation for the matter of the soul alarm gong?" Faced with the 2 strands of dust that pierced toward his pupils, Han Mingdao broke into a cold sweat. He forced a wry smile and replied, "The soul alarm gong should not be used lightly until the very last moment. While it can undoubtedly resolve issues if one can locate the malevolent entity, repeated failures to find it will render subsequent attempts futile, as no one will gather again." Chen Yin was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this set of deceptive rhetoric. The arrival of the inspectors was merely a precaution, not an obligation to knock. However, Chen Yin did not dwell on this matter. His expression hardened as he continued to inquire, "When did the inspectors of heaven arrive? Where are they now?" Han Mingdao, this time, did not conceal anything and responded succinctly. "The esteemed officials of the inspectors of heaven arrived over a month ago, yet their whereabouts remain elusive. and this office is unaware of their current location. A month ago, Han Mingda's answer grew increasingly contradictory. If the inspectors had arrived a month prior, considering the time required for correspondence, Han Mingda's petition must have been submitted at least a month and a half ago. At that time, although grain prices had risen, it was far from reaching a level that warranted a joint petition. If the inspectors had indeed arrived long ago, why had there been no word from them? With a sorrowful expression, Han Mingda glanced around before whispering, "The officials of the Inspectors of Heaven are all bound by imperial decree and possess their own intentions, far beyond the reach of us mere mortals." Upon hearing this, Chen Yin furrowed his brow. This marked the 13th repetition. Each time, although Han Mingda's words bore slight variations, the essence remained unchanged. 13 consecutive dreams, each remarkably similar. It appeared that no revelations could be extracted from Han Mingda. The Heavenly Monitoring Office had been present for a month, yet the magistrate of Lishui County remained utterly oblivious. The incident at Chun Family Village had to be reported beyond the provincial government. The situation surrounding Chun Family Village increasingly resembled the machinations of the Heavenly Monitoring Office. The prevalence of malevolent forces could not rival the imperial court's singular blood sacrifice. Truly, the Great Wei dynasty demonstrated remarkable cunning. Even the governor remained uninformed, suggesting that the court had resolutely decided to forsake the populace of these 5 prefectures. With a casual sweep, Chun Yin dispelled the radiant light, gently removing the reluctant squirrel from his shoulder as he descended the mountain. This time, he soared like a crane, his garments billowing in the wind, making his way towards the government office of Danyang Prefecture. The remnants of old dreams lingered, dissipating into oblivion upon awakening, and he was unperturbed by the possibility of Han Mingda discerning any irregularities. As the white crane alighted, Chun Yin gracefully flourished his feather duster, enfolding the crane within the confines of his scroll, reminiscent of a dream. Yet, this time, the words on his lips had transformed. Where could the case files of the malevolent entities in Danyang Prefecture be found? As dawn broke, only a few duty officers remained within the government office. Perhaps due to recent visitors from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, Han Mingda had already issued instructions, and the officers dared not to be negligent. Consequently, 2 of them were assigned, one to guide Chen Yin to the archives, while the other hurried towards the rear courtyard, to prevent malevolent entities from prying. The archives were established within the government office, the bastion of the city's vital energy. This location was both a refuge for the people's hearts and a source of their trepidation. As long as the authority of the government remained intact, even malevolent beings, despite having the protection of incense offerings, would find it arduous to intrude. Upon reaching the archives, they were halted by 2 imposing figures clad in black. The leading officer then turned, bowing slightly, and inquired, "Do you possess a command token or a document?" With a furrowed brow, Chen Yin recalled that Lu Xie of Xinfeng County had merely mentioned that the case files could be examined by practitioners and masters alike. Yet he had never alluded to any talismans or written directives. Noticing Chen Yin's hesitation, the servant discreetly stepped back a couple of paces and advised, "Any tokens or insignias from the various families, or even credentials, will suffice, as long as they can authenticate your esteemed origins." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yin realized that he indeed possessed the identity documents in his hand. However, this would render the disguise he had just adopted useless. Was it sufficient to merely verify the origins of his identity? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Chen Yin's mind as he brushed his hand across his forehead. When he extended his palm, a peachwood compass materialized within it. The attendant, lacking in knowledge regarding the talisman and script, accepted the compass while apologetically stating, "Please do not take offense, sir. This matter does not pertain to you personally. Rather, it is of great importance to the archives. Without proper protocol, any unforeseen mishap could lead to repercussions even the governor could not bear." In contrast, the 2 robust guards, well acquainted with various tokens, immediately straightened upon sighting the compass. After carefully examining it, they bowed and said, "It is indeed an honor to encounter a master from Yunda Mountain. Our earlier actions were merely due to our duties. We hope you will not hold it against us." With that, they did not even inquire about Chen Yin's name before opening the grand door to allow him entry. One of the guards, while returning the compass, courteously remarked, "The hour is still early. Lord Wang, who oversees the archives, has yet to arrive. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct us." Chen Yin never anticipated that the reputation of Yunda Mountain would prove so advantageous, merely by wielding a replica compass. He managed to alter the demeanor of two formidable men. While this maneuver facilitated matters, it is likely to bring considerable trouble to Yunda Mountain in due course. Particularly concerning is Xie Shiming, who, having yet to depart from Dingzhou, is bound to encounter numerous challenges along the way. Although that novice sorcerer possesses a certain naivete, he remains, at least for now, a genuinely good-hearted individual. Reflecting on this, Chen Yin paused momentarily, casting a glance toward the southwest before resuming his forward march. Given the circumstances, it might be prudent to escalate the situation further, ideally drawing the entirety of Yunda Mountain's personnel to ignite a fervor in Dingzhou's 5 prefectures. In such an environment, if someone as innocent as Xie Shiming can emerge, one could surmise that the individuals from Yunda Mountain are not likely to fall short in character. The document repository of Danong Prefecture rivals that of a medium-sized library, far exceeding Chen Yin's initial expectations. Within, various documents and case files are meticulously arranged by date and category upon the shelves. The archives pertaining to malevolent entities are designated to different rooms based on their severity. While referred to as small rooms, they are, in fact, quite spacious compared to the grand hall outside. At a glance, Chen Yin even spotted case files dating back 300 years. He gestured for the 2 men in black to withdraw, then commenced his search for the items he sought. The files on demonic entities are distinct from others, their value primarily residing in the characteristics of the various disturbances caused by these entities and certain folk methods of exorcism. Rather than mere files, they serve as an extensive reference compendium. Consequently, these documents are periodically revised, and their preservation is remarkably intact. Since the establishment of the Great Way over 5 centuries ago, the earliest records of malevolent entities in Danyang Prefecture can be traced back 400 years. The files encompass not only incidents occurring within the prefecture's jurisdiction, but also those reported by various counties for archiving purposes. He meticulously perused the aged files, shutting himself away in his chamber to ward off any potential disturbances. Although these case files largely pertain to isolated incidents, the information and value they contained far surpassed any individual's narrative. As Chen Yin gazed upon the unfolding events with growing trepidation, he was struck by the realization that over the course of 4 centuries, a plethora of malevolent beings had emerged, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. A significant portion of these cases remained unresolved. Moreover, various unscrupulous sorcerers had contributed to the chaos, engaging in schemes for profit and malevolent practices. Even the righteous path, in its quest to vanquish evil, had inadvertently caused untold harm. Occasionally, those with a semblance of conscience would leave behind some wealth for compensation. Yet many others would dismiss the matter and depart without a care. What filled Chen Yin with sorrow was the fact that in the closed cases, at least half were instigated by the common folk through their fervent worship of deities and spirits, inviting calamity into their homes. It was no wonder that the 4 great celestial masters had been engaged in the destruction of temples and mountains for a millennium. Human greed knows no bounds. The allure of seeking divine intervention to alter one's fate tempts many beyond resistance. As long as the practice of blood sacrifices persists, the scourge of malevolence will continue unabated. If the myriad deities and spirits do not instill fear in the hearts of these practitioners, rendering their sacrifices unrequited, how can one hope to restrain the desires of mankind? With a heavy heart, Chen Yin closed the case file. The unsettling nature of the Danyang Prefecture's malevolent forces weighing upon him, no less than the court's scheming that treated the populace of the 5 prefectures as mere pawns. The court's demands for grain had plagued Danyang Prefecture more than once. Though not on the frontier, some malevolent spirits seized the opportunity to wreak havoc. Yet, each time, the court swiftly quashed any signs of unrest with merciless efficiency. This time, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau had been present for an entire month, yet remained silent. Further solidifying Chen Yin's suspicions, he rubbed his temples and picked up another file to peruse. The fragmented information within the documents continuously rearranged itself in Chen Yin's mind, leading to an astonishingly rapid expansion of his understanding of this world. After completing one scroll, he moved on to another, spending a full 2.5 days in the archives until he had reviewed an entire room full of case files. Observing the figure in black waiting outside the door, Chen Yin flicked his dust brush. A gentle breeze sweeping past as he exited the room and made his way to another chamber. In stark contrast to the previous room, this one contained few files, limited to those still under process. A cursory glance revealed that most pertained to trivial disturbances caused by minor rural spirits, who frightened travelers along their path to extort offerings. Lacking any urgent matters, Chun Yin etched the contents into his memory and proceeded to the next chamber. This room was rather unique, although it possessed a door. It was merely an illusion. The true entrance lay concealed behind numerous restrictions, accessible only through a specialized talisman. Chun Yin observed the restrictions within and cast a spell, swiftly entering its confines. Inside the chamber, there were only a few scrolls, each housed in a sealed copper box. The surface of the boxes was adorned with various runes, clearly intended for the purpose of confidentiality. Chun Yin grasped a copper box, and as the innate energy circulated within, the box opened of its own accord after just a few breaths. Chun Yin took out the file, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Inscribed prominently on the file was the name of Qinzhuang in Lixian County. Chun Yin, with a solemn expression, opened the case file of the Chun family village. Examining the recorded details word by word, the file meticulously chronicled the origins and developments of the Chun family village incident, culminating in its final conclusions. Although it was evident that several matters had been deliberately overlooked, many details still astonished Chun Yin as he read on. According to the account contained within the document, on the midday when Chun Jiazhuang was besieged by the malevolent spirit, individuals from a neighboring village discerned the anomaly and reported it to the authorities. By the time officials dispatched from the county arrived, the entire village had succumbed to the ghostly domain. The unabashedly overwhelming dark aura instilled such terror that none dared to draw near. They could only retreat to the city to report while observing from a distance of 5 miles. The magistrate of Lishui County proved to be quite capable, employing unknown methods to summon the county's sorcerer for an inspection. Upon arrival, the sorcerer merely cast a distant glance before promptly returning to the county, advising the magistrate to seek assistance from the Celestial Monitoring Office, after which he vanished without a trace. These events, however, are not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the Celestial Monitoring Office's documentation of the scene following Chun Yin's departure. Notably emphasized were the scattered ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall, the burning incense, the ashes of offerings, and the sanctified site during the appearance of the revered ancestor, along with the complete absence of any malevolent energy or unclean entities that should have been tainted by the ghostly realm. Many details were overlooked even by Chun Yin himself. The case file did not present a definitive conclusion. Instead, it was classified as a major unsolved case, suggesting that the Celestial Monitoring Office intended to continue their investigation. It remains uncertain whether their pursuit is for the sake of the over 800 souls of Chun Jiazhuang or for the spirit that haunts it. Chun Yin resealed the case files into the copper box before setting it aside and casually picking up another box. As he opened the box, he found the contents somewhat peculiar. The file contained but a single phrase. The river god of the Shaohong River demands offerings to prepare tributes for the Dragon Lord. Eradicate him. The Shaohong River, a modest waterway, traverses 2 counties within Danyang Prefecture before merging into another river southeastward into Zhanyuan Prefecture. As for the river god, Chun Yin surmised that he was either a formidable water spirit or a large fish. Ordinarily, the demise of a river god would not warrant such a level of concern. It seemed unlikely that such an act would necessitate classification for sealing. Could it be due to the Dragon Lord? Chun Yin has just finished reviewing the case files of Danyang Prefecture, and the term Dragon Lord is not unfamiliar to him. In the depths of secluded mountains and vast marshes, there are numerous entities akin to dragons, possessing formidable strength. Coupled with the fact that serpentine creatures are inherently lascivious, countless bloodlines have strayed from their origins. Those who possess sufficient cultivation to gain recognition are invariably bestowed with the title Dragon Lord. In the case files of Danyang alone, no less than 5 Dragon Lords are recorded as having been slain. Upon investigating their identities, many scarcely qualify as true dragons, at best. They are merely elongated serpents with some semblance of lineage. To discern the significance behind the title Dragon Lord proves to be quite a challenge. Chun Yin shook his head, etching the matter into his memory, and replaced it with another bronze box. He proceeded to open 3 or 4 more, each containing case files from 6 months prior, devoid of any valuable information. These graded case files had been regularly confiscated by the Monitoring Heaven Division, leaving the other bronze boxes largely empty. After surveying the surroundings, Chun Yin found nothing of value and returned to the initial room, lifting the restrictions. Upon seeing Chun Yin emerge, the man in black waiting outside immediately approached and respectfully inquired, "Do you have any instructions, sir?" Chun Yin shook his head and strode outside. It was afternoon, and the various officials in the archives were present. Upon seeing Chun Yin emerge, they hurriedly approached him to pay their respects. This group of officials, accustomed to managing documents, possessed a far greater understanding of supernatural practitioners than the average person. With the illustrious reputation of Cloud Degree Mountain, establishing a favorable relationship could prove invaluable in times of need. Unfortunately, Chun Yin was not a Na'vi newcomer like Jie Xinming, nor was he the sorcerer they imagined from Cloud Degree Mountain. He disregarded their eager attentions and continued on his way. Lord Wang, in charge of the archives, quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, please pause." Chun Yin's footsteps momentarily paused as he cast a sidelong glance at Lord Wang. Perceiving this, Lord Wang hastily spoke. "Please pardon me, esteemed sir. The governor has instructed me to convey that he wishes to meet with you once your matters are concluded." "Oh, what is the purpose of this meeting?" Chun Yin stood firm, awaiting the subsequent words of Lord Wang. With a sycophantic smile, Lord Wang remarked, "I am unaware, as the governor has merely instructed me. Once you have concluded your tasks, I shall promptly inform him. Surely, he is already on his way." Upon hearing the news, Chun Yin cast a glance towards the rear courtyard, where Han Mingda was indeed hurrying towards him with a group of people. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that it would not consume much of his time. Thus, he decided to listen to whatever matter Han Mingda wished to discuss. "Very well. I shall await him here for a brief moment." In no time, Han Mingda arrived before Chun Yin. The instant he laid eyes on Chun Yin, he was struck with awe, as if caught in a dream, standing there in a state of astonishment. As Chun Yin narrowed his eyes, the surrounding temperature abruptly dropped several degrees, causing Han Mingda to shiver involuntarily. It was only then that Han Mingda regained his composure and realized that the individual before him was not someone he could casually provoke. He adjusted his attire, dismissed those around him, and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am unaware of your purpose for visiting. May I inquire if you have any instructions regarding the matters atop the mountain?" Chun Yin felt a stirring in his heart. The influence of Yundam Mountain exceeded his expectations. From Han Mingda's words, it seemed there existed an extraordinary relationship between Yundam Mountain and the imperial court. This was something that had never been revealed in dreams or documents. And the pointed nature of Han Mingda's inquiry was striking. At that moment, Chun Yin's expression darkened as he remarked, "What? Must I report to you regarding Yundam Mountain?" Having attained the position of governor, Han Mingda was no fool. With a smile, he replied, "Sir, you jest. The affairs of the mountain are not something a mere commoner like myself would dare to pry into. However, I am bound to comply with the orders of my superiors." Upon observing his brazen demeanor, Chun Yin discerned that this matter was inextricably linked to the Heavenly Monitoring Office. He remarked, "Shangguan, the Heavenly Monitoring Office seems to be overstepping its bounds. Do they truly believe that Yundu Mountain is devoid of temper?" In a tone tinged with dissatisfaction, Chun Yin felt as though Han Mingda had not heard him at all. Once again, he clasped his hands and stated, "I beg your pardon, sir. The superior has also mentioned Fuhua Mountain, Danshao Peak, and Sanyang Mountain. This action is not directed against Yunda Mountain." As he listened to the names enumerated by Han Mingda, Chun Yin began to grasp the intentions of the monitoring Heavenly Division. According to the records of the Danyang Demon and Ghost case, much like Yunda Mountain, the practitioners at Fuhua Mountain, Danshao Peak, and Sanyang Mountain were relatively upright. Was it an effort to convey a warning to local officials, to prevent any misdeeds at the mountain gates? It seemed that the claims regarding the practices of the monitoring Heavenly Division were indeed not false. As the elder from the society had asserted, Chun Yin's grip on the whisk subtly betrayed a hint of paleness, as he endeavored to suppress his mounting fury. Speaking in a low, resonant tone, the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau truly exudes an air of formidable authority and dominance. How the 3 mountains and 1 peak conduct their affairs is not for the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau to dictate. You may certainly report this matter to them. Should they be dissatisfied, let them come seek me. I, the painter of the waning years, Wu Daozi, await them at any moment." Han Mingda was taken aback by Chun Yin's words. He possessed little understanding of the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau and the affairs of the mountain gates. Nor was he aware of the grievances between the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau and the 3 mountains and 1 peak as mentioned by Chun Yin. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Han Mingda. Should these 2 factions clash within Danong Prefecture, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He hastily implored Chun Yin, "Please, sir, temper your anger. That was not the intention of the official." Chun Yin raised an eyebrow, directly interrupting Han Mingda's words. Is this not the intention of the Celestial Monitoring Office? So, are you implying that this is your perspective? Cold sweat instantaneously cascaded down Han Mingda's forehead. He could not afford such an accusation. The sorcerers of Yunda Mountain might overlook him, but the Celestial Monitoring Office certainly would not. Should their agents overhear this and conclude that he was instigating discord, he would face a fate far worse than death. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Han Mingda attempted to continue his explanation, but before he could utter a word, he heard Chun Yin inquire, "Where are the agents of the Celestial Monitoring Office at this moment?" The inquiry was merely a casual remark. He had spent 2 or 3 days in the archives, and some information had already become outdated. Upon hearing this, Han Mingda's face lit up with joy as he promptly replied, "The officials should be in Yiyang Prefecture." The password regarding the mountain gate was transmitted from Yiyang Prefecture just yesterday. Chen Yin looked at Han Mingda in astonishment, not expecting such a straightforward response from him. Little did he know, Han Mingda was eager for him to promptly depart from Danyang Prefecture to seek the Heavenly Monitoring Division, to avoid any potential conflict in Danyang that might lead to his own suffering. In the depths of Chun Yin's contemplation, he mused that whether in Yiyang Prefecture or elsewhere, he could at least afford some time for the new city god of Xinfeng County. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether these individuals were all congregated in Yiyang Prefecture or if they were operating independently. Furthermore, concerning the transition of the city god in Xinfeng County, the magistrate had long since prepared the documents and dispatched someone to deliver them, yet the arrival of those documents remained inexplicably delayed. Yiyang Prefecture indeed? Chen Yin, maintaining a facade of composure, flicked his dust cloth and disregarded Han Mingda, making his way directly to the finest tavern in the city. At this hour, on the cusp of late afternoon, one would expect the establishment to be in a state of repose. However, coinciding with the examination period, scholars from various counties had converged upon Danyang, transforming inns and taverns into venues for spirited discourse and academic exchange. Most taverns in the city operated incessantly, and Xianghua Tower was among the most sought after. The name, it is said, originated decades ago when a scholar, inebriated, dreamt of pen blossoms, subsequently achieving remarkable success in his examinations. At this moment, a debate was underway within the tower, centering on the pressing issue of stabilizing the skyrocketing grain prices in the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou. As Chun Yin stepped into the restaurant, the debate was fervently underway, and not a single scholar present paid him any heed. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze pausing momentarily in the corner, where a slight frown creased his brow. After he had scrutinized each scholar in attendance, his attention returned to a solitary figure at a corner table. This individual, clad in tattered garments, was starkly out of place among the surrounding scholars. While the others were engrossed in their spirited discourse, he sat quietly, indulging in food and drink. A hint of inebriation flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a touch of scorn, as if he were merely a spectator relishing a fine performance. Chun Yin leisurely approached and took a seat beside the empty chair, remarking, "I perceive you hold a differing opinion. Why not engage them in a debate?" The young scholar, while observing the scene before him, whispered tipsily, "Brotherly brought me here, with wine and meat at hand. How could I possibly overshadow his moment?" Chun Yin regarded his drunken state with a faint smile and remarked, "Are you truly so confident in your ability to surpass everyone?" The scholar downed a glass of wine, scoffing disdainfully as he replied, "The soaring grain prices in the 5 prefectures of Dingzhou are merely a result of artificial manipulation. They only understand the need to stabilize prices without grasping the underlying causes. Engaging in endless debate here amounts to nothing more than a futile exchange of words." As he spoke, he turned to look at Chun Yin, unable to recall anyone having occupied this spot before. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Yin separated the two from the crowd and inquired, "What insights do you possess, my lord? Since I find myself at leisure, might you share your thoughts with me?" The scholar, now inebriated and gazing upon Chun Yin's head of white hair, which belied his scholarly demeanor, felt his inhibitions weighing. He carelessly pushed aside the food and drink on the table, dipping his finger in water to use as a makeshift pen. He began to inscribe upon the surface while speaking, "Dingzhou governs 8 prefectures, among the 5 that have recently witnessed a rise in grain prices. All are situated in the southwest. Although the terrain is mountainous, it is expansive. Within these 5 prefectures flow 3 significant rivers, originating from the southwest, traversing eastward, ultimately merging into Shenzhou and Suzhou, where the waterways are gentle and unobstructed. Historically, transporting grain by water has been preferred. If navigation were feasible, the reliance on animal labor would be diminished. Merchants pursue profit, and a mere 20% increase in grain prices would suffice to keep the grain-laden vessels operating day and night. Yet, since the rise in grain prices, the transport ships appear to have vanished without a trace. Could it be that there is deliberate manipulation at play? CHNNIN unexpectedly observed the various markings the scholar had made on the table, instantly piquing his interest. He had come to the tavern merely in search of someone skilled in calligraphy to learn from, having chosen this establishment solely for its conspicuousness. Little did he know that he would encounter such intriguing news here, a delightful surprise indeed. He immediately inquired, "From where did you obtain knowledge of the cessation of the 5 provinces' grain transport?" The scholar adjusted his garments, a self-deprecating smile betraying his inebriated state. "My family is of modest means, with only a few acres of poor farmland. My wife often aids others in washing clothes to support my studies. The boats at the docks pass by her daily. How could she remain unaware? If the Lu River is in such a state, the other 2 rivers cannot be much better. The Lu River is the largest waterway within Dingzhou, flowing through several counties. It serves as the most vital route connecting Dingzhou to Shenzhou and Suzhou, under constant supervision from the authorities, far safer than the land routes. The complete cessation of grain transport signifies that the court has left the common folk of the 5 provinces without a glimmer of hope." Witnessing the scholar's insights, CHNNIN's expression grew increasingly grave. He asked, "Is there any remedy for this situation?" The scholar seized the nearby wine jug and took a hearty swig. Choking slightly from the force of his action, unfazed, he wiped the wine from his lips with his sleeve, his bleary eyes fixed intently on the young man before him. What the court intends to do, who can thwart? In a predicament without resolution, what use is idle chatter? At the mention of the court, CHNNIN felt a jolt. He fixed his gaze upon the scholar and spoke solemnly. "How did you come to know of this matter?" The scholar, increasingly intoxicated, struggled to control the jug in his hand, yet his words remained coherent. "Merchants pursue profit. As long as there is gain, individuals are willing to take great risks. Even during the most tumultuous times, when the former river god wreaked havoc, the transport on the Lu River was never entirely halted. Who, apart from the court, could bring such a cessation to grain transport?" Chun Yin never anticipated that this scholar would possess such profound insight. Merely by examining the matter of the grain transport, he deduced nearly 90% of the underlying issues. Observing the scholar's inclination to voice his concerns, Chun Yin cautioned him, "Do not speak recklessly in your inebriated state. Should the authorities overhear you, you might be accused of defaming the court, and your life could be at stake." To his surprise, the scholar leaned against the wall, gazed skyward with a laugh, and exclaimed loudly, "At stake? What difference does it make whether I perish today or tomorrow? I had hoped that upon arriving in Danyang Prefecture, I might discover a solution, yet I find the situation here even more dire. You ought to wander through the city and witness how many families have begun to subsist on husks." As he spoke, he shook the wine jug in his hand, only to find it empty. In a fit of frustration, he hurled it to the ground. "Here I am, indulging in wine and meat, while my poor spouse at home is reduced to eating husks and greens, ultimately facing the fate of starvation." As he continued, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. Chun Yin gazed at the scholar, who was weeping uncontrollably, and remained silent for a long while. Ever since he discerned the underlying abnormalities behind the surging grain prices from Master Zhang a few days prior, Chun Yin had begun to calculate the onset of a grain shortage. He initially believed that a complete outbreak of famine was still 2 months away, convinced that uncovering the root cause would lead to a resolution. However, he overlooked the stark reality that the common people could scarcely endure even a 10% increase in grain prices. The famine had already quietly erupted, yet no one seemed to acknowledge their plight. Chun Yin rose to his feet, adjusting his attire with reverence, and bowed respectfully to the slumbering scholar. "Thank you for your teachings." This utterance of "sir" was a tribute to the man before him, who had awakened him to his own arrogance. Over half a month ago, he had been desperately struggling for survival under the siege of a female ghost. In a mere span of days, he had subtly elevated himself to a station far beyond his rightful place. He lamented the greed of mankind daily. Yet perched upon his lofty perch, he refused to truly lower himself to gaze upon the reality of this world. He even assumed the mantle of an elder in conversations, becoming excessively solemn and losing touch with his youthful essence. I sent that Zhou Xiren to experience the tribulations of the common folk. Yet due to the filth and corruption of the earthly realm, he hesitated to approach others. How misguided this is. While I devoted myself to the art of calligraphy, I neglected the true practice I needed to undertake, the cultivation of my heart. With a flick of his ancient dust brush, he turned and strode towards the tavern's exit. The azure robe departs from the white society, as the crimson sash prepares to return home. This journey is surely worthy of admiration, for the original intent remains unaltered. The melody soared, resonating far and wide, known throughout the bustling city of Danyang. A group of scholars, engaged in lively discourse, paused upon hearing the song, and turned their gazes towards the tavern, now aware of an additional presence within. "What a splendid poem!" exclaimed one. "A remarkable piece of admonitory verse." The azure robe transforms into a crimson sash, yet the original intent surely remains unchanged. Let us, esteemed scholars, inspire one another. Who could this be? And why have we never encountered him before? Could he be a person of high standing? At that moment, someone stood up and hurried after him, calling out, "Sir, please wait." Chen Yin, seemingly unfazed by the events, continued his stride toward the outside of the building. As he stepped through the doorway, a painting unfurled behind him, soaring into the air and stretching wide against the wind. When the song ceased, the painting had transformed into a magnificent golden beam, arching over Danyang Prefecture. The sudden emergence of this colossal pillar resembled a great mountain toppling. It lay across the sky, an overwhelming force pressing down, captivating all who beheld it. The spectacle was utterly astonishing, leaving the townsfolk of Danyang gasping in disbelief, frozen in place. Their eyes, filled with astonishment, were unable to comprehend the breathtaking scene that unfolded before them, one so surreal it could only be likened to a dream. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire Danyang Prefecture erupted into chaos, as countless citizens fled in panic, their terrified cries echoing throughout the city. Some perceptive individuals sensed the danger and hastily made their way towards the outskirts of town, while others instinctively sought refuge in nearby buildings, believing such actions could afford them a semblance of safety. The scholars who had pursued Xinyan emerged, their faces etched with shock and fear. One among them, unable to withstand the overwhelming terror, collapsed to the ground, his trousers soaked. As the city descended into pandemonium, Chunyin elegantly flicked his dust whisk, standing poised with hands clasped behind his back, ascending into the sky before the watchful eyes of the crowd. This time, there were no hesitations or reservations. Not only would he serve as the earthly judge, but also as the executioner of humanity. "Dear friends, let us gather within the painting," he proclaimed as the scroll unfurled, obscuring the sun and moon, akin to the closing of celestial gates. In an instant, Danyang City was engulfed in darkness. Even the malevolent beings within the city began to panic. The common folk, driven solely by fear, could scarcely grasp the profound threat that loomed over them. "It is over. All is lost," Han Mingdao murmured, gazing up at the sky before sinking to the ground. He could not discern the figure above, yet the voice and the scroll were unmistakable. He pondered the intentions of the monitoring bureau, but the actions of the figure before him were undoubtedly forbidden. High above, Chun Yin flicked his dust whisk once more, summoning a vermilion brush concealed within the painting, which flew into his grasp. The ethereal light of the platform shimmered, gathering the essence of 3 souls and 7 spirits into a radiant symbol. With a vigorous flourish of his arm, Chun Yin unleashed a flurry of ominous characters. Initially no larger than a standard size, but soon, as they soared 3 to 5 zhang, they expanded to the dimensions of a house. As the scroll unfurled, each character had swelled to the size of a grand estate. The ominous script inscribed upon the scroll immediately emitted a spectral glow. Under the radiant influence of the city's yang energy, the outline of a city emerged upon the canvas. Beneath the scroll, the malevolent energy summoned by the characters intertwined with the pervasive yang, igniting bolts of thunder that roared through the void. The immense artwork, obscuring the sun, resembled a divine punishment descending upon the world, conjuring a scene of apocalyptic despair. As the ominous characters manifested, numerous spirits and deities within the city felt their souls momentarily adrift. Compelled by an unseen force, they emerged from altars, hidden chambers, and offering tables, their eyes reflecting sheer terror, while their faces bore an expression of rapt fascination, gazing longingly at the city depicted in the scroll, as if it were their true sanctuary. The myriad beasts that remained unaffected by the ominous characters fared little better. The furious thunder, sparked by the intertwining forces of yin and yang in the air, left them trembling with fear, seeking refuge in the shadows, too fearful to reveal themselves. A select few, possessing keen insight, recognized the ominous turn of events and discreetly slipped away towards the city's outskirts. Only from the city's Shibo temple did a wisp of gray-blue energy arise, swiftly converging before Qinyan, transforming into an exceptionally handsome man. Adorned in opulent attire, one might mistake him for the scion of a noble family. Yet, at that moment, this striking figure wore a malevolent grimace, his face a deep shade of iron, as he demanded, which sorcerer dares to act so recklessly within the city? Qinyan merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his right hand wielding a vermilion brush with unwavering precision, while his left hand waved a dust whisk, sending wisps of dust sweeping over his hairpin. In an instant, a 2-foot-long peachwood sword materialized, radiating a magnificent aura of magic, ruthlessly advancing towards the manifested Shibo. The sword's light resembled a flowing ribbon, reaching Shibo in the blink of an eye. Shibo, caught off guard by Chunyan's flagrant disregard for etiquette, found himself perilously close to the sword's edge. Fortunately, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, flickering through the void and managing to shift 100 zhang away. Even so, the magical sword managed to graze the corner of his garment, as he observed the fluttering fabric and the pure yang magic seeping into his being. A faint flush of crimson appeared on Shibo's previously ashen face. After forcing Shibo back, the magical sword did not pursue, but returned to encircle Qinyan, transforming from 1 into 3, safeguarding him as he inscribed symbols in midair. Shibo was taken aback by Qinyan's blatant contempt, his anger boiling over as he bellowed, "What an arrogant sorcerer! How dare you act so recklessly before Lord Zhezhuang?" His eyes widened in fury, revealing a fierce expression as he summoned a pitch-black longsword that emerged in his grasp. This sword, entirely devoid of color, emanated a chilling malevolence, radiating an astonishingly oppressive aura. The sinister energy it exuded was starkly different from that of Kuai Shijing's sword, evoking an instinctual revulsion at first glance. As the longsword appeared, Qinyan, engrossed in his symbol inscribing, suddenly sensed danger and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Before Lord Zhezhuang could make a move, Qinyan flicked his dust whisk, and the 3 suspended swords transformed into streaks of light, enveloping Shibo in their embrace. Zhezhuang, wielding his sword, showed no desire to engage with the sword light, swiftly morphing into a streak of dark blue light that surged towards Qinyan with blinding speed. Yet, for all his swiftness, Qinyan was swifter still. With a flick of his whisk, a myriad of dust threads burst forth like a spider's web, ensnaring the surrounding void. Zhezhuang, however, seemed unfazed. As a deity born of the essence of flora, he possessed no tangible form. He transformed into a wisp of green smoke, attempting to slip through the web of dust. Unbeknownst to him, although Qinyan's whisk bore no name, the dust threads were woven from water. Even if it were but a trickle from a mere creek, it would still be true celestial water, infused with the primal energy of the cosmos. Escaping its grasp was no simple feat. Indeed, as the green smoke of Zhezhuang approached, he sensed something amiss and immediately retreated. Yet, he still felt a sharp sting across his face. When Zhezhuang re-emerged, his handsome visage was marred by a network of fine wounds. As he touched the intricate web of scars on his face, he could not help but inhale sharply in astonishment. Had he not retreated in time, he would have been cleaved into pieces, despite being an embodiment of flora and wood essence. Though he escaped with his life, recovering would take him decades. Astonished by Qinyan's prowess, Zhezhuang, feeling the painful scars that would take years to heal, felt his inner fury intensify. As Zhezhuang Jun gritted his teeth and prepared to deliver a fierce retort, 3 beams of sword light pierced through him. Had he not transformed into wisps of azure smoke in the nick of time, those 3 sword lights would have surely claimed his life. Although he evaded the sword light, he could not escape the pure yang intent that accompanied it. The intensely pure yang energy rapidly spread within him, plunging him into a fiery abyss. Recognizing the peril of his situation, Zhezhuang Jun swiftly transformed into a wisp of smoke and fled towards the outskirts of the city. He was no fool, given the current circumstances. Even the realm of Yin Earth might not guarantee safety. Yet, Qinyan would not allow him to escape so easily. The 3 beams of sword light reached their peak velocity and intercepted the Shibo mid-air, One man wielding 3 swords transformed into 4 radiant streams, continuously clashing in the skies above Danyang Prefecture. The spiritual light ignited by their collisions sparkled like fireworks beneath the tumultuous thunder, resplendent in its beauty. With Zhizhuangjun's interference gone, Chun Yin's speed intensified. As he waved his vermilion brush, an ethereal silhouette of a city identical to Danyang Prefecture emerged from the scroll. The city shattered the tempestuous skies and plummeted toward the ground. Although insubstantial, its descent was as formidable as the heavens themselves, magnificent and unstoppable. Boom! The city struck the earth. Though silent, the moment it landed, every living being within the city felt a profound shock, as if their very heartbeats had momentarily ceased. Accompanying the city's fall, a resounding incantation echoed across the land, ping zh ing tiny dzhuti nguyen yuchi zhp wying w guing. In an instant, all 4 gates of Danyang Prefecture slammed shut, sealing it from all directions. Zhizhuangjun, entangled in battle with the sword light, was struck with terror. He possessed the most acute awareness of the city's resonance with the outside world. At that moment, it seemed as if Danyang Prefecture had been severed from the outside, transforming into a realm of phantoms. Although he had encountered such ghostly domains before, none had dared to manifest within a city. Ignoring the ongoing duel with the sword light, Zhizhuangjun bellowed in dread. What exactly do you intend to do? Are you seeking to destroy Danyang Prefecture? Upon hearing the news, Chun Yin chuckled lightly and remarked, "What is the matter? The spirits of Dingzhou are causing turmoil, leading to a frenzied rise in grain prices. You, wicked demons and malevolent spirits, have proclaimed yourselves as deities, yet you indulge in offerings without any merit. I now wish to advocate for the people, to stabilize the grain prices across the 5 prefectures, and to seek justice for the countless citizens of the city. As for the destruction of this Danyang Prefecture, just wait and see." With an ancient whisk held aloft and a vermilion brush deftly wielded, the scroll of artistry swiftly reversed, drawing the vast expanse of the heavens into its embrace, as the ethereal silhouette of the city soared into the skies. Zhizhuangjun fixed his gaze upon the scene, only to behold the emerging division of yin and yang within the city, as the malevolent aura ascended alongside the cityscape. The myriad of demons found themselves ensnared within the shadows, and even the dark soil of the Shibo temple was swept away by the city's spectral essence. Within this phantasmagoria, there were even living souls trapped inside. Upon witnessing this, Zhizhuangjun's eyes brimmed with fury. That very dark soil was intrinsically linked to the tablet in his grasp. Should the soil be seized, even if he managed to escape the city, his position as Shibo would be rendered a mere vestige of existence upon his return. In his desperate haste, while evading the pursuit of 3 magical swords, he produced the tablet and invoked its incantation. Yet, after several futile attempts, he could only watch helplessly as the city ascended beyond his reach. In his anguish over the dark soil, a tempest of anxiety and fury overcame him, and he exclaimed with unmeasured ire, "If you seek to resolve the famine, pursue those marauding demons and the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, but what concern is it of ours?" Chun Yin gazed upon the gradually ascending phantom of the city and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "You feast upon the incense offerings of the common folk. Thus, it is your duty to safeguard the realm and its populace. The affluent families within the city conspire with malevolent forces, artificially inflating grain prices. While you remain indifferent, such transgressions warrant severe punishment. The Celestial Monitoring Agency, which permits these fiends to wreak havoc, shares in your culpability. Today, I shall serve as the judge of humanity, executing divine judgment to eradicate the scourge upon this world." His voice echoed across the land, and the people of Danyang Prefecture became acutely aware of the unfolding events in the sky. Yet, the vast and terrifying tapestry above instilled fear, leaving most citizens ambivalent about his words. Only a handful of the bold dared to peer from various corners to witness the spectacle. Conversely, the grain hoarders within the city, whether bewitched by evil or not, were consumed by anxiety. With such a proclamation, if they continued to stockpile grain without selling, the enraged populace would undoubtedly seek retribution. Shepherd, you, as the sovereign of this domain, bask in the seasonal offerings of incense and must serve as a paragon for the spirits. Yet, you have turned against your duties, cavorting with malevolent beings and allowing the demons and phantoms within your borders to wreak havoc and slaughter the innocent. Furthermore, some have wielded human bones as weapons, feeding upon the souls of the living. Such crimes deserve obliteration. Upon hearing these words, Zhuojun immediately erupted in a torrent of invective, spewing forth a litany of foul and unspeakable curses. Qin Yin, however, remained composed as if he had not heard a thing. With his right hand, he formed a seal in the air, inscribing a talisman, while his left hand wielded a whisk that emitted a surge of azure energy. As the azure energy infused the talisman, its brilliance intensified, and with a deft gesture, Qin Yin sent the azure talisman hurtling towards Zhuojun. In that fleeting moment, the three beams of sword light encircling Zhuojun converged instantaneously, transforming into a suspended peach wood talisman sword. Just as Zhuojun was about to exhale in relief, he witnessed a talisman merge with the peach wood sword. Instantly, the sword revealed the 7 stars, and an indistinct ethereal figure appeared, wielding the sword and delivering a distant strike towards Zhuojun, fixated on that unadorned yet formidable strike. Zhuojun's instincts screamed in alarm, urging him to flee. His inner intuition warned him that if he could not evade this blow, it would be fatal. In a moment of desperation, Zhuojun transformed once more into a wisp of azure smoke and fled. Attempting to escape? Beneath the might of the Sword God King talisman, if a mere spirit of grass and wood could evade, then I might as well forfeit my foundation. Qin Yin merely cast a distant glance at the fleeing Zhuojun, making no move whatsoever. It is worth noting that the entire Danyang prefecture is currently bifurcated between the realms of Yin and Yang, completely sealed by the laws of imprisonment. Even if the gates were thrown wide open, allowing Zhuojun to escape, he could not evade the relentless pursuit of this sword. The 5 passes of the divine. The superior form is composed of the energies of the 5 elements. The intermediate form is formed from the radiant energies of mountains and rivers. The inferior 5 passes, however, gather the essence of flora, often relying on the growth of grass and trees to create shrines, which frequently seek blood offerings, bringing calamity upon humanity. The sword of the divine king, born from the incantation of the heavenly pavilion, excels in driving away the spirits of the dead. Relying on the growth of grass and trees, this is the method of heavenly conquest. The ancient law sword, imbued with the essence of the azure talisman, pursued the tyrant Zhuojun with fervor, fixating on the phantom of the city as it spoke once more. To the west of the city lies Huang Xilang, who, through human sacrifices, venerates malevolent spirits, offering blood and food, hoarding wealth and grain, and artificially inflating prices. Such a person must be punished. Their specters must be obliterated. As these